Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell back. How was your vacation, Dell? What'd you do? You got to tell the people where you were, what you did. You're a public person. You have a radio show in Houston,
you got
Texas.
to post it.
I have to post it?
Yeah.
You're supposed to post something on. Did you take any pictures of food or
No.
yourself by
You
a
didn't take
statue
picture
or
of
something?
Food?
No.
What about yourself behind with some water behind you somewhere?
I mean, I was near water at times, but I didn't take any pictures.
You were near water, but near where?
Lake Jackson.
Like
No.
Como?
No. I may be a public person, but as a radio host, as you mentioned, why wouldn't I just talk about it on my show?
Cut the crap.
What?
You're the
You said it,
producer.
not
Cut the
me.
crap.
That's
No.
not how you started it. You didn't go, you're the producer of the John and Lance show. You said you have a radio show, so why wouldn't I save my excursions for my show?
Who did you miss more, me or Lance?
Lance, because he's a narcissist, the first thing he said to me was, "Did you think about us?" Not how are you? What's up? Did you think about us? And I didn't think about you at all. I'm like John Hamm in the elevator. Mad Men. I didn't think about you at all.
I don't believe that.
You kind of did.
No.
He's saying that to
The only time the station even crossed my mind was, I wonder how the Texans movement on the offensive line is being talked about. But other than that, I didn't really think about.
He's saying
this.
that to be hurtful. That's
No,
all
it's
he's
the
doing.
truth. Why would I lie?
He's just saying it to be hurtful.
I mean, the joy of not having the overwhelming dread of needing to. Oh, you got to get up before 5 o'clock again today. That's the best part of a vacation.
Yep. That's the best part of vacation. I can sleep in till 7. Yep, that's the best part. No question. Well, Dell's back, hateful as ever.
You asked.
So that just things are back to normal now. The show's back to normal. Dell's hating
How about
on us
this?
right away.
What another thing that's normal? Have you guys come around to acknowledging, not Lance per se, but you, John, and others, that the Astros don't love you like that? They don't love you like they used to. Have you come around to this isn't the team that you come
we have to
accustomed
wade through these fake little the playoffs. Anything can happen. We have to get through all that crap every couple weeks.
What do you mean they don't love us? Why don't they love us?
Because
now?
they're not giving you what they used to give you. They don't love you no more. They don't love you like they used to. The relationship is dull and stale.
Well, they're broke. They're broke. That's why they don't give us like they used to.
They're broke.
Yeah.
Jim Crane's
we took
broke.
everything. We just took and took and took
No.
and took, and now they don't have anything left to give us.
We took.
Yeah.
What did we
That's
take?
all. We took 2 championships.
We
We were like,
took
give us. And we got 2 championships out of them.
On to the Texans then.
Yeah.
We're not going to pay attention to you anymore. No more Astros talk. We're done. The Astros are over this year.
So the week that I was gone, they won the first game of each series against the 3 worst teams in the AL West, and then subsequently lost the last 2 to lose a homestand and lose 3 series.
By the way, they've
worst teams in baseball.
got a losing record
Now they're
against the Angels and A's.
Yeah.
They've got a pretty bad one actually. They got a losing record against those 2 teams. They can't beat those 2 teams. Those 2 teams are just too much for them. They just overpower them.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Astros
the
lose
Angels
again,
and
by the way.
A's.
7-6. Brian King has been vanquished to the minors where he had a scoreless inning yesterday,
terrible.
so that was good.
He's terrible.
My buddy Zach.
I didn't even know Kaiwei Tang was still alive.
Yeah, he's alive. There's been proof of life, but Kaiwei Tang. My buddy Zach said there's a good chance Brian King's family doesn't even love him. He sent that to me after his last outing. He's so mad, and then he said even Brian King knows Bennett Sosa sucks. That's what he sent yesterday.
I mean, who loves their fan base less, the Astros or Deshaun?
Come on, that's not fair. Astros like the fan base. Deshaun hates his fan base, and his fan base hates him. To be fair,
Yeah, I mean it's mutual.
to be
We
fair,
don't hate the Astros.
see, once you get a massive payday, you now teeter on the brink of destruction, no matter who you are as a player. The massive payday sets you up for scrutiny like you wouldn't believe. Now with Deshaun, it's no big. I'm making a general statement. With Deshaun, this guy had settled cases with 25, 26 women who said he inappropriately touched them during massages and stuff. So that was, Deshaun had a little something extra going on. But then they also had to give up 3. Yeah, I mean, that wasn't – there's a lot of people who didn't like him, but then there are other people willing to forgive him because, hey, he was going to be their quarterback.
Right.
But that forgiveness goes out the door when you give up 3 first-round picks. Every draft, you don't have a pick because of that? Because of this guy? He can't even play, and when he does, he gives you a worse chance of winning.
It's personal. It's not about what he's done on the field. It's personal, Lance. Didn't you hear him?
Yeah. What do you mean what he's done on the field? He's missed like 2 entire seasons.
It's not about what he's done on the field. It's personal.
He hasn't.
And he thought that everything, as hard as he's worked to get back from 2 Achilles injuries,
man,
and you people don't appreciate him.
Let's just say it what it is. We've been saying it. He's an
Did you see one of
influencer.
the-
He's not a quarterback anymore. He's just an influencer.
Did you see the pass that he threw? I mean, it probably is one of the worst passes I've ever seen. It went right into the ground. Like when a left fielder comes running in on a base hit and then throws it right into the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was it wasn't really
Deshaun is so bad right now. Like he is completely washed as a quarterback. There is nothing left.
I think
he's going to
Monken
have to go back to Clemson and try to play one more year at Clemson.
He could go back now.
Yeah.
Because you got the guy going back to LSU after
Daquan Wright. Well, going back to LSU, you mean transfer portaling to LSU from the Browns.
Portal in LSU.
He portaled to the Browns from Ole Miss. Now he's going to portal to back to LSU with Lane Kiffin, Daquan Wright. We'll get to that in a second. College football got worse over the weekend, in case you didn't hear it. So we'll get to that. So here's what we know for sure. It's 7:06 right now. Deshaun Watson is completely washed and is trying to fight with his fan base, I believe, so they'll cut him. And he, when he fought with Houston so that he could keep all of his signing bonus and then get a new deal somewhere, I'm believing that was actually set up by his agency. That I think Deshaun actively became contentious so that Deshaun could get out of Houston and yet hang on to a signing bonus because he had already signed his signing bonus and then go get a brand new deal. I believe that's what they did, which is theft to me. And so that worked for him. Cal didn't claw back signing bonus, which he should have. He should have said, we're not letting you do this, big dog. We're going to get the signing bonus back. So I believe he did that. Now I think he's guaranteed his money this year. I think he's trying to get to a trip, probably in shoulder season, out to Italy where it's cheaper during shoulder season. Shoulder season, of course, is when it's outside of the normal times that people travel. So his accommodations are going to be a little cheaper. Flights will be cheaper. I think Deshaun right now for especially, October and November is trying to get off any rosters he can so he can take his guaranteed money and do the best traveling he can possibly do. It's not going to work if he's got to sit there and take snaps for the Browns.
Yeah, and hang out in Cleveland. I found the imagery of him fiddling with the diamond earring while he was talking about
just saw that just now.
To be one of the better parts of the entire thing. While he's just up there fiddling with the rock in his ear.
Literally is worth more. This in my ear is worth way more than anything your wives have on their hands.
Yeah, look. And I've got to fix my earrings while I'm telling you about how bad you are to me.
My $10,500 earring in one ear.
More.
Yeah, it's probably way more than that. Yeah,
more
a single earring is more than 10,000. You think
those? Did you see?
They were pretty. Yeah, they were pretty big.
Yeah,
they were pretty big. That's true. I haven't priced the diamond for 25 years, so
yeah. Worst decision, that one by Deshaun or Joe Espada putting in Bennett Sousa in the 8th?
Well, his money's guaranteed. Joe's on the chopping block, so I guess Joe.
That decision, and I feel bad for Joe because he missed yesterday's game for family. He's got a family issue, real tough family issue that Omar Lopez was making reference to afterwards. After the game, that we don't know what guys are going through and whatnot. So there's something must be going on that's pretty terrible for Joe, and I hate that. But I think Joe sealed his fate on Saturday night with that Bennett Sousa decision to bring him in the 8th when Brian Abreu has been unbelievably great. He's your 8th inning guy. You had Hader available because you had the day off before. Why in the world would you throw Bennett Sousa there? And then Bennett Sousa gets the first two on. Next guy bunts him along. He could have taken him out there, but instead he leaves Sousa in. Sousa throws a wild pitch, and then Sousa gives up a hit. He could have gotten out of the maybe, I don't know, just get Sousa out of there.
We had to get through three hitters.
Yeah, before he can do all of that damage. And sure enough, they tie it, and then they take the lead because he left another runner on. It was just about as bad as it gets. And then yesterday, they have a 6-run lead. They haven't given up a 6-run lead at home and lost a game since 2011. And that's on Omar Lopez. Omar Lopez, I believe, will be your next manager for your Houston Astros. And with Jeff Luhnow as your general manager, and Lopez as your.
Is that a report?
Are we reporting
is that
this,
a report?
Jeremy?
I'm telling
you already saw one guy at the radio station.
Been telling you that Lopez is the guy.
No,
that
but
Luhnow is the guy.
a report?
No, are you reporting it?
I am telling you that
because we've had
it's a report
because we had a lot of
we had a lot of reporting from
How many times do
another
I have to
host.
Say this? Luhnow will be your general manager.
Okay, that's a report.
That's a report.
So that
It's
is
not
a factual statement.
I'm not reporting it. I'm just telling you.
No, it's a statement of fact.
I'm
You didn't
telling
say
you
I'm anticipating. I believe you just said he will be your next. That's like when Jeremy Branham said
This is
Deshaun. When Jeremy Branham said, "Are you familiar with what's going on with Jeremy Branham nationally?"
No.
Okay, Jeremy Branham said Deshaun.
CJ.
The Texans want to pay CJ 50 to 55. CJ Stroud's looking for $70 million. And everyone nationally picked that up. Somebody picked it up nationally. Like, CJ, his people are absolutely outrageous. Other people. And then local media in Houston said, whoa,
There was a journalism conversation.
Oh, yeah. They said, well, where does this come? Well, I've checked with the sources. CJ's not asking for $70 million right now. That's not even, I don't know where Jeremy. And then Jeremy backtracked said, I didn't say, I'm just,
he said,
I'm not a journalist.
Reasoning.
I'm not it's deductive reason. I'm not a journalist.
Pulling that out, saying they're asking.
He said
for
they're
70?
asking for $70 million. That was a statement.
Yes.
And then he came back and said, "I'm not a journalist.
I'm a take maker.
I
I'm
just
a take
make
factory.
takes. That's my take." And there was nationally.
I got picked
nationally, everyone is going out there bashing CJ Stroud like, I cannot believe. And then other people started bashing Jeremy once Jeremy said, no. And then other people were defending Jeremy saying, he's just a radio guy. He can say whatever he wants.
Because Jeremy's
radio guys just say stuff.
That is, he should have said, I believe.
Exactly.
Yes.
His phrasing was way off.
His phrasing is off.
And then I don't ever think he ever went out and said, yeah, I should have phrased it differently.
No, his deductive reasoning was he started to look at the cap and said, look at all these quarterbacks and their percentage of the cap. And if CJ, when his deal comes due, if he's getting what
these
other guys are getting, then it should be in that range.
He made it sound like
I know, and I saw the report and I thought, wow, that was
so
Jeremy's
we were just
report.
trying to make sure.
So are you reporting that because that was Jeremy's report?
No, I believe that's going to be the case.
Okay, you believe. All right.
Believe.
There, just say that.
There it is. We just don't want two of them in 4 days. Honestly,
I believe that Omar and Jeff are going to.
I don't know that I want Omar, but I know he's cheap, so
don't forget he just won the baseball classic, the World Baseball Classic. So there's that. And the players really, really, really like him.
That thing that ruined Cal Raleigh's career?
Paul
Skeen's
career? Yeah, he won it.
How about Skeens having a great year, Skeener, coming off the World Baseball Classic?
Anyway, what it was about as bad a homestand as we can remember. 3 really terrible teams. The A's came in winners of 11 out of 52 games, and they won 2 out of 3 from you. They came in winning 11 out of 52, and they have a lot of their players injured, and you can't beat them at home when you are fighting for first place. This was as bad. This was as embarrassing a homestand as I believe. They lost 18-2 to Seattle, which, by the way, Bryce Miller, his next start, he lost by 17, which is the first time that's happened. Back-to-back starts, losing by 17 or more in 136 years. Well, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They won by 18-2. They won 18-2, not lost. But they lost back-to-back games or back-to-back starts by Bryce Miller. 18 runs and 17 runs. Just awful. I mean, the Mariners are awful, and they're in the hunt. They're in the hunt because the Astros and Rangers suck. What a week, which was supposed to be coming off of the road trip in which you had a lot of hope and first place by yourself.
They don't
and
love
this
you
is
like
what
that.
you do. 3-6 homestand against three
They
terrible
don't
teams.
love you like that. You had your good run. You had your good run where they gave you a little hope, and now that's back to what it's looked like pretty much all the year, the entire year. You know, so so this is what you have. You now every team in the division has a losing record. What an embarrassment!
It's an embarrassment.
What an embarrassment! Every team has a losing record, and you get your ass kicked by the worst teams in the division somehow.
Right. It was the Angels that beat them 18-2.
Yeah.
It was just as bad a freaking homestand as you could possibly.
Astros now minus 44 in run differential. I mean, the American League, to be fair, is an absolute disgrace. We right now are sitting at four teams with winning records in the American League. There's no way that this has ever happened before. 11 teams with losing records and 4 teams with winning records. There's no way this has happened in the history of baseball in a single league. There's no way. There's just no way. I mean, Cleveland is 65 and 66. The Astros 65 and 66, tied with the Rangers. So the winning teams, Chicago 68 and 62, and then 3 teams from the East, Tampa, New York, and Boston. After that, everybody and then Chicago. Everybody else has a losing record. 11 teams with losing records and 4 with winning records. What a disgrace. What an absolute disgrace. 5 teams have plus run differential.
And look at the
American
records in the National League. Of course, it makes sense because the National League is just dominating interleague play. It just is. It's
3, 4,
it's
5, 6, 7, 8. They've got 8 teams with winning records.
Yeah, and 7 without.
Well, they got one with the 500. The Cardinals are sitting at 500, and
but that's a. But look at the teams. The Braves 76 and 55. Philly 73 and 58. They're on a roll. The Brewers are incredible, and the Brewers. I don't even want to talk about this. I mean, this style of baseball is so bad. The Brewers have the best record in baseball with the fewest home runs. They have the best on-base percentage. Guess what? Getting on base, it doesn't matter if you drive the ball. If you get on base, you win baseball games, okay? So this thing about launch angle and you got to hit the ball hard and all of that crap is crap.
Well,
it's ruining the game.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the Dodgers are pretty good at that, and they're sitting there with 80 wins.
And the Brewers are pretty good at just
There's
getting on
multiple
base.
ways to win.
And pitching.
What difference does it make to us? Our team's not good. Launch angle, no launch angle, who cares?
Why are
We
you
don't have
talking
good
about
players.
champagne problems, John?
Yeah, well, it's not us.
Listen,
We're drinking water right out of the hose.
our team is in first place. Just remember that.
Without
they're
the
not.
host, you're
The
drinking,
Rangers are in first
you're
place.
drinking
No,
water
the
right
Astros
out
are
of the
tied
faucet.
for first place, which means they're in first place.
Who's got the tiebreaker?
the Astros? They
do.
kicked their ass all
Silver
year.
boot.
Silver boot. The Astros are drinking water
We got the silver boot, baby.
right out of the
If
faucet.
the playoffs
outside.
started today, we're the
John's
champs.
doing his little his
Stop
character
it.
where he thinks the Astros have a chance.
Yeah, stop
Yeah.
it.
We just told you they don't love you like that. Stop.
I don't give a rat's ass.
The
if
whole
they love
segment
me.
has
I'm
been
gonna
down
love them back.
Astros, and now
That's
you're
what
like,
I'm-
we're
I'm
tied
gonna
for
love them
first.
The
back.
Astros don't let John in the house anymore.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm going to
They don't
stand
love
at
you
the
like
door
that.
knocking. Let me in.
No, it's done.
Yeah.
She's tired of you. The Astros are tired of you.
No.
There's no more love in this relationship.
Everybody who
Taylor
that's in a
Trammell
relationship
can't give
is
it up
tired
like
of-
others have given it up in the past.
Yeah.
He ain't
Well,
got that
guess
in
what?
him.
Guess what? We're first place Astros, baby.
Oh boy,
Let's go.
Yeah, what are we? The Saints? Maybe they'll beat the Seahawks. Or no, the Seahawks beat the Saints. Maybe we're that. Maybe there's a Marshawn Lynch type beast mode run coming. I don't know, but they don't
You're
love you.
damn right. You see?
They don't love you like that no more, John.
Well, we're gonna break. We're gonna break out because we love commercials right here on ESPN 97.5.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776 to get in with us here. We got so much. We hit a lot of the stuff. Texans signed Sterling Shepard, Zay Jones, and Deuce Vaughn, the running back. All they need, they're banged up behind Woody Marks at running back. Of course, the loss of Jaden Higgins. We'll see if Shepard or Zay Jones, what they have left in the tank, to see whether or not they can help the team.
The Texans have suffered 2 torn ACLs this preseason. They've lost 2 players, Graham Mertz and Now, we talk about Jaden Higgins. Don't forget Graham Mertz. They lost him the week before. Yeah. So they've lost 2 players. The Chargers lost their starting center. You have Jerzon Newton, defensive tackle like Torrey Peck. You had Alex Wright from Cleveland tear his Achilles yesterday. There's at least 5 players I know of who are out for the year already. And you do wonder, are guys getting stretched properly? Are they, I don't remember this happening as much. And these are non-contact type stuff. So you can't just say, you must stop practicing and just start simulating games. Pay players for their likeness and let's just run computer sims so no one gets hurt. No, you have to play the games. But I really do wonder if guys are, if stretching and ACL, that's a separate thing. The Achilles sometimes can be due to, sometimes there are some things you can do to prevent the Achilles stuff. I don't know. I just know that the Texans now are just trying to get through the rest of the preseason without anyone getting hurt.
Yeah, that would be nice. That'd be nice if nobody else gets hurt.
Wade Woodaz broke his thumb, so he's out.
We see it every preseason.
I didn't know that Wade Woodaz broke his thumb until D'Amico said it over the weekend.
Yeah.
So he's, he underwent surgery, or he's going to undergo surgery today. So that's going on. EJ Speed is going to miss the entire year now.
He
due to his torn quads.
Jake Hummel. That he's been playing well. Jake Hansen's making his way back.
Mm-hmm.
There's all kind. That's it. Hey, this is what football is. We've seen injuries in the preseason before.
Mm-hmm. Noah Whittington's beat up, as you mentioned. That's the reason for Deuce Vaughn.
Yeah, and Jawar Jordan. He's
Jawar's been out. Yeah.
There's all kinds of stuff going on.
So signing Sterling Shepard and Zay Jones says what? People were forecasting a trade for a more productive player over the last couple of years. That doesn't happen. So are they saying they're good with the guys on the roster when you make this?
Remember, they don't have. So you weren't here last week. So they have no leverage, right?
No.
That every other team has leverage against them, and it may be a situation where Nick Caserio says, "I'm not going to go out there right now and start begging for players and have somebody try to get a 5th rounder off of me for somebody who should be a 7th rounder." I'm not going to give up anything, and we may get Cedric Tillman on the waiver wire, off the waiver wire from the Browns. I think he's just going to wait out and see what the waiver wire looks like, is my guess. Zay Jones is just a guy. He's just nothing. He wouldn't be on the streets if he wasn't. Sterling Shepard is older. He was in the draft with the very first year I wrote it up in the 2015 draft, so he's been around for a while. He was a good player. He's a pretty good player for a while, but slow. He's a slot. Not slow. He's okay, but he's a slot receiver. Nothing. I think it kind of speaks to the fact that and Tank is listed as an outside receiver, not a slot, which has always been crazy to me. They like to go with the big slot inside. So I don't know. They're veterans, and D'Amico even said in his press conference, these are 2 veteran guys. So I don't know that they're done at wide receiver. I think let's sign them. Let's get them in camp. Let's get them to play in the game or take snaps. Let's see what they have over the next week and a half to 2 weeks, and then we'll make a decision. That's my guess. It's what's going to happen. They still have time to – let's take a look at them, and then we'll check the waiver wire for cut downs. And then if we need to, we'll scout. We'll maybe make a phone call to a team. This doesn't answer anything. I doubt these guys are ahead of Xavier Hutchinson, to be honest with you, in terms of where they are physically and ability to help a team. But they played in the league. They've been veterans. We know the guys. You know, they've had their moments in the NFL at times, kind of.
Yeah. Yeah.
Something.
There's going to be guys. There's going to be guys on the street that they're going to bring in. I don't know that either of those guys. Are they the guy? We'll see. We'll see. But their names. That's about it. And the Texans need bodies. They need bodies. But luckily, it's all well. Jaden Higgins was supposed to be a big player, but so far, knock on wood, the defensive injuries have been, to guys who aren't going to be starters, but they were going to play. E.J. Speed was going to play. That happened a while ago, though, before they even got to preseason. And so, luckily, defensively, which is your big strength, you haven't lost anything yet. And we'll see what Nick does. We were talking about making a big trade for maybe a Marvin Harrison or something. Just don't see it. Just don't see it.
No.
All right, 713-780-3776. We're going to the Golden Nugget Thursday and Friday. Hope you guys can join us there. You can watch our fantasy draft. I'm hoping you're having your fantasy draft there. If you didn't get it this year to have your fantasy draft at the Golden Nugget, try to organize your guys to do it maybe the weekend before the season starts, which is, coming up, but the Labor Day weekend. How about that? That would be great. Labor Day weekend, you do a night stay at the Golden Nugget, stay the Saturday, do your fantasy draft on the Saturday. Everybody goes to the pool, and you guys have a great time, or you gamble all day, or play golf, or whatever. You do your fantasy draft, you stay overnight, you sleep, you get up, you can play golf then, or go back out to the pool, or just head home, whatever the case may be. But you want to talk about a great way to do it. See if you can't get your guys together. If you haven't done your draft yet, ask them, hey, can we go? Can everybody do it the weekend before the season, and make your reservations? Get your spot at the DraftKings Sportsbook. Awesome. Get your spot for a weekend of football at the DraftKings Sportsbook, because it always fills up during the football season. Make sure that you got your spot. But there's no better place just a couple hours down the road to go and watch your football. Get your football on this football season. The best place, the DraftKings Sportsbook at goldennugget.com/Lake Charles. goldennugget.com/Lake Charles.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
So, one of the worst homestands that I can remember in modern history, in modern memory, other than all the home losses during the playoffs to the Nationals and then the Rangers. Those two homestands in the playoffs. This is one of the worst regular season homestands ever. When you're 3-6 against three terrible baseball teams when you were in first place, just terrible. So you got that. You got the Texans signing some players to get stuff. But the big story nationally was Deshaun Watson. It was so big. This statement by Deshaun, what Deshaun is about to say, is so bad. Stephen A. Smith said if he got arrested for being awful, he'd be okay. That Stephen A. would be okay with it. If Deshaun got arrested for being awful, Stephen A. would be okay with it for what he's about to say. Now the audio isn't great, so you might have to turn it up, Del. Here is Deshaun just laying out the fan base because they booed him.
Man, I didn't have no reaction. I think the biggest thing is, I think you guys know too, and I think the whole world knows. It has nothing to do about the performance. It's a little bit personal than that. So, I think that's it's a disrespectful thing. So, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna keep whatever I feel with me and my family internally on how I feel about that, and yeah, just move on.
But don't you think, Deshaun, that winning and playing better would eliminate some of that booing?
Last time I played on this field, I tore my Achilles. And that same fan base, they cheered when I got hurt. So, does that have to do with, what does that have to do with anything about performance? When a person get hurt, especially for your own city, and they cheer.
Does any of that make you regret coming here?
No, I don't regret anything in my life. You know, I think the Lord put me through
Nothing?
situations for a reason. So, I don't regret anything at all. But, you know, I had different thoughts on how it was going to be. But, you know, it is what it is. You know, sometimes, you know, the tables turn. And I'm patient enough because I'm a child of God to, you know, wait for that time to change. So I'm not tripping on it. I'm not tripping on it.
You know, they were set. So the story I was told by people close to Deshaun is they were set to go to, they being, you know, his whole crew, set to go to Atlanta. They had champagne out and they were literally getting ready to do a toast as he's going to go to the Atlanta Falcons. I think the Texans were going to get, they're one of the teams that the Texans said they'd be willing to trade him to because they were going to give up 2 first-rounders. And then Cleveland, literally, when the champagne was out and the glasses were being passed out, they get a call from the Cleveland Browns, and Cleveland says, David, we've got a deal for Deshaun, and this is what we want to do. And they talked and came up to an agreement that it'd be $230 million, and it'd be fully guaranteed. After all that stuff, like, this is insane. A fully guaranteed, record-breaking contract after all the stuff Deshaun had been through and, you know, not playing football for a full year. And Deshaun's from Georgia, so Atlanta was going to be home base. It was, people were more likely, you know, there's a fan base that had dealt with the Michael Vick stuff and had, you know, a lot of fans still had his back. Deshaun probably would have had a little warmer reception there after all his legal issues because it is kind of a home base. And they decided, let's go with the most money. And good for Houston. They got an extra first-round pick out of it. But they took the money and yeah, I put something on Twitter yesterday. I just wondered if things would have been different. Probably not. He's not a very good football player right now. And, you know,
it would have been different, though.
It would have been, there would have been more positive interactions. But, John, you know just like I do, the not getting through progressions, the inaccuracies, struggles seeing defense as well, he got away with that because of his athletic ability and playmaking ability. There were always some issues with him as a quarterback, but his performance, you know, the production was good.
Yeah, now he's not a good football player, and he wouldn't have been good in Atlanta either. But that Browns fan base, and that organization, You're just not going to win.
They had no love for Atlanta has, that's at least the home state.
Yeah.
Right? It's at least the home state. There's some love for you. In Cleveland, it was, here's a guy who's touched 25 women allegedly. Here's a guy that we just gave $230 million to and 3 first-round picks, probably more than anything, 3 first-round picks. So right off the bat, you better be really good because they've got no connection to you.
Atlanta don't care about no federal indictments. They don't care.
No.
Atlanta's like, come on.
This is our guy. Bring him back.
Guy.
Bring him home.
Yeah.
So probably, the idea that we're just going to take the fully guaranteed, it's a lot of money, and Deshaun can do a lot of traveling with that. But
yeah, He already has.
It might have. It just things might have been a little different if they said, "We'll pass on the money." Now, the Texans wouldn't have had 3 first-round picks, so it's a good thing he decided to grab as much as he possibly could. But that guy was set up for failure right off the bat. If you didn't play well, it was going to be bad. He's missed 2 seasons where he couldn't play because of injury. Like he's been terrible. It's been the worst trade I've ever seen in NFL football
the worst
history.
trade in any sport ever.
I had a conversation with a PD in Cleveland. I wasn't working here, and it was part of an interview, and they asked me about Deshaun Watson at the time because Cleveland and they still remain desperate for a quarterback. So he wanted my thoughts on him, and I said I don't think he's going to be a savior for your franchise. Because I was talking about some things you were discussing about some of the flaws in his game. I think he was fine, but I don't think he's going to be the guy you think he's going to be. And his response was, yeah, but you think we got to do it, right? We have to do this, right? I was like, well, I guess. He was sainted. Even the guys in the media, not just the fans, who, of course, they're desperate for anything. The guys who cover the team were like, he's a good quarterback.
Well,
we'll overlook all this other stuff. We need this guy to play well. And we kind of don't care about the other stuff. As long as it's not criminal, we're not going to care because we're desperate for anything there. And
you had Deshaun looked good when he was here.
Yeah.
I mean, he looked really good. He was a good quarterback. And he needed a quarterback in the worst way.
So they were going to accept him with open arms, and then he decided then he's just not a good player. So it flipped pretty quickly.
I've heard a bunch of Todd Monken. I mean, this is Knox College coming out. Okay, Todd Monken addressed the media. The media asked him about Deshaun and getting booed, and I love this response. Here's Todd Monken.
Hey, how's it feel to get booed? I mean, it's a pretty easy question. It sucks. I don't want to get booed. It comes with the territory. You don't want to get booed? Let's play good football. Let's play good at quarterback. Let's play good on offense. Let's play good as a team. And then you don't have to worry about all that because it can turn just like that. Win, play good football, and everybody will be fine. That's just part of it. I mean, so I told him, you good? We're good. Part of what we do.
He went on to say, you get a bad meal at a restaurant. What are you going to do? You going to be happy about it?
You're going to go to Yelp. You're going to go to Yelp and and settle the score.
Yeah.
You're going to tell them, you're going to say, I had a disgrace. If I could give negative stars, I would.
Right.
That's what you say. If I could give Deshaun negative stars, I would.
And guess what?
It started off with he never even greeted our table for the first 2 years of the contract.
But what if he said he was a child of God afterwards?
Still, look. Well, then you say, look, I appreciate that. As a Christian, I appreciate that. But you've got to bring us our drinks.
But
you got to bring us our drinks, and we didn't even get our appetizers. It didn't even come to the table. You didn't bring bread to the table.
He's a pretty handsy child of God.
I mean, I think.
Goodness.
Well, okay. Have you ever
one
seen
man's opinion.
The laying of hands? Have you ever heard of that, John? Where you lay hands on people to heal them?
Yeah. Deshaun feels he's a healer?
Well, I mean, I don't know what they're trying to argue. I don't feel like that. I don't see it that way, but maybe there's arguments that will be made on his side. I feel like the child of God thing's not really going to fly with a lot of people right now. But
I don't know that that should be
getting
one of his
booed is just part of the
yeah.
Like Russell Westbrook's ready to fight. If you just call him Russell Westbrook, he believes that is an affront on his family tree. Like,
All
some
right.
of these guys just can't handle that kind of
No, and
stuff.
Deshaun just can't handle it. Let's break. When we come back, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? What did you learn this weekend? I got something.
I can actually play. I'm going
I
to
learned
inform
something.
you guys of something that probably you didn't know. I actually have a real one this week.
Yeah, I do too.
I learned something as well.
All right, we'll
'Cause I'm a child
all
of
have ours,
God.
and you have yours.
I didn't know that.
Did you hear this, John? Did you know?
What?
Did you know what Dell learned?
I didn't know this beforehand, but I'm glad I learned this.
Because I'm a child of God.
Was unaware.
We got a break.
We all are,
What did you
Deshaun.
learn this weekend? 713-780-3776. I want to talk right now about HRP. If Deshaun Watson was your employee, you're gonna need some HR. I'm gonna tell you this right now. He needed it badly. You need, when you have an employee like that, you gotta have it. You gotta handle it right. Are you gonna handle it right? No, you're not going to. Let HRP handle it. HRP knows all about problem employees. We've had our share. But it's also about PTO. It's about days off. It's about your W-2s. It's about all of this, everything that has to do with your business. Payroll, HR, taxes, all of these things. HRP experts at it. You, not so much. You don't know what the hell you're doing with that. You are trying to do stuff that you don't do well. How about doing it economically better? How about doing it technologically better? How about just doing it better with HRP than you do it? I mean, you're spending more money than you need to when your HR and your payroll department are growing. It's more money than you need to spend because HRP will do it better. HRP.net. Take a look at your business. Take a look at the bottom line. Be better. HRP.net.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. All right, time to play. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? 737803776. You learned something. Doesn't have to be about sports. Can be. I did learn something about sports. I learned that there is something called a Natasha Cloud. And she got Enes Kanter kicked out of the game. And also said that a guy who buys a green Bilbo at a sex shop and throws it on the court is the gayest ship she's ever seen.
That was hilarious when she said
I
that.
mean,
I
I can't really fight her on that. No,
I learned, how about this one? I learned that in England, all of their home soccer team games or all games are blacked out other than whatever the national game is, and you can't watch your own team play unless you go to the game.
The only way to watch your team play is go to the game.
You have to go to the game or you can't watch your team play.
They don't
Until
have-
midnight, they'll have a
they
reshowing
don't have
of
a
game.
package or anything.
Don't
Where you
have
can
a
just
package.
Buy all the Premier League.
Don't have a package. They say it's going to keep people from going to the second from championship
Second-tier
games.
games.
So anything from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. England time, blacked out. Can't see it.
I did not know that.
Only one national game. That's it. I said,
All right,
so if
that's
you're an
one
Everton
sentence.
supporter, you
That's one
can't.
sentence.
What's more than
Well,
one?
semicolon.
One sentence.
Well, we
No,
did
no,
ask-
no.
semicolon.
One
We
sentence.
got to
That's
give him a
all.
little
That's
bail.
all.
We
That's
did
all.
ask.
Well,
some- we asked
I'll
some
tell you about it.
questions as
Yeah,
well.
we'll tell you about it
We
later.
asked some
I'll tell you about
questions.
it later.
We got a full board. Let's go
Yeah.
to our first caller, Cal on a mobile. Cal, what have you
Oh, I
learned?
don't
Hey,
like
Cal,
this
what'd you
one
learn?
Single bit.
Hey guys, this weekend my wife taught me how to do the Southside dance.
No one taught you how to do the cha-cha dance.
Southside dance.
Oh,
South
Southside.
Hannah was filmed doing the Southside
She did do the
dance.
Southside. That's
Yeah,
true.
she did.
As
But
Cal would say, the
I don't
Southside
wanna
That-
see
dance.
Cal
I'm
doing
just
the
going to be
Southside.
honest. That was a pretty good Cal.
I don't.
Hey,
That was
guys.
actually a pretty good Cal. He didn't overdo anything. It was actually not a bad Cal imitation.
Who's next, though?
We move to Ocho. Ocho, what have you learned?
Yeah, I learned that Max Muncy of the Dodgers and Max Muncy of the A's share the same name and birthday.
Wow, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
Another good one from Ocho.
I didn't know that they shared the same birthday. That's great. One's a righty, one's a lefty. Yeah, throw a bat's right, and the other one bat's left. Who's next, Del?
We go to Pena. Pena, what have you learned?
Hey, good morning. I learned that Enes Kanter will be starring in Joanna Man 2.
Who will?
Enes Kanter.
Enes
Or
Kanter.
Enes Freedom, however
Enes
you want
Freedom Cantor.
Cantor
name
Freedom.
him.
Or Cantor Freedom.
to. Yeah.
Cantor Freedom.
He's such a douchebag. He's trying to. This is like
It's a grift.
I need to be important. Like, dude, you already did your funny little thing that you're going to do. Don't sit courtside picking fights with people now. You don't like the league. Stay out of it. Like, there's
Who's
no
next?
court cases sitting there. Ennis. He's not even the best Ennis. There was a better Ennis than Dukes of Hazzard.
There was an Ennis and Duke. So
Yeah.
Oh.
Or is it Cannonball Run? Big Enos and Little Enos. Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah.
It's Big Enos and Little Enos.
Cantor's a big anus. Let's move to Chris in the north side. What have you learned?
Hey, what's up, guys? So I learned that just because you got catfish on Tinder once doesn't mean you'll get catfish the next time.
Yeah, okay. That sounds like I'm kind of curious about
Okay.
what he has to say on that one.
Well, he didn't. Apparently, he got catfished once. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Right? It doesn't mean you're going to get. You learned something.
No, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Isn't that how that goes?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's the way it goes.
He was not going to be fooled again.
Fool me
And
twice,
we're not-
fool me
we
once.
won't be fooled
won't be
again.
fooled.
Shame, and then fool me. You fool me a second time, 2 times.
Yeah, I remember.
Fool me, strike 3.
Yeah, George Bush.
Remember when he
Yes.
screwed that up?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's move to.
Fool me. If you fool me, if you trick me, tricksters, trick or treat, smell my feet.
Now you're doing an SNL bit. Let's get to Keith. No, excuse me, La Raza. What have you learned?
La raza, ¿qué pasó, mijo?
OC Johnny, give Lance the salchicha.
Change that.
Hell,
Hey, give me some of that salchicha.
Hijo de... ¿Qué pasó, hijo?
Para tres, gentlemen, good morning. Side note, can't wait for Friday. Listen to party. It is going to go down. And AKA, also, if you know, you know, free my boy Gilbert. Here's what I learned. Hey, remember last week you guys had that guest on from the Premier League?
Yeah.
All right,
Yakubu.
here's what I learned. I didn't know that was a family member that played in the Premier League.
Yeah, so Yakubu was in studio, famous Everton striker, Nigerian, and then they're saying he's family with you. That's what the streets
Who
are
said
saying.
that?
The streets.
Yeah, they wanted him to say, hey, the man is a clown.
Yeah. People are trying to get him to say the man is
You're denigrating a great player, a Nigerian, with that
Legend.
stuff. Nonsense.
Right,
We're not
nonsense.
related, for as far as I know, but I did see that on social media that Yakubu was in the studio.
Yeah.
Great Nigerian striker. Let's move to Keith. Keith, what have you learned?
I learned that in the last two starts for Mariners pitcher Bryce Miller, the Mariners have lost by a combined 41-2.
And it hasn't happened in back-to-back starts like that in 136 years. 136 years. That's crazy that you lose by that many runs in back-to-back starts. Hasn't happened. That's crazy. Who's next?
We go to, I believe, Bobby. Bobby, what have you learned?
Morning, gentlemen. I learned that the Texans' Super Bowl chances have been completely devastated by the loss of prime Randy Moss this year.
Well,
It's not.
I'm not sure.
It's not that. He's a good second receiver. That's all.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of expected from it. In camp, supposedly he was giving Stingley problems in camp.
Yeah.
Like, they were very good reports. I think the Texans were very excited with what they saw.
See, that's an overstatement on your part, Bobby. I heard a young Megatron.
He's a young Chris Carter.
He's not really any of those, is he?
Maybe a young Alan Lazard.
I haven't heard anybody overreacting to this. I don't know. Are people just saying, okay, that's it for the Texans, they're done now? I've seen, built-in excuse for CJ.
I think for a team that is devoid of plus players on offense, it's a blow. If the response so far is Sterling Shepard and Zay Jones.
Apparently you didn't see Jared Wayne catching touchdown passes.
Better known for ruining Tank's career. Let's move to Tom on a headset.
That's not fair to say ruining Tank's career.
He's better known for that.
He just ran the wrong route.
What is he most known for right now?
That touchdown in the end zone in the first game of the preseason.
You might be right, because I don't know how many people remember that he was the guy.
I didn't remember until they brought it up.
Yeah.
He feels terrible about wrecking Tank's knee. I'm like, it was him?
Yeah, it was him. It was him. Let's move to Tom on a headset. What have you learned?
Hey, guys. Well, I learned that if you go to Vegas with your wife and you go to a Valkyries game, she might convince you to get rid of some of her old toys.
Okay, that's enough of that business. It's a second call. Oh, no, John had the first one. That's the second reference.
A green one.
That's a second reference.
Mm-hmm.
The color of men who are pretty gay, if you listen to Natasha.
Apparently they're the gayest ship ever.
No.
Let's go to Aiden. Aiden, what have you learned?
Hey, guys. I learned that I woke up this morning and was watching some NBA or WNBA news. It reminded me when y'all was talking about the dildo or whatnot, but somebody got a fan.
See, this is more than one sentence.
That's more than
Aiden.
one sentence.
He was
You get
literally
one
telling,
sentence.
and he's literally telling us what
Aiden,
has been referenced twice.
For the future, you do it in one sentence.
Literally, the last caller referenced that.
Yes.
Right.
We don't have a lot of
Hey
rules
guys,
here,
so here's the thing.
but there are
I was
some.
wondering, did you get to hear?
Only
so there's
Lance
been a
breaks
lot
the
of
one
talk
sentence
lately.
rule.
And then now 8-2.
You just kept saying "and."
Yeah,
you kind of
did-
skirted
yeah,
the rules.
You
this
found
week.
a way.
And
It was one sentence.
and
one
Natasha Cloud
And-
was there.
and English teacher.
And if you have a green Bilbo,
Yeah, English teacher wouldn't consider that just one sentence. Let's
It's
move
one
on.
sentence.
It would have just been something she put a red X on throughout. Let's move to Jim Adler on a mobile to close it out.
oh, what?
Jim Adler.
Hey, Jim Adler.
Oh my God!
Hey guys, I'm Jim Adler of the Texas Hammer, and if the Astros disappointed you, I'll take them to court.
It's not. No one is going. And he said, "And if the so he wasn't just one sentence."
Right.
You're not taking the Astros to court.
Well, he could.
You're not going to be able.
Those dogs. You know how many dogs they disappointed this weekend?
Yeah,
it was
'cause you had dog
back-to-back
weekend.
dog days at the
Yeah.
park. All those dogs
Oh, I'll
left
say.
disappointed.
Yeah, I just don't think you have a case. I just don't think you have a case against the Astros. I heard that it was really turning into a great season just a week and a half ago.
It was a great season.
Oh yeah, I know.
It was actually
last time
turning
I was
into-
here. I was being told about this easy stretch of games that they had.
Before
coming
you
up.
left, Dell, you saw the Astros were
Yeah.
the hottest ticket in the country.
Apparently,
before you left,
and they had this easy
You were,
stretch.
You were off the whole homestand.
Thank God. We didn't have to talk about this crap team. The stretch was supposed to, push them to a level where they were closing out the Mariners, taking advantage, gonna have a big lead, and then
gonna have a 4-game lead on the Rangers.
Yeah, and now look at them, under 500.
Now look at you.
Well,
sorry,
people. The reason is, if you don't care about sports then you shouldn't even be in this business.
I mean, what did I miss? I missed
a big homestand.
I missed
week.
this giant homestand. I missed the Texans changing their entire offensive line plans.
Missed a former NBA player trying to fight with a WNBA player.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff I missed.
You missed
Deshaun.
Oh,
missed Jaden Higgins. Randy Moss apparently out for the year for the Texans.
Julio Jones not gonna play for the Texans this year.
Yeah. I mean, you missed it all.
I missed a lot.
And Alabama's got a new starting quarterback,
Why you
Keelan
want to
Russell.
be in this business, missing all that?
I'll try to make amends starting at 10.
I know why I want to be in this business because, I was introduced to Coors Lights a long time ago, but I mean, I think I've really perfected my Coors Light drinking ever since I've had this job. It's so good. You know what? Today is going to be I don't think it's going to be a golf day, but it could be a casino day. And if it's a casino day, if it's a poker day, then there's Coors Lights. I mean, how can you sit at the table all day and not have a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light? That's silly. It's silly. Please, if you're going to do, and whatever it is you're doing, you're sitting on the porch, have a Coors Light. You're watching the game, have a Coors Light. You're playing golf, have a Coors Light. You're playing poker, have a Coors Light. Well, it doesn't matter, right? Just whatever it is you're doing, it's better because you got a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. It's so hot out there. You want to keep Texas chill. There's one way to do that. Know your mountains are blue every single time when you're drinking cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing Coors Light. Make sure you got them on hand for when your boys come over to watch the game. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. You brought something up there, Dell, talking about the offensive line. One of the surprises, well, a couple of surprises. One is that it doesn't look like Wyatt Teller's going to be a starter. It doesn't look that way anyway, by all appearances. It doesn't look like Braden Smith. Two of their biggest acquisitions this offseason on the offensive line don't look like they are going to be starters. We'll see what happens going down the stretch here as we head toward the season. But, yeah, Evan Brown, who was not talked about much at all, started at center with Keelan Rutledge, who is certainly going to start, who certainly is going to be on the field somewhere, either at center or guard. But Trent Brown has been a surprise. Here is D'Amico talking about the preseason that Trent Brown has had.
Valuable to us to have Trent at this time. You know, we didn't have Trent. He wasn't able to go through training camp. So I know for anybody who's able to go through camp and get those reps, it's only going to be beneficial for you to come to the season. And Trent has done a good job. We see, if you look at the runs and when we're out there, you're running behind Trent, there's going to be a lane. And that's what he does. He moves people with ease. It's hard to get around him. In pass rush, it's hard to go through him. So he's one of the better guys, you know, with his size and his ability. Like, I think the quarterback likes him, and also the running backs like running behind him because he provides that kind of lane for us.
That's interesting. Not what we expected. The big signings of Wyatt Teller and Braden Smith made you think, well, okay, that's your offensive line right there. Where's the rookie going to play? Well, the rookie is taken over at left guard. Evan Brown out of nowhere. It was thought to be Keelan Rutledge versus Jake Andrews. Come to find out, Evan Brown is better. The combination of Rutledge and Brown is better than the combination of Wyatt Teller and Rutledge at center. And then Trent Brown, really out of nowhere. I mean, he did play last year, but I don't know that there was much fanfare. And they felt like they had to go out and spend big money on Braden Smith. So this is all really kind of a surprise, what's going on there. But it's okay. I think you're starting Brown and Teller's on the bench, and if Andrews makes the team, not sure, because you got Nwowu as well. And, I mean, I think you're deeper, maybe. This is the deepest the offensive line that I think certainly that CJ's ever had, right? I with Braden Smith and Wyatt Teller on the bench, if that's the case, this is as deep as CJ's ever had.
Yeah, it's nice. You just got to make sure the ones who are the ones playing do their job. I liked what I saw the other day, but the Raiders are terrible. And I'd heard in practice that they were absolutely bullied by the Texans.
Yeah.
The exact phrase was, this defense is going to be atrocious for the Raiders.
They were bullying the Raiders, at least according to reports, their first team in practice, and then they ran out the guys who they don't want to start against the Texans. So the Texans did what they were supposed to against that Raiders team. I don't know that any Raider front seven guy started.
Did you see the videos how bad it was?
Yeah, so they were kicking the ass of the Raiders in practice.
Mm-hmm.
Their first team. Then the Raiders ran out their twos and got the same treatment. I was looking at the contracts for both Smith and Teller. They're not big contracts. They were affordable if they were starting offensive linemen. As backups, they're far too expensive. So does it become a thing that if this goes the way it appears to go all year, that neither one of them is back next year? If they don't win a starting job before the end of the year, would the Texans be willing to pay backups that type of money?
No.
What's the dead money?
No.
It's like near 9 for Smith.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's not so much with Wyatt Teller.
Yeah.
Braden would probably stick around as a second tackle. Yeah, they keep him.
The swing tackle?
Yeah. Well, he's not a swing tackle. He's a right tackle or a guard.
Okay.
The sooner people say he can play guard, too, like he played 4 years in college. The Colts drafted him as a guard. They put him at right tackle because of an injury in preseason as an emergency. Morocco Brown, who is a director of player personnel, convinced the coaching staff, hey, let's keep him out there, see how he does. And he's played tackle. there's some weird, like, people who don't understand football are like, he can't play guard. He doesn't remember how. He hasn't done it for so long. It's going to be too difficult. Like, no. Things just move quicker at guard. He knows how to play guard. It's not a problem. He's a tackle guard. I'm not going to have this fight with anybody because you just don't know if that's what you don't understand. Played 4 years in college. He knows how to play guard. He's a tackle guard, but he can't play left tackle, I don't think. So Trent Brown can play right tackle, left tackle. He's a swing. But they're going to be drafting offensive line next year. I mean, they're going to have to.
Again.
Yeah, they have
5
to.
straight years of first or second rounders.
I know, but it's okay. Get it right.
Well,
got to get it right. I mean, I'd rather do that than continue and try to get scraps off the table like Wyatt Teller and Braden Smith. And not to be disrespectful, but they're not at their best. They've been better in the past. They're getting
when you're
older.
Backing up for the Browns and you're released by the Colts. I mean, you're not at your peak.
No, and so that's why I know their names, but you don't want to be in the situation where you're constantly every year, which has been the case for like the last 4 years for Nick. Now he's tried. I do give him credit. He's tried with Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green. He's missed, but you cannot continue to just Band-Aid this thing over with aging veterans who you think you get good. Like, well, we can get them at lower rates. It has to be through the draft. So Keelan Rutledge looks good so far. Ariante Ursary's fine. You try to add one more next year. Maybe Ed Ingram does a good job this year. You add another tackle or guard, and you're getting there. You're getting there a lot quicker if you can just hit next year. So we'll see. We'll see. I think there's a very real chance that it goes Evan Brown and at center and Keelan Rutledge. I think there's a very real chance that happens, which is going to be a shock to everybody. But over there in that building, Wyatt Teller doesn't have any cachet or doesn't have any goodwill stashed. He's in a competition. And I know we just assume that coaches just say that, but I think this is a real thing. It's like a real competition at right tackle and left guard, and I think that's healthy. It's good.
Well, yeah, and I love it that, hey, Nick, I know those are two of your big signings. Wyatt Teller and Braden Smith, those are the two bigger names, bigger than Evan Brown's name. Evan Brown signed before both of them, and it was like, oh, okay, picked up Evan Brown. That's nice. But I love it that, hey, I don't care how big your name is. Who's better? And if Trent Brown is better, and if Evan Brown is better, then play him. And we'll, and the name be damned. It doesn't matter.
You can't say you're all about competition and then the whole team sees if one guy's outplaying another guy, you just start the guy that you signed. Like that doesn't ring true, and that doesn't feel like something D'Amico Ryans would do. D'Amico does feel like a guy who, it'd be one thing if you're giving one guy every opportunity, but it's another when you just bring someone in. Players can tell if you're just covering your ass. You say, well, we drafted him, so we need to keep him. I mean, well, we signed him as a free agent, so I want to, I don't want to, he's not the best guy, but let's give him a shot. No, I don't think that's how the Texans will operate under D'Amico. I know other teams who operate like that, but and I don't know. I don't know if Nick would have just tried to push, but I think Nick's a football guy. I give Nick credit. I think Nick he's trying to win games, and he wants the best guy to play. I'm going to give Nick the credit of saying that this isn't just a D'Amico thing, that Nick's on board with this. I'm going to give him the credit of assuming he's willing to take his lumps. He didn't hang on to Juice Scruggs any more than he had to. I mean, he's like, all right, we got to get him off the roster. He's got to go. We'll trade him. We'll move him. So I do give him that credit.
How much credit?
They didn't hang on to Kenyon Green any longer. He got rid of him.
That's true.
How much credit can you give him for cleaning up his mistakes?
Well, a lot of guys will cover. Will
compound it.
They compound. Yeah, that's the problem.
Did he not Apparently, he compounded it by giving money to guys who can't start for him.
Well, we don't know that yet.
Well, I think
we're going to find out this week.
What was out there?
Well, we don't know. I mean, we got to find out this week what's going on.
You think this thing is still a competition?
I do, because the first week it was one group. The second week there were some changes. This week of practice might be third set. Might be third set where the winner take all. It could be one of those situations.
So they ran their starting quarterback out there, and I think it may be a testament to who's winning that battle, that the quarterback was out there
could
and
be.
that lineup that you saw was out there too.
Hey, Dell, I want to hear from Kelvin Sampson here, but because
on the Texans,
I want to talk about
Is he going to talk about Rutledge too?
I would actually listen if he
H.
talked about it. I would actually listen if Kelvin Sampson was out at Texans practice and he had some comments on the offensive line. I'd say
that Rutledge has some dog.
I
in him.
actually want to hear what he has to say about this.
Hey, this is Willie Fritz's third year with the Cougs. The reason that he came here, he even said it. A buddy of mine was out at practice the other day, and Kelvin Sampson was talking about this. This is a very important time for the University of Houston, and here's Kelvin Sampson telling you why.
I think if you were to ask me, the single most important thing going forward in our athletic department is filling the football stadium. That's number one. I'm on a team. I'm not the team. I'm on a team. And we have to do everything that we can to promote, support, and help Willie and his staff. Willie's awesome, and he's got a great staff. And when I was talking to those kids, I looked around. Usually there'll be 2 or 3 that you'll lose. Every one of those kids looked me in the eye. I don't know how long I talked, but not one kid never not looked me in the eye. And most of them were nodding, which means that they were receiving the information and they were reacting to it. But I didn't come here to speak today.
That's Kelvin Sampson, and his point is this. Got to get out there. Buy your tickets today. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. You got great coaches here. Willie is one of the best coaches in college football, period. Kelvin is probably the best in college basketball. But this is Willie's third year. He always, always, always does great in his third year. It's a big year for the Cougs. They had 10 wins last year, beat LSU at the Texas Bowl. It's time for them to take a step, but you got to be out there. Buy your tickets today. uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, just talking about Willie. He's going to start next Tuesday, September 1st, with us every week, 7:10. Every Tuesday morning, we'll talk to the coach about his team. We're looking forward to – I think they're going to be good. I think they're going to be really good. So that'll be that's going to be – I think this is going to be a fun year. I think they got a chance to win the conference. That Texas Tech game, that third game, is going to be one of the biggest games in the Big 12. They got a chance to get to the playoff.
And they may have to deal with a very veteran quarterback, and Thomas Castellanos, another one of those guys taking advantage of, hey, you all of a sudden have another year. You want to play college football? Come on down. So Tech doesn't get Sorsby. They may get Tommy to go play for them. The former BC Florida State quarterback.
Florida State, yeah. Yep. He doesn't look like his name.
And he's not a great passer of the football.
No.
So Tech with Baron Morton, who's trying to make his way in the league right now. Drop back passer, want to throw the football around. I don't know if they get him, that's going to be what Tech does. They're going to have to implement more of the quarterback run game to make him effective. But that's a big you're not wrong about how big that game is.
That may be for we got Utah, which is going to be good. But
BYU's still going to be good. They got the Bear. Bachmeier's still there. So Don't forget about them. They were in the Big 12 title game. They just could not beat Tech the two times they played and weren't close. So we kind of forget about their year. But they had a good year last year. They're not going anywhere.
Nope. I had my sources out at U of H.
Well, speaking of sources, let's reference something from the great Brian McTaggart. Dana Brown and the Astros have parted ways. Not a surprise. The timing of it, maybe. I don't know why this just doesn't go to the end of the year, but that move has been made.
Yeah. I think Jim was – I don't know that you could be more disgusted with what went on the field. I mean, a 9-game homestand, and I think it was embarrassing. I think losing to the Angels, 18 runs to the Angels? Really? You don't have five legitimate starting pitchers after all of those signings this offseason? You don't have 5 legit. You're starting Ethan Pecco.
And even his saving grace, Peter Lambert, the guy who he let go and then was fortunate enough to bring back, has fallen apart too.
Yeah.
So even that one, which was your most consistent pitcher, he hit the wall. And, losing 3 series in a row to the dregs of the AL, which is almost every team, but particularly your own division. You lost 3 series in a row against the worst teams in your division.
I wouldn't if I think Joe Espada is going through something.
Yeah.
With his family.
You think it's all speculation. If it wasn't for that, it might have been a dual thing.
Yeah, it might have been.
Even with leading the ALS, despite what we know about the ALS, they would have just decided to go with Lopez.
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing what's going on. Yeah. Yes, I think so. It's embarrassing what's going on, and I think Jim just had enough, and that's. Listen, the writing was on the wall before the season started. When they're lame ducks. Last year, their contracts, and they had to be spectacular. And even then, I'm not sure. After he won a World Series, he fired his general manager. So when he gets to the last year of the deal, I mean, if he ain't extending you, then he's telling you something. The writing was on the wall for Dana, and I think it's on the wall for Joe.
Yeah, this was hanging over both guys.
Yep.
From this, really since last season ended, where there was no inclination that either one was going to get an extension, that it just felt like we were going to ride this out, and performance was going to determine whether they would continue to be with the Astros. And, Dana Brown, his whiffs in the offseason, that's tough. I don't know who pushed for Imai. Jim Crane made a visit over there, for business dealings. I don't know exactly how that turned out. So I'm not sure who that's. I know who's going to fall. Who's going to fall on. It's going to fall on Dana Brown. But you can't miss that many times, even if you are kind of hampered by the guys not you've given money to, but the organization's given money to who aren't available, like Javier and McCullers. That money for starting pitching, you didn't get access to because it was given to those guys. But the guys you did trade for or sign simply weren't just bad. They were we can't pitch you bad. Like, we can't even have you in our rotation. That's how bad they were. From Burrows to Weiss to Imai, and now
you don't have you. I mean, and I don't think Javier's awful, and you got Ethan Pecco. You can't start Imai. You can't. I mean, it's Wisniewski. I mean, it is bad. It is bad. This it just is awful. So yeah, I think it was a really embarrassing homestand. If you'd have lost like that on the road, but to lose at home in front of all those dogs, it's 2 straight days.
You think Jim had enough when the Beagles were upset about what was going on?
You know what? But I listen. It's fun. Have a dog day. Everybody brings your dog out to the ballpark. I guess. Okay. But this is the Astros. You got to have silly promotions like that where people get to bring their dogs to the park to get people out to watch what has been the greatest product in the history of this city over a decade.
Well, it reverts back to a time where it was a bit more embarrassing to watch the Astros, or at least stale, the Drake McClain era. There were dog days back then too.
Yeah.
Bring your dog to the ballpark days.
Yeah, but
you don't want to fall back into that, but who rubber stamps that? Who do they bring that to and go, okay, we're going to do that? Because does it get to Jim Crane where he has to go, you know what, let's do that? He can't have his fingers in that pie.
Well, no, but they have meetings, and this is what we're doing. And it's hey, how are we going to get, they absolutely have meetings. How are we going to get people out to the park?
And Jim goes, you know what? Yes to dog day. No to bring your, I don't know, what he would say no to.
Hello Kitty and all that.
Yeah, but that
crap.
doesn't get to him. That's their marketing president, whoever,
well, yeah,
whatever
but
title
no,
that is.
They got to tell. I'm sure they have meetings about it where, we're going to have this Hello Kitty night.
Who brings Hello Kitty to Jim Crane? Who's the guy or
he
woman?
knows what's going on.
Who's the
with
guy
the
or
team?
woman who has to talk to Jim Crane about Hello Kitty night?
They're all sitting in a meeting. This meeting today is how are we getting people out to the park this
By
year?
the way, Hello Kitty, not an actual cat. It's supposed to be a human being who just loves cats. It's not an actual cat.
What?
Hello Kitty is not an actual cat.
Hold on.
I know what it looks like, but it turns out Hello Kitty is not a cat. It is a human child who loves cats.
Well, how come this human child has whiskers?
That's how much she loves cats. Have you seen Hunger Games where they start changing their faces to look like cats?
Where did you hear this from?
What are you talking
I'm
about?
telling you, Hello Kitty is not an actual cat.
Get out of here.
Well, it's but it is Japanese, so
she is depicted as a bright, kind-hearted little girl from London rather than a literal cat. She's not a cat,
I don't even
despite
know
what she looks like. Well, you brought up Hello Kitty night for the Astros.
Well,
yeah.
Lance, you're on the phone. Dana Brown's been fired.
Parted ways, mutually agreed to part ways. Yes.
I mean, obviously, but in season, huh?
Nope. We'll talk about it on the other side.
Wow.
We got more. If you want to get in and anything you want to add to that, you're more than welcome.
She owns a cat named Charmy Kitty.
3776.
Dale's got Hello Kitty.
I'm telling you, she owns a cat named Charmy Kitty.
A cat who owns another cat.
She's not a cat.
That's
she's
called cat slavery.
She's a little girl from London.
I don't like any of this.
It's cannibalism.
She doesn't eat the cats.
I don't like any of this.
What?
Look at the cat. She has cat ears.
I'm telling you.
This is the dumbest segment we've ever done.
And Lexi wants to pull this. I actually
don't, Lexi.
When John went to Hello Kitty, I just decided, you know what? No, this isn't going to be for you, Lexi. We got it. We'll talk about Dana Brown being let go in the next segment, and then you can pull that.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. Those of you just joining us, Dana Brown has been let go by your Houston Astros. I think it was inevitable after the week that the Astros had, one of the worst homestands in recent memory, and Dana Brown is highly responsible for it. All of his signings, all of his pitching signings, only one has panned out. One. And that's Peter Lambert. And that was after he cut him. He signed him, cut him, and then signed him again. Just, fortunately, if not for Peter Lambert, this team would be the Angels.
That's until his Peter Lambert looked like he pitched for the Angels in his last one.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, we'll see whether or not he's hit a wall too. Yeah, This is more than he's ever pitched in his life. So, this is tough. This is tough. I just saw this.
I hope he's not hitting a wall. If he hits a wall, the Astros are cooked.
Yep.
They don't have any other walls to hit. Everyone's hit a wall.
Hunter Brown is up against the wall.
Yeah.
He's not Hunter Brown. He's just not.
No, Christian Javier, unfortunately, right now appears to be Christian Javier.
Yep.
This is who Christian Javier is. He throws
that
meatballs
slider
up there.
Just seems like it's so
It's just
hittable.
so fat. It's such a fat slider.
Yeah.
John, do you want to reiterate your belief now that this news is official? Who you believe his replacement will be?
I believe it's going to be Jeff Luhnow. I've been saying that for a month now.
Longer than that, I think.
Yeah, maybe longer than that.
Longer than that.
So
You said you talked to Leno and he said, "I'm coming."
He never.
No, I never said that.
Well, that's what Jeremy Branham
You better
said.
watch it.
Branham said that.
Yeah, that's not what Branham said about this. So you believe with Luno's coming, and we already saw the manager, at least next year's manager, replacing Joe Espada because he couldn't manage yesterday in Lopez.
Yeah,
those are your two guys that you've heard.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, odds were they were going to both be swept out of it. We already knew Dana was done. There was just no doubt. Dalton Varsho's hitting 160 with the Astros. His OPS is under 600. So even that move he made failed. Almost every move he's made across the board failed, and the only one that didn't was the accidental Peter Lambert pickup because he had too many injuries. Everything else has been an abject failure. No, he didn't have it great, but the job he had done, he took over with the Astros having a bad farm system. When he leaves, their system is considered bad. Nothing changed. He got Cam Smith for Kyle Tucker. I don't care what Kyle Tucker does. They weren't keeping him. So whatever if Kyle Tucker hits 600 or if he hits 100, it's irrelevant. The only thing relevant is what did he get in exchange for Kyle Tucker. And at this point, it's Cam Smith, but also Paredes was part of that deal, right? So that's, that was good. Paredes hit a 17th home run. I mean, Paredes has been a solid player, and that's somebody that they had targeted in the past because he's a Deadpool hitter in a Deadpool stadium. But, yeah, Dana just hasn't done his job. And this was with the pitching moves he made this year, his offseason this year turned out to be terrible. He had no chance of surviving this. And Joe, frankly, doesn't either. Joe has no. They'll let him probably. I don't know, John. You think Joe gets finished year?
Yeah, I do. I think there's personal problems that he's having. I think that might be playing into it. I don't think he's going to last past this, but yeah, I think boy, you want to talk about, Carlos was on the broadcast with the guys yesterday, and he's on the headset, and they're talking to him about, was it yesterday or the day before? I forgot. And it was yesterday. And they're talking to him about hitting and what he's doing in the dugout, on a daily basis. He's, I'm working with all the guys. I'm working with Altuve. I started working with him about a month ago. He's hitting better and all. And they were calling him the hitting coach. And I can tell you, they were saying, okay, hitting coach, thanks. I can tell you that the hitting coach ain't going to be happy about Carlos Correa being in that dugout talking about how he's helping all the hitters. But It's true. If I'm a hitter, I'm going up to him and I'm asking him, hey, what's going on? What's going on with my hitting? And, Carlos really breaks it down. He really is a student of hitting. And so, but I can't even imagine what the hitting coach is like. Goodness gracious, can Carlos not be, can he not be our hitting coach? Can I be our hitting coach like I'm supposed to be? That'd be great. I don't even know who our hitting coach is anymore, to tell you the truth. Does anybody know? That's impossible to know.
No, I know they lost their offensive coordinator. He left to take a job at Wake Forest. They lost him, Dan Hennigan, who they brought in to be their OC of hitting, and they got off to that great start. He's not around anymore. Maybe that's why Carlos took on a bigger role. But he decided to leave the Astros to be an assistant coach at Wake Forest. What are you paying the director of hitting and offensive coordinator if he takes an assistant job at Wake Forest?
Wow. Well, maybe he just wanted to work.
Maybe he went to the school.
Maybe
I don't
he
know.
knows the guy. It's Victor Rodriguez. That's their hitting coach.
Mm-hmm.
No one knew that. It was impossible to know.
You just found it.
Impossible to know.
I've heard the Astros have a really good offense. Last week, somebody on Twitter showed me.
I don't know if you heard. They got the Triple Crown guy.
Somebody on Twitter showed me all of these analytics metrics that showed the Astros are actually quite good on offense. He said, if you look at this, this is actually quite impressive.
Who showed you that?
Some guy.
Some guy, huh?
Yeah, and his entire thing is Astros analytics. His entire is showing how the Astros are actually, like, your eyes are lying to you.
My eyes are lying.
Your eyes are lying to you. If you look at OPS Plus and you look at where they are relative to the rest of the league and blah, 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 I'm like, the rest of the league sucks too, bro. What are you talking about? Stop trying to gaslight me into believing the Astros are good on offense. I'm watching. I see this. This is terrible. This is a job. This is a job to watch the Astros.
I don't know.
It is not easy. John does it from miles and miles away.
Yeah, but
how do you like it, John?
He's been polluted by poker and
68-degree weather in the evening. It's 68. Of course, it's starting at like 5 o'clock. Maybe 73 degrees.
It's
sunny.
been hot here. It's been hot here.
How hot? 82.
No,
we're 103 yesterday. Yesterday was actually
90s.
Only got to 99.
It's been in the 90s.
Big deal anyway. Our feel like's 106 to 108. It's literally like putting your head in a pizza oven right now.
So
I'm playing on Wednesday.
Well, you'll get a taste of it.
Yeah, I know. You love it.
You'll get a taste of it.
So this guy who you can't name told you the Astros offense is good?
I don't want to. His name was, I think, Mark was his name.
Oh, Mark.
But
okay.
he showed me how what I said, because I was pointing out how different
actually
you weren't here last week, but I was pointing out I had a screenshot of the Astros hitting in the '98 season for the whole roster versus this season, and how drastically different it was. Like Brad Osmus would have the fifth best OPS or fourth best OPS on this team, fourth or fifth of the starters. And he was the running joke, he and Tim Bogar, or Ricky, at that time it was Ricky Gutierrez. And when you look at it, they had three guys with over 100 RBIs back then on the same team. They had six guys over 800 or seven guys over 800, six guys over 800 on OPS. Like it's night and day. And then, the analytics crowd jumps in and says, you got to look at OPS plus, you can't look at OPS, normalize against the league, takes into account stadium changes, blah, blah, blah. I said, that's fine. You can go look at it. And then this guy goes, well, actually, if you look at OPS plus across stadium, it's actually, they're not that far off.
Have you looked at OPS plus?
Yeah.
No.
Well, I looked at the homestand, and they went 6 consecutive games scoring 4 runs or less in this homestand. Is that a good offense?
Well, how about a good offense when you score 6 runs? How about that?
Excuse me, 4 runs or less.
Yeah.
6 consecutive games scoring 4 runs or less, and then the one they score 6, they give up.
You'd be surprised
they give
how
up
good
7 in a row to lose.
If you had these numbers in front of you, you'd be surprised how good their offense
I just watch them, and I don't feel like I'm watching.
I told the guy
his
who's data dredging. I felt good to be able to use that phrase.
You like it when you can throw it at someone.
I know when Daryl threw it at me for something that was actually real with Ryan Anderson's 3-point shooting.
Data dredging.
But I'm like, dude, please don't try to gaslight me.
I know what I'm watching.
I said, this is bad baseball. This is bad baseball. And just because the rest of the league is bad baseball when it comes to hitting now, doesn't mean you can actually, against the rest of the league, no, there's no numbers. In fact, the analytics community would actually ask you not to use analytics to make this argument for the Astros, no matter what any of the numbers might say to you, because all it does is hurt their case. Like, you don't, like, bro, just leave the Astros out of this. We're not doing Astros. Don't use any OPS plus. Don't use. Now, if you look at WAR, you want to look at WAR, because that's not going to be a very fun game for you. To look at 98 Astros WAR numbers versus this year,
No,
that's not a fun time.
The numbers are ridiculous.
Not a fun time.
Ridiculously different. All right. 846 ESPN 97.5 713-780-3776. Friday, where are we going to be, Lance?
We are going to be at St. Arnold. And St. Arnold, actually, I got to tell you something now. St. Arnold, if you mention ESPN or my name at all, you're going to receive a free full hour bar package. You don't have to pay for the hour bar package, the expenses that would cost you. Now, ask them for what that means, what that entails. But be sure to ask about details for that. But if you're going to have your private event at St. Arnold, like we're having our listener appreciation event there, that's a great chance for you to free full-hour bar package by simply mentioning ESPN 97.5 or my name. That's all you have to do. And they're great for weddings, family reunions, weddings, birthday bashes they have there. They have big corporate events with the AV set up so that you have a microphone and you have your computer set up so you can do your PowerPoints. You can just have fun happy hours. If you want to have a very large happy hour, you can do that. They've got a larger spot and a smaller place. They've got two different sizes so that you are taken care of. For groups of smaller than 120 to 100 people, they got the Investors Pub, and then they got a space that's good for 20 to 300 people. And I think we're going to be in that 20 to 300 group. As a matter of fact, we will be for our listener appreciation party. They cater the thing for you, so you get great food, beer, cider, soft drinks, whatever you're looking for. They take all the hassles out of your hand, and they're amazing for Christmas parties. So if you're going to do your corporate Christmas party, go lock in the day and the time that you want and get it knocked out right now so you are locked in and you don't have any more hassles to worry about with that. It's starnold.com. Go to private events in the upper right-hand corner, starnold.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All righty, welcome back. Busy morning talking about the Texans. They signed a few guys. Zay Jones, Sterling Shepard, Deuce Vaughn among them. So a couple wide receivers and running backs. They got more guys that they had in. We'll see what they do. Dana Brown was fired by the Astros after a miserable homestand.
Well, now the Astros have announced they have mutually agreed to part ways. Like Dana's like, you know what? I think I want out of here too. What does that mean? How can they mutually part? So Dana's like, yeah, I think it would be best too. Were the Astros going to say, Dana, we'd like for you to go? Are you like, where are you at on this? Do you want to stay or where are we? You know what? I think I want to go too. Yeah, we're good. How does that work where they mutually agree to part ways?
You don't want to be fired in the middle of the season.
What do you think Dana said? What do you think the Astros said? Look, we're not going to – maybe it's possible the Astros said, look, we're not extending you. And Dana goes, no crap. You never let anyone go all the way to the end. James Click won a World Series, and you didn't extend him once he didn't have a contract at the end of the year. Do you think there's a chance they said, listen, we're not extending you? Do you want to go now, maybe look for another job, or do you want to ride out the season?
I don't know if you're out there earlier that you got a chance at another – I don't know.
I don't know that matters, but do you think there's a chance that they said, look, you can either ride out the rest of the season or we can just do this where you can go now if you want to. You still get your paycheck. Maybe it was mutual. I mean, it wasn't going to be mutual at the end of the year.
Well, if you're going to let me go, yeah, it might have been let me go now. I can't watch. Maybe he was tired of watching it. Maybe he was like, this is disgusting.
So Charles Cook, Gavin Dickey, and Connor Huff, the assistant general managers, and senior advisor Jeff Bagwell will be running the team.
And Jim Crane.
And obviously Jim Crane.
Right. They're all in the.
Jim Crane said, have you read Dana's statement? Dana says, I want to – you did read it already?
Yeah, I didn't read it on the air.
Okay, he said, I want to thank Jim Crane for the opportunity to serve my first role as an MLB general manager. The Astros organization and the fans have welcomed me and my family, and I'm grateful to have called Houston home for the past 4 seasons. I wish the organization well, and I look forward to the future as I continue my 36-plus years in pro baseball. So he's letting people know, holler at your boy, I'm still out there. Jim Crane says, over the past 4 seasons, Dana has helped our organization win 2 division titles and has led our baseball front office through key scouting, draft, and development efforts. On behalf of the Astros, I want to thank him for his commitment, energy, and contributions to our organization. We wish him and his family the best. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, that's always nice. I mean, and Dana is a class act.
Yeah, no, I don't. There's, it's just been really unfortunate that he has presided over departures that he couldn't do anything about. Number one, but then secondarily, there has been no fruit from the minor league system that is really anything to really speak of as a top level player, coming up from the minor leagues from a developmental standpoint.
Well, it's better now, and in 4 years he's only had 4 years to work with it. That's about when guys.
But is it better now? It's when he came in, it was rated 27th or 28th now.
Yeah. Well.
It's not considered better now than when he took over is the problem. And here's the other. Now we don't know how the newest players will do, so we'll see at that point. But here's the other thing. I think Dana was also hurt, public perception wise at least, with the Kyle Tucker injury and Jordan and everybody, Jeremy Pena. You think a guy's coming back and then he doesn't come back, and it made him look bad because he had to do a weekly radio show, and he also had meetings in the dugout before certain games. And they asked him updates on injuries, and his injury updates ended up not coming true. And then he had to just get in a place of like, we'll see what happens. Like it made him, I don't know. Am I wrong, John? It made him, since he was the voice of it, since he was the face of it, it made him look incompetent when really we knew it wasn't really on Dana, but he's the guy telling us, well, we're still waiting to see on Kyle Tucker. it's just a bone bruise or whatever he said it was, and he should be back, and then he was out for as long as he was out. Now, they did make a change in the training staff. They changed that, the team trainer, because, there have been all these issues. But it sucks that his first chance of being a GM has a pitching staff completely fall apart physically. The losing the players, that just is what it is. You get into the Astros knowing once you get to free agency, that's a wrap. They're not offering you a league. They're not offering you they're not competing with other teams for your services. However, all the injuries were beyond Dana's control, but I don't hold that against him. What I hold against him is his in-season moves and his roster building and his minor league and his had he really built up a robust minor league system? Now, also, Varsho wasn't his original trade. I didn't mention that. He had who was he targeting, John?
Larnach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Jim
Trevor
Crane
Larnach.
shut that down for Brian Abreu. Now, one could also argue
Brian Abreu.
One could argue that
I'm
Brian
glad
Abreu
Jim did that.
That's what I'm saying. That could also be the argument. But Varsho was not his original target. But I just don't know a good thing Jim did. I mean, no offense, but what did you do that was good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what's your favorite thing Jim Crane did in 4 years?
That Dana did?
I'm sorry. I meant Dana Brown. What's your favorite thing that Dana Brown did over the last 4 years?
The Carl Tucker trade.
Okay, Cam Smith.
No. Isaac Paredes and Wisniewski.
Right. We'll see how long Isak is here. And we'll see if Wisniewski, we'll see if he's any good.
Isak's a 3-year guy here.
Well, this is year 2, right?
Yeah.
So he's got one more year left.
Right.
So sweet.
But that's 3 years of a guy for
Okay.
Kyle Tucker, who sucks.
Yeah, that's fine. Tucker wasn't staying, so it wasn't going to matter. He had to go anyway.
No, but you had to get something for him, and I think he did a good job.
Well, let's face it. That's true. That was good. Cam Smith has to turn into the player because you're trading you're trading one of the Cubs' top players in their organization for Kyle Tucker. So Cam Smith is the highlight guy. Paredes actually could be back with the Astros. I mean, they could actually do another deal with him. I could see them maybe trying to add a couple of years onto his contract.
Absolutely.
I mean, he plays a few different positions. I could actually see them maybe trying to get to him early to see if they can poke a couple more on there so they stabilize the roster a little bit. Maybe, yeah.
They got him next year for 13-3.
But Cam really needs it. We've really got to have
a 3-hole hitter. He's making 9-3 this year, 13-3 next year.
But he's not a core player. Core players who you're going to grow and build with, and that's Cam Smith. So you need Cam Smith to get better. He flashes. He still flashes. There's times. I would argue he's gotten better this year. So there's still time. I'm definitely not giving up on Cam Smith. There's still time. But he's got to – that's the guy, though. That's really the guy that you thought you were trading a core player for a young core player. So Dell's laughing. Dell's laughing about something.
And your number 3 starter came in that trade, too.
No, we're not doing the Wisniewski's a number 3 starter. We're not playing that game.
Number 3 starter right now.
Well, he was terrible last game.
No, I was just laughing at Art saying, you don't know if Dana's a class act.
Actually, you don't. But he seems like it.
He does seem like it.
I mean, a person and with he seems pretty classy. I've never seen him.
Wisniewski's last outing was he shut him out.
Oh wait, the game before, yeah. It was the nightmare before Christmas.
Let's not do this. I'm
not going to get
into. We did this with Arrighetti earlier this year.
Doing pom poms for Wisniewski,
like he's gone.
What a killer trade for
Lambert,
Dana.
Guilty. I get into
your third best pitcher.
All I know is you're a game under 500.
Yeah, who cares if you're the third best pitcher on a terrible team or a bad team at least?
Well, I mean, first place team.
Cool.
Yeah.
Great.
Right. All right, let's break and talk about a guy who's been doing it for 30 years. You would think that after 30 years, you're not going to be as good. How about that you're at your best? And that's my man, Kent Jones, over at Dream Rate Mortgage. An A+ with the Better Business Bureau. It's here's the thing. I think it's stupid right now. If you've heard this before, it's stupid if you're going to buy a house without his help. He doesn't cost you anything. As a matter of fact, not only does he not cost you anything, he saves you money. You don't know the home buying game like he does. He's been doing it. He's been in the mortgage financing business for 30 plus years. He's done over 1,400 mortgages. You think he can't find you money? He is going to make it so. It's incredible what he does for his clients. I think it's silly. I don't care if you've bought 50 houses already. If you don't use Kent Jones, I think it's dumb because he's going to do it better than you do. It's what he does every day, and he knows what's the perfect loan for you. He knows the time to lock in. He knows the title companies. He knows the agents. He knows everything about the game. You don't. He's got so many hacks. He's going to save you money, okay? You need, if you are going to buy a home, Dream Rate Mortgage, 713-520-LOAN, 713-520-5626, or 975loans.com. All right, top of the hour here, 9:04, ESPN 97.5. I'll tell you what, at exactly 9:10, let's call in and get a couple of tickets to the listener appreciation party at St. Arnold. How about this? I mean, we got some nice stuff too. We got a lot of food. Tiff's Treats gonna be there. Okay, Ducky McSweeney's, Ninfa's gonna be there. Who else? We got more.
OMG Burgers. We got word of that last week. They're going to join us out there. Terry Black's Barbecue as well.
We got barbecue. We got burgers. We got Mexican food. We got Texas. We got cheesesteaks. We got treats.
Boot Company will be out there.
Boots. We got treats from Tiff's Treats.
Boots and treats.
Hey, Terry Black's just opened up in Houston.
I saw that, and they're going to join us out at
how about that?
The listener party.
My dad goes all the time out there in New Braunfels. They got like a couple in the New Braunfels area.
So we're going to feed you.
My guy Yakubu,
your guy,
he was dying to my Evertonian. It was, by the way, there was like 300 to 400 people at pitch 25 for the official watch party, and I talked to a lot of people, John, from the Friedkin Group, and I said, the Friedkin Group, Dan Friedkin owns Everton. He also owns Roma. He's a local. He owns a Toyota dealership here, but he's got his hands in a lot of businesses. He's got multiple golf courses. You know one of them, John, Congaree or Dungaree. Congaree, and then and the rumor is he is going to be the one who is fighting to get an NHL team in Houston as opposed to it going to Austin. And I let the people in the Friedkin Group know, like, hey, if if you need a soft place for him to land to talk about bringing the NHL to Houston, let us know.
So you
holler at your boys. And John would like to play golf there.
You've opened us up to asking softball questions?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah.
What does it feel like to
That's
be at
right.
the top of the table, Dan?
Wow.
With the Everton team winning 2-0 against Crystal
You're
Palace?
not top of the table.
We're top
Some team
table.
won
Top
four-
of the table.
Some team won
Well,
4-0.
we're
You're not the top
near
of the table.
top. We're near the top.
By the way,
of the table.
not every team has played, but yes, it is week. Match day 1 of the Premier League, and Everton got a win. But you're not top of the table. Didn't Brighton win 4-0? They're top of the table.
Yeah, they're top of the table. I think we're third.
We say 4-0, though.
Yeah, don't say 4-0.
Whatever.
That's what we're saying. We're not saying standings. We say top of the table.
Still America in some ways. I don't know if you're trying to change it, but this is America. I don't know if you've heard.
I was telling Yakubu about this great West African place, a chopping block I went to. He's like, yeah, I want to go eat barbecue. I'm like, yeah, of course you do.
Yeah.
Why would I go to?
Like, why would he go?
Well, I'm here in London. Where's the Tex-Mex?
Yeah, why would he do that? Why would he come here for
He's like, I could see he
West
didn't.
African food.
He wasn't as excited as I thought he would be.
Of course not.
And then I
He
realized,
get that
like,
all the time.
yeah, he's
always
like,
better
whatever.
homemade.
I didn't come to Texas to Houston to have West African food.
I get that in London. I get that wherever.
So I think they were going to go to either Pinkerton's or Truth. And so I need to check in with my guys to see how that went. I did tell them, they did say, we're thinking about going. They went to the Astros. He had a jersey swap with Joe Espada. They put each other's jerseys on.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Little.
also he went to the Texans facility and hung out with Jonathan Joseph. I talked to him on Saturday about that. I said, what'd you think of the stadium? He goes, God, it was great.
Everyone loves, like, the European mind / West African European mind. When they come over here, they're like, you guys do it right with the stadiums.
They love NFL stadiums.
Even the ones that some owner wants to get rid of or refurbish, they love them.
Yeah, they love him. He's like, man, he goes, I thought it was incredible. Like, it was massive. And I said, yeah, the roof's never open. But I didn't tell him that. But he did want to, I'd asked him if he had ever been here before. He said, yeah, once a few years back. We talked a little bit about Olajuwon when I was at Pitch 25. This is my first time being at Pitch 25. That is a really cool spot.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah, I'd never been there before. I wanted to go to a World Cup when Mbappe won. We got there 2 hours early, and the line was so far out the door that we're like, forget this. We got to find someplace else. But, yeah, Pitch is awesome. What a really cool. I saw Brian Ching running around clearing off
tables.
Clearing off tables. Like, he was working. Bro, I even talk to him. Like, Brian Ching was out there working. Like, he had to work, get stuff done. But no, I told you guys this before. I couldn't believe this. So I found out that in England, they don't have like a Sunday ticket. You don't get to watch every game. If you're not the national game, and there's one game from 3 to 5 p.m., sometime between 3 and 5 p.m. is when that game is on. If you're not the national game, you're not on TV. So I'm like, well, wait a minute. So if I'm an Everton supporter and I live in England, live in Liverpool or whatever, how do I watch?
They're not streaming anywhere?
They don't. He said illegal streams is the only way. I'm like, wait a minute. Your league has been in existence over 100 years, like well over 100 years. 150, 200 years. I don't understand. How do I see my team play? He goes, they're all blacked
the
out.
Owners are losing so much billions of dollars. You get your revenue stream through TV.
So they sell their revenue.
Before you go on, what did you give everyone? What number did you say for the caller? Or just
Someone
caller
3
one?
said,
No.
number 4.
Number 4, right. Got it.
So they sell packages where you can watch the games. Like sometimes you can watch a game right at midnight. You're able to rewatch the game at midnight. You get a rewatch, or there's a highlight package that will come on. I'm like, but how do you? But the American mind can't. How do you see Everton play if you're there? How do you see how are Brighton and Albion or whatever their names are? How does Sunderland? I don't understand. You got to be able to watch your team. He goes, you got to go to the match. I'm like, but what if you can't because the tickets are sold out? How do you see your team play? He goes, illegal streams. I said, do teams like this? And the idea is all the games are played basically at one time. So if you are watching your team play, then you won't go to, this is the thought process. It's so stupid. Then you won't go to, the championship was the league below or the second division below that. You won't go to those matches. You won't go to any of those games. And they're trying to protect, those teams so that people will still attend those matches as well. I'm like, what? That's dumb. If you're a fan of those teams, you can go to those teams. What do I care about that? Like, this is dumb. You got to, what do y'all, get a Game Pass going. What are y'all doing? You know how much money you can make with a Game Pass? This is ridiculous. You black out every game? Every game is blacked out? How do you even know there's a sport going on? What do you, I can't conceive of it. We have local TV and radio deals, but forget radio.
We have 40 different ways to watch the NFL.
Yeah.
40.
And in baseball, you got to pay your fee for however you're going to get Space City Sports. Yeah, for basketball, but we have you're going to be able to see your games. I legitimately could not believe that people in England can't watch their teams play. They're all black. All the games are blacked out unless they're on national TV. I couldn't fathom that. I said, are there bars? He goes, yeah, you got to know which bars to go to where they know the illegal streams. And I'm like, your whole entire fan base is run off of illegal streams is how you see your team. What in the backwards ass thing? Do you know how much money the Premier League makes?
That's why they're all losing billions, and all the NFL owners are winning.
They literally have to get private equity in to finance their money that they lose. They have to bring people in to finance. They have to take loans to finance money that their clubs are losing.
How big are these clubs' fan bases that they're trying to? Hey, you got to go to the games. Well, you would
the
think
stadiums aren't 70,000.
Yeah, they're not 100. This isn't college football where you got 100,000 people you're packing in. So
42 is a big stadium, I guess.
So certainly there are a lot of clubs across that country. Hell, London has 6 clubs in the Premier League, and they have multiple in the Championship, the lower division. So there are plenty of clubs, more than here as far as our top leagues. But these fan bases are large.
Now that I think about it, in 23, I was in London in May. My wife and I took our post-draft trip, and I actually told her I got to go watch Everton. If they win, they stave off relegation. If they lose, they're relegated, or if they draw. So I got to go find a pub and go watch it. And I found one that had Everton, and I watched it, and I didn't think anything about it. I guess that was the national game.
Well,
I guess.
Were you in England at the time?
I was at England at the time. I went in a pub and watched Everton play.
Unless they had an illegal stream.
Yeah, but I mean, this was being told to me by the social media director who has worked for the club for 12 years. This isn't some fan like, well, that's bad information. No. And I said, are you guys good? Do owners like this? Do y'all like this? Do you think it makes you, that you sell more tickets this way? Because I got news for you. The amount of money that you could make, he goes, no, you don't understand. Kevin Cooper actually was telling me. Kevin Cooper was the one, John, who used to work with the Texans, was there, and he was the one telling me this. I'm like, wait, you're kidding. He goes, no. He goes, come over here. Brian, I think his name was. He goes, if Lance wanted to watch Everton matches, is he better off being in Liverpool where they play or in the America? He goes, America. You get more games here. I'm like,
That's crazy.
What? He goes, yeah. In America, there's way more games you can get. And Coop pulled up his app. He said, I can watch right now 4 games today on this app right here, 4 games. In London, you got 1 game, and that's in England, you got 1 game, and that's it. Everything else is blacked out.
That's
it's the dumbest. It's literally the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
So your new stadium, recently built, what's it called? Hill Dickinson Stadium, seats about 53,000 people.
I didn't even know it was that big.
For a game. Now, I'm going to go to Everton's Instagram account and just see how many fans they have. Over 3.3 million. Now, not all of them are in the area, of course.
Right.
But how does it serve your fan base in England when only 53,000 of them, and by the way, there's a road section too, so it's not all Everton fans. How does it foster the relationship if they can't watch you play on a weekly basis?
Just I don't know how it's gotten this far where this is the norm instead of selling a league pass. I really legitimately can't conceive of the revenue that could be made by just every fan who can't get to those games is going to buy a league pass. It doesn't change. If you want to be part of the atmosphere, you're going to get a ticket if you can afford a ticket. That's not going to change. We have that here.
We talk about every time we talk about their financing, they lose. These teams are losers of billions of dollars. They have all these revenue streams that they just ignore. It's just stupid. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776 is the number to call. There's other stuff we haven't gotten to yet that we have to. Right now, we got our winner, Del, for
it'll be one of the good Julians.
Good Julian one. Good,
I'm sure
good.
Sure we have multiple good Julians, but it's certainly not the one who we despise.
Who hates our teams.
Our teams, loves the 49ers, not that one.
Screw that, Julian. IBEW. And here's the deal about IBEW. I want to talk about IBEW for you. I want to talk about your life. I want to talk about you're going to work right now or you're sitting at home not loving what you do. If you don't love what you do, if you're not happy about your pay, if you think it's a dead-end job, if you don't have you got full family health insurance, do you have high wages? Do you have retirement planning? Do you have a 401k? Do you have all of this stuff? Well, there's still time, okay? I don't know where you are in your life, but there's still time for you to get better. International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 66, wants to talk to you, okay? Well, I don't know about anything about electricity. Doesn't matter. They got classroom learning, paid on-the-job training, nationally recognized career. In as little as 3 to 5 years, you're going to be full-time, full bore, full go. They got 4,800 members to this. I mean, it's huge. So you'll find your way. Don't worry about it. IBEW66.com. You're sitting there and you're not happy with your life about what's going on. Make it better. IBEW66.com. Powering careers, powering the future.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Deshaun Watson, starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. He was named the starter just minutes ago. Oh, and by the way, another Ashton Genty is just a sprained ankle.
Okay.
Yep, that's good news for
Yeah, I can
anybody
tell
who
you this
drafted him.
now. I think the Raiders could be interesting with Mike Washington. Mike Washington looks good.
What do you mean interesting?
Well, interesting on offense.
Oh, okay.
Ashton Genty, Mike Washington. I think Fernando Mendoza is going to be a pretty good quarterback. Defensively, they're terrible. So, is what it is. But I do think offensively that could be and Brock Bowers.
When are we going to
obviously.
see Mendoza?
My guess is week 8 when they play the Jets. I think we make it 7 weeks of Kirk Cousins. Maybe earlier. Could be 6 weeks, 5 or 6 weeks of Kirk, and then you look to trade Kirk Cousins before the deadline if a team has a quarterback injury. Maybe use him as a leverage to try to get your hands on a 4th-round pick, maybe 5th-round pick.
If he's that good, how good would the Raiders be if Kirk Cousins can get you a 4th-round pick when they're trading him?
Well, it's less about how good Kirk. I mean, it'd really be more about somebody being desperate that you think Kirk Cousins. You would need Kirk Cousins to be functional.
He'd have to play pretty well.
Yeah, he'd have to play okay. I mean, a 4th is really high for a rental quarterback. It's probably more like a 5th. Because the team will have some leverage. Like the Raiders would have leverage over a team if the Texans. No, the Texans are a bad example because we just go Davis Mills. But if the Broncos, no, I mean,
the Vikings lost Kyler Murray and they were pretty good. Would they do that again? Bring Kirk?
Well, they got Wentz over there now with JJ. I think JJ McCarthy's going to be the 3rd quarterback. They got Wentz. I doubt it. I don't know who's desperate at quarterback, 2nd quarterback. Who do the Colts have? Maybe the Colts would call Kirk Cousins.
Well, they did it with Phillip Rivers, so
yeah.
Yep.
Back to the Browns. Mike Florio. Mike Florio said, if you put this was before this came out, if you put Deshaun on the field, you are giving your fans a great big giant flaming middle finger. You cannot. This is an entertainment business. What he did, what he said is unacceptable, and you cannot do this to your fans.
Okay, are y'all
15 minutes later, he's the starter.
He's the starter. I think he did that on purpose because he knew there was a chance, and it makes the statement even louder.
Well, he has now written about how it's a 2-week audition on the road. He thinks, hey, they're going to give him a chance to play on the road.
He's got a short leash.
Yeah. The first 2 games are on the road.
You know, it maybe gives you more time to get Shador ready.
Yeah, if he's good, okay, the fans will be back on side. If he's bad, then you can just go to Shador in week 3 when you're back at home.
Listen, you're trying to get a quarterback next year too.
Then play Deshaun the whole year. Well, Shador's not great either, but
I'm not sure it's really going to make any difference over there. You're going to have to take
he's worse.
Andrew Berry.
Shador's worse.
Andrew Berry's in major what do you do if you're Andrew Berry? There's nothing you can do. You need to be bad, and then you got to hope that is it Jim Haslam? Yeah,
Jimmy Haslam.
Yeah. You got to make sure. I was to make sure it wasn't Lerner. That Jimmy Haslam doesn't just get rid of you. You know, because you need to be bad so you can, which I don't think is going to be a problem, so you can pick up one of these quarterbacks.
Well, who's the quarterback?
Well,
you haven't done all your work on them, obviously. But
no, I looked at Mestermaker, Arch. I looked at I looked a little bit at Sellers. Looked at Dante Moore pretty good. I think Dante Moore could end up being.
So there isn't a clear-cut one in your eyes
Not
right now?
to me. I mean, Arch has got to get a lot better. Dante Moore has some holes, but Dante's closer to being that. But he didn't have Arch's size. And Mestermaker is going to be kind of interesting out of Oklahoma State, but I don't see him as a 1. Yeah, I still, for as much as this being a much better quarterback draft, it's still some of the same issues. Darian Mensah, I do think is going to have a good year at Miami. I think he's not a big guy. He's another one that's not very big. Lenore Sellers is big and can run a little bit, but he's just not a good passer.
Dante Moore. Yeah, I mean, There's gonna be a
Someone
guy.
will emerge because
Someone will emerge
because they have to.
But
Everyone
you're going
loves
to be
a quarterback.
drafting him ahead of Jeremiah Smith.
Yeah.
And Jeremiah Smith will end up being a Hall of Famer probably. And you're going to end up drafting a quarterback who is going to be a coin boy.
Well, coin boy.
The coin has spoken.
The coin.
I don't want to draft a coin boy quarterback.
Heads, I'm good. Tails, I bust.
I'm not looking for that.
Ding. That's what it is. You draft a quarterback this year, you may be a coin boy.
Wow.
Did you guys see the guy come off the top rope at the White Sox game?
Yes, and then I saw him get immediately grabbed. Once he landed his drop kick, the guy who he drop kicked grabbed him and ragdolled him like 3 rows down.
It looked like there were 4 guys beating him.
John, I thought
somebody
somebody's going to get thrown over the railings. What is happening to your city? Honestly, you're a White Sox fan.
I want to tell you something.
What is happening to your city?
That stadium, when it first opened, I went there and I took my dad.
It looks like it's very.
It's like straight. It's like you're climbing a ladder.
That's what it looks like.
It's like you're climbing. I was like, oh my God. You feel like you're looking straight down.
They were in the upper deck too.
And in the upper deck. It's scary. And these guys are fighting. Listen, the White Sox fans had the Cub fight.
Yep.
Last week at Wrigley.
Mm-hmm.
They had the Mets fight this week at I don't know what the name of the stadium is. White Sox.
Is that who they fought yesterday?
They were fighting the Mets, yeah.
Or probably each other, too, to an extent.
Yeah, it could have been each other. Yes, absolutely.
I mean, I saw Cub fans fighting Cub fans.
When I grew up, it was just I don't know. I went to I don't know how many games. Every game there was a fight in the stands. Every game. White Sox fans are the most fightingest fans ever. When we were playing them in the when the Astros were playing them in the playoffs and we were behind, we were there. We were sitting with the Astros families. There was a guy running up and down the aisle, F you, screaming F you at us, and it was like, oh my God. It was the worst of all the places. And I've been to playoff games for Astros playoff games all over the country. The worst place by far was Comiskey, was the White Sox. By far.
Yeah.
It is the worst. And they just 2 weeks in a row, they had some of the best fights. That was a great fight at Wrigley, and now this was a great fight the other day.
It's your homeland. Should anyone be surprised those people treat other people poorly?
Well, not all of us are like that.
Oh, okay.
Well, they are. I mean, these fights, the one I really thought somebody's getting thrown over the railings to their death.
Yes.
It really looked like that because you could see how vertical that stadium was. People kept falling forward over rows of seats. I'm like, good Lord, somebody's going to get thrown down. This looked like a game of Plinko. Point. They're just bouncing off of stadiums. And I was like, good Lord, this is not good. I mean, this is going to be really bad. But they were throwing haymakers in there. And the guy jumped 3 rows down and drop kicked another guy. And the other guy got drop kicked instead of literally falling to his death, which I thought was a possibility. He's a big guy. He snatched up this little fella and threw him down 3 rows himself.
Yeah, it was
like,
great.
good Lord, what kind of fights are going on?
Find the White Sox-Mets fight and just watch. It is.
Let me tell you something. The security in the city of Chicago is an atrocity.
Yeah.
They don't do anything.
Oh, really? Chicago might be dangerous? Okay.
Well, the baseball parks sure are.
Yeah.
There's no security. Security
I know
doesn't do anything.
It took forever for them to get there.
They don't. And then, like at Cubs, the guys in the Reds were like, red shirts were like, please stop. Guys, come on. Cut it out, guys. Let's just be friends. We're all in this together. As they stood like 40 feet away as this one guy's getting punched in the face 13 times in a row. Hey, what's the problem, guy? Get in there. And I said that, and one of these guys, Danny, who follows me on Twitter, he's like, well, they may have a no-touch policy. You know, what are you supposed to do? Lose your job? Why would you get in there and do that? Risk what? Risk death for that? What? Then don't take the job if you're a loser.
Well, if they tell
if your job is security, we all see security. There's 1 or 2 security guards in this world. There's always 2 different security guards. One guy who you say he's not secure or she's not securing anything. Mm-hmm. This is somebody who's just catching a paycheck. And you see the other guy usually working a bar somewhere.
Yeah.
And it's like This guy could end up making you go viral.
Like, what do you
if you
think
want to get
the
in his
instructions
face.
are for a security guard
I don't know.
at a sporting
I've
event?
seen him get in there and get at football. I've
Yeah.
seen security guards at football stadiums get in there.
You
And
got to mix it up.
although sometimes
You
it's
got to mix it up.
you got to start.
You do.
Yeah, you wear something.
I mean, well, here's the deal, though. There was one just I ain't doing it until I have some backup. Okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
You know, I mean, I saw
Unless
one
you're
guy
that
just
guy.
standing there, and I'm like, yeah, that's pretty much
see
what I
some
would do
of the
too
people
until there's a bunch of us here.
who aren't allowed to face the field. They're looking up into the crowd. Some of them at like soccer games or football games.
Yeah.
They're not about that life. They're
No,
not-
rarely do
they're
they
not-
look at.
like they may chase a guy on the field if someone runs on the field, but for the most part, they're just looking up, and if they see
It's not
something-
real security.
There's not real security. They're not in there to stop any physical altercation. In fact, they're amused like all of us are when it happens. They're just like us. They're looking up there going, "Oh, that's funny. Some guy's beating the hell out of someone else."
Yeah.
The guys who have the women and the men who have those garish yellow shirts on, or whoever they work for, they're not getting in there to help. That's not their job.
No, well, it should, but in some places it should be. You should have some security guards that are scary. Like you got to have a security guard because I know at a bar, you know not to mess around.
There's a video of
bars
a Raiders
have real
fan.
security guards.
There's a video of a Raiders fan who's just going nuts on the crowd.
The one who was punching a girl?
No,
From a
this
few
one,
weeks
I
ago?
don't- Anyway, it took 5, and there were big guys. It took 5 of them to get him out of the stadium. I mean, you got to be a big dude to be a security guard at a stadium,
Or just have
you gotta
a
be
taser.
strong. You got to be strong now.
Yeah.
because you might have Raider fan
Well,
or
that's
White
who
Sox
you
fan.
hire, though. You know, you want to hire somebody who is strong enough to handle the job.
Yeah, none of us are working at security.
I'm not trying to be. I'm not taking that job.
I don't want that.
I'm not
job.
asking for the job.
No, and you best pay me too.
Oh, you don't get paid what you would hope for.
Probably not great. That's the
Speaking
problem.
of getting paid, a guy is showing Deshaun a picture of Deshaun fixing his earring. Your $75,000 earring with your $50,000 watch and your $250,000 bracelet and necklace. And talking to a fan base that averages $40,000 a year.
Well, they were
mean,
mean.
Deshaun, know
They
your
were-
crowd.
They
you
were
idiot.
rooting against him, and they cheered when he got hurt, John.
Yeah, that would probably make
That
me.
would probably bother
That would
someone.
I will admit, if I tore my Achilles, like if I was at a listener event and I hurt my ankle, getting off the stand,
And
getting
people
off
were
the
like,
stage,
"Yeah!"
and everyone started cheering for me, I'd be like, all right, all y'all,
Well,
this is on now.
That
I'm
would
gonna
make
remember
you
this.
angry.
I'm gonna remember this.
All those faces.
I'll
Yeah,
put
but
you
wait-
all on a list.
It wasn't, well, that happened, but they were booing him for how crappy he was the other
Yeah,
day.
but you never
Yeah,
forget.
that was just-
You never forget if you tear your Achilles, you got a stadium full of your own fans cheering the event. I don't know that ever leaves you, honestly.
No, that one he's got legitimate beef.
That's a
and
gripe.
that probably wasn't a stadium of everyone clapping.
Yeah, it wasn't the entire 70,000.
I'm sure a lot of Browns fans thought the ones who did it were low class.
But I'm sure there were enough of them that.
But to him, you hear it like,
all right, all y'all. All
I'm
y'all.
King Kong in this. He went straight training day on it.
Everyone gets some smoke.
Everyone
and you
can
know
get
the
it.
smoke he's giving them? Throwing
Yeah.
balls short of receivers.
I mean, to be fair, Deshaun Smoke, he's not a yeller and scream.
No.
He's
He'll
very
just play
calm.
awful. He'll
He's
just be
very
awful.
calm, just like you here. Oh, I got to
Every-
start week 1. Sweet. Good luck, Browns.
Well, but
Watch
every
this.
time I hear him talk, I'm reminded he ain't the sharpest tool either.
Hold my
Okay.
Erewhon $400 smoothie while I hold this while I get in this game. I'll show
All
you.
right, we got a break. You need to talk right now about Doc Kaplan.
Dr. Kaplan is our girl Lexi is going to go in. I think this week. I'm excited to see. I'm excited for her to get the relief I get. It's strange waking up every morning. I was thinking about it today. See, listen to this. That's both of my nostrils just killing the game because I don't have. They've cleaned my sinus passages out. You don't know how miserable you are until it's corrected. You realize, man, I just had learned to live with not being able to smell, constantly having to blow my nose, and then still feeling completely full. It's because it is completely full. It's impacted in there. Dr. Kaplan goes in with this balloon sinuplasty, clears it all out. and recovery time doesn't take that long. I've told the story before. I had it on a Friday. I was at a World Cup match on Saturday. The next day, I was at work on Monday. No time missed. I had my deviated septum corrected as well, so I had a larger job done, but it's made all the difference in the world, and he can do the same thing for you. It's a real ear, nose, and throat office, so maybe you have ear issues, you got ringing in your ears, you got issue with your ears, you got issues with your throat. They can see you for all that. But Dr. Kaplan majors in sinus issues, and he can get you right. I promise. Go in, get your consultation. They can explain everything to you. But I promise you he can get you on the road to living a better life, a better quality of life. Live well, breathe well with Dr. Michael Kaplan, kaplansinusrelief.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. Dale, you got to figure out what we missed. I think we hit a lot of stuff today, but we got to figure out what we missed before we hit News of the Weird in the next segment. But we do have Michael, who's got a possible trade for our Houston Texans. What do you say, Michael?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, what team you think could bottom out mid-season and be a seller? Like, I know Arizona, Marvin Harrison Jr. has been brought up, but what about their Arizona's tight ends? Or what about the Vikings and Jordan Addison? I know that Justin Jefferson's probably not ever going to be traded, but what about the Saints and Chris Olave? I know he's got a massive contract, but what do you guys think?
Chris Olave is Jordan Tyson is out for 2 months with a hamstring. He's got hamstring issues dating back to last November that he hasn't come back from. To me, if you're the Saints and you got a young quarterback on Tyler Shuck, it would be literally criminal to get rid of your top receivers. I cannot see that with them. And, John, there's no way I can see Trey McBride is not going to be up for sale over there. Marvin Harrison Jr. is an interesting one, and then Jordan Addison. I think Jordan Addison, I'm trying to remember if they gave him an extension.
I think they did right before he got suspended.
No. 4-year rookie contract. So the Vikings exercised his 5th year, keeping him under team control until 27. He is a guy I can see them parting ways with because he's just had so much trouble off the field. Now, let's ask this question. Is DeMeco Ryans going to want a guy like Jordan Addison, who's had DUI? He's had, I got to remember what all his.
He had a drug suspension.
Is that what it was? Yeah. Yeah, he's had some issues. I don't know that he would be somebody who'd be considered very swarm. Remember, they do expect Jaden Higgins back next year. So, but it's not the worst idea in the world. I don't think they can think about grabbing. Here's the Harrison problem. If you grab Marvin Harrison Jr., you might as well move or you might as well have the plan to move Jaden Higgins out of there. Because how are you going to pay? Are you making this trade and you're just going to let Marvin Harrison walk and try to get a 3rd round pick in the it's only going to be year 3 for him, and I assume he'll have a 5th year option picked up by any team that has him. But you're going to have to pay Marvin Harrison Jr. Nico Collins getting paid. Like, we've already gone through this whole thing. CJ's due for a big deal. Maybe not $70 million, as Jeremy Branham had said on Twitter, that caused a national uproar, in case you missed that, because it was almost sounded like a statement of fact. Like, he wants $70 million. They're offering 50 to 55, and people, he is after that playoff. He's a fool. He and his people are stupid. And then other people said, Jonathan Alexander from the Chronicle said, Jeremy, I've seen some of your takes are a little borderline. This is just patently false. He said, I've talked to the sources, and that's not going on. And then Jeremy's like, I'm just saying that's deductive reasoning. That could be what he's looking for. Like, you might want to lead with that. Like, I'm not a journalist. I just give takes. Like, yeah, but you're in the city of Houston. You're on the radio.
Definitively.
The way you say it, to be fair, the way he said it sounded like that he's looking for 70. That's what he said. CJ wants $70 million. Based
I
on
want
what?
$70 million. Everybody wants $70 million.
Yeah. So Deshaun is going to get paid a lot of money. So I don't know if you want to add a guy like the cool thing about Jaden Higgins is that you had him for 4 years under club control with paying a 2nd round price tag. Now you're going to lose year 2 and you'll have 2 more years. But to his point, I don't think it'll be Chris Olave. Will anyone try to sell? Jordan Addison may be available. Don't know if he's the Texans type of guy. Will there be sellers, John? Dolphins don't have really anyone left. The Bengals wouldn't, although the Bengals had somebody on their roster that looked interesting to me. Steelers will have Jeremy Bernard, DK Metcalf, and Michael Pittman. Is there any way that they would be interested in moving Michael Pittman or DK Metcalf? Would that be an interest to you? It has to work financially too. Yeah. But the Steelers maybe could be a disappointing team.
I don't know that they'll do that before the season.
No one who thinks they're a competitor is going to give the Texans help unless they get a great pick.
Other things that have happened. What about Keelan Russell being named Alabama's quarterback?
Mm-hmm.
That's he's looked really good. Did you guys see that Max Johnson?
Oh my gosh,
that man
Max
still playing
Johnson is
football
signed
in
with
college.
Georgia Southern.
This is his 4th starting role with 4 different teams.
This is his 7th year.
Just go. No.
Yeah.
He's a 7-year guy.
7 year.
So Tyler
He was with LSU for 2, A&M for 2, and Carolina for 2.
Was Shuck a 6-year guy or 7-year guy? I think Shuck was Tyler Shuck, the Saints quarterback. He came in with Trevor
Case
Lawrence.
Keenum was a 6-year guy.
I think 5. That's back when 5 was like,
No,
oh my
Case
God, he's
was
been here
longer than
forever.
that.
You sure?
Yeah.
You sure on Case?
Yep. I'm almost positive Case was a.
Yeah, you guys don't have this smoke for Case Keenum.
No, he wasn't.
Case was a 5-year player from 7 to 11,
Mhm.
07 to 2011.
Yeah, he's 5-year, and that's back when we were like, God, he's been here 5 years. He's been here forever.
The difference for him compared to some of these
He tried
guys
to
is
get the 6th year. They didn't give him.
he played 13, 14, got hurt in 2010, only played 3, and then
And he
played
got the
14
medical red
and
shirt.
11.
That's back when they used to be more strict. That's also back when if you used to play, you burned your red shirt.
Yeah. But
So
yeah,
he had to get a medical red shirt.
even
So no,
with
he
3.
he had 5. He had 3 seasons thrown for over 40 touchdowns. 40, 44, 44, and 48.
Yeah.
3 of his seasons. But no, how about his last year? 48 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. But no, the 5 and that was a joke. Case is here forever.
Yeah, people
now
make fun
you have
of
people
Case.
who are for real here forever. Tyler Shuck went into college football at the same time Trevor Lawrence did, and Trevor Lawrence got a second contract in the NFL. He went to college. He was in the same recruiting class as Trevor Lawrence, and Trevor Lawrence got a second contract before Tyler Shuck was drafted.
First 2 years at Oregon, 3 at Tech, and then 1 at Louisville. So
That's 6, but was there one that he didn't play? Wasn't he there 7 years?
19,
He's 26
no,
now.
Unless he got there in 18 and then was a redshirt. He played in 19. He played in 19 through 24.
Well, because he was I think
Yeah,
he did get there in 18
He
because
did get there in 18.
he did because he was 18, 19, 20, and that was
didn't throw a pass in 18.
Yeah. So he was 7 years in college. And now the news is Daquan Wright is – now this isn't the first guy. The Longhorns got a defensive tackle – an offensive guard back the other day who got cut in a camp. So he came back.
Was it Hudson?
Hudson. I had a GM, John, this weekend joke. Well, he said it was a joke, but now I think he knew something. He said on Saturday, he said, soon we're going to have guys making deals with college teams that, hey, we're going to cut this guy, but we'll let him go back and you guys can pay him so we don't have to pay him, and then we'll stash him because we still have his rights. Now, Daquan had to be cut. But what happens if you cut a player who you drafted? Like, do you retain? I had to check into this. I just AI'd it, and it turns out Daquan Wright will go into a draft a second year in a row. He was undrafted this year. Daquan Wright from Ole Miss last year, who's going to LSU with Lane Kiffin now, after being in camp as an undrafted free agent with the Browns, he was cut. He's going to go to LSU, make a bunch of money doing that, which, good for him. He's taking his 5th year. Now, I do want to say, this is a 1-year deal. They got what's called a 5-for-5 where they're giving everyone who from 22 is it? You get the 5th year. If you didn't take it, you can have a 5th year. Well, unfortunately, people like my buddy Dusty, his daughter is sitting there waiting to see if she'll get a college volleyball scholarship because she's probably going to be impacted by girls who are coming back for a 5th year of volleyball. So she may not get a scholarship. There's real high school people who are not going to get scholarships because of this rule, which is unfortunate. It's actually, I think, doing some damage, and it's because the court system they just constantly, I don't know. They only say you have a right to do whatever you want whenever you want if you're a college player, and that's that. And you can always find a friendly judge. No matter what judge says no, there's always another judge that will say yes.
Right. And this one that Daquan is going to be, it was a Louisiana judge that said, yeah, they can play.
No,
5th year.
It was a Louisiana judge?
Yeah, it was a Louisiana judge.
Oh, my God.
And now, but they said, I was reading this morning, they said, this is not going to happen every year. This is just specifically for these
because it's
players.
the 5-for-5 year.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be the only year it happens, so
right.
that I know of. Until it goes to court again.
Right. Until they go after it again.
I mean, legitimately, why can't Darren Hittner, one of these guys who kind of does this stuff, why don't you go for another? Why don't you see if you can get it again? Although what the government has that plan in place, or I don't know if it's the Protect College or if it's separate. I knew what the government wanted to do was say, you get 5 years. Everyone gets 5 years to finish college. You get 5 years and that's it. That would be because if you're a good player, you can go out after 3. If you're a good player, you can be there 3 years and go out. You could choose to go out. And if you don't, okay, 5 years. I mean, I don't really have a problem with it. More and more teams are using the red shirt than ever before, where they'll play you 3 games and they pull you before the 4th game. So I don't really have a problem with the 5-year thing. At least it's a rule. At least there's a rule in place.
Absolutely. All right, let's break. That it, Dell? Is that we hit everything?
We got to reiterate, Dana Brown was fired for those who haven't heard.
Yeah, if you missed it, Dana Brown mutually parting ways with the Astros. 4 years of diminishing returns as the years kept going, and they make the move. That's the big news. I'm sure we'll talk about it throughout the day here on ESPN 97.5. Next up, John, what is it? News of the Weird? I haven't been here for a week. Do we still do that?
We still do news of the Yep, you haven't been here, but we didn't change.
All right.
That's coming your way next, right here on ESPN 97.5. But first, Lance and I are talking about Billy Brown. We're talking about the great plumber that we have in the city of Houston that we love. We have been, we're big fans, both of us. He's done so much for us, and we really appreciate what Billy does, not only for us, but, there's so many people, so many listeners that are like, Billy is the best. It's unbelievable. Tommy Stark put out last week, Billy said, oh, yeah, you're going to get a free water heater just with this job that we're doing. And Tommy was like, it's unbelievable. It's just unbelievable what Billy does. And whether it's an emergency or you got something that can wait, and that's fine. Billy will be there as soon as he can, and he's going to make sure that his guys do the best job, Lance, without charging you anything to show up.
Yeah, and that's the thing is he just comes out and says, okay, his guys will come out very quickly. He's got a lot of crews, and they say, this is what's going on. This is what it costs to fix it. Other people make you pay up front for them to go diagnose it, and then they say, well, if you use us, we'll just put this money towards whatever it costs to do the job. Well, guess what? They've got you leverage now. They can charge whatever because you don't want to have to pay that money and then pay someone else to come out and do it all over again, make the assessment. So Billy Brown says, we just treat people fair. We say, this is what it is. This is a very fair price. We're completely transparent, and we fix big jobs, small jobs. We do it right the first time. They even clean up other people's mess. So if you had a job not done right, like I had, Billy and his guys, Aqueduct Plumbing Company, will come out and fix it. 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238. Or you can go online to see all the services they offer at aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
This is a little weird only in that I can't believe it. The 10 wealthiest suburbs in America. Number 1, Scarsdale, New York. Average household income of $612,000. Do you know what number 2 in America is? It's close to home, people.
Where?
West University Place, Texas.
Oh, wow.
The city's named right by Rice. Average household income is $439,000. The average home is worth $1.7 million. River Oaks, step back. Okay? You're West U's bitch.
What? You better watch what you're saying.
Yeah, that's right. I said it. You want to live. Okay? Well, you better move to West U because that's where it's happening. River Oaks probably isn't a suburb. That's probably why.
Not really.
It's not really a suburb. But West U is. And it's
West U is a suburb?
West U, number 2 in the country.
Is a suburb.
West U is a suburb, yeah. It's got its own government.
Rice is in West U. Is Rice, is it a fully functional democracy there?
That's a private university.
Is it an autocracy?
Oligarchs running around?
Are oligarchs? Well, actually, oligarchs do run Rice.
Well, speaking of which,
and they don't help their
apparently there's a
football
Belgium car salesman. He's been confirmed as a prince. They found out, well, somebody was messing around and had a kid, and he's got royal blood. They named him a prince, and he's selling cars in Belgium.
You know why?
You wish that
but
your dad might have messed around.
Well, I like the fact that he's got that kind of work ethic. Like, yeah, maybe royalty, but you know who else did that? Is Eddie Murphy, Prince Hakeem. Whenever he worked at McDowell's, and he was and he was royalty, and he worked at him and his friend. What was his name? He did woo woo woo. What was
the talk show host at night?
Arsenio. Yeah,
Arsenio Hall.
It was Prince Hakeem and Arsenio were out there working at a McDowell's, which was nothing more than McDonald's, but they just changed a couple things up.
And John Amos was their boss.
And no one knew how rich they were. What about undercover? Yeah, John Amos was their boss. What about undercover boss, where people go in and pretend to be just regular workers so they can find out their workers hate them?
Right.
I only watched that show one time, and I was like, I got too nervous.
Who do you feel worse for, him or Deshaun?
I feel bad for Deshaun.
Yeah, but if you're the boss and you find out that everybody hates you,
let me tell you,
kinda sucks.
I just feel so bad for Deshaun.
Would you like that to be a drop going forward?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I was just joking.
Okay.
My apologies.
Too late now.
I apologize to you. I apologize profusely. I don't feel bad for Deshaun.
I feel bad for.
Hold on. Let me get this $75,000 diamond stud out of my ear real quick.
Yeah, I mean,
I've got things.
I think.
This could pay for the. This could pay for your mortgage.
He was definitely
your
fiddling
house.
with that ring. I mean, that earring on purpose, just to prove a point. He was like, "Yeah."
Hold on. What were y'all saying? My watch is too tight.
He was doing well. He probably learned from Shador. Shador will flash his watch after scoring touchdowns. Deshaun will go up there. Yeah, I mean, they're really mean to me. A couple years ago, kind of never forgot it. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, my ear's itchy. Don't worry about it. Child of God.
Well, did you see DeMar picked off Shador?
Yes.
And he did the watch.
And I saw the comments under.
The comments were fantastic.
What if Shador beat him for a touchdown? What type of celebration would he do?
CPR.
There was a lot of people joking about a man who died on a football field.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that. I just want to point that out, by the way. I know he's alive and well, and we're all thankful for that. You guys are all joking about a guy who was not legally dead, but was dead on the football field.
Dude, I showed y'all those comments.
Yeah.
They're off the charts, they're people said.
Funny.
No.
They were off the charts.
They're
They're
funny.
like, you know what celebration he's going to do? The celebration. It was terrible.
I will say it again. He was dead.
Yeah,
they called him a Make-A-Wish
Bills
cornerback.
fans think he's been dead ever since.
Well,
he hadn't done a thing.
He was only in the game because they had all the other injuries.
They called him a Make-A-Wish
starter.
They called him a Make-A-Wish cornerback. Is what
he's a safety.
Browns? What
learn
Shador
the
fans
positions.
is what Shador's fans were saying.
Shador fans. He played safety.
Yeah, he's a.
Who else can we joke about who came back from the dead?
Lazarus.
If we do that to
There's
Jesus,
all kinds
people
of
get,
Lazarus
we do it to
jokes.
Jesus, people get mad.
Yeah, you don't do that.
But DeMar, a person, living in our time dies, and everyone, the time for jokes.
Yeah, I got jokes.
Hey,
I got jokes.
I mean, he makes fun of Shador for flashing his watch, and we're like, hey, you died, remember?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Shador's got to do the CPR next time.
Shador actually has to throw
pass.
a touchdown pass.
Well, he'll never do that, so it'll never happen.
Yeah.
He'll throw a touchdown.
Not on DeMar, he won't.
No, we're done. Mopey and Mapes are next right here on ESPN 97.5. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll talk to you tomorrow, buddy.
Welcome into the show. Yeah. For the very few of you who don't listen from 7 to 10 and just hop on at 10. Look, everyone who does this job is a bit of a narcissist. To do a job where you think people want to hear you talk, you have to have a little self-confidence. You have to be a little bit of a narcissist. But even I don't think there's an audience that just jumps on at, 10:08. I mean, it's never 10. I don't think anyone goes, hey, except for like my mother. I don't think even she is tuning into John and Lance. I don't think anyone jumps on at 10:08 and goes, hey, it's time to listen to Dell. But I am back, as you would have heard if you were listening to the morning show. And honestly, this would have been like, hey, what happened in the week that I was gone?
Catch up.
What were the big moments for Sean and Brian as they did multiple days? We had Raheel last week. Will Kunkel filled in. I'll thank everyone but Raheel for filling in.
And Will Kunkel had to cancel. So
so did you guys do 4 days last
Yeah.
week? Okay.
Yeah.
So, no, I guess only thank you guys, not Will. Not thanking Raheel at all. Since
I was gonna let it go, but you said I'm only gonna thank, or I'm not gonna thank Raheel. I was like, he is the one who did the.
Still,
Okay.
I can't imagine that anything he did I would have been happy with. So, but Raheel, thank you for for filling in. I was going to say thank you for being a friend, but that is a lyric from, is it Golden Girls?
Yes.
Yes.
The Open.
Yes. So let's cut that out. But it was going to be that, but instead the Astros do something that felt inevitable from the moment they had their presser after last season. Dana Brown out as the Houston Astros general manager. That news came down now a couple hours ago. I think Brian McTaggart was the first to tweet it. My buddy KJ screenshotted it and sent it over to me. So the Astros and Dana Brown part ways. I don't know that anyone is surprised by this. Whether you're excited about it, that's just how you feel about people getting fired, because then you just have to hope at this point that the Astros actually make the right move and hire the right guy. Our very own John Granado dipping his toe into the insider business. He's been saying this for about a month now, even before Dana Brown was let go, that he expects Jeff Luhnow to be the next manager of the general manager of the Houston Astros. And by the way, he expects that. So if it becomes national news, don't come to me. I did catch that last week. One of our guys I don't know if he got into trouble, but there are some people talking about what journalism is and what isn't.
Caused a stir.
He did cause a stir. So if you want a stir to come from what I just said, that is a John Granado joint. That ain't about me. It is what he said multiple times in the last month, and he said it again today. Hell, he said it even before Dana Brown was let go today. He expected Jeff Luhnow to be back and Omar Lopez to be the manager. Omar Lopez was the manager yesterday instead of Joe Espada because of a family emergency, which from the words of Omar Lopez seems very serious, and Joe Espada's been dealing with it for a while now, and then I guess it all came to a head yesterday, so he wasn't available to manage the Astros as they lose another series. That is 3 series in a row that they've lost to the worst of the AL West. Like, the Rangers aren't good, the Astros aren't good, but for whatever reason, the Astros play well against the Rangers. The rest of the AL West, they got problems. So Mariners, Angels, A's, they lose the series in the same way. They win the first game of the series, and then they lose the next 2. And my question before this Dana Brown news broke was, did this break anyone? Like, for anyone who was like, yeah, this is a soft stretch of the season, let's bully these teams, and yeah, we got all these better teams coming up, but can we build something? Can we gain some ground? Can we extend our lead on this homestand? And you got the exact opposite. You're under 500. You're tied with the Rangers for first, and then you get the Dana Brown thing. So my question was going to be, did you guys watch this homestand and go, all right, the Astros are bad. I'm done. They stink. I'm not doing this anymore. Whatever hope I had for what could be a turnaround to end the season, gone. Apparently, if it didn't break your spirit, it broke Jim Crane's spirit. He had seen enough. And sometimes you got to get embarrassed. I remember how Al Golden's era ended at Miami. Miami was one of the broke boys back then, so they couldn't just fire a guy because of when the buyout was as high as it was. You give a guy an extension. it doesn't preclude a lot of programs for firing a guy, but Miami at the time, it would preclude them. They just didn't have the money. They didn't have the investment in the program. So you know what it took to get rid of Al Golden early? 58-0 at home to Clemson, a Deshaun Watson-led Clemson team. He's in the news as well this weekend. That was it. It was in a half-empty stadium, a noon kickoff, and Clemson just rolled through them, and it was the end. And maybe this was the case here. Less dramatic, but you lose after being up 6-0. You lose a game 7-6. That might have been the end. Jim Crane said, you know what? I was working my way there because of this bad homestand, but I see how this game goes, and I've seen enough. Sometimes it takes an inciting incident to get a guy to make a move, even though we all felt this was going to come at the end of the year anyway. But Dana Brown's gone, and the Astros have released their statement thanking Dana Brown. Dana Brown released his statement in concert with the Astros to really emphasize how this was a mutual parting of the ways. Yeah, I'm sure Dana Brown walked in there and was like, you know what, guys? It's time for me to go. I'm sure that's how it went.
Yes,
while you talk, I'm going to close the door because I hear like piano.
Okay. And then I'll recap what I said. But I do think that there is an element of, does Dana Brown want to get a head start on firing up the old, I know it's not literally LinkedIn or Indeed that they use, but getting the resume ready, looking for a job in 2027. Is that why he's at least open to August 24th being his last day as Houston Astros general manager, despite them still leading the division somehow? That's more tiebreaker nonsense, but the mutual part could be hey, I see where the writing's on the wall going. I want to get my resume in order and try to get a job before the work stoppage this winter.
You want to be employed before all of baseball decides we're not doing this anymore. It turns out it wasn't from the outside, the piano noise. It was like some spa channel on the television. and someone, the last time someone was in here, they didn't mute it, so I turned it on, and I was listening to that. So that's where that came from. Yeah. It could be mutual in the way that these things go, where the Astros are done, and Dana Brown would prefer just to get out there and say, "Hey guys, anyone need a guy who can?" I don't know what would he lean on to get someone to say, "You know what, we'd love to have Dana Brown here." Drafting,
scout, yeah.
Apparently,
head scout.
The recent drafts are the ones people are pointing to as, okay, these are the Astros' top prospects now. Because it is baseball, these guys won't be real contributors for several years now. So the legacy of Dana Brown, I think I did something on this a couple weeks ago now where I said Cam Smith may be Dana Brown's legacy if he ever turns into a really good player because he had a couple good days, or at least maybe 10 days where Cam Smith was hitting the baseball. It's like, well, whatever happens with Dana Brown, it feels like Cam Smith will be the one thing that's remembered if he turns out to be a good player. It may be him and the guys who are drafted in 25 and 26. Dana Brown will be now long gone, and he may very well be part of some organization where he isn't the top man, and people may think back and go, hey, Dana Brown drafted a couple guys who are now the foundation of an Astros future. One that people aren't excited about if they continue to hear the name Jeff Bagwell. I've seen that reaction because Jeff Bagwell is mentioned in the release about he, along with others, less famous names, will be a part of the decision-making as the Astros try to make it through this year, make the playoffs. Jim Crane will oversee everything, but Jeff Bagwell's name is right there in the release, and I saw people go, oh, no. Until Jeff Bagwell is no longer a part of this thing, I have no hope. This is the problem with going back. I've said this is mostly about college football. The return to where you had success rarely goes well, but Jeff Bagwell would have been better suited to be the legend that he was as a player and the guy who shows up on the local broadcast a couple times a year.
Waves to the
crowd. Hey, Jeff Bagwell's in attendance. Everyone goes, yeah, Jeff. Yeah. But this, where you have a second stint with the Astros, and right or wrong, you were looked at as one of the reasons for the downturn. Namely that the offseason after Jim Click was gone, and you signed a couple guys who did not contribute at all. And now you are still being mentioned in press releases, about having some say in baseball operations. It's a bad move for a legend as a player. Never become a decision maker. You don't now. People won't wipe away all you did. That won't happen. Jeff Bagwell is a made man here. But you don't want this on your jacket. And now he has this where people see that name and they're like, no, get him out of here. So I don't know how much decision-making Jeff Bagwell will do as we close out this year, but he will be a part of it.
Yes. And to underline that point, you can look also, you can look around, like you said, college football, sports as a whole. Buster Posey is going through the same thing as his role in the Giants organization. He actually is formally I don't know if GM, head of baseball operations, but there's a Athletic article from last week that's literally Buster Posey's Giants legacy is on the line as adulation is shifting towards anger.
He's a 3-time World Series champion.
His legacy is on the line.
Silver Slugger Award 5 times. He's a batting champion.
Yeah.
And yet,
would have been a Hall of Famer if his career wasn't cut short.
And yet, his legacy may be on the line because he's been a executive since 2025.
People aren't happy with how the Giants are being run.
I
remember seeing that headline and having that reaction, and now you mentioning the Bagwell thing. It's Bagwell's not even in any official role, really.
He's just advisor to the owner, pretty much.
Yeah, he's I described him as the Rasputin for Jim Crane. Jim Crane's Rasputin. But
the Romanovs?
That's the thing. You can't fire Jim. The whole how much of this is Dana Brown's fault. It's unfortunately the other people that share most of the blame, you cannot fire Jim Crane, and you cannot fire Jim Crane's Rasputin.
I wonder if that'll catch on at some point.
Drayton McCrane is those stocks are looking good.
Drayton McCrane is a good one, and it's inching ever closer to that point, particularly if...
Unfortunately. I'm not rooting for myself to be right.
No, but...
I'm hoping we can all laugh about this.
I don't know what 36-year-old he can sign this offseason, but if there's another couple of those, they'll find him to money that is not well spent. So there it is. The big news of the day, Dana Brown is done as the Astros general manager. Seemed like a foregone conclusion, but the Astros and Dana Brown decided not to wait to end the season. They decided to get that over with right now. So if you want to talk about that or anything else, the number is 713-780-3776. We'll get to other things because I did have other things on my mind, but hey, the story is the story, and the Astros will be looking for a new general manager if they haven't already created a front runners list. That'll get started shortly. Let's limit the amount of time Jeff Bagwell can be in a decision-making role. But you know what? With an apparent work stoppage, he won't be able to sign anyone. So maybe the Astros don't have to rush. However the season ends, it probably means the end of baseball, at least for a little while, and then you don't have to put Jeff Bagwell in a position where he can sign anyone, thankfully. All right, we'll go to break. Eric, I see you. We'll get to you when we come back. Anyone else can follow him. Also, we're still giving away listener appreciation party tickets. How did you guys do it last week?
We had AJ Russ producing.
Okay.
And so we asked him a trivia question every day. Does AJ know?
Oh.
Can he name 2 of the 4 starters on the 1994 Houston Rockets not named Akeem Olajuwon?
Mm-hmm.
So the Kenny Smith, Robert Horry, Otis Thorpes of the world.
Sure.
And we'd have one caller call in, think he's right, one caller think he's wrong. Basically, you have one caller on each side of the bet. And 3-1 record for AJ.
He got 3 right.
No. Oh, 1-3, I should say.
What about? Oh, I gotcha. So AJ did not know that much about the.
But that's how we
Rockets.
did it. That's how we did it.
That's
and
great.
We inched closer and closer to real history or recent history.
Got it. That's a pretty good way to do it. We will do it a simpler way. We'll just do what we did when I was.
It's
here.
way easier.
Yeah.
Don't have to think of a question. Try to calibrate.
Yeah, you produced a segment out of it, so I credit you guys for that. We'll do it again. I'll give you the time. We're still giving away listener appreciation party tickets. Today and tomorrow are the last days. We got that word last night.
So last call.
Yeah, so if you haven't got in, you still have a couple opportunities on this show. Jeremy and Joe, and of course Sean and Lance. They gave away tickets this morning. They'll give away another pair tomorrow as we get ever closer. The listener appreciation party is on Friday, which will follow up our time at the Golden Nugget as we're getting closer to the draft too. All right. I said we would go to break like 3 minutes ago. We'll do that now. We will be back.
This is the Del Alalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Alalea.
Let's get to Eric here. Eric, I don't know how many times you called last week, or if you did call. Oh, didn't call at all last week. I've been informed by Sean. Eric, welcome back to the show. What's up?
Yeah, no, I don't call him out there. I don't call Dr. Scrubs. I stay loyal. I'm a loyal guy.
Wow, it's insulting, but
So,
thank you.
yeah, I remember I had rumblings about a month ago about Dana Brown being let go, and it finally happened. Right now I'm hearing rumblings that they're looking to rehire Jeff Loonhouse. Is there any truth to that? And also, did you like that character, Jazz, and Transformers? A lot of people have issues with Jazz. I don't know why. I think it was pretty good. I'll hang up and listen.
You know what's funny, Eric? For people who aren't in a Transformer lore, you should be proud of yourselves. Unfortunately, I do know enough about Transformer lore that I know what he's talking about.
I assume he's the racist one, right? The racist caricature?
Yes. Yeah. I say it's funny because Sean and I were just talking about Ali G in the break.
And how it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, Sacha Baron Cohen is making a return. He appeared at Wimbledon in that character. Now he's got a movie coming out. Ali G, Who Was I, is what it's called. And Sean and I were talking about how he's bringing back that character because he thinks it's more acceptable. Because there was a time for about a decade where you tried to get that off with the puffer jacket and the wave cap and all, and the jewelry, where people were like, all right, who are you actually trying to be? And then the answer is it's probably not a question he really wanted to answer. But he's trying to get it off now in 2026 because he deems it, maybe society may deem it more acceptable. We'll see how it goes for him. Yes, Jazz is how would you put it? I guess you would say let's just say he's putting on, I don't know how you would attribute it to a robot, but I guess you would say it's a robot who they wanted to be the black character of the Transformers. But it overtly so. Let's just say. It's a clear, hey, look, Jazz is cool. Yeah, he talks maybe with a black scent, however you want to describe it. I didn't have a problem with it because it's just a robot. It's hard for me to get offended by that. And plus, the movies and their plots were offensive enough, to be fair. Yes, there was a problem for some. Me, whatever. As far as your rumblings are what, you listen to the morning show for the last month?
I was gonna say he might have been on hold while you
said that.
And then
do you think he already had the Jazz thing ready to go and that was his only conversation piece, or the mention of Dana Brown being gone and John Granado saying he believes that Jeff Luhnow will be the new old GM, kind of disrupted everything he wanted to say? I don't know. But the rumblings he heard were the things I talked about in the first segment, that Dana Brown out, and John Granado thinks that Luhnow will be the next guy along with Omar Lopez as the manager. Omar Lopez currently a part of that Astros coaching staff and had to fill in as a manager yesterday because Joe Espada is going through something to do with his family. They called it a family emergency, so he did not manage. And according to Omar Lopez, this is something that Joe Espada's had to deal with for multiple weeks now. So we don't know what it is, just that it was very serious, and it kept the manager from being with the team yesterday. We'll see if he makes his return, or is this going to be a longer-term absence for Joe Espada? I guess thankful for some. Maybe you guys are thankful that the Astros don't have to play today. It's an off day. I don't know if they need it or not, but it saves us from having to watch them play. But maybe today would have been a win, because that's how the last three series have gone. They win one, then they go lose to bad baseball teams. No chance of that happening, but they do have to go see a good baseball team going forward. It's the Yankees, I believe, that the Astros have to play starting tomorrow at Yankee Stadium. That is normally, at least in the last decade or so, something we look forward to. We know. When it matters, we own that team. And this matters relatively to the season, because if you keep losing, at some point, someone's going to overtake you in the AL West, I would guess. I can't promise that, considering every team's under 500. But at some point, an AL West team may put together a 4-game winning streak and take the lead back from you. The Rangers are currently tied with you after they took care of the Angels, something you could not do. But as it stands, because of tiebreakers, you owning the silver boot, you now lead the AL West by a tiebreaker because you're tied in every other way that matters with the same record, same percentage points, same amount of games played. But you stay at the top of the standings for all that matters. It doesn't matter much. The big news is clearly the ownership and whoever Jim Crane talks to decided that, you know what, this isn't good enough, so you got to go. Now, the Rangers do go to Chicago, a place where you can get beat up if you're in the stands, but also a pretty good baseball team. Not a great one, but a good one, so we'll see if the White Sox can do you a favor and beat the Rangers today. As it stands, if the Rangers win, the Astros could lose their spot on first place in the AL West. And really, I'm only rooting for that just to see if Ben Verlander has anything to say with his Astros are inevitable stuff that he latched onto for engagement this season when he knew damn well this was not a good baseball team. And that's the problem. What happens over the last week is clearly proof you're not a good baseball team. But when you're not a good baseball team, it doesn't matter how bad the team is you're playing. You can lose to them because there is no floor with you. Like past Astros teams, even let's say the 2024 team who makes the playoffs, weren't great, but they made the playoffs. Won the division. There was a floor to them. So even when they weren't going good, you knew that, okay, this is a bad baseball team. It might not look pretty, but they'll take care of them. They'll win the series, and we'll keep it moving. This team doesn't have that buffer. There's nothing about this baseball team that should tell you that they can't lose a series to the Angels, and you got the proof of it this week, or the A's, or the Mariners. They don't have that buffer anymore. There isn't a floor to how bad they can be in any given series, and we saw that. And now Dana Brown saw it up close, and now he's gone.
I wonder when the Astros were up 6-0 yesterday, and if that goes how it goes for 99.9% of baseball teams for the.
Does he still have his job?
Yeah, like
I said maybe that yesterday, along with the rest of the series of the past week, was the inciting incident that really got Jim Crane to go, you know what? I can't deal with this anymore.
It's
embarrassing,
disgusting loss to go 2-4 over your homestand against just the absolute dregs. You're all dregs in the AL West.
Yeah,
but the absolute
but the
dregs,
Angels and the A's, the Mariners aren't good. They're 7 games below 500, but that's a team at a time this year. Certainly thought they were good enough to win this division, and it turns out they might be.
They're still on the graphic when they showed the AL West.
Yeah, but we're talking
standings.
about two other teams. You lost 2 series to 2 teams in the 50-win brigade.
Yeah.
The A's have 51 wins. The Angels have 52. You lost series to both. That I can't imagine that this wasn't the reason this happened today.
Yeah, any somewhat serious team is like, hey, you got the 6 games against these 2 teams coming up. 4-2, keep it moving, win both series, whatever. It's like, even for this unserious team, you still are like, also the state of the AOS. Go 3-3, you're good. Like, it just you can even drop one of these series, win the other, and you probably don't really lose ground in this division by playing 500 ball. To go 2-4, to lose, like you said, just in the same way too, where you win the first game of the series and then lose the next 2, where you're like, all right, game 2, that's baseball, that happened.
We didn't expect to sweep. We just expect to win the series.
Exactly. You still got the game 3 in your back pocket, and then to lose, especially the way you lost, just absolutely disgusting stuff.
I made the college football reference, but we everyone for the most part who listens is a college football fan, just football fan in general. It is the state of Texas. But think about your favorite team, and if you're not going good during a certain tenure, the loss that costs a guy his job, whether it happens immediately or it happens in a couple weeks, the loss that ended some guy's tenure. It just so happens that the Astros, because it's baseball and it's just it's a different way things are done. The series or the week that was as a whole ended Dana Brown's tenure, even though he was a dead man walking anyway. But then you look at what happens yesterday. 6-0. That feels like, okay, this homestand has been a disaster for the most part, but at least we're going to end it. What would have been going 500?
Yes.
Finishing at 3-3?
Yes.
Instead, you do what you did, and you're done for. No. How many? No, they played 9 games.
Oh, I thought you just meant the back six.
Oh, against the really bad teams. Yeah, they would have finished it 3-3 against at least you split winning a series, losing a series against the worst teams in your division. Instead, 6-0 turns into 7-6, and you're done for. And the owner said, "I'm done with this. We got to make a move. It's not going to affect anything as far as this season is concerned, but you make the move now, and Dana Brown doesn't have to pretend to care anymore about the it's probably a bit of a relief. He doesn't have to show up on 790 anymore.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to tell people about, hey, he can retire the line about, hey, we got these guys back. It's like our own deadline acquisitions. Never has to say that anymore about the Astros. In some ways, you don't want to lose your job, but they did it in a way where you're not completely embarrassed, and you don't have to do the thing where you pretend that this is a good team and things are going to flip in a matter of days and we're going to be good again. You don't have to do that anymore. You can hang out however you want to spend the rest of this season. Maybe you want to show up at a baseball game that isn't Astros related. I don't know what he wants to do. He's not reviled like Nico Harrison. So if he wanted to hang out in Houston until he makes the move wherever he wants to go, he could do that too. Maybe he's got a couple restaurants he wants to go to. I don't know.
No one's going to notice him if he's at HEB tomorrow.
We're not going to get a tweet or a video about Dana Brown being harassed at Central Market. It's not going to happen. Go get yourself a great sandwich and go about your day.
Yeah. I recommend the Spicy Club, Dana Brown. But the relief, there has to be some relief. Like, I don't know if it's today or if he had to, get called into the office officially.
Who knows?
But like tomorrow when he wakes up, he's gonna wake up.
He
happier.
might have known yesterday, and then they
That's
got
why
everything.
I'm not.
Yeah, they got everything together
sure,
today since it's so early in the morning. Yeah.
Whatever day is the first day where he wakes up knowing he's no longer the GM of the Astros. It has to be at least 51% relief of just like, got my whole day in front of me. I don't have to at least for today, get, like you said, go up there and be like, no, we're really, things are really going well. Actually, I know they're just having terrible performance after terrible performance. I've lost 5 out of the last 6 series, and the one they won against the Giants was also
gifted to them.
Pretty.
It was a disgusting performance.
I love that because the Premier League is back, so he will be able to say that about plenty of teams if he wants to.
Oh,
yeah.
Almost a disgusting performance for Liverpool. Got gifted to him.
Well, Man United.
Oh,
disgusting.
yes.
Disgusting performance.
That unfortunately par for the course for those guys.
But. Yeah, there's a guy who's got the streak going that he won't cut his hair until they win 5 straight games or matches in a row. He got close last year, but it didn't come through. They didn't come through for him, so that hair remains on his shoulders at this point, or maybe beyond that.
I would have quit the gimmick already. I would delete my account.
Well,
after like year 2.
Well, we remember that Florida State fan who said, "I'll eat this if they don't do this," and then he never ate that. And the Seminoles have not been the same since.
I mean, Man United's not going awesome for him. I will say that. Hasn't been going awesome for him while he's kept his word.
Yeah, they brought in one of their own, Michael Carrick, to be their interim, and he performed so well last year that they brought him to be the permanent guy. He'll be out by January. That's just how it goes. That's just how it goes. All right, we'll go to break. We'll do some Texans when we come back because while I was gone, not only did the Jaden Higgins injury happen, we also had, I don't know how you guys discussed it, a shuffle with the offensive line. It wasn't a lot of money spent as far as NFL numbers go when it comes to starting offensive line, but it certainly was money that suggested the 2 guys you paid to come in were going to start, and that does not seem to be the case. So we'll get to that. We'll get to your calls as well if you want to get in. And also, let's say 11:05. 11:05, caller 5. We'll go back to what we did when I was here. Just tell Sean your favorite end of show sounder, and that gets you into the listener appreciation party. We're only doing that a couple more times today and tomorrow, and then we are done giving out spots. Just run out. People want to be there.
I'm not going to, so quit asking.
After tomorrow, don't ask us anymore. If you haven't been singing for your supper the last couple weeks, and if you don't do it after Tuesday at, I don't know, maybe 11:30, whenever we do it on Tuesday. We can't help you. We can't help you after tomorrow. But you do have an opportunity today, tomorrow, and of course Jeremy and Joe will do the same, and then John Lance has one more giveaway to do tomorrow. So you got some opportunities, just limit it. All right, we will be back.
You're listening to the Dale Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Dale Olalea.
So we had a false alarm. Sean told me someone called in there. They heard reference to the listener party and said, got to get in. 11:05, caller 5, 11:05. That's your time to get in for your chance to win. Also, for those who were looking for a podcast or two, we don't have any interns. So I have to put up the John Lance podcast. I got the first 2 hours edited and ready to go. I need to do hour 3, and then we'll throw that up. So it'll happen after this show is over, but I know I'll get a tweet or an ask about, hey, where's the podcast? We are in a break between intern groups, so once they're up and running again, you'll get your podcast promptly. But at the moment, going forward, expect them at about 12:20. That's how it's going to be. As far as what happened last week with the Texans, the Jaden Higgins news has led to a couple signings. He tears his ACL, out for the year, so they signed Sterling Shepard and Zay Jones. You can think of them as the Taylor Trammell and Dalton Varsho of the Texans. Don't expect much. They're actually more prominent names than the two Astros, certainly. And if they give you anything, cool, but don't expect anything from two guys who are on the street in late August.
It's like when they signed Jason Hayward a couple years ago.
Well, he did.
Hayward was pretty nice.
He did make a business decision at one point. Or was that him who decided not to dive for a ball in the playoffs, or was that the other random outfielder?
Sanchez?
No, it was.
Sanchez was last year.
He was a guy who stole a base. No, it wasn't Hayward. It was a guy who stole a base and won everyone like tacos in the World Series. I forgot who it was from like some special promotion Taco Bell had or something.
Yeah.
The name will come to me. And he made a business decision earlier in the playoffs where he didn't go dive for a ball. I forgot his name, but he was on, I think, the team that won at least made the World Series. They might have won it. I forgot what his name was, but if you even get that where he steals a base in the World Series, that whatever
Cameron Maybin.
There it is.
There's a list of all the winners of all the people who have stolen a base to get America a taco.
Yeah, Cameron Maybin is one of them.
Maybin,
I remember that.
2017.
I remember.
Game 2, 11th inning.
I think in the ALCS, he didn't dive for a baseball, and people are a little upset with him. And I said, hey, sometimes you got to make a business decision.
Mm-hmm. And he completely redeemed himself.
He got everyone tacos. He was part of a World Series winner. So let the man work. Who knows? If he dove for that ball and got hurt, he never gets to steal that taco.
Yeah, these guys are more Mavens.
Or at least steal that baseball and get that taco.
These guys are more Mavens.
Yeah, these guys are more Mavens. If you get anything from them during the regular season, cool. But I think if they are looking to replace Jaden Higgins, that'll have to come through trade, and that will be determined by who makes the waiver wire. And then the Texans, because of where they finished, they're lower down on the waiver wire claim, so they don't have first choice. But you know how you beat that? By trading a pick for a guy if they are deemed to be a cut from a team. We will see if that shakes out. But Zay Jones and Sterling Shepard are just guys at this point. Don't expect much from them. The Texans are an offense that doesn't have a lot of star power on it. You got good players. We talked about it quite a bit, but Higgins had a chance to elevate himself to maybe not a star, but certainly a plus player. And I don't know that they have another plus receiver besides Nico Collins, who's in a different tier. And Higgins was being positioned to do that, at least get to a place where you're like, oh, we got a pretty good number 2. Now I don't know where that's going to come from. Not going to come from Shepard or Zay Jones. The other news was the shakeup with the line. Nick Caserio's not known as a great O-line evaluator. I don't know what he expected other than these guys would start. Braden Smith and Wyatt Teller, they're paid like guys who are stopgaps, but the way the Texans have distributed their money in the offensive line, those guys are supposed to start for you. At least that was the assumption. Now, the coach will talk about competition, and you credit him for what appears to be a follow-through on that. You compete here. And as it stands now, Wyatt Teller and Braden Smith are losing the battle to Trent Brown and for Braden Smith. And whatever combo that fits and works best when it comes to Evan Brown and Rutledge versus Rutledge at center and Wyatt Teller at guard. They've determined that perhaps they're better off playing their first-round pick, who was a guard only in college, at guard, and having Brown play center than being Rutledge play guard, Rutledge play center and Wyatt Teller play guard. So I guess the question for me is, how did this all come about? Did they see Rutledge at center and go, you know what? He's still a much better guard, And we'd rather not impede the development of our first-round guard, who could be a really good player there, than have him play a spot that's not part of his long-term future here. I would commend them if they thought to themselves, look, Rutledge can be a Pro Bowler, all-pro guard. He would be an okay center, but why stop that process or get in the way of the process of him becoming a really good guard because we signed Wyatt Teller? Wyatt Teller is not a long-term solution, so why would we do that? And if it's lost money, we throw away money for a year, okay. But we got a real shot with this guy in Rutledge to be a very good player here at this position. And Brown can be a guy who can hold the center spot down until we find a long-term answer there. So if that's the way it came about, cool. I don't know that the Trent Brown thing over Braden Smith is anything other than Braden Smith is not very good. Because Trent Brown's an okay tackle when he's out there and healthy. But there's a reason, because of injuries and in some ways poor play or below average play, that he has been on this path of 1-year deals that he keeps getting. Let's hear from D'Amico on what appears to be the starting right tackle. Here's D'Amico Ryans on Trent Brown.
Valuable to us to have Trent at this time. We didn't have Trent. He wasn't able to go through training camp. So I know for anybody who's able to go through camp and get those reps, it's only going to be beneficial for you to come to the season. And Trent has done a good job. We see, if you look at the runs and when we're out there, you're running behind Trent, there's going to be a lane. And that's what he does. He moves people with ease. It's hard to get around him. In pass rush, it's hard to go through him. So he's one of the better guys, with his size and his ability. I think the quarterback likes him, and also the running backs like running behind him because he provides that kind of lane for us.
D'Amico Ryans over the weekend about Trent Brown. So, Sean, I don't know what you guys talked about after the game. Now, the practice reports were the Texans' offensive line was bullying the Raiders' defensive front, and those are the ones. The Raiders aren't going to be good defensively. Certainly not on – they have Max Crosby, and that's about it. Now, they did give a lot of money to Christian Wilkins a couple years ago, but that clearly hasn't worked out. And
Didn't see him out there.
We still don't know why he's not just a Raider, but playing anywhere for any team. He's 30 years old or so.
One of the mysteries of the show, that this show is fascinated in, that we get zero insight.
It is a guy who got a big money deal from the Raiders. He did something odd, I guess, in the locker room, and then he didn't rehab in the way they want it, and now he's not a Raider. Okay, fine, didn't work out. Free agent bust. But not anywhere?
No. In the league where Deshaun Watson is the starting quarterback for the
he was yes
Cleveland Browns,
and we'll hear from Deshaun a little bit later. He was named the starter, and as Sean appropriately points out, he stinks. He's not good, and he won that job, and he has decided. I don't even know if he consciously decided, but he didn't care if he upset fans in his after or post game presser over the weekend. So we'll hear from Deshaun on that too, but. Guys, we know you don't have to be a great guy. Hell, you don't even have to be a good football player to be on a roster someplace.
If you have a big enough contract,
yeah, you will remain on a roster. And the Raiders got off of him.
Yeah.
And whatever Christian Wilkins did, or maybe he's not healthy and he won't be healthy again, he can't play in the league right now. And the Raiders certainly would like to have him because they're bad.
Yeah.
But my question was, okay, you bully the ones in practice. You don't see the Raiders ones in practice, but you do see their twos, and you run all over them for the one drive you're out there with CJ. What can I take away from this O-line against two sets of twos? They have not played a frontline unit in a game yet. The Chargers ran out their twos, and then the Raiders ran out their twos. You can get answers somewhat because you play your own defensive front, and that might be the best test possible. But for most of us, we don't see that. And by all accounts, the offense has had some good days, but they've been beat up by the Texas defense, as you would expect. So do we know anything? Did you guys discern anything from what you saw? Could you come to any final conclusions about what this O-line will be?
Just that, they were getting good push. They're getting really good push one drive that they had against the Raiders, but it's not like we weren't. It was just like it's nice that they can push somebody around.
Sure.
Like that is a improvement that okay, they at least can do that, and maybe because it's a little bit easier just because he is running with the football, but Woody Marks also got a shout out for his mostly the touchdown run that he had. But yeah, no, we talked about how it's like, I mean, we see him for one drive against a bunch of backups on a terrible team, like thumbs up, but you can't really do much more than that. And yeah, the Wyatt Teller and Braden Smith thing, like them getting Cam Robinson, both of them getting Cam Robinson is not great for old Nick Caserio. Although you take it if Keelan Rutledge is really good. If this is more of a Wyatt Teller can't beat out Evan Brown thing, then Rutledge can't cut it at center, then okay, that's still like a net win for Nick Caserio, but also not great.
Yeah, I don't know how they certainly won't give us any real answers on it. I am and will continue to be interested about how that played out, where the money appears to be settling on the bench. And it's great that your rookie has planted himself firmly in that starting lineup. It's just interesting to think that their plan was to have him play center. And that plan, whether it be because he's too good of a guard or Wyatt Teller's not good enough of a guard, led to them flipping that, and he'll play his natural spot. And then it'll be Evan Brown, guy not a lot of people thought about even when he was signed. He is the guy in line to start. We'll go to break. I want to remind you, 11:05, which is only 4 minutes away now. Caller 5 will simply have to give Sean their answer. What's their favorite end-of-show sounder? And it gets you into the listener appreciation party. So we'll do that in about 4 minutes. But Willie P. and other will join us when we come back. Welcome back to the show. We'll get to Dre and Willie P here shortly, but we did give away another pair of tickets to the listener appreciation party. Who won it this time, Sean?
We got Liz.
Liz?
Yes.
Okay. And what sounder did Liz choose?
We did it!
The original.
Yes, extending its lead.
So
is now clinched.
I did not
it can
know.
rest the starters.
I don't think this show has ever had a woman call the show before.
No.
Have we had a woman call the show
yeah,
before?
Yeah.
One of Eric's?
Yeah, I forgot.
Ladies?
Candy.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Carly?
That is a woman, yes. But I put that in a different category.
Okay.
Like, I feel like if it is Candy, as you say, I feel like that was prompted by Eric. Maybe not.
I don't know.
I don't know. Liz, I don't think I've heard that name associated with Eric before.
No.
I will credit Eric with one.
It wasn't Eric.
I will
I
give,
can
no,
say-
okay.
I can tell you
I know
that.
it wasn't Eric, but I will give Eric credit for one thing. It is the same woman, even if she uses different names.
Yeah,
so
and it wasn't that woman.
He apparently is in some type of long-term relationship, and she just like is a part of his bits. So I'll credit. I love a comedy couple. I mean, we need Eric and Candy now that Christina P and Tom are no longer together.
Can't believe in love anymore.
Yeah, well, they were together, as they would tell you, a successful decade or so, however long they said they were together. So sometimes things just end. But apparently Candy and Eric still going strong. That's been a thing for at least 8 years or so, I think. So credit to you two. However that's going, congratulations. I don't think we'll see Eric at the party. He likes to be anonymous. Let's get to Willie P here. Sean, you expected this. We'll see where this leans, but it's only game one, so it probably is going to come particularly my way where this shade is going to land. But Man U loses to Hull. I think recently promoted Hull. I think they were in the championship last year. And that's how the Premier League works. Like Arsenal hosted a promoted side. They like to send the big clubs early to play one of the newly promoted
fill the
sides.
stadium.
Yeah, gets
Gotcha.
get everyone excited for the season and stuff. One of the rewards for getting promoted is you get to play one of the big clubs, and sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. Then it went Hull's way. They took out Man U. What's up, Willie P?
Good morning, Dale, Sean. How y'all doing?
We're good. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. Yeah, so what I'm throwing shade at is actually more egregious than Man U losing the whole city. So I was catching up. I don't know if you hear my voice, but I've been sick. So I was catching up on last week's podcast, and I was listening to the Thursday show with Rahil. And by golly, let me tell you something. That I need Rahil's I need his Zelle account because I need him to pay me for the 40 to 45 minutes that I wasted on his nonsense. Normally I like Rahil, but I realize I like Rahil when he's with you, when you can keep him on track and he doesn't go off on these random tangents. Like, I understand what this show is about and the reason why I like it. You know, it's not just sports, entertainment, everything that goes with it. You and Sean do a great job of that. But with Rahil, man, it was a rough listen. I mean, no one wants to hear about Stafford City Council. How many times are you going to talk about your daughter, who plays volleyball? And he didn't talk about enough about sports, and when he did, it was like, I don't know, maybe it's just Rahil's whole, like, ditzy 40-year-old, I'm friendly with everybody, I'm down with Gen Z shtick that he has. But it was rough, man. I just fast-forwarded and said, screw it. I fast-forwarded through the last 15 minutes of the first hour, and I just marked the second hour as played and went on to my other podcast. If you're going to go on vacation, dude, just hand it over to Sean for the week. Real so
I don't have
bad.
control over that,
man,
by the way.
Hey, it's your show. Damn it, you can tell Joe, hey, man, you can make me lose listeners. I mean, I've never stopped listening, but, I mean, you won't get no listener. You won't have me listening during the week if Rahil's on that mug. But, yeah, it was so bad, dude. I don't even care that Man United lost. We can bounce back, but I can't bounce back for the 40 minutes I lost listening to that dude. He's Rahil, we all know you're smart. This whole ditzy air. Oh, and my biggest issue with Rahil is somebody explained to that dude what a banger is. He tried to get Sean to agree with him on some song, and Sean thought he was just going to breeze through it. And then he doubles back, and Sean's like, dude, I never heard this song. I don't know what you're talking about. Poor Sean, bless his heart. He was doing his best to save that first hour, and Rahil was just
killing it, and not in a good way. I mean, he swears everything is a banger, and it's like, dude, bangers are songs that stand the test of time. Just because it was something that you and your weirdo friends rocked out to doesn't mean it's necessarily a banger. If no one else knows the hell you're talking about, it's not a banger. I digress. I had to get that off my chest because I felt like Raheel just ruined the last hour of my life today, and it's only Monday. So, screw you, Raheel. Anyways, Sean A. Mace, you guys have I can't even talk right now. You guys have a great rest of your day. Sean A. Mace, what it do, baby? Peace, fellas.
I didn't expect it. I don't know that I've heard such a strong reaction to anything Raheel has done in a negative way in a very long time. There have been moments where people take issue with what we all do. It's just the nature of it. Willie P., and it's funny you use throw shade because that was Raheel's invention. So you used his own invention against him. Throw shade, it used to be Throw Shade Thursday. And you took your shots. And because you did, anyone's open to respond. That's just how it goes. And then if it gets too much, then I'll have to jump in. But I gave him his runway. I didn't hear any of it. Sean, what was the song? Do you remember?
I already had it up.
I saw you working. So let's reveal the song that I wouldn't say you had an argument with, but you had never heard really. And
yeah, he referenced it. I just kind of chuckled, and then I forgot how he actually asked me about the song. I was like, I just kind of chuckled to keep it moving.
Yeah, call and response. You're talking to your host. Willie P thinks this song is something Raheel and his weird ass friends listen to. What's the song?
All Around Me by Flyleaf.
I mean, I've heard this song. It's fine, but there was a time period for it. I don't know that it stands the test of time.
He did tell me to talk to you about it. So
I've heard it. I mean, it was a popular song. Look, it's a Christian band with as you can tell, a singer who was a woman. There was a time where, and she has a great voice, but I don't know that many people have heard it. You had to be
myself included.
You had to be an older millennial.
I don't know.
When did it come out? 2015 or something like that? I don't even know. It's fine. I mean, I wouldn't call it a banger.
Posted 16 years ago.
It's a long time ago that this song, and it had its run on MySpace for people who remember that. And I'm sure they were in and around the Warped Tour crowd at some point, and they had a run. It didn't last very long. It's not something I would play on a daily basis. Even back then. It's not even their best song, I would say.
Is their better song? 1 second. Is it, what's the name? Fully Alive?
It's probably that one, but I don't really have a memory of the lyrics or anything.
That's also on my YouTube.
I just remember there was a time where Flyleaf, as they're called, had something, but that was back in 2005, back around when Warped Tour was maybe at its peak. Thanks for the call, Willie P. Very insulting, but that's what Throw Shade Thursday is about.
Yeah, on a Monday.
Yeah, can't get after you, particularly when you set the tone. When you tell Sean is going to be Throw Shade, then got to let you go.
I'm glad I knew it was coming.
Yeah, and
because I thought it was going to be Man U related.
So did I.
What a state of the program. How they say it over there at the program.
Mm-hmm.
That
by over there you mean Clemson?
No, Manchester.
Oh.
Where they were losing at Hull. It's like I'm not even worried about that.
Well, Willie P just had some things get off his chest.
I know.
I'm sure there are people over there who are more concerned about losing the whole city than Raheel's 40 minutes that he couldn't get back.
Our program is in shambles.
Yeah. The project, I think sometimes they call it too. But either way, we've got more Premier League today, so we'll see if I feel better because Chelsea versus Fulham in a derby. Former Real Madrid coach Arbeloa is now coaching Fulham. We'll see how his project goes against one of their London rivals. Let's get to Dre. He wants to talk some Astros as maybe he wants to air some grievances too. We'll see. And then
there wasn't that much Stafford City Council talk, by the way. It just kind of came up.
It's part of Raheel's former podcast.
Yeah.
CityCast. He used to talk about the goings-on in the city of Houston quite a bit. just part of the deal. And it kind of filtered over into my show. But for Willie P and anyone else, I don't control who replaces me. Sean and Brian did a lot of that last week. Credit to them that Willie P at least would prefer you over the guy he ripped for 5 straight minutes. So you have that on your resume. We'll see what Joe does. I think Joe's just scrambling. Hey, who can do this from 10 to 12? That's kind of how it goes, and Raheel was willing to do it, and you reward him with that, throwing his own thing back in his face. How it goes. Live long enough to be a villain. How is that how that goes? Let's go to Dre. Let's talk some Astros. What's up?
Hello?
Go ahead. What's up?
Hey, this is not Dre. This is Jerry.
Oh, Jerry. Okay.
Anyways, yeah, welcome back, Dale. Hey, we got Christmas Eve in August, and I'm thankful. I guess this is karma to Crane for letting go Click after winning the World Series. I was working out this weekend, and I just checked them on my phone. It's like the Astros were up 5-0. I was like, great. I'll take 2 out of 3 against the A's. I prefer a sweep, but 2 out of 3 is always good. And then boom, I'm driving home, and I just check my phone, and we lose. Like that's. I don't know. I didn't see how we lost it, but how do you give up, I guess, 5 or 6 run lead? That's embarrassing. Anyway, so I'll call back on Friday, give you my update on Game of Thrones. I'm not going to recap a whole season because from what I'm finding out, it's a lot. But I finished season 3. The King of the North, when they're walking out with Rob Stark's body with his wolf's head, that was crazy. But anyways, it's going to be a little recap because my work has got really busy now. So, but anyways, welcome back, and I'll catch you on Friday. Bye.
Appreciate it. If you don't know, we've made Jerry our Game of Thrones correspondent for a series that's long been finished.
We've deputized him.
But Jerry is doing a rewatch, and
no, I think watch.
Oh, watch. Yeah,
he's watching it for the first time.
Yeah, he is watching it for the first time. So it's interesting to hear Jerry talk about it as a first-time watcher. I don't know how many spoilers he's avoided, but he mentioned House of the Dragon. There's a giant spoiler for that show in Game of Thrones. So he's on it. He'll join us on Fridays. At least he'll call in because that's our time to talk movies and television. Although, you can sprinkle it in throughout.
Yeah, whenever.
Whenever. I saw a movie. We'll go to break. I think it might have been James Van Der Beek's last thing he ever did before he passed away. It's on Prime. It's called The Gates. And what's it about? 3 young men who are just trying to get to a party had to take a detour because of traffic in the Dallas area. Cuba Gooding's son is in it, Mason Gooding. He was a Highland Park resident in the movie, and he travels to this gated community. And while they don't ever say we don't want black people in this community, that's just the underlying theme of the entire movie. It's James Van Der Beek is one of those cool young pastor types. They built a community where, hey, we got to separate ourselves from the rest of the world because it's a gated community. It's not like a compound or a commune, but it's like, hey, we got to protect ourselves from all the outside stuff. There's a mega church that's going to be built, that's being built as an ode to this community's growth and prosperity, and then hijinks and hilarity follow. And by that, I mean James Van Der Beek's character kills a woman in his home, and the 3 young black men see it, and then it's them against the rest of the community as they have to try to somehow prove their innocence and avoid a gun-toting James Van Der Beek. Also, Buddy Garrity from Friday Night Lights is in it. And you know how he and the boys bond? One of the players is a star football player. So all these differences they have, but the one thing they can bond over is faith, family, and football. Because the star player has a cross necklace. He's a star football player, and he loves his family. So that's how they bond. And how does it end? I'll let you guys find out on Prime.
I like that this guy's been typecast as, I don't know, football-loving Texan. That is his.
So it isn't his final thing. Apparently James Van Der Beek is also in the Legally Blonde series, prequel series, I guess. So he's in that too for a couple episodes, but he did make another one on Prime. So he had to deal with Prime, I guess, but he was in The Gates. The Gates. It's fine. It's not great. It's pretty typical. and you kind of know what's going to happen.
That's what it sounded like.
Yeah.
I mean, the what's it called? I guess the concept or, the premise. Like, oh, okay. And then it's like, yeah, I can fill in the gaps. You know?
3 buddies. 2 guys are one guy is friends with each guy, and the other 2 aren't really from the same world, and they have to figure out a way to bond over this shared trauma that they're having inside this gated community. Also the daughter from what's the show? Jason Bateman, Netflix.
Black Rabbit.
No, the one where he's a money launderer for the mob.
Ozark.
The daughter from Ozark is in it. So, hey, I know you.
Yeah.
I don't know what you've been doing.
You're yay high.
I don't know what you've been doing since Ozark, but you're in this too. It's fine. I wouldn't say rush to it.
No.
But if you got time, you got a week off, and you don't want to rewatch Game of Thrones like Jerry's doing, you can watch The Gates like I did. All right, we'll go to break with that. We had a mention of Deshaun Watson. We'll hear from him as he did something that people assume would end his time as a starter. And Todd Monken said, hold on, wait a minute. I got different plans. So get to Deshaun. There's also some quarterback news in the SEC because football, at least college football, starts this week. Week 0, or they're now no longer calling it that, but we got games that'll count on the schedule. So we'll get into some quarterback news around the SEC along with Deshaun Watson when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
News of the day, Dana Brown. Look, it depends on how you look at firings. As Jerry said, Christmas Eve in August. I don't look at it that way. It's just part of the business. Dana Brown, he and the Astros mutually part ways. There are joint statements, so they're showing you they did it in concert. No hard feelings. They thanked Dana Brown for his contributions over the last 4 years. Dana Brown talked about, or at least gave thanks for his time in Houston. And the kicker, or maybe I was going to say cherry on top, but I would say the bleep sandwich for some on top is the fact that the name Jeff Bagwell comes across in the release about how he will take part in decision-making for the Astros and as they go forward, at least for now, till they bring in a GM. You can go home again, but never in a position of power. Don't do that. Jeff Bagwell,
yeah,
you would be great as the guy who was part of those 90s teams.
Look at Craig Biggio.
Yeah, Craig Biggio was part of it too for a little bit, but he somehow escaped.
Yeah, he's not the guy who's in the press release.
Because he no longer is part of it, from what we can tell, at least not in any prominent way where the Astros feel it necessary to mention his name in a press release.
Just do that. Just be in the shadows.
Yeah, come to team events. Be a guy who is one of the faces of Astros history.
In spring training, you're out there.
Stop by, fold your arms, look at what's going on.
Yeah. You got the stuff, kid. That kind of stuff.
All that stuff. Instead, you want to sign guys like an Abreu or a Montero. Now look at you. Now people, when they hear your name, go, ugh.
Yeah.
Can he not be part of this? But Jeff Bagwell wants to be part of it, and he's apparently one of Jim Crane's trusted advisors.
Most productive Astro.
Yeah.
in history.
It would have been fine. You would have been cool. Instead, you want a little taste.
Yeah.
Now you're getting it.
Flew too close to the sun.
And while he isn't reviled like a former Houston athlete is in Houston, it hadn't gotten to that level.
No, it would take a lot.
Take a lot. More. Jeff Bagwell would have to do a lot to match the guy we're about to hear from. So Deshaun Watson continuing not playing well for the Browns. He did that again over the weekend, and he got booed. And then he was asked about that in his post-game presser. I will give you the visual if you don't know. He is fiddling with, let's say, a diamond earring, an expensive diamond earring while he's talking to the press, which doesn't help when you play bad. You play bad, you're fiddling with, let's just say, the epitome of that guy's got a lot of money. When you're fiddling with your diamond earring, people just think, oh, entitled, got a lot of money, all the things that go through people's heads when they don't like the player. That stuff doesn't matter when you play well. They don't care what you do. But you stink on the field, they're going to have problems with pretty much everything you do, and they're not going to be happy with his words. Here's Deshaun Watson after the game.
Man, I didn't have no reaction. I think the biggest thing is I think you guys know too, and I think the whole world knows, it has nothing to do about the performance. It's a little bit personal than that. So I think that's it's a disrespectful thing. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to keep whatever I feel with me and my family internally on how I feel about that. And yeah, just move on.
But don't you think, Deshaun, that winning and playing better would eliminate some of that booing?
Last time I played on this field, I tore my Achilles. And that same fan base, they cheered when I got hurt. So does that have to do with, what does that have to do with anything about performance? When a person get hurt, especially for your own city, and they cheer.
Does any of that make you regret coming here?
No, I don't regret anything in my life. I think the Lord put me through situations for a reason, so I don't regret anything at all. But I had different thoughts on how it was going to be, but it is what it is. Sometimes the tables turn, and I'm patient enough because I'm a child of God to wait for that time to change. So I'm not tripping on it.
So his last game for the Browns was back in 2014, where he tore his Achilles, right? Or was it ACL? Achilles against the Cincinnati Bengals in a 21-14 loss. He was 15 to 17 for 128 yards. So, checkdowns, you would say, for the most part. And they booed him. And he said that had nothing to do with performance. Of course it had to do with performance. They booed you, or they cheered for you. They cheered for your injury because they didn't want to see you on the field anymore because the team stunk. This is at its base what generally a fan is about. Not everyone, but for the most part, once you're on their team and inside of a game, they kind of don't care who you are as a person, what you did. If you are great, while there may be some regret, he didn't have any, but there may be some regret that they have to cheer for a guy who has off the field stuff going on. If you are dotting guys up and throwing touchdown passes, that stuff gets forgotten for the 3.5 hours you're out there. It is what it is. And he may be right. Browns fans cheered for his injury because it was easy to cheer for your injury because of what you are alleged to have done off the field. But if you had led the Browns to, at the time, they had played 7 games, a 6-1 record, or that was the 7th game when he got hurt. So if you were 5-1 going in, they're not cheering for you getting hurt. They're devastated because, oh no, our starting quarterback for our good football team who has some hope is hurt. It has a lot to do with the performance. Your off the field stuff made it easy. You know what? Let's cheer for this guy because not only does he suck, but he's got this stuff on him that, we had to look past because he was our quarterback. It's pretty simple. Fans aren't complicated.
Yeah.
You
It's
play
both,
well, you
dude.
win. We'll root for you and be sad when you're hurt. If you stink, no matter who you are as a person, we don't want you around. And the Browns fans were sold franchise quarterback. We're going to give you all this money. We're going to give up all these picks because we believe you're the difference between us being the Browns and being something that's not the Browns, a good football team. And he did not fulfill the promise that he was supposed to. So anything after that is just extras. They may not have cheered your injury if you were just a regular card-carrying bad quarterback. I'm not going to disagree that the extra stuff, the stuff that some people stopped being Browns fans over, led to it, but it would have been pretty quickly forgotten if you were good at your job. I kind of know this because at a time, I talked to a Cleveland program director about a job. This was clearly years ago now. It was when Deshaun first got there. I wasn't working here. And he asked me about Deshaun, and because he was trying to suss out who I was and could I do the job there, and he was asking me about Deshaun. I said, I don't think he's a elevator for a franchise. He, at the time, he was a good quarterback, but I saw him be a good quarterback and the Texans still be terrible.
Yeah.
So there are levels to a franchise-changing quarterback and simply a good one. I thought he could be a good one, but he wasn't going to change who you are. But he goes, we have to do this, right? We got to, right? We're the Browns. We don't have anybody. We got to do it. I said, I guess. Sure, you have to do it, but he's not going to be the guy you think he is. And he is far worse than I could have imagined. But they were willing and hoping that he would be a guy that they could look past all the other stuff because he could play. And the allegations, the settlements for improperly touching women would have been an aside to, hey, look at our guy. We've got a real quarterback now. Instead, they got what they got, and they got their starting quarterback. It was immediately after, everyone's like, he'll never play in Cleveland again. He's peed all over the fans. The Browns can't start him. And Todd Monken said, actually, I can't start him.
Watch this.
I've watched the other guys. Do you know I've got Taylon Green, Dylan Gabriel, and Shador on my roster?
Soft tossing lefty.
Yeah, I'm going to start him. I don't care what you guys think. And Todd Monken has some quotes about getting booed. Hey, just play better. You don't get booed. And
Boom.
that's
Problem solved.
That is, yeah. Todd, you got something to say about that, by the way. You are the offensive mind and the head coach. If he plays better, which doesn't seem possible, the boos would turn to cheers because fans ain't honorable. There's nothing honorable about this. Go
Ben
play.
If he balls out, wins the Super Bowl, he's Ben Roethlisberger. Congratulations.
Yeah.
you're Ben Roethlisberger in Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
like that. It is just
Remember
as
that
simple
thing
as
in a
that.
bar bathroom that doesn't get talked about anymore? Because he won, and he was a good quarterback. It's
Yeah.
pretty simple.
Yeah. Peyton Manning sitting on the assistant or whatever, training assistant's face.
That
in
happened
Tennessee.
when he was a Tennessee Volunteer. Not a lot of people know that story. But when that happened, it was alleged that Archie got involved and was like, hey, he said something along the lines of, hey, we've seen who this girl runs around with. Can she really be trusted? That was the defense. Hey, she's kind of promiscuous. Can we really trust what she said about my son putting his genitals in an area he shouldn't have? She's promiscuous.
Yeah, but he was also,
he's also a legend in the making. Yeah, so
number one pick.
So
exactly.
As Sean, great point he brings up. For the most part, not do whatever, but you can pretty much do anything as long as you're not in prison, as long as you play well. And fans will find a way to look past it because they don't really want to know you as a person for the most part. All the heartwarming stuff is cool, but honestly,
they just want to win.
They just want to win.
They just want to win.
Look,
That's it.
Deshaun Watson was beloved for a couple years here. He gave the money to the lunch ladies. Remember that?
That was awesome.
And he was the new hope, and he played like it.
J.J. Watt apologized to him on the field at the end of 2020, saying that they wasted one of his seasons.
Yeah.
Little did we know the last good season he
And
had.
J.J. Watt was on the practice field for the Texans today, and he was asked about Deshaun. He goes, "There's a lot of money. See if it works out."
Wait to see what happens.
See what happens. So,
yeah, I mean, it's so crazy that the Browns still have to do it. Like, he got traded in what the spring of 2022, and he still has to like be out there for the Browns because it's so onerous to cut him somehow. Like this, it's like honestly ridiculous that in the world of Russell Wilson cap hits and Kyler Murray and Tua setting the record, it's like this guy still has to play in year 4 of this. What wasn't it a 4-year deal? Like how is, I know they've restructured it since then, which I'm not putting that on my resume if I'm Andrew Berry, but this is just it. He's talking about it in the past tense in the clip. He is talking about like, well, it didn't go well. this decision I made didn't go well, but I don't regret it because, whatever. Every day's a journey or something. But yeah, it is depressing. Not like you got to feel bad for Deshaun Watson. I'm just saying that there's basically one of the 32 NFL teams that's like being held hostage by a quarterback and a cap hit in this way.
The other teams were able to find a way out, even if it's going to cost them and not have to play the guy. The Browns are like, you know what? Let's give it a go.
Like what?
Why is Todd Monken doing this?
And why did you draft what? 3 quarterbacks in the last 2 drafts?
Yeah.
Like, why'd you do that?
But Todd Monken didn't have a part to play in that. At least with Rayola. He's an Oregon quarterback too now, but Gabriel and Shador. He doesn't have to play Deshaun Watson.
Like what? Or Andrew Berry? Why is this guy still on the team? Like what happened? Why can't you get rid of this guy? What you don't want to take the cap hit on and squeeze some of this awesome talent that's on the Browns roster? What are we talking about? Get this guy out of here.
While you were talking, I was going through the Peyton Manning thing. Archie said she had a vulgar.
I'm sorry, Manning family, that I brought this up.
Sorry,
I'm
because I remember having these conversations with John and Lance years ago. He characterized her as having a vulgar mouth. The trainer in question, Archie, did. So I don't know. I do remember something along the line. Maybe it wasn't promiscuous, but she wasn't a polite lady, I believe is what he said. She had a vulgar mouth.
God. And this happened in 1895?
1996.
Oh.
Peyton Manning was accused of placing his bare buttocks and exposed genitals on the face and head of the female athletic trainer. Peyton Manning said it was just a mooning of a teammate, and she just happened to be in the area. And there's been lawsuits and settlements and so on. But you know what? You know what Peyton went out and did? Never beat Florida. That's what he went out and did. You know.
Well, I'm dirty, filthy.
If it's true, it is dirty and filthy.
And that's also Archie Manning's defense.
She's dirty and filthy in some ways, I guess. Hey, you can't trust her. She's got a vulgar mouth.
Yeah.
All right. There are some more serious things that happened. She did report it, and the person who heard her report didn't think she was lying. So there's a lot. You can look at it if you want. If you want to slander the Mannings like Sean did.
I didn't slander. It's not slander.
It's true. It's not slander. Hey, I know they're litigious. It's not slander.
And it was a compliment.
Because he was great at football.
Because he was
you
great
can
at
get away with
football.
stuff.
It never stuck to him.
It's true.
You got to be the nationwide guy for 30 years after that.
It's true.
Cut that meat.
Yes, it
Ruin
is.
that trainer.
It's another case of if you're great at doing the thing that people love to watch you do, they'll look past anything almost. And Deshaun, not great at football.
Not clearing the bar.
Not even close. So Browns fans will boo. They'll cheer when you get hurt. And they got one more year of this before a clean slate for all those involved, it looks like. All right. We got one more segment to go before we're done. The number is 713-780-3776.
You're back inside the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea and Sean Mapes.
So, Dana Brown out as the Astros GM. Joe Spada will be with the team in New York. He did not manage yesterday because of a family emergency, but he traveled with the team to New York, and he will manage the team as they face the Yankees tomorrow. The Astros have an off day, which is just a reward for all of us. We'll get back to watching Astros baseball starting tomorrow. So KJ gave us the reason. Like, he goes, the reason that Deshaun's still in the roster because of the cap hit. No, I get that part, the dead cap, $127 million. I get that. I just don't know why he has to start. And that's Todd Monk's decision, their head coach. So they do start on the road for the first 2 games. So it'll be a bit of a test run. If he's terrible, which he has been for his entire Browns tenure, maybe that'll end his time as a starter. So they get to see what they got in places that will be more friendly, I guess, because it ain't Cleveland right now for Deshaun Watson and the Browns. Some other news in the NFL. Jed York, the 49ers owner, arrested in an Ohio prostitution-related case. The initial charge was engaged in prostitution, which makes it sound like Jed York is on the street selling his wares. No, he was alleged to have paid for sex. They have pled that down, it looks like, to disorderly conduct. I don't know how you get from one to the other than being the owner of the 49ers. You got a lawyer who can get that done for you. But the mugshot is out there. Jed York. I would have called him a short king if this wasn't his charge. Can you really call a guy a short king if the reason he's in the news is because of prostitution, or at least related to prostitution? But he comes, look, I'm not a tall man. I'm 5'9", but Jed York looks like he comes in at about 5'6" or 7". And why was he in Ohio? Sean did ask that question. Turns out he's from Ohio. That's why Jed York. He's from Youngstown, so he was in the Ohio area and got busted. He pled no contest to a couple misdemeanors. He got 1 day in jail for each charge, so he got a 2-day jail sentence, plus a fine of over $1,100. Look, this ain't gonna be much of anything. I mean, the NFL will probably send, "Hey, Jed, what are you up to? What are you doing?" I don't know if he even gets a sternly worded letter from Roger. "Hey, Jed, come on, the Shield. What are you doing?" But the picture will live on. He's never escaping the picture.
The headline too.
Yeah. Oh, prostitution, that's tough. But
ask Rob Kraft about that.
Oh, 4 hands, Rob. Yeah. That it's tough.
Although that was a bigger deal because that was like
they were
part
talking
of a
about human
ring.
trafficking in a ring. It turns out he just was going there to get a massage below his waist, pretty much.
Yeah.
And not below his knees. But in this case, Jed's picture, I didn't even know really what Jed York looked. I knew what Robert Kraft looked like. I've seen enough of him being handed Super Bowls trophies. Jed York, not so much. Now I know what he looks like, and I'm not going to forget.
No, not a great offseason when your owner is brought up on prostitution charges and then pleaded down. Your coach has a mysterious car accident that has to be the reporting has to be delayed for whatever reason on that, and there is some like weird
police report
it's
stuff
my
that wasn't
fault,
true.
but it doesn't say it's whatever, and then you have the electronic substation and
the injuries that have followed.
Injuries, even if those things aren't related, just the belief that because you are so injured every year, they have to be related. Not fantastic stuff for the Niners. George Kittle gonna be back week 1 though.
So that's good stuff.
So other
Did
than
Jed
that,
York
though,
have to sacrifice for
I
the
don't
karma?
think so. I don't think they're related.
I don't think he did it on
I think-
purpose, but in the cosmos, did somebody have to take a fall for George Kittle to get off the PUP list, and it had to be Jed York?
I would like to think that George Kittle is just a hardworking man and attacked his rehab.
We watch a lot of Marvel. Things have to be in balance according to one supervillain, and maybe
That is
York
true.
getting popped is
soul for a soul.
Is the sacrifice for George Kittle's getting out there and being active for week 1.
Well, Jed York was getting active, too.
Well,
allegedly.
Criminal tools was his other charge. I don't know what criminal tools means. It just sounds like drug stuff, but who knows? Either way, misdemeanors. I'm sure he's back in the comfortable confines of Northern California. Get out of Ohio as quickly as you can, Jed. Not a good spot for you, it appears. We did mention the listener party. I did want to let you guys know, because they for the guys going, you're going to get fed pretty good. OMG Burgers is going to be there. We've mentioned Ninfa's in the past. It's going to be a good time. You got a couple more days to try to get in. With us, you got one more, but Jeremy and Joe have 2 days. John and Lance have another day. We are done giving away spots tomorrow. Ducky McSweeney's, Texadelphia, Terry's Black Barbecue, Black's Barbecue. Republic Boot Company will be there as well. So a lot of great sponsors going to feed you and maybe get your chance at a gift certificate or 2 as well. So if you can, join us. And if you are already set to go, it's going to be a good time on Friday out at St. Arnold. That music means we are done for the day. Since we're done for the day, Sean, what's it going to be?
You can't be trying to hump right now. This isn't the time for it.
If only Mike McDonald says that to Jed York at some point. They will be in the same building at least a couple times. We'll see if they have a little get-together. Unlikely. I don't know that owners talk to opposing coaches. We found a way to play it. We were wondering.
My one shot, one opportunity.
Shout out to you and B Rabbit as well. Rich Eisen's up next. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Houston's independent voice for sports talk.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
I'm Frank Miller for Ron and Son. Well, a new study is revealing that over 150 Poly market accounts may have traded on inside military information. Research from the Anti-Corruption Data Collective shows more than 150 accounts made $8 million on defense predictions, including the timing of U.S. and Israeli airstrikes on Iran. It's boasting an average win rate of 97%. Experts warn that the trades profit off confidential data while tipping off foreign adversaries. In consumer safety news, the FDA is upgrading a recall on frozen blueberries sold at Publix to its most severe Class 1 risk level. The agency is warning of potential E. coli contamination that carries a reasonable probability of serious illness or death. Shoppers are urged to either throw out the affected berries or return them for a full refund. And Apple Music is announcing that it will start tagging songs with a Made with AI label later this year. Record labels and distributors will now be required to flag any tracks where AI was used to create a significant portion of the material.
Life has a way of shifting priorities, changing needs, and pivoting plans. Home Bank is there for all of them. Their bankers partner with you every step along the way, from understanding your needs, meeting your goals, and celebrating your successes. Home Bank is invested in the vibrant spirit of our community and in you. So partner with them. Stop by any banking center across Greater Houston or visit home24bank.com to get started today. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC.
When your project impacts traffic, safety isn't optional. It has to be done right. That's why contractors and municipalities across Greater Houston trust Byers Barricades. From traffic control plans and custom signage to equipment rental, setup, maintenance, and final pickup, Byers Barricades manages every step of the job so your crew can stay focused on the work. They're service-driven, safety-inspired, and available 24/7. Byers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more at ByersBarricades.com.
Hey guys, it's Joe George. Most people don't know you can lease used vehicles. At D&M Leasing, their Easy Lease gives you a pre-owned vehicle with a much lower payment than financing. New vehicles lose huge value the moment they leave the lot. Skip that depreciation hit. Lease used and save big. Your D&M agent handles everything, including home delivery. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com and tell them that Joe George sent you by.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Houston, your day just got sweeter. Warm, fresh-baked cookies delivered straight to your door? Yes, please. Tips Treats is baking all day, every day. Chocolate chip, snickerdoodle, cookie pies, and more. Delivered warm. And Houston, we've got something sweet just for you. Use promo code ESPNHOU and get your next pickup, gift, or delivery for $14 a dozen. Code valid through September 7th, 2026. Limit 1 per customer. Treat yourself or someone else.
John Granato here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com. Chances are, if you've been to a few weddings, corporate events, rodeo committee gatherings, or charity dinners over the years, you've enjoyed Damaris Catering.
Yanni Damaris here. Most people know Damaris Barbecue. Our family's been at it since 1964. Well, Damaris Catering has been around since the early 70s. We do events from 20 people to 5,000, serving a variety of cuisines to cater at any event.
From no tie to bow tie, it's taken care of. Damaris Catering. Find them at Damaris.com.
Stand by. Cue announcer. The Del Olalea Show. Weekday mornings from 10 to noon. This is ESPN 97.5. Brought to you by Zada Jewelers. There are jewelry stores, then there's Zada's. KFNC, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
The business we are in is a performance-based business.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
And that same fan base, they cheered when I got hurt.
The Rich Eisen Show.
It's a disrespectful thing.
Today's guests, ESPN NFL analyst Marcus Spears, senior writer for the MMQB, Albert Breer, BMW championship winner Wyndham Clark, comedian Sam Morril, and now it's Rich Eisen.
Hey, everybody. What a day to be on the air here on the final Monday of the month. Well, actually, it's not true. Hello, August. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on the program. I shouldn't be sticking my head in the calendar. Days are flying by right now. No, it's the National Football League season in full bloom right now. I know we're only 2 preseason weeks in, but it kind of feels like we're already in the middle of the season based on all the stories flying around. We'll talk about it throughout this 3-hour show. 844-204-RICH, number to dial on all these fronts. You just heard who our guests are. It's going to be a lot of fun. Wyndham Clark on the show in hour number 3. He just won again the BMW championship. He is a diehard fan of the Broncos, so we're going to surprise him with a win-loss game there. And he's also a fan of the Oregon Ducks. Speaking of which, hello, TJ Jefferson. I'm coming to you first to start the week that way.
All right, you're flipping it around.
Baby, candles lit in the corner. Candles lit in the corner. Good to see you.
Oh, it's not
Mikey
lit.
D's and D's nuts. Good to see you, sir. How are you?
Good.
DJ Mikey D sitting next to Chris Brockman. We just already recorded the latest Overreaction Monday. It's already out there in your RSS feed if you listen, or our YouTube channel if you watch, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show. So, Deshaun Watson is going to start week 1 for the Cleveland Browns. It has been reported all over the place. Todd Monken has made his decision, and he's the guy. And, man, when this whole calendar year started and Watson was deemed healthy, all I was hearing at the combine, all I was hearing at the draft, all I was hearing between those 2 dates, and everything I've been hearing ever since then is competition, sure. But there is a thumb on the scale for Deshaun Watson because the Browns want to see if he has anything from 2019 left in him. I know that was a long time ago. He had a good COVID year as well. His career year of COVID year was actually almost a 5,000-yard season for the Houston Texans. They want to see if that guy that they acquired amidst of his entire scandal that was tearing his personal life and professional life seemingly apart, is that guy still in there? And it doesn't really matter how much Shador is being a professional and showing up and showing out in any practices or preseason games. It's going to be him. And after this weekend and what happened this weekend, I could not be more sure of what I heard back in the spring and throughout was the truth. Because I did not see Deshaun getting this gig, even though he took his relationship with Browns fans and lit it on fire again. Now, you could say the Browns fans brought it back up themselves because they booed him in his home, if you will, debut of the preseason and his first action in the stadium since he tore up his Achilles when he heard cheers from some in the crowd. You could say Browns fans play a role in it, and they do. And they do. But we want, or at least franchises want, their quarterbacks to be the professionals and adults in the room. And three things about Deshaun Watson are certain. Three about his 2026 season. Okay? One, he's the starting quarterback. Two, he and his relationship with the Browns fans are in shambles. And three is whatever he says he has done to turn pages in his life, there is one page he is yet to turn. And that is the way he felt hearing cheers when, from some, not everybody, in Cleveland when he was down on the turf tearing up his Achilles. And that was apparent after Saturday's preseason game against the Bills, in which he came on in the second half and looked terrible, to be straight up. And this is his reaction when he was asked about how he felt to hear the boos.
Man, I didn't have no reaction. I think the biggest thing is, I think you guys know too, and I think the whole world knows, it has nothing to do about the performance. It's a little bit personal than that. So I think that's it's a disrespectful thing. So, yeah, I mean, I'm going to keep whatever I feel with me and my family internally on how I feel about that. And, yeah, just move on. Last time I played on this field, I tore my Achilles. And that same fan base, they cheered when I got hurt. So does that have to do with, what does that have to do with anything about performance? When a person get hurt, especially for your own city, and they cheer.
First things first, he's not wrong. It's terrible. It's not right.
Yeah.
Fans who cheer, players who get hurt, regardless of how you feel about them. So sure, he could sit there and say it is personal. The personal comes from the fact that the professional just wasn't there on the field. Hasn't been. Your best ability is availability. The numbers speak for themselves. 19 starts, 3,365 yards, 19 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, 3 rushing touchdowns. For a guy who, in his 3 stellar years in Houston, 3,365 yards, the aggregate of his 3 years in Cleveland, would have been 300 yards fewer than his worst single-season number of yards. 2019, as a matter of fact. He had 3,852. He topped 4,000 yards in the season before and after. It absolutely is performance-based, and that's part of the problem as well, difficult for Browns fans to swallow, is for him to basically say, this is all personal. It has nothing to do with what I'm putting out on the field, which in its subtext, in the underpinnings of that opinion, it sounds like he just won't be held accountable, which is one, or hold himself accountable for his actions, which is the fault line. with Deshaun Watson. Because if that's something that he hasn't reconciled with, then that's another bright, shiny red light. But at the end of the day, when you're down on the ground and your Achilles is torn and you're hearing people cheer you, it's tough to get past. Clearly, he's not through it. And he knows, at the time, if he's the starter, what's the phrase he used? 17 road games?
17 away games.
Quarterback job is tough enough. Can you defeat that negativity?
I don't know. You know, it's a mental battle every day. You know, I feel like I get more love on road games than I do home games. So if it is my spot and he does make me the name, maybe it's 17 away games then. I don't know. I don't know.
It's not great for him to just come out and say it like that. It's just not great. It's not great. You know, those are things that even if he feels it, I know he's a human and he's got rights to emotions, but I would have counseled against him saying something like that into a microphone. Browns fans are incensed. They're livid. Todd Monken basically gave Deshaun the answers to the test after he stepped to the podium and had been informed what Watson had to say.
I am proud, again, like I said, of the way he's worked to get where he's at, and that's part of it, right? I know you asked him, like, hey, how's it feel to get booed? I mean, it's a pretty easy question. It sucks. I don't want to get booed. It comes with the territory. You don't want to get booed? Let's play good football. Let's play good at quarterback. Let's play good on offense. Let's play good as a team. And then you don't have to worry about all that because it can turn just like that. Win, play good football, and everybody will be fine. That's just part of it. I mean, that's why I told him, you good? We're good. Part of what we do.
It's the full Hyman Roth. This is the business we've chosen.
It sure is.
This is the business we've chosen. Fans are out of their skulls. Not every Browns fan was cheering on the ground. Yep. But you've just painted the entire thing by the broad brush. And then another thing I would say is, did you look up in the stands in the second half? The place had about a handful of thousands in it, and you're going to paint the entire Browns fan base with that brush? Those people who are going to come to hopefully cheer you? I mean, that's the answer to the test right there. And Watson is fortunate that Monken's his coach, or that the management of the Browns are like, you know, we know we're going to piss off the fans, but he's still a starter. And Monken was given that sort of heads up. You know how you do that with friends or loved ones? Hey, I'm kind of giving you this heads up that something's coming you're not going to be happy with. He ceded the ground the next day when he said this about his decision that was coming.
I'm not going to let one half of football, one frustrating moment, dictate what our decision is going to be that we think is in the best interest of the Browns moving forward, and especially week one.
And then in terms of how he's reconciled this is what he had to say as well about, you know, his decision that was coming about Watson working hard and everything like that. He basically talked about the guy that he's seen has been working hard to get back to compete, and then added this.
I've been really pleased with how he's worked, how he's approached every day. And listen, we didn't play well enough collectively. And I'm sure that was frustrating for him. And it was for us as well. But like I said, we control that. We control that with how we coach, how we play. And, I mean, none of us like to be booed. We all like to be appreciated. I think that's just human, okay? I think he emptied his heart a little bit. And I don't think that says who he is. I see the competitor in him. I see the everyday work he puts in. And he wants to be back. He wants to get back to where he was as best he can. And that's hard. And, you know, again, I think the moment just got him after the game and it can get all of us.
It can get all of us. And hopefully he has emptied his heart and can turn the page. I don't know if Browns fans are gonna. That said, there's a reason why Todd Monken, listen, we have quarterback controversies and we have quarterback competitions all the time.
Sure.
Where, quarterback 1, you get one start in preseason. Quarterback 2, you get the other start in preseason. So I'll go ahead and weigh this against that. We see that all the time. There's a reason why Deshaun Watson got start 1 and Shedeur got start 2. And it's not because the thumb was on the scale for Watson. It's because start 1 was on the road. Start 2 was at home. And the thumb maybe being on the scale for Watson was start 2 at home. Guess what we're going to do? We're going to put you in the second half. You're going to go against the 2s and the 3s, and you're going to look great. And you're not going to hear boos, and we're going to get ready for the season together. We're going to get this out of the way. We're going to turn the page, and that's what coaches want to do. They want to coach you up, and you're page turning. You're page turning. Unfortunately, though, Watson looked like hot garbage, and the team did too. So the thousands of fans that were there booed him again. And all of that old stuff got dredged up, and we found out it's going to be tough to turn this page. And Todd Monken can sit there and say, as well he should, because this is what coaches do. They control the controllables. You can control what you can control. And as he said, it's all about what we do as coaching, just to get things better. Because if you play better, you don't hear boos, and people make you feel welcome. And if that's something that you need as part of your professional career, then we're going to set you up for success for that, which is what they tried to do in the preseason. And guess what? Didn't work out. But it's just the preseason. And many coaches have gone into a season saying, I got this, I'm controlling it. And then they find out, as I'm sure Monken knows, the National Football League in many ways is uncontrollable. Can't control fans, can't control circumstances, the way the ball bounces, things of that nature. All of it. I get it. But Monken also knows the first 2 games of the Cleveland Browns regular season schedule are, guess where? On the road. They're at Jacksonville and at Tampa. They have, if you will, a Florida primary before the general. Okay? And I don't know. Problem is the Jacksonville Jaguars won their division last year, and the Buccaneers are a team with a chip on their shoulder, and they would love to just tell everybody, we're here too. And Baker Mayfield would love nothing more than to send Deshaun Watson and the Browns home 0-2 and stir that thing straight up and plant the flag on the Browns organization and screw them up so royally that they send Watson home off of a multiple interception, dreadful, awful quarterback rating performance. Reuben Bain looks like his short arms ain't a problem, right? And Baker would love nothing more than to serve that up and send the Browns home for Watson's first home start in the regular season since the day he can't turn the page from, which he is now fully admitted, to the point where he just didn't care that everybody knows what he thinks. That's a problem. But it's there. Or the Browns show everybody, we're young, we're good, we got the coach who clearly is in tune with what the problem is and is doing his best to dial things appropriately for success. He gets it. He knows it. Again, he put Watson in start 1 on the road. He put Watson in his second appearance at home in the easiest possible circumstances, and it didn't look good. He knows it, and he knows going to Watson first and turning to Shedeur is something Shedeur can handle and Watson can only handle. So he's doing it. Even though the Browns fan base is like, what are we doing? That's the truth. That's the situation. I didn't see all of this playing out between hearing Watson's the guy, he'll be named the guy, and the day Watson is officially the guy, he's been named the guy. I didn't see that in between. Browns fans did, and are basically saying, how did our front office, with all the Ivy League diplomas on the wall, not see it? And how are they, with everybody in town, no doubt, calling into the radio shows, and if people write letters to the editor anymore, how livid they are about it? Wow. Welcome to your first head coaching gig, Todd Monken.
Seriously.
And the Browns make it official, as always, with a social media post. That's the way things work in this day and age. What do you think? 844-204-RICH, number to dial. We've got a 49ers 4 downs. We've got 4 guests. We are 4 wide today. Albert Breer, top of hour 2 to talk about it. We've also got Wyndham Clark in hour 3, as red hot a professional player as there is on the tour, any tour, anywhere on earth. And the reason why is because he watched me win skins money in a tournament back in May. That's absolutely it. I will not rest until I get him to admit it later on.
You inspired him.
And Sam Morrill, Nixon 5. Sam Morrill will be joining us, the very funny comedian, hour 3. And you threw out 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Marcus Spears, though, is next on The Rich Eisen Show. Rich Eisen here. We talk a lot about battles in sports. Teams battling through adversity, athletes fighting for every yard. The toughest warriors I've ever seen, though, aren't on the field. They're kids fighting cancer. Their families standing beside them. Doctors, nurses, caregivers. That's why I'm proud to support Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 28 years, they've helped fund pediatric cancer research, raising more than $303 million and supporting over 40,000 children. Learn more and donate at HyundaiUSA.com/Hope on Wheels.
Hot damn! Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. The hard iced tea taste you know and love, but with an 8% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and brings your daytime drinking to the next level. Just look for the bright yellow cans in the cooler and get ready to dial up the fun. Big flavor, extreme kick. Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted!
Visit Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly. Something big is coming. On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. Yep, that means you, Texas. One app, every sport, all 50 states. DraftKings Game Day is yours. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff of a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. New DraftKings customers. Sign up with code Houston975. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. That's code Houston975 in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click-to-claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms at dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability. Varies by state.
Pro Dunk basketball goals have been the best on the planet for years, and they keep getting better. John Renato here. Now with your Pro Dunk goal, you can get their drill-powered lightning adjust system that raises and lowers your goal in seconds, 10 times faster with zero effort. And now ESPN listeners get the patent-pending lightning adjust system free. That's a $249 value, but you have to call. This offer is not on the website. Call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822. You got to mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822. That's Pro Dunk.
The best thing about memories is they never fade and never go away. Stories from your past sit up in your head perfectly, and you can just draw from them for the rest of your life. The details don't get fuzzy, and you can share them with the people you love easily. Oh wait, that's bull. That's a heritage film. The thing that we create for families and founders to share their stories with a personal documentary film that does last forever. YourHeritageFilm.com.
If you or someone you care about is searching for a stable, meaningful career, IBEW Local 66 Houston wants to talk to you. With paid apprenticeships, it's an earn-while-you-learn path that lasts a lifetime. Visit IBEW66.com. Powering careers, powering the future.
Is your money just lying around? Switch to Huntington Bank, and your money's always doing something. Like auto-saving for special events, tracking your teen spending, and helping protect your parents from fraud. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
St. Arnold, they have a beer for everyone. They also have a space for everyone. Lance Zerline here. If you're planning a wedding, company party, or birthday bash, St. Arnold has a space for you. For events with 20 to 300 people, choose the Cozy Investors Pub or the spacious beer hall. Enjoy fresh St. Arnold beer, plus wine, cider, root beer. Their in-house chef creates everything from appetizers to full feasts. Book your holiday party now for prime dates. Visit StArnold.com, click private events. Make sure you go to StArnold.com, click private events.
Hey guys, Joe George here. The biggest trap in today's car market, 84-month financing just to afford the payment. At D&M Leasing, there's a smarter solution. With their best-in-class Easy Lease, you drive a newer vehicle with the latest technology for a much lower monthly payment. No long financing, just a smarter choice. Call D&M Leasing at 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com and tell them that Joe George sent you by.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Bottles are filling and payrolls next. Whoa, what the?
I'm you with more gusto.
What's with the leather jacket?
It's kind of my new vibe, which, by the way, switch to Gusto for payroll.
Switch? Oh, that's always such a headache.
With Gusto, it's effortless. Kind of like looking cool in this jacket, payroll, benefits, even 401k. Simple.
Can I try it on?
Gusto? Sure. The jacket? No. Switch to effortless payroll. Choose a future with Gusto.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here. I went into Dr. Kaplan's office and I had my deviated septum fixed and had balloon sinuplasty, clearing out those chronic sinus issues. I had it all done in one visit. A month later, I'm breathing perfectly. The deviated septum is fixed. Nothing could be better. It's amazing. It's a great change in my quality of life. You can do the same thing. Medicare and insurance plans cover this. Call 713-903-8049, 713-903-8049, or visit kaplansinusrelief.com. Breathe well, live well.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, Overreaction Monday is already in the books. Chris Brockman and I recorded it before everything has been going down right here on our program. 844-204-RICH being that number to dial right here on the program. Sam Morrill is going to come here in hour number 3 of our program, and we'll chop up what's going down with. I don't know if he's a Jet or a Giant fan. Hey, by the way, hey, Jet fans, let's hit this before Marcus Spears joins us. Hey.
You got a quarterback.
All right. Hey, for one preseason set of snaps in Pittsburgh, PA, Geno Smith back in the Jet Green, the football DeLorean. By the way, maybe write that down for a fantasy team name.
Jet DeLorean?
No, the football DeLorean.
Oh, football DeLorean.
You know, the football DeLorean. There he goes. Setting the time back to whenever he had good times for the Jets, whenever the hell that was. And people were writing him off, and then he began to not write back.
Right up until the time he got punched in the face.
Hey, man, don't bring up IK Enemkali to me when I'm feeling good about Geno Smith.
I hate this team.
Don't stay, hey, Dodger fan, leaving the Yankees behind. You're not allowed to start ripping on the Jets when I'm feeling good about them.
I've always ripped
Don't bring me down.
Don't bring me down.
I don't know. All right, I'll go there. Geno shows up like the Seattle Geno. Okay?
Right?
Breece Hall shows up like second year Breece Hall before he blew out his knee. Right? Braylon Allen shows up like the guy from preseason week 1 who just finds a crease and he takes it to the house. Garrett Wilson shows up like offensive rookie of the year, Garrett Wilson. A.D. Mitchell shows up like A.D. Mitchell does in every game that he didn't fumble purposely or accidentally right before the goal line. Omar Cooper shows up like the kid at the end of the Penn State game when Fernando Mendoza mania.
Running wild.
You know, first really hit Indiana. Right?
I didn't like that game.
All right. Hold on. I'm not done yet. Mason Taylor shows up like, Brian Kelly going for it, right, on fourth down.
Oh, there you go.
Right? Winning a big-time football game. Way back when he was promising recruits numbers, he took away from them once they showed up. Is this thing on? Kenyon Sadiq shows up like the kid, the freak, the freak. Hey, the defense for the Jets shows up like they did in preseason week number 2 in Pittsburgh. They had not one, but 2. I said 2 interceptions. Actual interceptions. As in, one team throws the ball
and then
at the Jets defense, and the Jets defense catches it and takes it away.
We talking playoffs or what?
Oh, I don't know, man. But here we go. I'm giving you roadmaps. Micah Fitzpatrick, right? Demario Davis, real solid, long-standing veterans, at least in Davis's case. Let's protect them. Let's stay healthy. Jets are a high registered team. You know, they're not bad. Just throwing it all out there. Okay. Marcus Spears, back here on the Rich Eisen Show. How are you, Marcus?
Hey.
Good to see you.
What's up? What's up, Rich?
Good to see you, man. What's going on in the Browns locker room right now? Give me your best guess. What's happening
First
right
of
now?
all, I want to publicly apologize for privately just getting to you, man. I know we've been texting back and forth. I'm just happy to be able to be on with you.
Listen, I'll be there for you no matter what, you know, unless, of course, one of my kids becomes one of the hottest recruits in all of college athletics. You know, I'll give you a lot of passes, Marcus. Let's put it that way. All
Yes,
good.
sir.
What do you think is going on in the Browns locker room right now? Your best guess.
Rich, let me, I've been hearing the banter, and obviously Deshaun obviously been named the starter. News broke this morning from Shefty. It's about $230 million. The locker room, not important. This is ownership unwilling to to admit that they made a tremendous mistake bringing Deshaun Watson in. It hasn't worked out since he's arrived there. Unfortunately, he suffered injuries that have derailed him. I think he's missed almost 50 games, 40-something plus games since he's shown up there. But this is when we have conversations about the business of football. It's simple for me. I mean, Shedeur Sanders should be the starter. One, because you need to figure out if he can play at a very high level. From a pragmatic standpoint, if he plays well and you still want to move on because you got those first-round picks, now you've increased value for a trade, which would help your organization and franchise. But this is ownership. This had nothing to do with Todd Monken or Andrew Berry. This is about $230 guaranteed to a player who was coming out of Houston with all of those allegations and dealing with a lot of turmoil. Mentally, I think Deshaun is obviously wrecked from that standpoint, trying to perform with that going on. And now, you know, the recent press conference is standing up there and talking about the fans and his response to the fans and the booing. I don't think any player should be booed when they get injured, no matter what the circumstances is. But that happened. And but the tumultuous relationship that has ensued since he's shown up there suggests he shouldn't even be on the team. He shouldn't even be in the locker room. So this is why I'm always conflicted, because we are such a quarterback-driven league, and that's the narrative around every single team that we talk to. We won't mention anything without mentioning their quarterback. And this particular situation is the opposite end of the spectrum, where everything has gone absolutely wrong. And you got ownership that's not willing to admit that they made a catastrophic mistake, and it's turning their franchise into a joke, is what it's become now. You got a young second-year player that you drafted out of Colorado in Shedeur. You also have the kid from Oregon that you drafted, and your unwillingness to admit that I made a terrible decision and a terrible mistake with bringing Deshaun Watson here. We had, what's this, Rich, 4 years, 5 years now that this trade has taken place? It's over. It's bad. Naming him a starter is not going to change anything about your franchise or organization going forward. You still going to have to find a quarterback if you don't think one is in the building, and obviously you don't want to give the young guys a shot. So you're going to be back to square one where you were last year. And, you know, this fan base obviously has been through the ringer with the quarterback situation in particular over years. But more importantly, like the unwillingness to admit that the ownership in Cleveland, because that's what this is about. This ain't about a damn coach. This ain't about a camp competition. This ain't about who throws the out route better or who can scramble. This is about $230 million that we gave to Deshaun Watson, thinking that he would be a franchise quarterback, and the unwillingness to admit that he ain't. And you are going to, the stubbornness of this ownership is going to say, nah, we going to see, and we going to let him play, and maybe we'll salvage something if by a miracle he comes out and plays out of his mind, which I doubt. Doesn't want to be there, Rich. Well, he doesn't want to be in Cleveland.
He doesn't want to be in Cleveland when he's playing in front of the home fans. He probably wants to be in Cleveland when he knows that this is the way through to another spot professionally. He does want to be in Cleveland if he loves his teammates or he does genuinely like them. You know what I mean? Like, this is the reality. Yeah. And I know what you're like. You just gave the true reality that you think that a big Haslam thumb, if not his whole entire body, went on the scale, even though, you know, they admitted before the 2025 draft that they made a mistake with Deshaun. And now here he is back. And the thing is, though, it's just like, where do you stand on Watson's honesty at the podium? You know, where yes, he feels this way. He's a human. He should be able to say it. Or, you know, he should swallow it and say, you know, I don't like to be booed. It's just because I haven't played well. I need to play better. We all do. And I hope I get the chance to show everybody. Like, if he had done that, we wouldn't, this situation wouldn't be like a fully involved house.
Yep, right I understand that, Rich. And I think, you know, he obviously could have handled the press conference different, but when we put mics in front of guys, we want true honesty, and that's what Deshaun feels as honest. You know, it's relative to everything that has transpired since he's shown up there, right? Came in with all of that stuff going on in Houston, and Cleveland decided anyway that we're going to bring him in and he's going to become our franchise quarterback because of what he did in Houston. Let's not forget, okay? Because it's okay when you are just fresh in that window outside of what's going on, because obviously they felt like it was enough that it was going to, you know, the situation that he had off the field and the legal stuff that he had going on, they felt like that was going to get resolved. So they made a strictly football decision because of what he had done in Houston. Deshaun was ascending to being one of the top 5 guys in the league at the position. And there were arguments being made that he could eventually be the best one. So that's the football element of it, in which why they gave him $230 million. The circumstances in which you gave him $230 million should have been more evaluated and probably put a little more thought into it, because now this is why you stuck. So you were playing. I hate this idea, Rich, that everything is a monolith and it's one way. Deshaun Watson has every damn right to be mad about blowing his Achilles and people cheering. That would make anybody mad, regardless of if you're playing well or you're not. What he doesn't have a right to be mad about is people booing because of football and the way you've played and performed over that period of time. And people boo because your ability to be your unavailability has become as much a part of the play. So again, like, there's a lot of reasons for these fans to be mad. There's a lot of reasons for them to boo. They gonna express it. They gonna tell you how they feel about it. But it really boils down to two sides. Two things can be true. I can be absolutely pissed off about somebody booing me after I'm laying on the field with a torn Achilles, and they have every right to boo him based on his play and based on what has transpired, giving him $230 million guaranteed to become the franchise quarterback, and you have been unavailable. And when you've been available, you haven't played to the level in which $230 million guaranteed warrants.
Marcus Spears, ESPN's Monday Night Countdown, part of a newly revamped and exciting new crew on Monday nights. We'll get to that for a brief bit before we say goodbye to Marcus. The Cowboys this year, it just feels more real. I was saying on our Overreaction Monday show, Marcus, I've been saying it for months, by the way, that they've been in my top 5 of my power rankings, whether it's way too soon or not, for months, that I was saying that Jerry Jones, at best, during the summers sounds like he's trying to speak things into existence, or at worst, tell you it's raining when it's a different liquid coming from above. You know, this feels real, though, man.
Yeah.
This does feel real, and I'm wondering what you think, Marcus.
Rich, first of all, I could talk to you all day about sports, man. Like I love that. I love that the way you address that. You know why I'm excited about Dallas, and it's weird because it's been quiet. It's been quiet. The George Pickens thing could have turned into what it normally turns into, and it didn't. Now, it takes both parties to come to an agreement and everything to get settled and situated. He's in camp, playing out of his mind based on the reports that I've heard, and there's no noise from that regard. You just Quentin Williams gets his contract done. No noise, just going about the business of getting it done. You got Rashawn Gary, who was traded. That's not loud, but that could be super effective. I think Rashawn Gary is a really good football player. The Von Miller signing, it was very unassuming to get that type of player, and obviously Von is not the Von we think about that's going to be a gold jacket guy, but he did have 9 sacks last year. The drafting of Caleb Downs just felt super mature, right? Like everything you hear about Caleb Downs, mature football player, the history of safeties here with Darren Woodson, obviously, and the quarterbacking of the defense. The young linebackers have been playing well. The guys are showing up. But more importantly, man, just it's been business as usual. You know, camp fights, cool. I don't mind that. That shows that you got some fight in you. You know, you got to deal with that. But outside of that, man, just quiet and to your point, going about their business. Rich, I think this team, and I say this like I'm walking a tightrope, I think they're going to be very good.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is going to be a very good football team. I think this defense is going to be really, really good as well, and good enough for what that offense should be doing week in and week out to give anybody they play against a game. And I'm looking forward to it. I probably haven't been as excited about a season for Dallas going into the season as much as this one, and it's simply because it's been business. It hasn't been, you know, the noise that we usually get or some storyline or some conjuring up from Jerry about what should be going on or what the narrative is about the Cowboys. It's a true, honest approach to trying to win a championship. The contracts have spoke to that. The draft has spoke to that. And you have a franchise quarterback that you can win a Super Bowl with in Dak Prescott. Now, I'm not going as far as to say they're going to win a Super Bowl, but this is going to be a playoff football team. And when they get in, you never know, hitting the strides. I tell people every time during the playoffs, you just need a better 3 hours than the team you're against, not to be better than them.
And I love the coach, too, man. I love what Schottenheimer's cooking up. The post-game locker room, I know it's preseason, I get it. But the brotherhood that does appear to be building there, and what Schottenheimer went through in year one with injuries and obviously Marshawn Nealon and what was going on with the team. It just seems like a tight-knit group. It seems like they got it.
Rich, I love that you said that, man, because what I think Shotty has done more than anything, and I've said this probably 3-4 years ago, and I want to get your opinion on this, Rich.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like he's insulated the football team away from everything that goes on that comes with being a Dallas Cowboy.
Including the owner? So what you're saying?
Including the owner. Including the owner.
You know?
And regardless of if their relationship is great, and I think it is, I think Jerry is now starting to kind of ignite. Jerry is realizing, and Jerry probably been at odds with me, probably been mad at me for years. But I think what Jerry is starting to understand is that I have people in this building that can do their job at a very high level. Let me still do my thing and put my stamp where I need to put it. But it seems like the football has just become football. And that's what I have been screaming for years, because I think you get to this point, which we're projecting, but I think you get to this point a little bit faster. And it's not about Jerry not meddling. He's going to be a part of it. He's going to do his interviews and all of that. But the football of Dallas is what we've been talking about all season. I mean, all off season. And think about how much of a change that is, Rich, from the conversations of the past 5 summers.
You all right over there, TJ? Are you jumping out of your skin over there? A resident Cowboy fan?
Your heart's pumping.
Yeah, man.
So I do.
And I think it's real. It really is real. You know, I really feel that it is real.
When you had Rashawn Gary in, what's up, Swagger? We had him in last week.
Yeah.
You asked about Jerry. Had he been to his office? Had he met him? And he really made it seem like those two hadn't really crossed paths yet.
He's talking about how the Rams were making kind of fun of them for running wind sprints after practice, and George Pickens was like, move it, beat it. Like he's kind of standing there like a team leader, and I'm hearing all again. I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but I am going to ask you a question that normally I shouldn't ask on the air. Can I keep you for a few more minutes? I've got to take a break. You good?
I got you.
All right, Marcus Spears here on the Rich Eisen Show. We're back with one of our favorites right here on the Rich Eisen Show in just a moment right here on this busy Monday. Man, lots to talk about. It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Houston is offering 50% off installation and no interest, no payments for 12 months. Some restrictions may apply. See local showroom for details. Offer ends August 31st, 2026.
Evan Cohen here. When it comes to your tires, you want the best quality, the best value, and the best service. When you buy tires at Midas with paid installation, their limited lifetime tire guarantee is included at no extra cost. Free flat repairs or replacements if needed, and complimentary maintenance like tire rotations and rebalancing every 5,000 miles. All included. That's the limited lifetime tire guarantee. Only at Midas, the best around.
Something big is coming. On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. Yep, that means you, Texas. One app, every sport, all 50 states. DraftKings Game Day is yours. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff of a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. New DraftKings customers, sign up with code Houston975. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. That's code Houston975 in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click-to-claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms at dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability. Varies by state.
Hey guys, it's Joe George. 50 years ago, D&M Leasing created a simpler way, one expert handling everything to find you the lowest monthly payment. At D&M Leasing, you work with one person from start to finish. They shop hundreds of vehicles and deliver to your home or office. Their best-in-class Easy Lease makes it easy. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com and tell them that Joe George sent you by.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn. And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest-running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons. We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond. And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field. Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
Blue Mountains cold beer. There, I said it. That's how you know your Coors Light is cold. Those beautiful Blue Mountains. If you like cold filtered, cold lagered, and cold packaged beer, then you need to be drinking Coors Light like me, John Granado, Coors Light enthusiast. So whether you're out with the crew or stocking up for the week, look for the Blue Mountains. Grab a cold Coors Light at your favorite local bar, restaurant, or on your next grocery run. Choose chill, Houston. Choose Coors Light. There, I said it again.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here. I went into Dr. Kaplan's office and I had my deviated septum fixed and had balloon sinuplasty, clearing out those chronic sinus issues. I had it all done in one visit. A month later, I'm breathing perfectly. The deviated septum is fixed. Nothing could be better. It's amazing. It's a great change in my quality of life. You can do the same thing. Medicare and insurance plans cover this. Call 713-903-8049, 713-903-8049, or visit kaplansinusrelief.com. Breathe well, live well.
That'll be 8452.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code ACT5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
That division is not great. But I think the Jacksonville Jaguars, man, and however they find a way to manage Travis Hunter, because the kid want to go both ways. You saw he bulked up and put muscle on, but I really believe he'll be well served as a DB and maybe do the prime time thing, no pun intended, and be effective on some offensive critical situations down in distances. But I think this is a young team that could shock a lot of people. And Josh Hines Allen, who rushes the passer as well as anybody in the NFL, doesn't get talked about a lot. But this defensive line can get after people as well. And Walker on his extension, like there's a lot to like about Jacksonville.
Marcus Spears here on the Rich Eisen Show. Our radio audience has returned in the middle of all that. That was a question I asked. Oh, yeah, ESPN Radio, sir. That I asked Marcus teams that we're not talking about enough. He gave us Jacksonville in the AFC and the Saints in the NFC. Just to let everyone know, this show is partners with Gusto. We love Gusto. If you don't just do the job when you run a small business, you know you're already the hiring manager, payroll department, and more. Gusto is online payroll and benefit software that's built for small businesses, all in one, remote friendly, incredibly easy to use so you can pay, hire, onboard, and support your team from anywhere. Unlimited payroll runs for one monthly price. No hidden fees, no surprises. You can save time with built-in automated tools, offer letters, onboarding docs, direct deposit, and more. It's so easy to switch. Just transfer your existing data to get up and running fast. Plus, you don't pay a cent until you run your first payroll. Try Gusto today at gusto.com/rich and get 3 months free when you run your first payroll. That's 3 months of free payroll at gusto.com/rich. One more time is gusto.com/rich. Marcus Spears still here with us on the program for just a few more minutes. Listen, I was having fun before about I don't have a kid that's going to be the top recruit in all the land as yours is clearly on the hoop side of things, Marcus. But, my son, if he does want to play football, my youngest son, he already is demanding of schools to wear number 84. Are you fine with that if he winds up at LSU, Marcus, and demands to wear 84? I'm
fine with that. There would be no cease and desist. There would be no...
We sure about that? We good?
Yeah, for sure, man. Wear it. Jerseys are made to be worn.
Is that right?
There are a few people where they should be retired, but I'm okay with that. And Rich, I know what you're getting at, Rich. Look, don't cause no turmoil with me and my LSU family.
No,
but I will say this, and Rich, I'm a man. I will say what's on my mind.
Yes.
It is crazy as hell to send a cease and desist letter over a jersey number that you ain't retired. I don't know what Jaden Camp thinking. I don't know why this even got to this point. Because even if you don't like it, how about we just have conversations with LSU and keep it personal? But that's the way I operate. I know we in 2026 and, everything got to be on TV and so publicized and on social media. That's crazy as hell to me that you would go to that extent for somebody not to wear 5. Rich, listen.
Yes, sir.
If LSU called me and AD Verge Osbury called me and said, hey, man, the number 1 D lineman in the country wants to wear number 84, I would personally deliver it to his house if it's gonna make him sign there. So again, man, it's yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. I think it's just a time that we living in, man. You call me old school, and Rich, you may be this way. The asking of a jersey retirement is nuts to me. I think that's for other people to do. I think that's for the people at LSU to acknowledge and say, you know what, Jaden was so phenomenal with 5 on, we never going to let anybody wear it again. And I will say this, and I don't know the statistics on it. I know he won a Heisman, and that's a big deal. There's a Heisman given out every year. National champion, didn't win a national championship, kind of don't know what team-wise that team will be remembered for. We remember Jaden Daniels, though, and we remember the wide receivers and some good players.
Yes, sir,
and this is
Marcus
not a knock on him, because if they retired, he's only the 3rd Heisman Trophy winner in the history of the school. So if you retired...
Progressive presents ways to save money that aren't bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive.
I can't believe the deal we got on these seats for the game.
Wow, they must be pretty high up here. I think my ears just popped.
Yeah, here, put this on.
Is that an oxygen mask?
An official team oxygen mask.
Well, I can kind of see the field.
Good, your senses are still sharp. You're going to need them for phase 2 of the ascent.
Don't save money by sitting in the nosebleeds. You could save hundreds by switching to Progressive. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You push yourself in everything you do, scanning headlines for insights, keeping an eye on the market. Robinhood puts you in control of your money, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
While some places serve fajitas, the original Ninfa's is the birthplace of the modern Tex-Mex dish. Come experience the legendary flavors that have made Ninfa's a Houston favorite since 1973. From world-famous fajitas to handmade tortillas, fresh guacamole, and refreshing ninfaritas, every meal is a celebration. Visit the original Ninfa's on Navigation or Ninfa's Uptown. Reserve your table today at ninfas.com. That's ninfas.com.
Houston, your day just got sweeter. Warm, fresh-baked cookies delivered straight to your door? Yes, please. Tips Treats is baking all day, every day. Chocolate chip, snickerdoodle, cookie pies, and more. Delivered warm. And Houston, we've got something sweet just for you. Use promo code ESPNHOU and get your next pickup, gift, or delivery for $14 a dozen. Code valid through September 7th, 2026. Limit 1 per customer. Treat yourself or someone else.
Is your money doing everything it can for you? Like automatically pushing more of your money to savings every day?
I don't think so.
Then switch to Huntington Bank. And let's get more from money. Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
John Granato here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com.
If you want a career with stability, purpose, and room to grow, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 66 in Houston, is ready to meet you. For over 125 years, they've trained the professionals who keep our electrical grid running strong. High wages, full family health insurance, and retirement planning are just the beginning. Send your son, daughter, grandchild, or come yourself. Visit 4345 Allen Genoa Road in Pasadena or go to IBEW66.com. Powering careers, powering the future, IBEW66.com.
When your project impacts traffic, safety isn't optional. It has to be done right. That's why contractors and municipalities across Greater Houston trust Buyers Barricades. From traffic control plans and custom signage to equipment rental, setup, maintenance, and final pickup, Buyers Barricades manages every step of the job so your crew can stay focused on the work. They're service-driven, safety-inspired, and available 24/7. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more at buyersbarricades.com.
Dream Rate Mortgage, the ultimate mortgage hookup. Visit 975loans.com.
NMLS number 2482473, Equal Housing Lender.
This is Chance McClain reminding you that you can always put off getting a heritage film. Your dad, you know the guy you love more than anything? the guy that taught you right from wrong and had it hard as a kid so you wouldn't have to, he's going to live forever. So there's absolutely no rush. You know what they say, there's always tomorrow. No need to go to yourheritagefilm.com and contact us about making a feature-length documentary film of this extraordinary man. Yourheritagefilm.com, no rush, people are immortal.
Aqueduct Plumbing Company has helped our listeners for years. But why does Aqueduct continue to be the choice? Because their competitors charge ridiculous prices, even for routine leaks and stoppages. But that's not what happens at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They give free estimates for repipes and water heaters. Got a propane gas grill? Well, they can run that gas line for you so you'll never run out. Any plumbing concerns you have, just go with Aqueduct Plumbing Company. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Subscribe to ESPN Houston today on YouTube and make sure to slap that bell to get notifications on new videos as soon as they release.
Who are you?
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers. There are jewelry stores, then there's Zadok's. KFNC, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
The business we are in is a performance-based business.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
And that same fan base, they cheered when I got hurt.
The Rich Eisen Show.
It's a disrespectful thing.
Earlier on the show, ESPN NFL analyst Marcus Spears. Coming up, senior writer for the MMQB, Albert Breer. BMW championship winner, Wyndham Clark. Comedian Sam Morril. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Great chat with Marcus Spears. Hour 1, Overreaction Mondays in the books already for you to check out on your RSS feed. If you listen to the show via podcast or you watch it, there's our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show for all of that. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. The Cleveland Browns quarterback naming was as wild as anything else that they've been doing in recent days. I mean, nothing's wilder than Shador's draft story. Obviously, that takes the cake. But Shador's, first now year plus in Cleveland is quite the roller coaster. And I always thought Deshaun Watson would be the starter, but the final throes of it being him being put out in Cleveland in the easiest possible of circumstances. Second half, preseason game number 2, he doesn't look well at all. He steps to the podium, calls out fans, still gets the starter's job. And in the first hour of the show, we're all talking about it. Todd Monken met with the media, said he said nothing different than what you heard about Stefanski every single year talking about Deshaun Watson, who then stepped up and apologized to the fans, saying he takes responsibility for being human in that moment. Okay. Those sound bites still to come. Albert Breer of Sports Illustrated here now. Good to see Albert. How are you, sir?
I'm good. Good. It was I guess these things can never happen clean in Cleveland, right?
Well, you came here the other day when you were here on your, your hard-working tour around the United States while working hard on your tan that I still see is still looking glorious. That hey, you heard all along it's going to be Watson, and the last events of the 48 hours proves it's kind of been Watson all along, that there's really him not performing well in his last preseason appearance and then saying what he said at the podium and them giving him the job anyway and saying, let's try to put everything back together again in time for the season. And that's entirely possible. But why did the Browns do this in your estimation, Albert?
I think there are a couple of things to look at here. The first is just, my understanding is he was more consistent and played better over the course of camp, the full body of work. Now, I don't think anybody was expecting the wheels to come off the way that they did on Saturday, but I think anybody would agree that it'd be short-sighted to make a decision based on that one thing. Now, like, is it a warning sign of what could be to come, in week 3 if they don't play well the first 2 weeks and then they stick with Deshaun Watson against Carolina? I think that certainly becomes part of the picture now. But this decision was always going to be for Todd Monken about how can we get the highest level of production out of that position for the other 10 guys in the huddle. I mean, Todd Monken waited a long time to get this shot to be a head coach, and he's got it now. And, one thing that came up when I was there a couple of weeks ago was how, Monken does give his quarterback a fair amount of control and command at the line of scrimmage. And I think that was sort of one of the tells that they were always going to lean towards the veteran experience that Deshaun Watson brings to the table. And, I even had people there say it reminds Deshaun a little bit of what he had with Bill O'Brien in Houston, and that, the quarterback does have the ability to adjust things, to set protections, all that different stuff at the line of scrimmage. So there was a comfort level there, I think, between Watson and Monken. I think it would be foolish not to look at the investment the team made in him, right? And if you've gone this far and you've given up the 3 first-round picks and you've yielded $230 million, you want to get one more look at it and make 100% sure that there's nothing there that you haven't found already. So there's that piece of it. And then I think that leads right into, my next point here, which is something I felt this way all along. The Browns have to assess their quarterback position for 2027. And I know we haven't even started 2026 yet, but they have 2 first-round picks next year. And so, getting a full vetting of what they've got at the position, I think, is part of the equation here. And look, if Watson plays great and all of a sudden he discovers what he had for those 4 years in Houston, then awesome. But if he doesn't, then it's really easy for them to pivot over to Shedeur Sanders. I think if you go with Shedeur Sanders, and I wrote this last night, you almost have to cut Watson. I don't think that there's a path back to Deshaun Watson if you start Shedeur Sanders. So I think for now it's Deshaun Watson as long as he plays well and plays well enough to justify keeping the job. And, if it's not Deshaun and they make that decision 2 games, 4 games, 6 games in, and they go to Shedeur, I think they'd probably give Shedeur the rest of the season to show what he's got.
Man. Dude, this is
crazy.
Listen, like I said, Watson all along for so many different ways, right?
Yeah.
And it really, we were talking about it off the top, that there's a reason why Watson got the road start and Shedeur got the home start in the splits of the preseason, right?
And we saw
that was not just by happenstance, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we saw it, right? I think the issue would have been where, if Shedeur starts the first game against the Bears on the road and plays really well, what's the reaction to Deshaun going to be in the second game at home? I certainly think that's something you think about, right? That it was going to be
clearly because Watson was thinking about it too, Albert. His post-game comments came from the gut. Yeah. And then we were talking also, as you pointed out, Jacksonville on the road is going to be such a tough week 1 game, obviously. Yep. And then week 2. If they,
it's just unbelievable.
Of all the people that could send the Browns back home at 0-2 and stir it up and make it just as uncomfortable and awkward and terrible as possible, it's Baker Mayfield. Of all the people, and he
by the way, is going to be a free agent after
he might not get his rest that week. He'll just be so hyped, right? But you're saying there was no other choice? You thought they would have had to cut Watson if they had...
I really don't think... honestly, and I've heard people talk about the cap implications and everything else, right. But I just think... then what do you do, right? Then if it doesn't work out with Shedeur, are you throwing Deshaun Watson back into that cauldron? Because that... And I know people would say, you're an NFL quarterback, you should be able to handle it. Got it. I understand that. But how's that going to affect the other guys on the team? They got to play those home games too, So I think that piece of it, if you're looking at it, and that's the way I felt coming out of Saturday was if you don't start Deshaun Watson, like you have to seriously think about walking away from him. And by the way, like I would advocate anyway, if you want to get into the cap implications, it's like if you're going to cut him now, it'd accelerate, and it'd be $81 million next year if he's not on the team, versus being able to split it up and push. I think it's like $51 million of it off onto 2028. I'd advocate, if I were the Browns, for taking the hit all at once, next year, because the way I see it, like they've got a really good group of second-year players. The rookies look good, so you're going to have those two groups on rookie contracts, and then probably another big draft class next year with 2 first-rounders. So you're going to have a lot of young players on rookie deals on the team. So, like, I think either way, it would have made sense to take the larger cap hit all at once based on the makeup of your team or what it looks like it's going to be going into 2027. And I think that would have made it easy for the Browns here if they were going to go with Shedeur Sanders. If they were convinced that Shedeur Sanders was the best answer, like the cleanest thing to do might have been to go with Shedeur and just cut Deshaun Watson and walk away now. Certainly would have been the most popular thing to do with their fans. But, clearly Todd Monken thought the best thing for his team was to play Deshaun now.
Albert Breer, Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer here on the Rich Eisen Show. Okay, what's going on with Joey Porter in Pittsburgh? That Mike McCarthy called it an impasse, and we all know Witherspoon signed for a poop ton in Seattle, and we're waiting on the Christian Gonzalez contract. But, is Joey Porter Jr. potentially on the block? Like, what is happening with that one?
Well, they've got a veteran defense for sure. And, I think in these scenarios, you do have to think about, if you're Pittsburgh, if you're any team in one of these scenarios, there's a couple things you have to look at. Like, based on how a negotiation has gone, what are the chances that you're going to sign him long term? What's your willingness to franchise tag him after the year? And if you add those two things together and say, well, maybe we're walking away after the year, then you have to consider, like, what sort of year are we going to get from the guy if he is playing in the final year of a contract? Will he nurse injuries? There's all those things. It's complicated when a guy's going into a contract year. You might get his best year. You might get a guy protecting himself all year, So, like, I think those things all come into play. And certainly I think we see the writing on the wall. Like, if Christian Gonzalez was just going to take what Devin Witherspoon got in Seattle, my guess is that it would have been pretty easy to do that. And that's just a guess. My guess is it would have been relatively easy to work that out, the same way the Bijan Robinson deal gets done, and within 48 hours, Jahmyr Gibbs is signed in Detroit, right? So, like, clearly Christian Gonzalez might have a shot to change the market again. And then does it get even harder to sign Joey Porter Jr.? So one thing always affects the next. And we've seen the way that contracts have escalated. And, I don't know. I think Joey Porter is a really good player. I don't know if he's like as clear a top player at the position as Witherspoon and Gonzalez are, which is where the disagreement might come from.
Okay. What else? What else are we looking forward to seeing between now and the season? Does other contracts need to get done, or
I think
what's still outstanding? I guess let's put it this way. How about this one? The big one's
still Baker, right? The big one's still Baker.
You think he might cycle back here?
I just think, like, here's the thing. That's a really well-run organization, and they've done a great job. I think you'd agree, right? They've done a great job transitioning out of the Tom Brady era where they were all in and they had invested in older players, and they've done a good job turning things over, and now they're getting some of their younger players re-signed. And, like, I just think, like, that organization has I think somebody there is going to say, like, let's take another swing at this. Like, and maybe it's right after you get done with the cut down, right? And we've seen guys do deals, like, on the very doorstep of the season. I think TJ Watt did it twice. Is that right? Like, I think the day before the season, it happened twice with him that he signed big money extensions. So, look, like, I think you go back and you look at the previous history here, right, with Baker, and, well, okay, like, why did he set why did he draw that line in the sand? in July and saying like either this gets done before training camp starts or we're not doing a deal. Because he knew the franchise's recent history, was to get these contracts done in training camp, and he wanted it done before then. So that's Tristan Wirfs, their left tackle, Luke Gadecki, their right tackle, Zion McCollum, their corner. Now you see Vita Vea, he gets a deal done in the middle of training camp, right? So they've shown a willingness to do this. I don't think that I think the Buccaneers are smart enough to know that there's a deal to be done there. And why not take one more swing at it before the start of the season? And if you put something Baker likes in front of him, maybe you spark something. And if not, you at least tried and you revisit it after the year.
Albert Breer. Okay. Do we have anything cooking in Atlanta now that Michael Penix has been cleared for 11-on-11?
Yeah.
Kevin Stefanski was asked if there was a chance that Penix could start week 1 for the Falcons, and I believe that is against the Pittsburgh Steelers in Pittsburgh, correct? Quote, he said, sure, I can't speculate on those types of things, end quote. Is something going on there? What do you think?
So the clock is ticking for sure, because, there's the whole process of you got to build an offense for a guy. It might look a little different for Penix than it would for Tua. So like all of that, time is very much a factor now. We are less than 3 weeks out from the Falcons opening their season. I'll just put it bluntly to you.
Please.
I've talked to some people who have been in these joint practice settings against Atlanta, and things did not look great with Tua in there. And I think that was further reflected in the preseason action. And I've talked to some people that coached against them in the games, and it's the same sort of thing, and that it doesn't look right with Tua in there. And so I'm not telling you Cooper Rush has got a chance to start or anything like that, but I don't know that the play has matched the expectation they had for him when he was coming in. And so I think the door is open for that reason for Michael Penix to come in and take the job. And by all accounts, Michael Penix has done everything he possibly can to put himself in position to compete for the job. It's just a medical thing, it's just the doctor clears you when the doctor clears you. So now he's cleared. And I don't think, Rich, that they would have left this thing open for as long as they did. And given Michael Penix the chance to win it this late in the game, because you're at the point now, you're past the dress rehearsal week. Now it's like you're really getting ready for the season. If Tua had just taken the job and run away with it,
But they didn't play him in preseason week 2. They didn't put him out there.
Yeah, but I think part of that is who are you putting him out there with? You know what I mean? So that's always a factor with the quarterback. If you're not going to play the starters, then if you're not going to play a starting line, a lot of times you don't play the starting quarterback. So those things are all factors. I just say I do think the Falcons need to get a good look at Michael Penix ahead of the 2027 draft. If that draft class has as many quarterbacks in it as we think, they'll be coming out of year 3 on Penix. They'll have to make a decision on the 5th-year option. They'll have to make a decision on whether they draft one. I think it's really important that they get a full look at Michael Penix at some point this year. And I think that door is open for him to come in and compete for the job on the fly based on the way camp's gone.
All right, 2 more for you, Albert. Let's talk Raiders. Mendoza got a ton of time in the preseason. And Ashton Genty gave everyone a scare in practice on Sunday. Hit me with Genty's status best you have and the decision that Clint Kubiak has, if there really is one.
Well, I actually heard he feels great today, which is good news. I don't know what that means timetable-wise.
Okay.
I would say the important thing with Mendoza here is yes, part of it is his own preparation and his own readiness for the job. And one thing about that family of coaches, as you know, Rich, they are regimented and stringent when it comes to learning all the detail of the offense, the footwork, where your eyes are, all that different stuff, the minutia that none of your listeners going to want to hear about. Like all of those little things matter. Of course. And so like being ready, I think, is a huge part of it for Mendoza. And I think he's made great progress in that area. Everything you hear about him is positive. I mean, I've heard unbelievable stories about him even before the draft of getting ready to play in the NFL, right? Like, so I think his progress has been good. The flip side of it is, and this was something that like people there were adamant about with me, we have to be ready to support him too, right? So we have to be ready to, like, that when he gets out there, he's not going out there with, you know, a hole on the offensive line here, a receiver who can't play there, you know, whatever it is, like where we're going to get him out there, and now all of a sudden we can't run the offense the way we want to run it. So all these things that he's built towards come undone, and now his confidence is in jeopardy. They don't want to create that situation, which I think is smart. And Genty's a huge part of that puzzle, right? So I think Genty's readiness to play and Genty's readiness to make it through the year, and I think they're going to be careful with him, is a huge part of it. Like I go back to what Todd Gurley was for Jared Goff's development in LA, what Zeke Elliott was for Dak Prescott's development in Dallas. That's how they view it. I think with Genty is like Genty can be a huge part of Fernando Mendoza's development in Vegas and helping them manage down and distance, because a good running back will keep you on schedule. You know, taking the pressure off of Mendoza, you know, with the running game in that way. And then also like the outlet that he can be in the passing game and everything else. And so they've got a great young tight end, obviously, in Brock Bowers, a good second tight end next to him in Michael Mayer. They don't have a lot at receiver. The offensive line has questions. And, you know, Genty is going to be a big part of the equation going forward, too. So I do think, like, Genty's availability and his readiness to play at a top level is going to be a factor in when they decide to put Mendoza out there.
That's why I ask you the question. That's a full-on answer right there. Last one for you, Albert. You were here on July 31st in studio. I do not believe when you left, I did not think we'd still be playing this game on August 24th. So go ahead and hit it, please.
Yeah. Is he back yet?
Where is Aaron right now?
Is he back yet, Albert? Like, what's
I know, like, right? Like, no, I would say. So I think the best way to put this is like that he's seeking clarity on it, and they're going to give him as much time as he needs to find it.
Is that money? Is that money? Is that what you're? Is that
money could be. I mean, look, like
what clarity does he need?
That's one thing that's come up too. Like honestly, that is one thing that has come up that I like. That like, and this isn't from Rams people or from Donald's people, but. I mean, one thing that has kind of continually come up when I've talked to other people in the league about it is like, how do you work out the money part of it? Like, and how much are you paying him, and how does that fit into their budget, both cash and cap, you know, like, so yeah, I mean, there's that piece of it too. I don't think he's going to want to come out there and play for free, you know, like that's not what this is either. So look, like, I think, I think the bigger piece, like, and this is just me talking, but I think the bigger piece is him feeling comfortable that he can go out there and be Aaron Donald. And that's what I said to you at the very start. And the trouble with that, again, is that it's not just his ability to go play football at a high level. It's to be Aaron Donald. And like, I think it's just a process getting there. And I think that's what he's seeking clarity on, is like, can I go out there and be myself? They have a plan in place. He and Sean McVay are very close. I'd expect it's going to be 30 to 40 snaps a game. They feel good about their depth at the position. The cupboard's not bare there. They've got Kobe Turner and Braden Fisk and Poona Ford and Tyler Davis. They've got numbers there, like, so they don't need to play him 50, 60 snaps a game. So the plan's in place. Everybody's ready to hit go when Aaron Donald tells them to push that button, but obviously he's not there quite yet. And he has been working out, by the way, at that facility. I think we talked about this before, but that's where he's been kind of testing himself. I know Giff Smith's been a big part of that process for him, one of Sean McVay's assistants. And, really, like, they had to report these things when he puts a helmet on. I guess that's the league rule, which falls into the category of you learn something new every day. I did not know that before all this.
Listen, the whole thing, and just to wrap it up, the reason why it's difficult to understand why he's not back yet Yeah. When the answer is he's still trying to see if he could be Aaron Donald, it's tough for fans, or certainly me, to grasp that, because we just assume, wait a minute, he can't be Aaron Donald anymore? And I know he's human at the end of the day. He just looked like that to me.
Oh, he's what, 35 now?
Well, no, I think he's younger than that. You want to look that up, Chris? But he could be in that area.
35.
35, you're right. I mean, so, yeah, it ain't easy. I understand to be Aaron Donald. It just strikes me, the question mark has always been, does he want to do it? Right.
And
Not
and
that can he do it physically? And the other thing is, the reason why I said money is because, hey, he's trying to, get clarity. That does sound, in a way like, a euphemism, seeking clarity for money. But I can only imagine, that is the last
I'd like
thing.
some clarity, too, if that's what we're...
Exactly, you know what I mean? But less, come on, man. There's money in the Cronky banana stand.
Yeah.
They'll figure something out, you know what I mean?
Right.
But, so, wow, okay. I guess he's just got to figure out that he's human after all.
Yeah, and I think it's it's interesting, too, because, I've felt this way all along. I don't know, I had a great conversation with Eric Weddle about it, and, Eric is... I mean, I was the closest thing I could think of. Right when this first came up in June, he was the first person I called.
Me too. We had him on.
And and he was great talking about it. And it's there's all other human parts of it, which I'm sure those two have talked through this. But Eric told me he tore his pec. He still feels that. He still feels the hamstring pull. There's real life implications to all of this too. And you wonder, is it I felt this way all along. And what people with the Rams have told me is, no, he wants to play the full year. But I mean, isn't there some logic to
not?
Maybe it's better if he doesn't. You know what I mean? Maybe it's better if you bring him back in November and you ramp him up slowly in September, October. I don't know. I mean, I think there's a million different ways that you could approach this.
Well, it would be smart. But the bottom line, though, is if he can do the whole season, that way you don't have we're working something in new. Everyone wants to routinize the National Football League when they run a National Football League team. There's so many damn variables. I.e., Cleveland Browns this past weekend. Just don't want to deal with any of that. You just figure it all out. Albert, you're the man. Thanks for the time.
All right. Thanks, Rich.
Everybody follow Albert Breer online and all sorts of socials. And, of course, these MMQB is must read every single week. Man is as plugged in as it possibly can get. LinkedIn, everybody, right here on The Rich Eisen Show. When you run a small business, every hire matters. A bad hire costs time and money. The right one helps your business grow. The challenge is finding that person without sorting through resumes. This is where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply. Todd Monken and Deshaun Watson have spoken since we last spoke about it last hour, if that makes any sense. That's next. This is The Rich Eisen Show with Wyndham Clark on deck.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Wendy here. Are you looking to rebound from your high-interest credit card debt? A SoFi personal loan could help. Consolidate your debt with a SoFi personal loan into one low monthly payment, and you could save money on interest over time. And with as soon as the same day funding, you could hit the ground running ASAP. Apply today with no fees required at SoFi.com/debt-rebound. Loans originated by SoFi Bank. NA member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debt-rebound.
Clara, I had something really interesting happen.
Tell me about it.
I was being interviewed and the guy asked me, of all the collections that you have purchased, which one are you the proudest of?
What did you tell him?
I told him about that woman who inherited half a dozen guns from her grandfather.
Remind me.
She sent me an email that I couldn't hardly believe, so I drove a few hours to go see the guns.
Are you talking about the lady who was offered $12,000 for the whole collection, but then she wrote to you because she really needed $19,000 to buy a car?
That's the one.
How much did we pay her?
$220,000.
Because it was the right thing to do?
Because it was the right thing to do.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collector's Firearms. Right on the corner at Whiff Timer in Voss and Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. 1 block east of the tollway. Collector's Firearms.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Man, oh man, you guys are bigger and better than ever. You guys are doing something with AI now.
Oh my goodness. Love it or hate it, AI is here, and we are fully embracing it. So we have all of these massive data centers coming into Texas, and Houston Powder Coaters is doing all of the framework. So you come out, you will see these massive frames, and they're all for these AI centers, these data centers.
They have to be perfect, and they picked you guys.
They picked us, so the welding has to be right, the prep work has to be right, the coating has to be right, and they know we're number one.
And if you buy new stuff, get it powder coated before you put it out, because you can't say it'll last forever, but it'll last almost forever.
It's going to give it a good 1 or 2 decades to go.
And it doesn't matter what it is. Whatever you have that's metal, powder coated first.
Antiques, patio furniture, trailers, we got you.
ESPN listeners are saying it all the time. They're loving Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Ask for Robin.
I got you.
Spring is calling at Two Creeks Crossing Resort, just 90 minutes north of Houston. Spend the day relaxing by the water, then stick around for live music, great food, and can't-miss events happening all season long. From cook-offs and holiday celebrations to outdoor adventures and family-friendly fun. Whether you're rolling in with the RV, booking a waterfront cabin, or planning a glamping getaway, there's a perfect spot waiting for you. See everything coming up and reserve your stay now at TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com.
Blue Mountains cold beer. There, I said it. That's how you know your Coors Light is cold. Those beautiful Blue Mountains. If you like cold filtered, cold lagered, and cold packaged beer, then you need to be drinking Coors Light like me, John Granado, Coors Light enthusiast. So whether you're out with the crew or stocking up for the week, look for the Blue Mountains. Grab a cold Coors Light at your favorite local bar, restaurant, or on your next grocery run. Choose chill, Houston. Choose Coors Light. There, I said it again.
Tune in to Inside the Icebox Fridays at 6 p.m. right here on ESPN 97.5 and check the video out on the ESPN Houston YouTube channel. Myself, Joe George, and Sean Mapes talking all things Houston Astros. Inside the Icebox brought to you by D&M Leasing, home of the Easy Lease.
This is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers. Have a watch that needs a battery change or just plain doesn't work anymore? Maintaining a luxury timepiece requires exacting attention, and we service over 30 of the world's favorite brands, in addition to being the largest authorized dealer in the region. If something's just not right, allow our 7 on-site watchmakers to handle your watch with the care and attention it deserves. Bring your watch in for an estimate today. Zadok Jewelers. Make the moment.
From alligator to elephant, Republic Boot Company Houston handcrafts your boots, your story for life.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
If you missed John and Lance, you missed this.
This shouldn't be about fit checks and vibes. This has got to be about busting people's ass.
Weekday mornings from 7 to 10.
Hire right the first time with LinkedIn Hiring Pro. Get started by posting a free job at linkedin.com/Eisen. All right. Cleveland Browns can't do anything just straight up and normal, even though I think their head coach is pretty damn normal, by the way. I like Todd Monken, and I cannot lie. I literally said it. He sounds like Parcells. He sounds like he's like mid-season Doc Rivers. You know what I mean? Like his voice is already shot. Yeah. And he's out of F's to give. Well, I think he's 60, getting his first head coaching job. And he's handling everything best he can. He knows he's got a quarterback that the management wants to see. I know he's got a quarterback that may be best practice quarterback he's got. He's got a quarterback that is more veteran than anybody else on his roster. But he's got a quarterback that's got a problem with the fan base and the fan base with him. And at best, he tried to keep that boxed up in the preseason appearances. It came back to bite everybody this weekend. And despite all that, he named Deshaun Watson the starter on this day and then stepped to the microphone and explained, why he did it. And how much he's going to stick with this decision on a week-to-week basis.
Deshaun is going to start against Jacksonville. Took in the full body of work over the course of off-season to training camp to the games, the joint practice, and ultimately felt like to start the season on the road, Deshaun gave us the best chance to move the ball and score points. I mean, that's really what it's about. And felt that way going in the last game, but wasn't sure. And after we talked as a staff and after we re-looked at everything, we're going to go that direction.
Is this a week-by-week thing? Or
No, we're not anticipating this being a week-by-week thing. Again, I think Shador's done a great job, come a long ways, and we're excited about his future. But this is not a week-to-week decision.
He doesn't anticipate that. Another way, again, he's leaving himself options for a guy that's not really stepped in front of a microphone as a head coach, certainly in the NFL ever. I mean, he's handling everything great. Certainly when he said this weekend, hey, this is the way Deshaun should have handled the question about, are you upset about being booed? Just say, no one likes being booed, but this is a results-oriented business and take responsibility for it. Which Deshaun did today. On Monday as well. But before that, I want to get to this last soundbite of... Because, many Browns fans are not happy with this one. Even the ones that didn't cheer Deshaun when he was down on the ground because they're not nuts. But they have a set of eyes, and they want a team that's finally going to have a decent chance. And they've been drafting a bunch of lion-hearted, really talented kids that with an above-average quarterback. That's why I put the Browns in my sleeper team top 5 during the summer. This is what he had to say about taking in the fans' consideration while making this decision.
Absolutely not. Zero. There was nothing to do with that. I mean, ultimately, the fans want us to win. Ultimately, put a good product on the field. That's really what they want, okay? And so that's our job as coaches, why we're hired, to try and put the best product on the field. And when we don't, then I understand their frustration. But ultimately, they don't decide who plays. Who would I be if I let someone outside of the building decide who plays?
I kind of dig this guy. He's winning me over.
No, he's winning you over, huh?
I don't know if I need to be won over, but...
He's out of blanks to give.
Well...
He doesn't care.
We'll see what happens when this potentially goes south and how he handles it. But for the moment, it's just like, no, the fans have no... what type of coach would I be if I considered the fans' point of view? But no offense to you fans.
Right.
I get it. You want to see a good product on the field. We heard he says winning. They want to see a winner. And he goes, actually, he qualified it. Like they want to see a good product on the field, which is true.
Do they?
They okay.
I'm being serious because
I know that.
If they stink this year,
you want to see a winner. But as long as like last year, they're like, okay, we can hang our hat on Fannin and Judkins and Schlesinger, and we can hang our hat on Mason Graham. We can hang our hat on this kid and that kid. I just named a few of them. You Browns fans are hanging their hat on people because you could see it. You could see they're good.
I don't think there's any scenario in which it doesn't go south this year.
Well,
Deshaun couldn't play well against the third string.
They put Deshaun out later on after Monken, and he gave the mea culpa that, he didn't need to give if he basically said over the weekend, I wasn't happy about being cheered when I got hurt. It's a hurtful thing. But, You know,
I think everyone understands
and so,
that.
right? But I've gotten over it, and I don't like being booed either. In the same way, I didn't like being cheered while I was down on the ground, while I was hurt. I also don't like getting booed, but I understand where they're coming from. If you had just said that, this wouldn't have been an issue that raised everything to a different crazy-ass level. So he had, I mean, he was like the fireman, right? Putting it out.
You know, I thought I was going to get, a little different response. But, I think, my emotions got the best of me. And, my comments wasn't intending to go at any of the fans around in the city. Because there's been a lot of great fans that have been supporting me. And I know the frustration this organization have put, a lot of investment in coming, to get me back in 22. And things haven't been going the right direction that we thought it was. A lot of injuries, a lot of time off, and not putting the best football and my foot forward. So, again, moving forward, I just want to make sure that, I can give the city something to, think about, in the first two games. And, when we come back home, that we have something to cheer about and we can celebrate and, go do what we want to do. And that's achieve the ultimate goal and go win and, be a champion.
All right. So whether that's put in a box or he really feels that he's turned a page, it really now is about what Todd Monken said over the weekend and on this Monday. And what is the truth? Winning is the ultimate deodorant. It cures virtually everything. That's why this is a talent over everything league. That's why they acquired Deshaun Watson. There was a whole poop ton of everything when they acquired him, but they thought he had the talent to overcome it. And talent over everything league. And it's time for him to show the talent. If it's in there, show it. Do it against Jacksonville, which is a stout opponent. Swagoo came on in hour number one. Marcus Spears said that is the team nobody is talking about and needs to be talking about more. Jacksonville. Tough spot. Duval County. Liam Cohen. Chest out. Trevor Lawrence. Hair flowing. That's going to be a tough assignment. Go in there and win. Oh, boy. Go in there and look good and potentially come close, near a miss. We'll see. Go in there and look like you did this past weekend against the Bills backups. Because next week is Baker Mayfield, who would love to just stick it in and twist the knife. He already told, was it I forget which pod he was on, basically, where he's just like, the game I've circled is Cleveland. Okay. Because that is Tampa's home opener as well. Tampa's home opener. Oh, boy. Okay, so now we're done now, right? What a big, huge finish. What a just spasm of emotion that spilled out over the weekend and made things more difficult and awkward. And let's see if this boxes it up and puts it away. It may for the next 2 weeks, but the first 2 weeks of the season is everything. You really don't say that too often in a league where you see 0-2 starts. And the Bears last year, perfect example, right? They blew a Monday night home opener, shot themselves in the foot, and then had a 50-burger thrown on them, and then had one of the great seasons that Bears fans are hanging their hats on. So normally you could sit here and go, 0-2 start, no big deal. But for Watson, massive. For the Browns writ large, I don't know. Maybe then Shador gets in at some point. If Watson doesn't take the opportunity, then it'll time to see this kid again.
Yeah, what percentage would you put that Shador starts week 3 at home?
0.
Really?
Correct. Unless there's a hurt Watson.
Oh,
this is a week to. You heard him say week to week.
I get it, but you don't think they get worked the first 2 weeks and Deshaun looks like whatever?
Well, they got to stick with it. What are they going to just like suddenly ping pong like that? No way.
No, he gets a 2-week audition.
No, it's too bad, man. Get out there and prove yourself. This is the National Football League. F your feelings, man. It's not called the National Feelings League. It's the National Football League.
No, I'm saying he stinks and they lose both games by 3 scores.
So then guess what? In your helmet, put a Q-tip in there.
Oh.
Put Put some wax in there so you don't hear the crowd, if that's what it is.
Man, I really think cutting.
Time for the feelings to be over.
They should have cut him.
No way.
Not with them.
Nope.
You know what I was saying that they kind of might want it to fail a little bit? Because obviously Deshaun has played not as well as Shedeur in the preseason, statistically. Put him in there because there's a lot of good quarterbacks to be had. I'm not saying that they're tanking.
That's what you're talking about?
Yeah, I'm not saying they're tanking because, like you said, they don't tank. But are they putting themselves in the best position to win games? There are some good QBs.
What you said, TJ, what you said, Chris, what I've said, can all be viewed by anybody taking in this show, listening or watching right now, as great points. Mine, though, are better. But seriously.
Wow.
Everything is true.
Yeah.
And you know what will also be true is Watson finds the 2019 Fountain of Youth and look out. Because crazier things have happened.
That's true.
Yeah.
844-204-RICH, number to dial. Wyndham Clark, Sam Morrill, hour number 3 of this program.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey guys, it's Joe George. Here's what most car buyers never hear. Long car loans mean you'll likely owe more than the vehicle is worth. That's negative equity. For 50 years, D&M Leasing has helped Texans avoid that trap. Lease instead of finance. Drive a newer vehicle with a lower payment and no depreciation risk. It's the smarter way to drive. Call 713-290-1000 or visit them at dmautoleasing.com and tell them that Joe George sent you by.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866.
Wow, that's a long time.
Long enough to know that insightful bankers, great products, and customer service make a big difference. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Blue Mountains cold beer. There, I said it. That's how you know your Coors Light is cold. Those beautiful Blue Mountains. If you like cold filtered, cold lagered, and cold packaged beer, then you need to be drinking Coors Light like me, John Granado, Coors Light enthusiast. So whether you're out with the crew or stocking up for the week, look for the Blue Mountains. Grab a cold Coors Light at your favorite local bar, restaurant, or on your next grocery run. Choose chill, Houston. Choose Coors Light. There, I said it again.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This is your deep inner voice. Exit 18th. Take the 18th Street exit. Exit 18th.
Yanni Damaris here. If you're sitting anywhere on the 610 loop, stuck in traffic, exit 18th Street and grab a cold drink at Damaris Barbecue. We'd love to have you, and you'd love being here. We've got a full bar, beer, wine, liquor, and frozen drinks. And you can even be a family hero by taking home some delicious dinner.
You heard me. 18th Street. Exit 18th. And get to Damaris Barbecue.
Houston, your day just got sweeter. Warm, fresh-baked cookies delivered straight to your door? Yes, please. Tips Treats is baking all day, every day. Chocolate chip, snickerdoodle, cookie pies, and more. Delivered warm. And Houston, we've got something sweet just for you. Use promo code ESPNHOU and get your next pickup, gift, or delivery for $14 a dozen. Code valid through September 7th, 2026. Limit 1 per customer. Treat yourself or someone else.
Every family has challenges. Every family has secrets. Every family has a gay uncle that gets too drunk and starts asking you about your buddies. But not every family has a feature-length documentary film made about it. But yours could. Go to yourheritagefilm.com and reach out. We sit down with your loved ones, visit about their upbringing, career, history, kids, school, everything, and we make a movie. They have a blast, and you have something truly special for generations. yourheritagefilm.com.
Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Dream Rate Mortgage, U.S. Coins, and Texas Card House.
Here on the Rich Eisen Show, everybody.
Exciting.
The Hyundai Getaway sales event that's going on right now. Get into your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a deal so right it almost feels wrong. There are so many of their most popular models. Our most popular models, they get a great deal on the adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe Hybrid, the same thing with the Tucson and Tucson Hybrid. The Elantra is loaded with the latest tech, the Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 9, or for those who want to go all electric. Get down to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a deal you'll love during the Hyundai Getaway sales event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details. Howard in Los Angeles, you're on the Rich Eisen Show. What's up, Howard?
He's up.
You there, Howard? Oh, there we go. Put him back on hold.
No,
Sorry
Howard.
about all of that. Howard wanted to talk about Shedeur. Thought it would set things up for us. Because I just want to hit Shedeur here. I know we've been so all over this Browns quarterback story. Shedeur had this to say. You know, it's kind of funny how Shedeur, out of everybody, is supposed to be that kid, you know, that's supposed to be a kid who only cares about his image and about, you know, his brand.
The watch celebration.
Right.
The watch.
You know, all that stuff.
Yeah.
He's Dion's kid. That's the only reason why we're paying attention to him. It's always interesting how he's the adult in the room in many different ways, too. This is what he had to say when he was asked about Watson being booed and Watson's reaction to it.
In general, I don't appreciate that at all. Just regardless of competition, we all human beings. And I think we all need to understand that, you know, in this room, too. We are humans. So it's like, I don't really do things to humans I wouldn't really want done to me, you know, and I don't really like making people feel uncomfortable in different spaces, and that's why even sometimes, like, daily things I do, like, I try to make sure everybody comfortable, you know, because a lot of things, just even how I am as a person sometimes can make people uncomfortable, you know. So, I mean, I'm obviously aware of that, and just for all the fans and everything, like, we appreciate y'all and showing up and everything, and however y'all feel about the situation, about Deshaun and about everything, like, still, you know, I think it's more about a bigger purpose of just respect, you know. It's just a respect thing that I feel like should be there, because we all out there trying to do our best and trying to serve the franchise the best way possible. We going out there to win games. We doing everything we can do. So, you know, I don't really appreciate that.
I thought he's supposed to be that person who's taking a selfie while doing that, right? I will always cape for this kid. Yep. Everything about this kid, everything that he has done since he was born into this league has been exactly counter to what everybody thought he was. And you know who's exactly like that? His dad. Yep. His dad. Like him smiling at the media going, you know, we're all, for everyone in this room too, we're all human. That's his dad. Do unto others, that's his dad. Talking about respect, that's his dad. But that's also him. And the reason why we're talking about him, Sure. Is his last name Sanders? The fan base digs him more than the other guy.
Yep.
The fan base believes in him more than the other guy. And still, the other guy gets the job. And he is not saying, I deserve it.
Exactly.
He, if he thought it was immature and he deserved it, would have taken a shovel and made the hole deeper for Deshaun. Instead, he defended him.
Yep.
If he was so immature that it was only about him and being famous and getting the starters gig, he would have made it deeper for Deshaun to dig his way out and maybe taken the dirt and buried him with it. And he did the exact opposite, and I think it deserves to be pointed out that he's handling every turn to the best of his ability in a way that I think people thought were he didn't have in him. I just wanted to say that to end hour 2. Rich Eisen here. Running a small business means every hire matters. A bad hire costs time and money, but the right one helps your business grow. The challenge? Finding that person without sorting through resumes. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
Chris Canty here. Football season is back, and Lids has you covered. Just in time for kickoff. Want the latest headwear to rep your team at the tailgate, at the barbecue, or at the game? Shop the 47-brand NFL collection. Exclusively in-store at your local Lids. This collection puts a new spin on retro NFL gear. Lids has every fan covered with all 32 teams, featuring the big-time hits and alternate team logos. You'll find the perfect fit for every Sunday. Selection may vary by store.
If you or someone you care about are searching for a stable, meaningful career, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 66 in Houston wants to talk to you. For more than 125 years, IBEW 66 has supported men and women who build, maintain, and operate our electrical grid. Their paid apprenticeship programs in electrical construction and line work offer classroom learning and a recognized career in as little as 3 to 5 years. Visit IBEW66.com. Powering careers, powering the future, IBEW66.com.
Something big is coming. On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. Yep, that means you, Texas. One app, every sport, all 50 states. DraftKings Game Day is yours. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff of a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. New DraftKings customers, sign up with code Houston975. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. That's code Houston975 in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click-to-claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms at dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability. Varies by state.
John Granado here. Brinkman Quality Roofing is a local family-owned and operated business and has been the most trusted name in Houston for 50 years for roof repairs, roof maintenance, and roof replacements on both homes and businesses. They're experts in shingle roofs, tile roofs, solar shingle roofs, metal roofing, and commercial roofing products. Brinkman Quality Roofing is the one to call at 281-480-ROOF. That's 281-480-ROOF, or go to brinkmanquality.com.
DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles is your best bet this football season. Catch all the action and immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens. Wager, watch, and win in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order your favorite game day bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your game day headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook, Louisiana's largest sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. A 2-hour drive from Houston. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
Whether you're buying a home or you're refinancing, Kent Jones at Dream Rate Mortgage is the guy for you. He's done over 1,400 closings. He's been in it for 30 years. He knows all the hacks. He can save you thousands and thousands of dollars. He does it all the time. Dream Rate Mortgage is the way to go. Shop your loan. Kent Jones loves that. Dream Rate Mortgage, 975loans.com. That's 975loans.com.
Dream Rate Mortgage, LLC, NMLS number 248243. J. Ken Jones, NMLS number 356118. Equal housing lender.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest-running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
Hey, soccer fans, Glenn Davis here. Thank you for supporting Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5, brought to you by presenting sponsor, the Daspit Law Firm. Don't forget, join me for the best in soccer talk and football talk weekly on ESPN 97.5.
ESPN 97.5, KFNC Mont Bellevue, Houston. Brought to you by Zadok Jewelers.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
The business we are in is a performance-based business.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
And that same fan base, they cheered when I got hurt.
The Rich Eisen Show.
It's a disrespectful thing.
Earlier on the show, ESPN NFL analyst Marcus Spears, senior writer for the MMQB, Albert Breer. Coming up, BMW championship winner Wyndham Clark, comedian Sam Morril. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Sam Morril, the comedian, is in our green room. We'll bring him out in about 20 minutes' time. We've been chopping up this whole Cleveland Browns quarterback drama for the last 2 hours. Our YouTube channel is there if you missed it. Our Disney Plus page is there if you missed it. Our podcast that's available wherever you get podcasts is there if you missed it. And 844-204-RICH is there, the number for you to dial on all of that front. But our guest to kick off hour number 3 is somebody who I'm really happy for. What a last few months that this man has had, and it's time to chop it up with the man who just took down the BMW championship. He's also your United States Open champion. That was after he took down the Byron Nelson Classic as well. Wyndham Clark is here on the Rich Eisen Show. How are you, brother? Let's go. Good to see you again. How's it going?
Yeah, good to see you. Ever since we had dinner together, I've played some good golf.
Well, Wyndham, that's part of the reason why we're chatting right now. It's not just your success, because your success is my success, is the way I view it. Because, you know, and I'm happy to bring up the fact, if you need, anybody's coming up and says, what's gotten into you, Wyndham Clark? It's the fact that you watched me win Skins Cold Hard Cash on Long Island back in May, correct? Was this inspiring, as I think it is?
It's so inspiring. The $260 you have right there really said, wow, I got to be like Rich Eisen and go win some tournaments.
That's what it was. And then you went and you practiced at Shinnecock just 2 days later, correct, Wyndham? Right?
Yeah, that trip, the whole reason for that trip was to, other than seeing you, was actually to get a practice round in at Shinnecock. And then the next week was the Byron Nelson, and we won, and it's been great golf since then.
Well, I guess the 2 words are you're welcome. You know what I mean? Like, you're welcome. These things have happened since we got to share the taste of championship money. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the way it works. Correct, Wyndham?
Yes, 100%. I haven't said in any interview I should have done it, but thank you, Rich Eisen, for
thank you.
The start of my great play.
Yeah, drop that, next week. Drop it next week. Drop it at the President's Cup. Drop it everywhere you go, Wyndham.
Okay. Oh, then if I drop it anywhere I go, my bad play, I'll have to also say this is Rich Eisen as well.
Then there's 4 words I have for you. New phone, who dis? That'll be
I love it.
But things have seemingly been awesome for you, Wyndham. So congratulations on that. And other than, watching me succeed, what do you think has changed for you that's worked, Wyndham?
Honestly, my swing's gotten into an amazing spot, and I'd say the difference between kind of 24 and 25, I just wasn't hitting it very good, and I made a great change with the swing coach, Pat. And since then, I've really started hitting it better. And then that specific week at the Byron, my iron game felt good. My putting had been good, but I hadn't hit the driver good. And that week I hit a ton of fairways and ended up winning. And then that kind of propelled my confidence going into the rest of the season. And then show up to Shinnecock, and I did a lot of great stuff for 3 days and then had a tough Sunday, but still got the still won. And then I just kind of kept it going. And, my confidence is sky high, and it's amazing what momentum can do in golf.
Yeah, man, I love that moment at the Open where your dad was there. You didn't know, right? You had no idea that your dad had shown up for that?
Yeah, everyone asked, you must have known. And I was like, no, my dad hadn't been to many tournaments, and, he didn't want to jinx anything. And, my agent and girlfriend and sports psychologists and friends, everyone kind of hid him from me. So I didn't know until I hit that last putt and saw him when I was walking off the green.
And again, in all seriousness, that night where we were having dinner together with a group of guys that I was hanging out with, who you also know, and I guess we should shout out Ben Silverman, because he'd be really pissed if we didn't do that right now, who put us all together that night. That, you were really cool and sharing with everybody what your journey was like, over the last few months, and how, you've been hearing it from golf fans, and you're kind of letting it go in one ear out the other, and continuing to move along. Is there anything that you can share with the audience here about what you have worked on? You just mentioned your whole group of people, girlfriend and sports psychologist, your caddy, like what you have worked on that front that you're willing to share?
I mean, outside of the physical, mentally, it's amazing what happens when, everything off the course is taken care of. I'm very happy. I have an amazing girlfriend that's been by my side. Mentally, I've been working on a lot of things, kind of limited the distractions, and then it's amazing when you have everything taken care of off the course. Then when you're on the course, all you can really do is focus on golf, and it makes it really easy. And then you go week to week, and you're fine tuning things, and next thing you know, you're in contention, and you might not win, but you're like, okay, I'm so close. And then then you break through and win, and then as you continue to play, you start building off that momentum. And what's fun is the more opportunities you give yourself to win, you get comfortable and more comfortable in that position. And it's not surprising guys like Rory and Scotty usually win when they are in contention on the weekend, because they get used to it and they love it. And I'm starting to learn how to do that and starting to feel more comfortable.
And it's a comfort thing, huh? That's basically what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly, I wasn't as focused yesterday as I had been the first 3 days, but, in my past, I've had good Thursdays and Fridays. I just, maybe didn't take care of it on the weekend. And Saturday, I just got really into a groove and separated myself from the field. And then Sunday, didn't have my best, but I just stayed patient. And in years past, I might have lost my cool or gotten impatient on a Sunday and, would have turned that into maybe a second, third, or fourth place finish. And instead, I just stayed patient and waited and said, you know what, I'm going to make, I can't miss every putt. I'm going to make a birdie. And, and then it came in bunches at the end.
Not just to mix things up, and then we'll get to some football in a way that you kind of wouldn't mind talking about it. Deshaun Watson getting booed, and he got really upset about it. And he really went at the people who were booing him. Now, that's a different story. He was being booed or cheered by some people when he got hurt. How do you handle all of that when you're hearing that sort of stuff from fans?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie. It sucks. I want to be cheered for. I would prefer that. It's a lot nicer and makes you feel better. But with that being said, I played other sports, and basketball being one of my other best sports, I loved an away gym. I loved silencing the crowd, and I figured I can win the crowd over being humble and just keep my head down and smiling. And then when you win, they go, okay, well, maybe we should start rooting for this guy. And then I said this recently, and a buddy of mine just said this, and it was funny. He's like, hey, you know what? Keep your head up. It's all right if they don't root for you. Just remember Darth Vader had more fun. And I was like, all right, I guess that's one way to look at it. And so I just kind of jokingly have kept that in my mind and said, you know what, regardless, I'm just going to do what I do, and hopefully the fans start rooting for me.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, Darth, spoiler alert, he kind of came back around. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
To the good side, if you will, to the Force. Use the Force, Wyndham Clark. Use the Force as you have. All right, let's talk about your Broncos a little bit here. They're looking really good so far in the preseason. I know it's preseason, but this is the real deal. It seems.
Yeah, I mean, the big asterisk is obviously Bo, just if he's healthy. If Bo's healthy, I think we could be really good. Obviously, last year we blew away everybody with how good we were, and it was unfortunate Bo got hurt. But what I will say is our schedule's tough. I mean, our first 6-7 games are brutal, and if we're right around 500 through those games, I feel confident. And I've said this to people: if we win 10 games, I think we win the Super Bowl. Just because, I mean, you look at that schedule right there, so many of our tough games are away, and they're to teams that are favored to win the Super Bowl or have been great teams in the last couple of years. So it's going to be tough, but I'm excited with the addition to Waddle and some of the guys we picked up on defense.
Now, you're a Denver native, correct? Born, raised, correct?
Raised, yeah.
Right, and so I'm looking at it here. Man, you were like 4 when Elway helicoptered, but when Manning won it with Von Miller, you were just pretty much just out of college, pretty much, when you were at that age, if I'm not mistaken? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the year before was devastated. The Seahawks just shut us up, and then the next year, Von Miller, I think, single-handedly put Newton in retirement.
You're kind of not wrong about that. I mean, yada, yada, yada. The few other things happened. Did you hear this soundbite from Bo Nix after he finished up this weekend? Probably you didn't, because you were getting ready. Here, play it for
I was focused on my own thing. What did he say?
Here we go. Hit it.
It was just very smooth, very easy. Get back out there and go. And honestly, the other 10 guys in the huddle made it pretty easy for me as well. And just going out there and doing my job and treating it like a practice rep. And the most difficult part was, not preparing a whole lot for a preseason game because of the time constraints, and you only get a day or so, and so that was the toughest part, is just getting my eyes in the right spot, and that was the mental challenge. But I thought physically it was pretty easy.
Physically pretty easy, Wyndham. What do you think? That's what you're saying,
love it.
Right?
I love it. Yeah, I mean, like I said, if he's been getting some, I guess maybe similar to me. He's not getting any love. And last year he had a similar stat season as Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen some of those stats, and people say those guys are MVPs or the best up and coming, and he's kind of doing the same numbers and hasn't been getting the love. So I expect Bo, if he's healthy, to have a great year.
All right. We play something on this show called the win-loss game, where we put the schedule of somebody's favorite team up on the screen. You go week by week by week, and then with win-loss, and we find out what you think their final record is. I'd like to do that with you at the Denver Broncos right now, if you don't mind, Wyndham Clark.
I'll be as unbiased as possible.
Let's do it. Let's put the schedule up. Let's give some music to Wyndham Clark. Ladies and gentlemen, we're playing the win-loss game for the Denver Broncos with the recent BMW Championship champion and U.S. Open champion, Wyndham Clark. First up, what happens, Wyndham, when the Monday night game on ESPN, visiting Kansas City, what happens? Win-loss.
It all obviously depends on Mahomes, but he's coming off an injury. That's a win for the Broncos.
That's 1-0 now, home for the Jaguars.
That's also a win at home. Jaguars got us last time, but I think we'll make adjustments.
All right, now the Rams visit on Sunday Night Football.
I'm going to go with an L.
Okay.
The Rams, I think, are the favorite to win the Super Bowl on the other side, and yeah, that might be an L.
2-1 visiting San Francisco.
Ooh, that's tough. I mean, if San Francisco stays healthy, I'm a big C-Mac fan. I'm going to go with a win.
That's 3-1 now, visiting the Chargers.
That's an L. Chargers going to be good this year.
3-2 Thursday night kickoff. Wow, week 6. Now the Seahawks visit.
That might be an L too. That's going to be tough.
That's what you said. The schedule's tough to start. Now 3-3 visiting the Cardinals.
I'm going to go with the win. I have the Cardinals. I bet them on the under for the season, so we definitely need a win.
Let's be careful, certainly if somebody lives in the state of Arizona normally. All right, now 4-3, home for the Chiefs. Do you sweep them?
I think we sweep them. We're turning the tide. We didn't beat them for about 6 years, and I think we're going to turn the tide.
5-3 at the Panthers.
Another win.
6-3, home for the Raiders.
Another win.
7-3, day after Thanksgiving at Pittsburgh.
I think we might stub our toe. That's a loss.
7-4, home for the Dolphins.
Definitely a win.
We're back. 5-4 at the Jets.
As much as I love Darren Muji, his brother's my agent, and I think he's going to do great things at the Jets. We're going to beat him.
Yeah, the personal, we got to put this aside, man. This is win-loss game stuff. 9-4 at the Raiders.
Yeah, I think we got the Raiders.
10-4, Christmas, home for the Bills.
Gosh, Josh Allen's too tough to beat twice. I think we lose that game.
Okay, at the Patriots.
We got vengeance for last year, and Bo's going to be healthy. That's a win.
All right, 11 wins now, home for the Chargers.
Home for the Chargers. It depends on what that game means.
I don't think it'll mean a lot if you're 11-5.
Yeah, I'm going to go a loss.
Really? Oh, wow. Okay. 11-6. Wyndham Clark says he's going to be unbiased. There you go. Win-loss game for his Denver Broncos. 11-6. We'll see how they do.
11-6 makes the playoffs, and then
Agreed.
I think because of that schedule,
you got a ticket.
I think we win. I think we win the whole thing.
Okay, there you go. Before I let you go, Wyndham, you're an Oregon Duck, so my friend T.J. Jefferson is a diehard Penn State fan and Florida State fan. But we had Dan Lanning on the program the other day. And you mentioned, Dan, about the shoes, right?
Yeah, Oregon's known to have their own supply of
Right,
Oregon.
so he asked for some Ducks shoes. Lanning said, if I give them to you, you need to kick out one of your teams and root for us instead. Sure enough, that's the old flags behind TJ. He's now an Oregon Duck fan because he provided the shoes. The shoes are right behind you, right, TJ?
They are, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
how could you have that many teams? That's too.
Okay, Wyndham.
I like sports, Wyndham.
You're on to it.
We love Wyndham Club.
You're on to it, Wyndham.
We love it.
That seems like a front runner right there.
Easy, Wyndham, easy.
Well,
you look, most of these are college teams, Wyndham.
No.
You know, a lot of different colleges.
No, the Cowboys are his team. But do you want to hold the shoes up there for Wyndham? Do you accept him as a Duck fan because he's now a Duck fan because of these shoes have been delivered by Dan Lanning, man of his word? Wyndham, do you accept him?
The real question would be when the Ducks play one of his teams and see who he roots for.
TJ? How do you answer that question to Wyndham?
I mean, I'm a loyal person, and me and Coach Lanning and I like to think that we build a bond. But for me, just to turn my back on everything I've always believed in, I think that would look bad on
shoes. Now that you got the shoes,
I didn't say I would not root for Oregon. I did not say I would not take a little bit of an interest in what they're doing. But you want me just to give up everything,
Wyndham?
Well, what if Florida State or Duke, a couple teams you like, are only 8-4, and the Ducks come in and play them, and we're undefeated?
Oh, if Duke football is playing the Ducks, I'm the quack.
There he goes.
Okay, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. Then
accepted.
Duck.
All right, Wyndham, it's so great to have you run into you as I did back in the spring, and then to see what you've done since we connected. I am taking credit with anybody that will listen. And I am excited for you and can't wait to see what you do from here on out.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you having me
Thanks
on.
again. That's Wyndham Clark, everybody.
Go get him.
On the Rich Eisen Show.
Thank you.
Awesome to watch. Awesome to watch. Can't wait to see what he does next week as well.
I like that you're taking full credit.
Why wouldn't I?
Saying.
Excuse me. Skin's money doesn't just wind up in an envelope by itself. One must earn it. And ever since this moment,
it's kind of crazy.
He's been on the roll. 2 days later,
he's basically been player of the year.
Round at Shinnecock.
I know.
Then 7 days later, wins at the Byron Nelson, and then a month later, wins at Shinnecock, and now here he is the day after winning the BMW championship. How many more trophies can a man hold?
Well, there's one more left.
That's right.
So that one.
And it all started.
He takes that. He's player of the year.
Inspired by my success.
That's what we do here, Rich.
That's called a bump, all right.
No, he's got to keep it going. Otherwise, I'm freaking out. A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, and that's overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We'll take your calls, and we'll hit the calls as soon as we're done with our friend Sam Morrill. Joining us next right here on The Rich Eisen Show. Get ready to laugh, everybody.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Blue Mountains cold beer. There, I said it. That's how you know your Coors Light is cold. Those beautiful Blue Mountains. If you like cold filtered, cold lagered, and cold packaged beer, then you need to be drinking Coors Light like me, John Granado, Coors Light enthusiast. So whether you're out with the crew or stocking up for the week, look for the Blue Mountains. Grab a cold Coors Light at your favorite local bar, restaurant, or on your next grocery run. Choose chill, Houston. Choose Coors Light. There, I said it again.
Small business owners, does your bank get your life? Does it let you switch from your personal to your business account with a tap? Or let you give your CPA direct access? We do. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Hey guys, it's Joe George. Most people don't know you can lease used vehicles. At D&M Leasing, their Easy Lease gives you a pre-owned vehicle with a much lower payment than financing. New vehicles lose huge value the moment they leave the lot. Skip that depreciation hit. Lease used and save big. Your D&M agent handles everything, including home delivery. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com and tell them that Joe George sent you by.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
How long is this list?
Don't let that honey-do list overwhelm you. Stokes Hardware to the rescue. This is Kirsten Stokes with Stokes Hardware, where old school service isn't gone. It's our specialty. The kids are out of school, which means it's a great time to do your DIY projects, like your patio, painting, or garden project you've been putting off. Skip the big box runaround. Shop local, shop smart, shop Stokes Hardware. Find us on Instagram, Facebook, and online at stokeshardware.com. Stokes Hardware, real help, real expertise.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here. I went into Dr. Kaplan's office and I had my deviated septum fixed and had balloon sinuplasty, clearing out those chronic sinus issues. I had it all done in one visit. A month later, I'm breathing perfectly. The deviated septum is fixed. Nothing could be better. It's amazing. It's a great change in my quality of life. You can do the same thing. Medicare and insurance plans cover this. Call 713-903-8049, 713-903-8049, or visit kaplansinusrelief.com. Breathe well, live well.
John Granato here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com.
Clara, I had something really interesting happen.
Tell me about it.
I was being interviewed and the guy asked me, of all the collections that you have purchased, which one are you the proudest of?
What did you tell him?
I told him about that woman who inherited half a dozen guns from her grandfather.
Remind me.
She sent me an email that I couldn't hardly believe, so I drove a few hours to go see the guns.
Are you talking about the lady who was offered $12,000 for the whole collection, but then she wrote to you because she really needed $19,000 to buy a car?
That's the one.
How much did we pay her?
$220,000.
Because it was the right thing to do?
Because it was the right thing to do.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collector's Firearms. Right on the corner at Whiff Timer in Voss and Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. One block east of the tollway. Collector's Firearms.
Cast your line and relax at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Your fishing getaway awaits.
For traffic control done right, choose Buyers Barricades. Learn more at buyersbarricades.com.
Listen to Texas Radio Hall of Famers John and Lance weekday mornings from 7 to 10.
He was incredible.
Ladies and gentlemen, our radio audience has returned here on the program. The only way, I guess, now that we have our full audience, I could introduce you as, ladies and gentlemen, Sam Marilla's live, Nixon 5.
Yes. I feel like I started Nixon 5, by the way.
Oh, you started Nixon 5?
I feel like I did because during the Hawks series, when it was 1-1, you can look it up. There's footage of me behind C.J. McCollum giving his post-game interview after he beat us, and I'm behind him, and I go Nixon 5.
Wow.
And I gave a thumbs up. I was thinking about giving a middle finger, but I knew I was on camera.
Oh.
So I was like, if I give a finger, they're going to pull it off me. So I was like, let me troll Nixon 5. We lost the next game to the Hawks, too. We went down 2-1.
And then how many did...
Nixon 6.
Nixon 6.
Yeah.
Well, that'll be this year's cry after with the Philadelphia 76ers.
It was the most stressful, non-stressful run. Because every game, like that first game against the Cavs, it felt like so many of these games we came back from, it felt like, you ever watch like Shawshank the first time? Yeah. And you're like, this is miserable. And then the last like 3 minutes, you're like, all right, that was fun. That's what every Knicks game was.
Game one against the Cavs?
Oh, my God. We were down like, how much were we down?
I remember that.
Yeah.
Something.
Oh, that's, yeah.
I remember that.
Stav and Judd Apatow. That was right after we won. Yeah.
That's Stabby Baby?
That's Stabby Baby and
Judd Apatow?
Yeah, we had fun, man. That was pretty epic. You know what's fun about that? So that outfit that I'm wearing with Stavy before the last pick, and Stav's outfit is the exact same outfit we wore when we beat the Celtics in Game 6 the previous year, because we were at that game together,
right?
And we're superstitious, so we didn't even coordinate that. That was just, we just showed up that way.
Listen, this run was just as magical as it gets, and you know it's amazing that again that they started dominating. Though I know like again the Hawks series looked like every other series that the Knicks have been playing in the playoffs.
Yeah.
To only serve to leave us all disappointed forever. Pretty much forever. It had the hallmarks, C.J. McCollum starring as Trey Young or Halliburton or Reggie. Like, it's just, okay, here it goes again. And then a switch hit, only to have Cleveland, as you point out in Game 1, come in and just rain points on them until they they just watch the Knicks come back on them, and then just 120 points here, 130 points here, 140 points there, and it's just like, what the hell is going on?
It was crazy, and I didn't expect to really dislike Wembanyama because I was like, he seems like kind of fun, you know? And then I was like, I really don't like him. Like, I started just spiraling. I was, like, doing research. I'm like, his dad's 6'7", his mom is 6'3". It feels like they did this on purpose, you know? Like, it feels like eugenics. It feels like Hitler would have liked it. And,
that's a take.
That's my take.
Okay.
Hitler would have liked Wemby. Maybe not. He didn't like black. He didn't like black people, so that's a reach, I guess.
And French.
And the French. Yeah, he didn't like any. No, okay. I took a reach.
Probably didn't like basketball either.
Probably not.
Throw it out there.
Yeah.
Certainly not New York. But
yeah, no.
On. But no,
I did not like
Wemby pointing to his head.
Oh, you're the clear villain.
That's it right there. When he told, because like Mitchell Robinson, committed the offensive foul.
Yeah.
Points like, I'm in your head. And then it devolved from there, only to have OG pop one in on him, you know?
OG, if Brunson doesn't have that game 5, OG is the finals MVP. I mean, he was dominant, man. He was so good and fearless, dude, throwing down dunks. And, I mean, that tip-in was...
Were you there for that one?
I wasn't at that one.
All right, which ones did you go to?
I went to game 1 in San Antonio.
What was that like?
Epic. It was amazing. So I flew down with my friend, one of my childhood friends, Chase. We fly down to Austin. You couldn't get a ticket into San Antonio. It was all booked. I get a text from Shane Gillis, a comedian, who's like, are you going to the game? I said, yeah, I just landed in Austin. He goes, come over. I'm going. So we had like a drunk bus with all these other comics, Matt McCusker, Tommy Pope, all these comedians.
Yeah.
And we were pounding drinks. We go there. We end up in a Knicks row, thankfully. I'm next to a bunch of Knicks fans.
Yeah.
We made friends. I didn't realize this till after the game because I guess I was behind Chris Tucker. I was like, man, that guy looks like a fat Chris Tucker. He's a Spurs fan. He's a Texas guy.
Right.
And then...
right.
And then, Knicks are down. It's one of those things where I'm like, oh, man, we're going to lose. And I will say the San Antonio fans, there's like a few crazy ones, but for the most part, they were pretty cool. They were pretty friendly. They were like... And they were talking trash, but I was like, guys, you've won 5 in my lifetime. Like, just...
Well, including the last time the Knicks made the finals.
I know. But they've taken 5. And it's like, it's not like you're not going to win one with Wemby. You're going to win probably a few with this young core of Wemby and Dylan Harper and Castle. They're unbelievable players.
Harper's so good.
He's unbelievable.
I thought he was going to get that he was going to be the one to get him. That it wasn't going to be Wemby.
Castle's tough, too. He's physical.
That's... And he also doesn't...
And Champagny?
Well, and the thing with Castle is he's a UConn guy, so he's not spooked by Madison Square Garden.
Champagny's a St. John's guy.
Right, I know that. So those kids know what it's like to play in Madison Square Garden, right? So, but they just didn't know how to finish.
They didn't know how to finish.
And the Knicks did. And the Knicks, would pull one rabbit out of a hat after another. I know they lost to the Cavs in the analytics department, right? They lost
we
the
heard that a
analytics
lot.
series, right?
That was embarrassing.
And the Spurs said the same thing, essentially, in a way. But
that is the epitome of loser talk.
Listen, I love going down this road here because it's also previewing what we're going to be talking about for much of the season that's upcoming. That Brunson has flipped the script for all of us, and he has now entered New York lore forever by being the Michael Jordan of the equation. The Knicks were supposed to lose all of these games because somebody else was raising their level to a point in crunch time that the Knicks could not overcome, and now the Knicks have one of those guys.
Oh, totally.
Themselves, and the numbers support it. His ability, his 45 points in the closer was the most in a closer since Jordan did it on the Jazz.
45.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
Giannis had a 50-piece. Yeah.
But not in a closer, did he?
Not in a closer.
Yeah, it was yeah, he did.
Oh, he did?
Oh, really?
Well,
whatever. He's 7 feet.
But then, exactly. But put up the photograph. This one actually made me
beautiful. Yeah, same.
That Ewing feels that he's got a championship now.
Imagine if Ewing had a guy like Brunson on his team.
Well, he had Bernard King in his rookie season. And Bernard was at the end of it.
But they never really...
Right. They never... it was never peak Bernard. But the fact that Brunson's like, all right, I'll hold the MVP trophy, but Pat, you take the Larry O'B. His photograph. And the look on Brunson's face is just like, yeah, I did this. And I'm happy to share this with Patrick. Like, there's so many emotions when I see this.
A lot of emotions. The shot of Ewing in the Newsies cap, when he's just kind of nodding like a proud dad, is beautiful. And Brunson, the way Brunson carried himself this whole run, like, just there's that shot of him walking out looking like Batman, just so, stoic, stone-faced.
Right.
And you see Wemby when they went to the finals. I know he's younger, but he's like crying, he's emotional. And I'm like, dude, you're 7'5". Like, this guy's 6 feet tall.
Right.
And he's carrying himself like, business isn't over yet.
And he refused to be in a room with the trophy or have
I love that.
Have a photograph of it or even a rendering of it on a backdrop. Like whenever he was being interviewed by ESPN or ABC, it was like a dark backdrop. It didn't have like the trophy. He didn't want anything.
It's
like
psycho
that.
Stuff.
But
in a good way.
He's our psycho, right?
Oh, dude.
Like, as opposed to somebody else's. Like, you need that. Like, this is going to be. It's now about this. Let's go here. Their follow up. All right, they're putting LeBron in the building, and his first night as a Sixer, and everybody's going to be sitting here thinking, Knicks can be had. That this is just a one-off because it's been when was the last time we did repeat champions? Was the Warriors?
Warriors, yeah, it's been a while.
And so the Knicks are just going to be that other one. What if the Knicks go ahead and do it again? Why shouldn't they be able to? Right? Let's go.
Yeah, the Sixers are going to be tough, no question. I mean, losing Paul George is a good move for them. Gaining Jaylen Brown is a good move. Gaining LeBron, you look at the Warriors, you're like, how did you not trade for Jaylen Brown? Because then you get LeBron with Steph Curry. The Warriors front office talk about letting down Steph Curry in these last few years. I think when that guy does that, what he's done in the Olympics, he's got a little left in the tank. So. The Sixers look tough for sure. Edgecombe's really good. Maxey is incredible, but yeah, why can't the Knicks do it again? Why not? Who's the biggest competition? Can the Pistons figure it out? Who's?
Go ahead, Chris. I'm sure you want to chime in here. Although you're the team that acquired Paul George for Jaylen Brown.
I still think Boston's going to be right there too. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, you never know, right? I mean, maybe it's weird to have guys as good as Tatum and Brown, and it just doesn't work. I mean, they won one, but it's weird that it's you can't just coexist.
Right.
I also, for the Celtics, I always kind of resented that they were it's Tatum's team. I'm like, why can't you just be we're co-pilots? I didn't get. To me, that was just weird. It's you're just trying to create stuff.
There was something going on.
Feels like there's something going on. Also, just cap purposes. You're paying two guys more than 50% of the salary. That's just not sustainable in the way the NBA is kind of set up right now.
Who'd you run into or meet in the Knicks playoff run that you'd never met before? Down there on the old Celebrity Row.
I mean, I'd met most of them before. I ran into Bernard King. I chatted with him for a while. I had a show on MSG for a brief minute, and I interviewed him, and he always remembered me from it, which is just so strange. He's
the best.
He's the nicest guy, and got to say what up to Walt a couple of times. He was just the legend. Yeah, I mean, it was...
And now Brunson's in that category. There's just no doubt about it. I understand Walt Frazier is Walt Frazier, but Brunson doing it. This town and putting a parade in the Canyon of Heroes with everybody else. End of story.
It was pretty epic, dude. I mean, it ruined my comedy for 10 weeks. I was bad at comedy for 10 weeks. I was just feeling good. And I'm so glad it's over because it's not even I felt joy, but it was more I felt relief. If you're a sports fan and you've never won, I'm a Yankees fan, I'm a Giants fan, I'm a Rangers fan, but Knicks were always up here to me.
Yeah.
And that was the one that always basketball's my favorite. So, I was at the Ewing finger roll miss game. I was carried out at 10 or 11 years old, whatever, crying by my dad. So you have those memories imprinted in you as a child where you're just this is sad. We're just not meant to win.
And it was on the same basket where Josh Hart's finger roll went off the back iron in that OG game when you thought, here we go, they're going to finally take the lead, and it didn't. It's just okay, not meant to be. Again, that's the PTSD of being a Knick, for lack of.
And also, we love Josh so much that for him to,
I know, for him to be the one too,
and for the guy who does all the unsung stuff, for a guy who's the glue guy, for the guy who is diving on the ball, the guy who's got that Mace and Oak in him, and Charlie Ward, the guys who would do that before him.
Yeah.
For him to blow it would have crushed us. God. So I'm so glad that OG saved. He
said that. He said that too. He said OG saved my for the rest of my days. I was saved for missing that. Although, again, who knows what would have happened after that, but it did put the Knicks in a much better position because of that finger roll. But
Brunson said, he goes, that was the moment where we realized, because they didn't get down on him.
Yeah.
And they, this team, they trash each other all the time. Right. But it's playful. When it's really bad, it's, that's what you do with your friends, though. You trash your friends. But then when something really bad happens to them, you're like, nah, it's cool,
Well, I just glad that you kept your head, when you knew you were on camera, that you didn't show the number 1, you showed 5 fingers, because we're able to actually air it.
Totally.
We found it?
Yeah.
Oh, is that you back there?
Yeah.
That's the thumbs down one.
Yeah, I did too.
Oh, there it is.
5, yeah.
There you are.
Wow, that's so funny.
There you are.
I know. I'm an entertainer. I know where the camera is.
Attaboy.
Yeah, no, McCollum was great, though. And the game where we really turned it on was the closeout game against the Hawks. That was the game when it was like, what the hell just happened?
I know.
That was, would have win by 50?
Yeah, Nick's putting the fans in a rocking chair in a closeout game like that was a good sign. And then, of course, the Cavs, analytically put us in a tough spot in game 1. Can't say that sort of joke enough.
Kenny Atkinson he's too cool a guy to be doing that. What is he doing?
Agree.
I have a lot of respect for Kenny Atkinson, New York guy. And clearly a good coach, but like, dude, what are you doing saying that?
Was the We Might Be Drunk podcast the drunkest you've ever had after the Knicks victory, or no?
I was pretty hammered after they won.
Okay.
But we were just marching down 7th Avenue. I made it a point. There's a bouncer at the cellar, Jamel, and I was like, if we win, I don't care how hard it is to get downtown. I'm coming down. We're doing a big shot.
And you did?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. It was a beautiful moment. We were emotional, a lot of hugs. The city was on fire, man. I've never, like, people I have childhood friends were like hitting me up. Just like, dude, I'm like, I know.
August 30th in Lisbon, Portugal.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. September 2nd in Athena, Greece. September 3rd, Budapest, Hungary. September 5th, Zagreb, Croatia. And September 8th, Vienna, Austria.
Yeah, dude.
Look at you, man. SamMorril.com for dates and tickets on all of that. Congratulations on being.
I'll be wearing Knicks gear there too.
Now, look, was this a tour that you set up thinking you'd need to try and get Giannis on the Knicks? That you try and.
Did I ever tell you?
It's a tour of all
Giannis?
the places where people that you thought the Knicks would want, but they don't need it.
So years ago, I did a benefit for Giannis.
Uh-huh.
It was like Ronnie Chang, Hassan Minaj, me.
Mm-hmm.
I do stand up for his foundation.
Mm-hmm.
Goes well. Those gigs never go well.
Okay.
Every time I do a benefit, they're just like, why did we hire this guy? That was too many AIDS jokes. Whatever I do. They're like, this was bad. Mm-hmm. So I get off, and Giannis and Thanasis are super cool. I tried to bring Stav because he's obsessed with Giannis.
Okay.
And he was like, you're not going to get to meet him. I got to meet him, got to hang out with him, and sent Stav a video like, you idiot. And he was like, why didn't I come? But I was like, talking to Giannis for a while, and he goes, you a Bucks fan? I go, no, I'm a Knicks fan. Screw the Bucks. And I told him, like, I respect the Bucks. I love Holiday. It was when it was like Middleton, Holiday, Portis. Like I said, I like your team a lot. Lopez, I like how they play, but I'm a Knicks fan. And he goes, you never know where I end up next free agency. And I was like, don't do that to me, dude. Don't do this to me. So, of course, after that, the shock wears off. I'm like, I think he's coming to the Knicks. So I start talking it up. I go on, like, Pardon My Take. They're trashing me so hard for it. They're like, you fell for that? And I was like, he wants to come to New York. Then 2 years later, he wants to come to New York, right? Mm-hmm. But we already had the team. But Giannis I think it wouldn't have worked with Giannis and Brunson as well, just because they're both ball dominant. As great as Giannis is, like, Holiday is not a ball dominant. He's a kind of a different type of player. Middleton was more catch and shoot. I think Giannis would have been great for us, of course, but like I love how we got Towns. We changed his story.
Cat's the best shooting big man ever. So
and Pappert is passing.
Giannis doesn't really shoot the outside ball well.
How about this?
It worked out.
Who knew, Sam Morril, that you and I and all of Knicks fandom don't need Giannis, don't need LeBron, don't need name every last person that the Knicks would have fallen all over themselves. Kevin Durant. All of these people that the Knicks put on their season ticket brochures before they were freed don't need them anymore. They're all chasing what we have.
Well, it's cool that we did it without, like, if LeBron came here, it wouldn't have felt this sweet. If we won and if we lose this finals, LeBron's coming to the Knicks. And then say we win with LeBron, it's like, it doesn't feel as cool.
You know what? It still would have been fine.
Yeah. I would have been fine with it, but it wouldn't have been as cool that the fact that Brunson and Hart and OG and Bridges and Towns and Alvarado, a New York kid, and
Sam, you're thinking about...
And Shamet.
You're thinking about the way it's always been when we were beggars. Now,
yeah,
we're choosers.
We're choosers.
As an orange and blue sky, Sam Morril Live, Knicks in 5. That's the way we're rolling a break. Good to see you, man.
Good to see you, dude.
Enjoy your travels. Safe
You
trip.
too, man.
Okay, very good. Right here on the Rich Eisen Show, your phone calls. I don't know why I slammed the table so much, but I'm so excited. There's an NFL trade, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's coming when we come back. Fantastic.
Pete's back on the links with all new golf clubs and hopefully less swearing.
Dang, sliced it.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money so he can be a little bad.
Heads up!
Oof. Talent sold separately.
Guy said these were slice proof.
At least he has money for lessons. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Did you know Skechers makes high-performance footwear for almost every sport you play? Here's what our athletes are saying. Hi, I'm pro basketball player OG Anunoby. I dominate in Skechers basketball. Skechers delivers championship-level performance.
I'm WNBA star Jackie Young. Skechers keeps me quick, comfortable, and ready for anything.
And you can get high-performance Skechers and hands-free slip-ins technology. Just step in and perform.
I'm pro golfer Matt Fitzpatrick. I play in hands-free Skechers golf slip-ins.
Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or whatever high-performance sports shoes are sold.
When your project impacts traffic, safety isn't optional. It has to be done right. That's why contractors and municipalities across Greater Houston trust Buyers Barricades. From traffic control plans and custom signage to equipment rental, setup, maintenance, and final pickup, Buyers Barricades manages every step of the job so your crew can stay focused on the work. They're service-driven, safety-inspired, and available 24/7. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more at buyersbarricades.com.
While some places serve fajitas, the original Ninfa's is the birthplace of the modern Tex-Mex dish. Come experience the legendary flavors that have made Ninfa's a Houston favorite since 1973. From world-famous fajitas to handmade tortillas, fresh guacamole, and refreshing ninfaritas, every meal is a celebration. Visit the original Ninfa's on Navigation or Ninfa's Uptown. Reserve your table today at ninfas.com. That's ninfas.com.
Since 1954, Stokes Hardware has been helping Houston and the surrounding areas get the job done. We're your hometown source for quality supplies, expert advice, and outstanding customer service. Need pipe cut and threaded, keys made, glass or plexiglass cut to size? We've got you covered. Whatever your next project is, our knowledgeable team is here to help in every step of the way. Stokes Hardware, where experience, service, and hometown values have made the difference since 1954. Se habla Espn.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250, micro. And yes, I told you so.
Hey guys, it's Joe George. Used vehicle leasing. Most people don't realize you can lease used vehicles. At D&M Leasing, they offer the ultimate used car leasing program, the Easy Lease. You can drive a high-quality, pre-owned vehicle with a much lower monthly payment than traditional financing with a used car Easy Lease at D&M. Everyone knows new vehicles take a huge depreciation hit right as they leave the lot. So let someone else take that initial hit, and you save big. Enjoy flexibility, lower costs, and upgrade into something newer every few years. Your dedicated D&M agent handles all the details, paperwork, and even home delivery. Discover a better way to drive. Used car leasing at D&M Leasing. Call D&M Leasing today at 713-290-1000 or visit them online at dmautoleasing.com. That's 713-290-1000 or visit them at dmautoleasing.com to start your leasing journey today and tell them that Joe George sent you by.
We make leasing easy at P&M.
Hey, soccer fans, Glenn Davis here. Thank you for supporting Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5, brought to you by presenting sponsor, the Daspit Law Firm. Don't forget, join me for the best in soccer talk and football talk weekly on ESPN 97.5.
Ready for a real career? IBEW Local 66 offers paid apprenticeships in electrical construction and line work. In just a few years, you can build a career with strong wages and benefits. Visit IBEW66.com. IBEW Local 66, powering careers, powering the future.
The Hyundai Getaway sales event that's going on right now, go and get away with a deal so right it almost feels wrong. The Santa Fe and Santa Fe Hybrid from Hyundai, the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid, they're adventure-ready SUVs for you. You want to go all-electric? There's the Ioniq 5 and the Ioniq 9. The bold and stylish Elantra is loaded with the latest tech. Get to your local Hyundai dealer right now and get that deal that you're going to love during the Hyundai Getaway sales event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details.
Here it comes. And my eyes see.
Breaking news.
Boom. What's the NFL trade, Chris?
Guys, according to The Ringer and Netflix Sports' and most importantly, our friend, Tom Pelissero, the Patriots are sending Kayshon Boutte to the Houston Texans for safety Jalen Reed and a future draft pick.
Okay. Who came on and mentioned Boutte as a possible trade chip?
You know, Jason McCourty said that.
That's right.
First off.
That's right.
And you and I kind of looked at each other like, oh, that would make a lot of sense. And they get the deal done.
Boy, that's a good pickup.
He had asked for a trade, but had been participating in training camp. He did not play in the second preseason game. So that was also kind of an indication that maybe something was in the works. But yeah, this I think this works for both teams.
All this does, right?
Yeah.
This
Patriots
does.
had kind of a crowded wide receiver room. He had wanted out. Now he gets a chance to really be the number 2 there for Houston with Jaden Higgins out for the season.
So Nick Caserio, needing wide receivers, decides to make a booty call.
Oh.
Listen, I should just leave now. I don't think there's going to, well, I mean, there's only a few minutes left. I don't think it can get any better.
Hello.
Made a booty call.
We've all done it.
Had I been the one to say that, though?
Have we? Listen, I'm allowed to say these things, or at least I like to think I've got enough in the game.
Because the other day that popped in my head, and I was like, I can't say that.
Nick Caserio,
but now I know.
Very good.
Who's Booty? Booty. Oh,
hey, they should know him well. Kayshon Boutte lit them up the last couple of years.
Hey, you cover what you see. I saw that in the.
They covered that booty.
Yeah. Jared in Brooklyn, New York. Let's take your phone call. What's up, Jared?
Holy cow, this is a dream. Appreciate it.
You got it, buddy. Thanks for holding on.
I feel like I'm probably the only ex-NFL player to talk about the Browns, non-ex-NFL player other than the Miz. So this is very cool. I just really quickly on this whole debacle in Cleveland, a couple things that sort of impressed me over the weekend. One is that it just seems like there must have been some sort of agreement between ownership and Monken. They didn't really speak to that many guys seriously when Stefanski left. You know, it's a big job. All these NFL jobs are. There are so few of them. They didn't speak to that many guys. It just makes me feel like there is some sort of agreed-upon situation between ownership, management, and Monken to start Watson no matter what. But the other thing that's super weird, and I'm curious your view, Rich, because you watch a lot of football and you're buddies with all these guys, he, meaning Deshaun, doesn't look healthy to me. It looks like he's throwing with his entire upper body and has no arm strength left. So I don't know if I'm just like seeing things in training camp or the game. He's got nothing on the ball. He can't throw a spiral. The ball takes 1 million years to get to the players. So to me, it's not even a matter of like he plays horribly in the game or whatever. He looks terrible every single day of training camp and the game. Something is wrong here.
Well,
I would love for you guys to talk about it.
Well, listen, I would love to say, you know, hey, I see the same thing or whatever. I'm not an all-22 guy. I haven't watched every single throw from Deshaun Watson. I have seen enough to know that it hasn't looked great, right? And I have seen enough preseason football to know that whatever doesn't look great in August, it has no bearing on what we see in September through, if you're lucky, February. So it's going to come out. We're going to see it. It's going to happen. And because Todd Monken's made his decision, and it's a week-to-week thing, and I appreciate it, Jared. Call back more often. We'll get you on more. So, certainly since, you sparked a conversation here, it may be the case. Maybe we'll get some all 22 guys on here and say, oh, yeah, your caller from Brooklyn is right. He doesn't have anything on the ball, and it's going to be a total mess. Well, guess what? We're going to see it. We're going to see it. And the whole business is that if he looks so terrible in the first 2 weeks and 0-2, they're going to put him out there week 3. They're going to do it. They're going to do it. You're not going to sit here and go, all right, 2 weeks, we've already seen enough. You're so, like, it's so bad that we can't put you out there in Cleveland. Like I said, it's not the National Feelings League. It's the National Football League. And if he doesn't do well enough, then it will be Shedeur Sanders time. And if he doesn't do well enough, it'll be 2027 draft class kid time. That's it. But I think everybody out there knows that already. But I like saying it authoritatively because it sounds good for us.
We expect our information in real time. U.S. Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. U.S. Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. It's a fruity candy flavor explosion, and I mean explosion. Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots, a zero-sugar treat that's sweet tooth approved. These can take care of my candy cravings and provides a tasty caffeine kick without all the sugar. Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. Get candy-flavored chaos with Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or Amazon.
Something big is coming. On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. Yep, that means you, Texas. One app, every sport, all 50 states. DraftKings Game Day is yours. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff of a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. New DraftKings customers. Sign up with code Houston975. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. That's code Houston975. In partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click-to-claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms at dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability. Varies by state.
Houston, your day just got sweeter. Warm, fresh-baked cookies delivered straight to your door? Yes, please. Tips Treats is baking all day, every day. Chocolate chip, snickerdoodle, cookie pies, and more. Delivered warm. And Houston, we've got something sweet just for you. Use promo code ESPNHOU and get your next pickup, gift, or delivery for $14 a dozen. Code valid through September 7th, 2026. Limit 1 per customer. Treat yourself or someone else.
Dream Rate Mortgage, the ultimate mortgage hookup. Visit 975loans.com.
NMLS number 2482473, Equal Housing Lender.
This is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers. We believe that the jewelry you own should be the jewelry you love. Did you know that we buy jewelry, diamonds, and watches that you no longer wear? Just bring them in, and if we make you an offer, you'll get store credit for items you can enjoy now, or you'll leave with a check in hand. It's that easy. Jewelry and watches were not meant to collect dust in a drawer. Stop by Zadok Jewelers today on Post Oak and San Felipe. Zadok Jewelers. Make the moment.
Diamond out of here. Brinkman Quality Roofing has been the most trusted name in Houston for 50 years for roof repairs, roof maintenance, and roof replacements on both homes and businesses. Brinkman workmanship is backed by the largest roofing manufacturers against leaks for up to 30 years. Brinkman has 100% financing available and free, no-obligation estimates. Brinkman Quality Roofing is the one to call at 281-480-ROOF. That's 281-480-ROOF, or go to brinkmanquality.com.
I'm in my late 60s.
guilty. My husband died a few years ago. He did all of our taxes. I sold a piece of property last year, and I forgot to claim the proceeds of the sale. Next thing I know, I got a letter from the IRS telling me that I owe over $50,000. Now I have a huge tax problem. I don't have that kind of money. I wish I knew who to call.
If you sold property in the last calendar year or didn't claim all of your part-time or even retirement income, you could be in big trouble with the IRS. Call first before they send you a letter. If you've already got a letter, call. We'll help you file years of past tax returns and save you time and money. So call the tax doctor. The call is confidential and free.
800-240-4587. 800-240-4587. 800-240-4587. That's 800-240-4587.
Jeremy and Joe.
We can't talk about the scenario?
It's like, well, she's gonna like chicken salad when she's pregnant. More reason to get her pregnant. That's what you just did.
Weekday afternoons from 3 to 6.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Let's talk about pool season. What do we need to get done?
We need to get your patio furniture in and make it look new again.
Anything you need done, Houston Powder Coaters is here for you. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. That's HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Houston's independent voice for sports, ESPN 97.5.
KFNC Mont Bellevue, Houston, a GAO media station.
Brought to you by Zadok Jewelers.
Houston standing by, over.
Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham.
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. Brian behind the glass. It is a Monday edition of the program. What a day in Houston. The interchange between 45 South and I-10 West is open. Oh, and the GM is fired, and the Texans traded for a receiver.
Which receiver?
Also that. Well, you know I love Booty. You know what I really like, though? Booty.
I'm so
happy.
glad we have that drop now.
That is probably the number one wide receiver that the Houston Texans could have traded for.
Yes.
For this program.
For this show only.
Love Booty.
Good for the team,
you know what I really like, though? Booty.
But it's awesome for this show.
Brian has been using that against me for the last, I don't know. What was that, like December maybe?
Yeah,
like
probably
8-ish months. Yeah. He's been using that against me, 8-9 months. I'm so glad I said 8-9 months. He's been using that against me for 8 or 9 months.
Yeah.
And I feel like today is my Super Bowl, my Christmas, because I got Booty in my life.
Well, we are the reason why he's here.
No. We are the reason. Yeah.
We spoke it into existence.
We
dropped it into existence.
We did.
He's here. You're welcome, Houston.
You're welcome.
Sorry Higgins had to get hurt for it to happen, but...
Yeah, we hate that part of it. Which we wouldn't have been rooting for Booty if we still had a Jaden, you know?
Yes.
You don't always root for Booty. You only root for Booty whenever you have a jacked up knee.
You're right. That's the only time.
It's the only time you root for Booty is when you have someone who has a jacked up knee. But we start with Dana Brown. It was kind of funny today. Funny, ironic, hilarious story. I pulled up, just ESPN and the normal prep, and the top 3 headlines had like they were like something to do with Brown. Brown fired by the Astros. Deshaun Watson named Cleveland Browns starter. And then you had this guy who transferred from the Cleveland Browns to Ole Miss.
Oh, yeah.
The top 3 headlines on ESPN were some form of Brown. It was kind of funny. Hilarious story. But Dana Brown has been fired. Fired, however you want to phrase this. Fired, I think, is the way to go in this. Shocking news, though, this morning. I didn't think this was going to happen. I would not have predicted this to happen because why now? Why on August 24th are you firing the general manager and probably the manager as well? But they were given the option if they wanted to finish the job. One of them said yes. The other one said, nah, I'm good. So Dana Brown and the Astros have mutually parted ways. The Astros like, hey, thank you for your services. Dana Brown, oh, thank you for making me a GM. And then Jeff Bagwell is in the press release, too, how he's going to oversee operations. So this is nuts. This is crazy. You don't see a lot of general managers, maybe ever. I'd be curious to know if this has ever happened, that on August 24th with 30-something games left, that a team that's leading the division fires their general manager in season. And I know that's, that's fun with words because the Astros are 1 game under 500 and worst division that we've seen in a long time in baseball. But this, I was shocked, Joe. I didn't see this coming.
No, they're in first place. I know it hasn't been pretty. It's actually been pretty much just downright atrocious since the trade deadline.
but you don't fire GMs here. If you find another example of this, my guess is that GM did something wrong morally and got fired for it. They didn't get fired because their team was in first place in their division. Not that this team is good. I can't believe this happened today. It felt inevitable for me that Dana Brown was not going to be back unless they really liked each other. But for whatever reason, just this losing to a AAA team, it finally clicked with Jim Crane of this isn't the group that I want to run with anymore, and he dumped them all.
Yeah. Nightingale had a story about this in the USA Today that said that he gave Dana Brown the option to stick around until the end of the season, but they wouldn't be extended a contract. He also dropped the nugget that they did the same thing with Joe Espada, but Joe Espada said, okay, I'll stick around, which to me tells me that the Jim Crane was so mad with this homestand. They was so mad with how the Astros produced against bad baseball teams at home while they're in a division race that he said, enough is enough. I no longer want to watch this. These guys are fired.
Yeah.
Heads had to roll, according to Jim Crane, because of what he saw take place at the Dike during this homestand. He couldn't watch the Astros lose 2 of 3 against the Las Vegas, Sacramento, Oakland Athletics anymore. He couldn't see Joe Espada go to the mound in the second game of the series and point to the bullpen and then leave Hunter Brown in the game. And then the umpire's like, Joe, you pointed to the bullpen. And Joe's like, no, I didn't. And then he talks about it in the postgame, goes, oh, yeah, I didn't realize I did it. That's my fault. Managers can't do that. It is a clown show of a homestand. And I understand the whole, like, well, Dana Brown, he's got, the deck stacked against him. He's got limited resources. Jim Crane medals. He's got Jeff Bagwell that's looming, over his head, all of that stuff, which I don't disagree with. I think those are valid points, but they have seen enough. They're moving on. One of them said, okay, well, if you're going to fire me, I'm just going to go ahead and leave now. The other one said, well, I'll give it the old college try and finish up the season. I like my per diem, and maybe he'll be able to manage another playoff series. We shall see. But Crane had enough.
I don't blame him. Wouldn't you?
Yes.
With the way they played? And I agree with you. Like, yes, Dana Brown has been limited because of bad contracts that Jim Crane has made the decisions on, that bad contracts that maybe Dana Brown has made decisions on because of a willingness to go into luxury tax and things like that again. He's limited. He has a farm system that's not very good. That he's done a solid job, it feels like, building back up. Did he want to blow it up? Was he told he couldn't blow it up?
Who knows?
This year. Who knows? But
McTaggart dropped the nugget on his Twitter today that the people in the Astros weren't happy that they had an inactive deadline. So, like, are they unhappy because Dana couldn't get anything done? Like, what led to that unease? Because you wouldn't think that they would be unhappy if it was their directive being like, hey, don't do anything.
Well, because my guess is Jim Crane wants to win. The window's always open with Jim Crane. Like, I think Jim
What does
Crane,
that mean, though? Because people always throw that out there, like the window's always open, where it seems like
playoffs over prospects.
Yeah, I don't know if that's what it means. How do we know what that's what it means? Because I think the best way of sustaining a window in baseball and to always be good is to actually build up through prospects.
Yeah, I agree. Would you have also fired a GM after he won the World Series?
Well, that's because they didn't get along.
I know, but like Jim Crane doesn't operate, I feel like, in the way that we would operate a baseball team.
But we're guessing on what that means whenever he says the window's always open whenever I'm here. The window being open, I mean, the Milwaukee Brewers are in the playoffs every year. They don't have high-price free agents and keep a lot of their own players. Tampa Bay Rays are in the playoffs almost every single season. They never sign huge free agent contracts or keep even their own players when they're about to enter free agency. I mean, I think the best way to sustain a winner in baseball, if you don't have Dodger money, Yankee money, is to actually build through the system. So people always I don't know if that's what Jim Crane meant, that we're just going to always sign people, or if he's like, no, we're going to have a great organization that's a machine and that's always turning over these good young players, and we're always going to be good because we're building through the minor league system. No one knows what he meant by that.
Yeah. I think the timing of it, while I do think it's strange, I do kind of like it. In a way. I mean, this is the first time Jim Crane, since he hired Jeff Luhnow, is going to have a good amount of time to make a decision. You went all the way to the World Series with James Click. You fired him. You then went rampant and allowed yourself and Jeff Bagwell to sign free agents without hiring a GM. So you're on a time crunch there. Luhnow got fired in January of his year. So, now you have an actual time to go through a process. Now, will they do that process successfully or not? Great question. But
you asked it.
That's a great question.
He just great question his own question.
I just great question my own question. But
they have time now to at least do it right and do it and finally do a real search. I didn't mean to do that. It's supposed to let it go. But they have a chance now to actually go out there and interview candidates that aren't just attached to the organization or maybe the cheapest guy possible.
That was a great response to your great question. I co-signed this move as well. I was, and look, whatever's going on with Joe Espada, that trumps baseball. Prayers out to he and his family, whoever is impacted by the fact that he had to miss the game. Omar Lopez was asked about it after the game and said Joe Espada texted him at 3:15 in the morning and said he had to drive somewhere. We're not going to speculate. Obviously, there's something not going on good with Joe Espada, family, all of that. Now he is on the flight to New York. He's going to be with the team, according to the reports of Chandler Rome. And I think it makes it very difficult to fire a guy who had to miss a game because of personal reasons, although it sounds like that's what happened. Although we don't know the timeline.
Yeah, I don't know the
timeline.
I kind of think he got fired on Saturday night. Is kind of my guess.
Interesting.
It's just they lost the series, point to the bullpen.
Well, they hadn't lost the series yet.
Oh, yeah, I guess they lost a dramatic game. And then it's just, all right, we're done with this thing. Because that's pretty cold-blooded for Jim Crane to do this yesterday.
Yeah.
If that's the case.
Jim Crane has been known to be cold-blooded.
Yeah.
We don't know the timeline.
We don't.
According to Nightingale's report, a high-level executive told Joe Espada that they are not going to offer him a contract at the end of the season, and he could leave now or he could stick around and finish the job. He decided to stick around, finish the job. When did this message occur? No idea. No clue. If I'm an owner of the Houston Astros and I see Joe Espada walk to the mound to have a quick conversation with Hunter Brown about whether or not he wants to stay in the game or not, and then walks back to the dugout and hadn't realized that he pointed to the bullpen, and I understand that this is minuscule. I understand it doesn't seem that substantial. That's a little bit of a clown show. That is a bit of a circus. He is a big league manager that wants to have a chat with his ace on staying in the, and he jogs out of the dugout and does the little, points the guns out to the bullpen. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not a good look. And I can understand as an owner of a baseball team, one of the best baseball teams in the last decade in all of Major League Baseball, that is struggling, right? They're in this homestand. They were supposed to create some separation, create a gap in the American League West because this is the easy part of their schedule. And you see your manager run to the mound and point to the bullpen and then be like, oh, no, I didn't do it. Mm-hmm. That is embarrassing.
Yep.
That is embarrassing. The moment that happened, I was like, yeah, Joe Espada is not back. And not only not back, but Joe Espada is not a manager again in Major League Baseball. You can't make those mistakes. You can't make those mistakes when you're on the hot seat. If you're Bobby Cox, whenever it's rolling with the Braves, if you're Dave Roberts and rolling through the Dodgers, you can get away with little things like that. You can't be this manager on a hot seat and have this move where you point to the bullpen, you don't realize you pointed to the bullpen, and you have to take your ace out of the game even though you wanted to keep your ace in the game. Mm-hmm. Embarrassing look.
It's totally unforgivable. It's one where he's going to have a hard time recovering for that one.
Don't think he will.
In the moment. You have to be on a team that's going to make the playoffs and is having a successful season to overcome that kind of mistake. And even then, it can only happen once in your entire career. If it happens anything like that again, you're cooked. We saw it happen earlier this year with Will Venable, right? He went out for the second mound visit and then had to take a starter out of the game. Well, the White Sox are in the playoffs. All is forgiven there. Joe Espada's on the hot seat. You're not going to overcome that. It's the final nail in the coffin of this team. And honestly, too, this whole weekend of watching the pieces that we do know Dana Brown has had a say in acquiring, they all just kind of stink. Just to be honest with you, Varsho, bad. Cam Smith, bad weekend. So it's kind of everything. It's the team's losing, the manager's making a mistake, the players that Dana Brown has bought in are not performing at a high level at all. This was always the decision that was going to be made. Jim Crane just was done with it. I will say I totally disagree with Ken Rosenthal. He called it a hissy fit.
Yeah, we're going to listen to Ken Rosenthal in a little bit.
Don't agree with that at all. I know we'll get back.
Yeah, we're gonna hear a couple of talking heads around Major League Baseball because Dana Brown is liked in Major League Baseball circles. People like Dana Brown. Who's that agent turned comedian that we talk about every now and then? Always shows up on TikTok. He's like, I'm Major League Baseball agent. Blah 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 blah. He starts all his videos like that, and then he also gives away cards. He's like, I'm going to give you a Hall of Famer, a dead guy, or a retired guy, and he goes into this long rant. He loves Dana Brown. All the Major League Baseball, Bobby, what's his name? The guy that was on ESPN and now is it Kinney? Who's the Kinney guy? Bob Kinney? Something Kinney. He does the afternoon show.
His name either.
He's got the Brian Kinney. Yeah, Brian Kinney's the guy. They love Dana Brown. They all love Dana Brown. So the Astros and Jim Crane are taking shots today because he fired Dana Brown, and Dana Brown is well liked within the industry. Ken Rosenthal is yelling at Jim Crane. So we'll get to that a little bit later. We'll get to your favorite moments of Dana Brown later. The Texans traded for Booty. We'll get to that. We'll tip a cap. All of that. Also, we are going to fill out our fantasy leagues today. The little dozens of junkies fantasy league. That's going to be like European soccer, where we're going to have promotion and delegation over the years, all that, blah, 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 blah. There's only a couple. There's like one spot left in yours. There's like, I'm running 2 of them. There's 1 spot in one, 2 spots in another. Where's your at, Brian? Brian's at 3 spots. So we've emailed everybody. If you haven't seen the email, that's on you. But it could also be in your spam. So check your spam. Now, today is the last day for you to sign up. At 6 o'clock today, we have a reserve list, and we're going to go to that reserve list and fire out emails to all of you, and then it's going to be first come, first serve. And we'll be holding the draft. It'll be on the Sleeper app, but we're also going to gather. We're going to gather Wednesday at Nick's place. The drafts will all be at 6:30. We'll have a good old time. We'll eat some calzones, eat some pizzas, drink some cold beer. We'll also be doing our show from Nick's place on Wednesday as well. So better check your spam. You got less than 3 hours now because it's 6 p.m. In an effort to fill the league, we're going to the reserve list, and it's first come, first serve. So this is your final chance. Plenty to get to, NFL stuff, all that. 713-780-ESPN. We'll get your thoughts on the Astros moving on from Dana Brown, and it seems like they're moving on from Joe Espada, too. It's just a matter of when, according to Bob Nightingale. 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, twitch.tv/ESPN975. YouTube at ESPN Houston. They
living
are
in his mother's basement.
Dana Brown might be doing that soon. TikTok, ESPN975. Twitter, ESPN975. Joe's at George Radio. George Radio. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It is Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
All right, so here's what I need from Jim Crane and the Houston Astros organization. I co-sign these moves. I co-sign the fact that they moved on from Dana Brown. Not that I dislike Dana Brown. It's just the organization, front office, it's in disarray, and I need change. I co-signed the firing, inevitably, of Joe Espada. It sounds like it's over there for Joe. Gave him the option, according to Bob Nightingale, to finish the season, but they will not offer him a contract after the year. And, of course, he's in the final year of his contract. So, co-sign that. Here's the next step, though, because that's not the end. That's not like I've seen everybody celebrate, like, yes, this is the end of the Dana Brown era. That's so good. We can get back to winning and all of this. This is just the tip of the iceberg. They still have foundational issues. The foundational issues, an owner that meddles. And look, I don't care if Jeff Bagwell's in the organization, but he shouldn't be a decision maker. So they need complete organizational restructure. Manager gone, general manager gone. Now the next step, and this is as necessary as all of them. It's more important than all of them. They need Jim Crane to stop meddling in baseball decisions. Crane, go hire whoever. And look, if you want to have Bagwell in the interview process, don't hire a buddy, Brad Ausmus. Go find the best general manager. Go find the best president of baseball operations, and then go golf all day. Then go drink some whiskey, although Bagwell's, he's sober now. Can't say the same for Brian. Get on the golf course and have a good old time. Stop messing with baseball decisions. So tip of the iceberg. I co-sign the moves, but there is one more domino that has to fall, and it's the biggest domino of them all.
Yes.
Jim Crane has to stop meddling. Hire a baseball dude that you think's going to do the very best job and go golf all day. All right? Can we do that?
Jim Crane also has to convince these great candidates who are out there that he's not going to meddle. Like, do you think anyone's going to believe that when he says it? You're in the interview process and you go, any questions? Yeah, Jim, are you going to be telling me who I can and cannot sign? Are you going to sign guys without my permission? Are you going to straddle me with these bad contracts? Like, what are you going to, whatever. Like, what is it? Like, is anyone going to believe him when he says no?
I need to look him in the eye and see. I mean, I think Jim Crane's I think you can trust Jim Crane. I think Jim Crane can be trusted. Jim Crane, to me, is not a guy who's going to sit there and, lie to your faith. He doesn't seem like a weasel to me.
No, it's if I was interviewing for a job and I had two choices, and one was the Houston Astros versus another organization, that would be my number one question of just, what guarantees do I have that you're not going to meddle? That Jeff Bagwell is not going to meddle.
If you're a general manager candidate that's interviewing with the Astros, it is the first question I would be asking. You're 100% right. I would need concessions from the Astros. It's not going to happen. I don't know if there's ways you can work it into the contract and stuff like that, but there would be concessions that need to be made.
Jeff Bagwell doesn't talk to me. Okay, that's in my contract.
Yeah. Or he certainly doesn't meddle with baseball operate. I don't know if you could put those contracts in, blah, 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 blah. But that would have to be something that is brought up in negotiations. Like, hey, man, I would love to work for you. This money you're giving me is fantastic. I'm excited. Yes, you're only one of 30 GM jobs in all of baseball. We get it. So this is something that I really would like to do. But here is something that I need. I need you to not. Hey, look, you're going to sign off on trades and whatever. But you're going to have to give me control of this baseball part of the organization. And if Crane says no, I wouldn't take the job. I wouldn't do it.
Agreed, because then you're going to be in the same position that Dana Brown was in 2 years.
But I'm hoping that Jim Crane has learned his lesson here.
Me too.
But again, that's the final domino. The biggest domino that has to fall is that he has to make those concessions because he said that he was going to do this in 2020. Mm-hmm. Whenever they set out and had that press conference outside of the clubhouse in West Palm Beach, he said, I'm going to control this organization. And ever since then, it has been terrible from the baseball side of it. And yes, they still won because they still had tons of talent, and James Click did a good job working with them, even though I would really love to still have Wilyer Abreu on this baseball team. That would be pretty cool. Well, how would they still have Abreu? Well, because James Click had a trade to acquire Contreras for Jose Urquidy that was nixed. Mm-hmm. And then he pivot, and he got Vasquez for Wilyer Abreu, and Wilyer Abreu's awesome. Well, he won the World Series. I still think they would have won the World Series, guys. I think Contreras on this team instead of Vasquez, I don't think that was the difference. All right, love Vasquez. In an alternate reality, do they still win the World Series? I feel very confident saying yes. Are they in a better position today with Willie Abreu as opposed to, the alternative.
Yes.
Of course they are.
Yeah.
So miss me with, they won the World Series anyways. Who cares? Well, I would like to have Willie Abreu. That's why I care.
Yeah, but you're right. This is a top-down issue with this organization that has to be addressed, and the only one that can fix it is Jim Crane. He's the only guy.
Jim Crane has to get out of the way. But that would, in the interview process, it's, yes, I give you my word. And I think I would believe Crane there. I think I would believe Crane. Like Jim Crane seems like a handshake agreement kind of guy.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think he gave Dana Brown a handshake agreement that I wasn't going to meddle. I don't believe he lied to Dana Brown. I think Dana Brown knew what he was getting into.
I think so, too. I think he knew that Jim Crane was going to have a say in what the organization did. And you have to be okay with that.
Have to be okay with it.
If you want to take the job, you take what's given in front of you. And that's why they could find someone like Dana Brown that is okay with Jim Crane and Jeff Bagwell meddling in the organization. Hopefully not. Like what they really need is they need someone to come in there in the interview process and lay out a plan, just like Jeff Luhnow did back in the day, of really like how this organization gets back to the top. That person has to sell Jim Crane that they are the baseball mind that should do everything from start to finish. My biggest fear is it's just a bunch of Bagwell cronies. If not just Bagwell. Like, I don't think he'll be the GM of this team, but Osmus.
It doesn't fix anything if that's the case.
No, it just probably makes it worse, to be honest.
It's just an extension of what you already have.
Yeah, it's like that's my fear is that. Now, if they go out and hire someone from Milwaukee or Tampa Bay from a good organization.
Cleveland Nightingale mentioned those.
Yeah. I'll give some benefit of the doubt that Jim Crane's going to stop meddling.
But they also, it could be one of those guys, but they're still meddling.
You're right.
This is a good first step, but it is not the complete step. There's still a long way to go in terms of getting this front office and this organization back on a good track, but it's going to take Jim Crane hiring a baseball guy and letting baseball guy do baseball things. You go play golf. 713-780-ESPN. Former Major League Baseball agent Joshua Kuznick. Got so funny. 713-780-ESPN. So Espada has to win the World Series. I don't even think if he wins the World Series, he's safe. Certainly wasn't safe for James Click.
I agree. I really just don't think they should have given him this option either. I think it's the wrong decision.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pete, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's going on, Pete?
Hey, guys. Happy Monday, or hopefully. Astros 9-game stretch, my gosh, is it probably the worst, the most atrocious 9-game homestand I've seen in 6 years, maybe 7. There's no excuse. No excuse for how they performed. I mean, maybe I can accept them losing to the Mariners 2 out of 3, but to the A's and the Angels, I mean, my goodness, you let the Angels come in and score a couple of touchdowns on you one game, and then the A's just seem to have this team's number the last 2 or 3 years. The offense is so predictable. Opponents are coming in now and just telling themselves, walk Jordan, because who's going to challenge us after that? It's turned into like a hack-a-shack, except it's walk a Jordan. That's how bad things have gotten with the offense. Dana Brown and Joe Espada, or both of them, I don't wish anyone to lose a job, and they are human beings, but it wasn't working with Dana. And Joe, God bless you. For any family emergency, I hope things are okay. But what you did Saturday, pointing to the bullpen, is unacceptable. If you weren't going to pull Hunter out of the game and then putting Sousa in there so he could blow the lead. And, by the way, Seawalker, y'all did the nicknames the other day. What were you? Seawalk, that's lowercase C-W-A-L, uppercase K. If you are so frustrated, why don't you make a difference? Because right now you couldn't hit a ball if it was situated on a tee. Y'all have a good day.
You too, Pete.
Thanks, Pete. Hopefully you have a good Monday.
It didn't sound like you were having a good Monday.
No, it does not.
It sounded like you're having a pitiful Monday.
It sounds like I was having a tough Monday.
Hopefully we can bring up your spirits. Well, what did who was remember the Fox 4 Detroit yelling at like the program director or whatever, the station or whatever? What was the Geez Louise or like
Cheezo Pete's.
Cheezo Pete's.
In between,
I felt like that was Pete's call.
Yeah, in between calling a lady a B and dropping the F-bomb, she dropped Cheezo Pete's.
Oh, I think Jizo Pizza is a great way to just symbolize that call from Pete. 713-780-ESPN. Junkies have thoughts on the Astros moving on from Dana Brown.
Junkie?
We're going to hear from a few people around Major League Baseball, too, on what they're saying today. We'll hear from Ken Rosenthal. We'll hear from my least favorite catcher of all time, A.J. Przinsky. We'll also... the moving on of general manager. Also want to ask the question, why now? Why today? Why August 24th? Why was this the moment that Jim Crane decided to do this? 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5.
Right now, you can get into a brand new vehicle or used vehicle at D&M Leasing by calling 713-290-1000 or visiting them online at dmautoleasing.com. And here's what most car buyers never hear when they're about to buy a car. The longer you loan, the more likely you'll end up with negative equity. Millions of drivers in 6- and 7-year loans discover that they owe more than the vehicle is worth. That's called negative equity. And it's one of the biggest financial traps in the car business. But there's a smarter way. Leasing lets you drive the vehicle you want without getting locked into years of depreciation. And for 45 years, D&M Leasing has helped Texans avoid long loans, drive nicer vehicles, and keep their payments under control. If you're worried about negative equity or just want that smarter way to drive, call D&M Leasing today at 713-290-1000 or visit them online at dmautoleasing.com. D&M Leasing, the smarter way Texans drive.
It's Jeremy and Joe,
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Junkie says give Pete a tongue, rack him. Was that tongue worthy for Pete?
I don't think that was his best one.
He was just so sad. I feel like we could give him one to lift his spirits.
Yeah.
Like it's almost like a
It's on a bad day.
They feel better soon, tongue?
Like I'm also like concerned of what might happen if we don't give him a tongue. Might turn into Brian and drink his Soros.
There's going to be some person that actually believes I'm drunk.
You know what's funny, though, is whenever Bagwell quits when Brian starts. So it's like one drunk lost his liquor and another one got his wings.
Yes. We'll see it on Friday night and Wednesday night this week.
That's right. It's going to be hard for Brian.
Yeah.
713-780-ESPN. Another junkie says Pete has the case of the Mondays.
Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
He got a case of the Mondays. I love that movie so much. Have you seen the movie yet? Oh, man.
Wait.
Yeah, you did a review
No,
of
yeah,
it.
I did. Yeah, I forgot which movie it was. Yes, I
we
have.
did it on the show.
Yeah, I forgot. I have such a long list of movies I have to watch from this show. I forgot.
That was the one you actually watched.
Jump
the
to
only one.
conclusion, Matt.
Yeah, like you haven't watched Casino or Rounders yet, right?
Nope.
Those aren't as good as Office Space.
That's a post-football season.
I mean, they're good movies.
I'm just kind of like
you just came off of 5 months of post-football season.
Yeah.
no, but now I was looking at my list and I was like, well, this will really help when we have no baseball next year.
Oh, yeah.
It's this list of movies I need to watch.
It's a good point. That's a great point. Astros should have torn it down after the Detroit series a couple years ago. This is what you get for not going all in on a rebuild, mediocrity. I think that's a sound take.
But there's still time, though.
Yeah, but
they still have the guys on the roster that they can unload this offseason, whatever that looks like, and get into a pretty good rebuild if that's the path that they want to go down.
That's true. That's true. Like, you still have a window with Pena, although you're not going to get as much in return for Pena as you could have prior. I don't think anybody wants to trade Yordan now, even though everybody in the offseason wanted to trade Yordan because he couldn't stay healthy. You know, you're not trading Altuve. Hunter Brown, would he be a name? I know it's going to be fascinating. It's going to be fascinating. Someone else may get fired today as well. You're something else, Branham. What did I do? What did I do?
Branham's not getting fired today.
Why would I get fired today?
My
of all
sauce is
days?
telling me.
Why would I get? Why am I something else? What did I do? Why are you so offended?
Great question.
Why is this junkie so? I've offended a lot of people for doing absolutely nothing.
Last week was a banner week for you.
I've offended a lot of people by having strong takes and opinions. Key from LA back to losing 100 games a season again. Laughing emoji. Key from LA, you can't say that. You're an Angels fan, bro. Like, what are you talking about here? You had Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout and couldn't make the playoffs. You have no leg to stand on when it comes to baseball. Mm-hmm. Go hang out with Artie Moreno. Is that his name? Artie Moreno?
I think you got it.
Yeah, that's right.
He's no longer with us?
I said, I think you got it.
Oh, I think he's. I thought he said, I thought he died.
No,
I can't hear well.
I think he's alive.
Dana managed the pitching staff horribly. This was his demise. I hear you on that, but I don't like. This is why I hate to do the point finger game because we don't know the dynamic.
Nice
of
choice
the
of
Houston
words with finger
Astros
point.
Front office. Like, we don't know what Crane's doing, what Bagwell's doing, what Dana Brown's doing. That's why I look at them as this whole big conglomerate. That's why I co-signed the firing of Dana Brown, but you better shake up everything else too, because if you have the same, hierarchy or the same dynamic, and then you just hire another GM that's basically just the same guy as Dana Brown, then it fixes nothing. And that's why I hate to finger point each individual free agent signing. Like, okay, I believe that Dana Brown probably signed Peter Lambert, who's been pretty good. He had dreams about Dung. He wanted to, he couldn't stop thinking about K-Way Dung. He couldn't. He said that. Weiss was terrible, no good. The trade for Burrows was awful, but they didn't really give up anything of significance there.
That's not going to hurt you down the road.
Yeah, maybe he gets good after this little nerve issue and his elbow was bad or whatever. I doubt it, but still. And then the worst free agent move in the offseason was Tatsuya Imai. Mm-hmm. And, do I believe that was Dana Brown? Not really. Javier Gonzalez, who covers the Astros, says that was all the owner that made that move. And then you're going to tell me that Dana Brown signed him when on that very day they had the representatives of Daikin at the press conference and they also opened up scouting on the Pacific Rim? That makes me think that's bigger than Dana Brown.
Agreed.
So, again, the whole conglomerate, the whole front office needs a completely different reshuffle.
Yeah, they need to change the way they do everything. They need to go back to an analytic forward front office.
I know analytics has those things out there.
He's out there. Give him an interview.
Why not? Bring back Dusty. No, they won't do that.
As GM?
No. They have to change their model again. Like Jeff Bagwell, when I can't remember who it was that got hired. I can't remember if it was Dana Brown or if it was Joe Spada. Maybe it was their opening press conference. He went after the press conference and pulled all the media to the side and just started trashing everything they had done after they won the World Series.
Yeah, you said they went too far in analytics.
Too far. Well, it feels like to me they went too far in the other direction, and they've gone too much on feel. Whoever, that's Jim Crane, Bagwell, Brown, whatever it is.
I don't know.
It just feels like it.
Based on what? Just because they lost games now?
I feel like
but moves, what moves that are out there where you're like, okay, that's not an analytical move.
I mean, Jose Abreu doesn't feel like an analytical move.
The baseball savant on Jose Abreu when he was signed was pretty good the year prior.
Yeah, the pop was gone,
pop
but
was
the rest
down, but
was there.
Everything else was very red.
It's kind of the pitchers. For
Now, it is very anti-analytics
Yeah.
to give big money to an aging player.
Yeah.
Because we know the average decline of a player actually begins like 28, 29 years old. So, like, that could like, I can give you the Abreu. You could even say Christian Walker because of the age thing. The one that I would point to might be Dalton Varsho. Where, Varsho's an upgrade to anything you've had in center field, but we pulled the numbers as the trade was being made with the 3 categories where he was declining in each of the last 3 years, which are obvious aging, like, statistics or metrics. It was bat speed, declined in each of the last 3 years. It was range, declined in each of the last 3 years. And I think it was running speed had declined in each of the last 3 years. So, like, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see the data on that and be like, yeah, it's an older player getting old.
Yeah, I mean, even like it just feels like they also went older with everything they did. Even the Jesus Sanchez trade, like bringing him in, it's a total flop. Then you have to get rid of
Sanchez
him.
was an analytical darling, though.
He was, but it flopped.
It did.
Like and that's why you can't blame one person again, because it's the trades haven't worked, the signings haven't worked. The guys currently on your roster, it feels like they're not developing as much as they did in the past. It's a top-down problem.
I actually think the system's in a better spot than it was when Dana took over.
Like Nevins and Alvarez and stuff.
Quite a bit better. I like this Furman guy. This Furman guy's got my attention.
And who's the?
I like that guy.
And who's the guy that took it the first?
You don't like
pick?
Furman?
No, just the way you said. I
you
love
can call
that
me
Furman
a Furman baby.
Who's the first rounder they got?
Logan Hughes from
Logan
Texas
Hughes?
Tech. No, you're Big 12 baseball, bro.
Come on, Joe.
My bad.
And you not know the prowess
Forgot
of
his
one
name.
Logan Hughes who was crushing baseball out in the plains.
Forgot his name.
713-780-ESPN. Hey, Luno, you up? See, people want some Luno. Bagwell's Easterby. He's got to go. Oh, that reminds me. I had that take once upon a time. I might go retweet that here in a little bit. 713-780-ESPN. Is Crane going to end up like Jones? He is. Pete, no tongue needed. Thanks, says Pete. Yeah, but I'm worried about you, Pete. I'd pay money to drink some beer and talk ball with Branham. You can come hang out with us at Nick's place Wednesday at 6:30.
Yep.
Let's do it.
Also, just to throw this in there, Chandler is contradicting Bob Nightingale's report.
Uh-oh, we got some reporter drama.
Chandler says, according to the 2 team sources he spoke to, Espada has had no conversations about his future.
Wouldn't a team source say that, though?
Probably. Just put it out there.
It does. I mean, it does make it like, oh, his firing is inevitable. So
Yes.
now it's like up in the air again, I guess. But wouldn't you say that if you were a team source?
Probably.
Like, if Nightingale's 100% right, which Nightingale's had Astros sources
And
in
he
the past.
says high-ranking team official, so this could be
low-ranking team
this
officials?
could be low-ranking, that doesn't know exactly what's going on today.
If you were handling the PR of the Astros, wouldn't you be like, yeah, we didn't have that conversation.
Well, we'll
that
find out.
didn't happen.
We'll find out tomorrow, won't we? Isn't Jim meeting with the media tomorrow or Wednesday?
They lie. He is meeting with the media tomorrow in New York, according to Nightingale, which had the Astros released that information?
I haven't seen that from Astros.
So how does Nightingale have that?
Great question.
I think
team official?
that Nightingale is one of the people that he feeds information to. Like, Nightingale has been right on the Astros a ton.
No, he normally
and Nightingale is not always right.
But with the Astros, he
Specific,
typically-
yeah, like Nightingale in Major League Baseball is not batting. He's not Tony Gwynn with the average here. With the Astros, he's Tony Gwynn. Why?
Because it goes at the top.
So I think Nightingale has an in with the Astros. If he had the Jim Crane's having an interview tomorrow before anybody else released it, who told him?
I guess he also updated this.
Yeah, what was the update? It doesn't, I don't think, update anything.
No, it doesn't really, but it said his updated Joe Espada is expected to remain as manager through the season with owner Jim Crane making the call on his future.
That sounds like the Astros didn't want that story out there, so they're playing damage control.
Yeah.
We haven't decided on Espada yet. Lead us to victory over the next 30-something games.
I still think it's the wrong decision.
What's the wrong decision?
Keeping Joe Espada.
I don't think it matters.
I'm just gonna throw a dart out there and hope that this motivates the team. I know it's stupid.
Firing him?
Yeah, firing him.
It might motivate the team to, like, hey, we love you, Joe. You almost got fired. We're going to win it for the Gipper.
Part of me is just like, look what's going on in Boston. Look what's going on in Philly. Worst starts of the season in Major League Baseball, and now both those teams are firmly in the playoff hunt, have gone on major runs this year. Not that the Astros have that kind of talent, but part of me is just like, maybe a change just changes enough to get this team back on track.
Didn't this happen in Hoosiers? Wasn't the coach almost going to be fired, and then the team rallied around him? Didn't happen. Remember the Titans? He was going to be fired if he lost a game, and the team rallied around him.
Yeah.
This is the Astros rallying around. Joe Espada is the new Gipper. What does Espada mean in Spanish? It means Gipper. 713-780-ESPN.
Do you think they're still doing their go-kart races today for the fantasy football draft?
I'm sure they will. They don't care about this. You think the players care way more about their fantasy football league than they do about Dana Brown's job? I 100% guarantee you.
For sure.
Yes, they're still doing their go-kart race to see. In fact, that would be a great question. Hey, Josh, who got the first pick? Because haters manning it up. If you replace the head coach this late in the season, does that light a fire in the team? It's a manager. You're out of here. Get him out of here. You don't call. Brian, we just threw somebody out. You
That's the first.
Out of here.
Delay a game on BMAC.
Rusty. Get out of here. 8-3-1. Spot is not the head coach. It's the manager. Get your baseball terms, you casual. 713-780-ESPN. Rockies, Carlos Rodriguez, assistant GM of the Rays, very analytical, and then hire Ryan Flaherty for manager. A spot is gone. I can't pretend like I know assistant general managers in baseball. I follow baseball, but I don't follow assistant executives. No idea.
Theo.
David, my pipe dream is Andrew Friedman.
Mine's Theo Epstein.
What is he doing right now? He's working in Major League Baseball?
Yeah, but he's kind of back with the Red Sox now.
That's a bummer.
But he was like the co-commissioner at one point. He's part of the reason why we have the man for man. Theo.
That sucks.
I know.
I hate the man for man.
I know. But
my first call is Andrew Friedman, and there was, I don't think this is a legitimate source or a legitimate Twitter account, but there's hey, maybe Andrew Friedman would leave the Dodgers if this Mark Walton guy had to sell the team. Pipe dream. I would give Andrew Friedman ownership. You can have 10% of the team to come be my general manager. Here's another thing with Andrew Friedman. He's from Houston.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Andrew Friedman's from Houston. I think he went to Episcopal. It's one of those, private schools. I think it was Episcopal. It might be Kincaid. Definitely one of the two. And then he went to Tulane.
I did not know
He's a Houston guy, Andrew Friedman.
Great. That'd be a great
He
hire.
went to Episcopal. Bring him home. Bring it. So that's what I'm rooting for now. Pipe dream. We wished Booty into existence.
Yes.
We've got to have Booty in our lives. You know what I really like, though? Booty. Now I want Andy. I want Andy Friedman, baby. So I want
Just
this
need
Mark
the Dodgers to sell the team.
I'm rooting for chaos in LA.
Yeah.
I want owners selling the team. That makes Shohei Ohtani a free agent. That puts Andy on the open market. Let's bring Andy home to run this organization.
He just brings Shohei with him.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? You want people from the Pacific Rim.
There's
Is there one
Shohei.
better than Shohei?
No.
And now Imai would have a friend.
He might be comfortable.
Imai would be happy
Yeah,
again.
he might be good again.
Yeah. What's Imai Japanese for? BFF. He could be his new Ipai or whatever you say the translator's name. I don't know why I said.
I feel like that aluminum foil hat that's in the drawer behind you we need to put on for discussing Shohei.
I don't know why I said
the
Ipai
Astros.
Italian Yeah.
Eat my. There you go.
Mark Walton thrown into jail, has to sell the team, puts Friedman out in the open market. Crane brings Friedman home to Houston, makes Shohei a free agent because he got that weird clause in his contract, and then we like Japanese baseball players in the city. Long history of really good Japanese baseball players
just make
in
it
the
happen.
city. Tatsuya Imai, Nori Aoki, Hank Conger, Kaz Matsui. I mean, basically 4 Hall of Famers right there.
And again, if Tatsuya Imei's not good, well, then he just becomes the new fall guy for Shohei's next gambling scandal.
Yeah, you let Shohei bet all he wants, and then you just pin it on Imai when it's all over.
That sounds great.
Could the Astros get out of the contract or they're able to pin a gambling scandal on Imai?
I think they can.
Yeah.
It's not going to matter if they have Shohei.
Let's take him to the
That's
bird. That's my hat.
713-780-ESPN. Let's hear from Brzezinski and Ken Rosenthal on the other side. Junkies with some thoughts still as well. 713-780-ESPN. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5. All this talk about Dana Brown's making me hungry, and whenever I'm hungry, I like to go to Federal American Grill. Federal American Grill is so good. You can order online straight from their website right now. In fact, I might get some delivered here. Thefederalgrill.com. It is wonderful. Also, they've extended their summer sunset social hours. It used to be 3 until 7, but they're like, you know what? It's hot. People want to drink, and now it's extended all the way until the summer goes down, or until the sun goes down. 3 p.m. until sunset all summer long at all 6 of their Houston area locations: Shepherd, Hedwig Village, Katy, the Woodlands, downtown, River Oaks. It's also good. $7 cocktail wines, $5 cold beers, $10 appetizers too, and the appetizers are just to die for. I love the appetizers so much, and they're all for just $10. How about some Cajun chicken sliders? We had the barbecue short rib sliders when we were out there a few weeks ago. Unbelievable. Some sticky ribs, bang bang shrimp, the tuna pokes to die for, and some meatballs. You can always get your meatballs there, of course, at the Federal American Grill. 3 p.m. until sunset all summer long. They got the great party rooms too. You need a banquet. You're putting together a work retreat, anniversary, birthday parties. Federal American Grill is for you. TheFederalGrill.com for more information on that. Do yourself a favor. Get out to Social Hour. Great way to kick off a Monday. Social Hour, the summer sunset social hour at Federal American Grill, where great food meets every occasion.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
All right, let's hear from Ken Rosenthal, AJ, because everybody wants to hear from that snake, Ken Rosenthal. There's very few people I dislike in the baseball industry more than Ken Rosenthal. And it's mostly by how he looked at that camera guy
what a bad
that he trucked that one time.
Yeah, last year.
Which I use that word trucked very, very lightly. He tripped him because Ken Rosenthal is a little itty bitty. He's not trucking anybody.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But then he gave him that little, what would you call that? A mean mug?
Yes.
Probably a mean mug. Oh, that sounds too big for Ken Rosenthal, doesn't it? Doesn't describing that as a mean mug sound like it's too powerful and intimidating? It was more of like a sassy snare. Let's go with a sassy snare.
I like that.
Yeah, it wasn't a mean mug.
Yeah.
It was a sassy snare.
That's appropriate.
Yeah,
for his size, yeah.
Sassy snare. But here's Ken Rosenthal, talking about the whole firing of Dana Brown. There you go. Hissy fit. Ken Rosenthal's doing a hissy fit. That's who's throwing a hissy fit.
Yeah, he didn't like the firing.
Pretentious kin.
I mean, again, I agree with doing it. It does seem very reactionary. The timing is strange to do it now. I guess there really is nothing left to do. The assistant GM can sign the next Nelson Velasquez.
There is nothing to do.
Like, that's all it is.
It's
like,
waiver wires. Now,
Yeah.
I was wondering today. Now, I think it's 90% homestand. Okay, we saw this homestand. You lost 4 of 6 games to the Angels and the A's in the final 2/3 of the homestand. We can't have that. Heads have to roll. That's fair. Sorry, man. That's fair. This is a team that's been up and down. You've beaten good teams. You've lost to bad teams. You have some of your better pitchers on the mound. This is whenever you're going to separate. And it was not only like, did you get beat? It was embarrassing.
Yeah.
Give up 18 runs. Your manager's pointing out to the bullpen. Didn't realize he pointed out to the bullpen. Like, it was an embarrassing look for the Astros organization during this homestand. So I have no issue with making some firings because heads have to roll because you're embarrassed with how the club is performing. Totally fine. Now, of course, I need that next domino to fall where Jim Crane gets out of the way and lets baseball people do baseball things. But the whole, he threw a hissy fit. He should have thrown a hissy fit. Did you watch the series?
I mean, I'm guessing Ken didn't, but he has every right to be upset.
Well, he hates Jim Crane. He hates Jim Crane. Like, that's what it's all about. Like, he just, every time that he has an opportunity to rip on Jim Crane, he's going to rip on Jim Crane.
Yeah.
It looks, a lot of it's valid. Like, we're ripping on Jim Crane. Get out of the way, dude. Go play golf. Chandler Rome doesn't like Jim Crane. Like, I think that Jim Crane doesn't like Chandler Rome. Like, I think the disdain there is mutual, according to just, like, stuff on the internet. So, I just don't like Ken, if I'm being completely honest.
That's fair.
Not a big fan of Ken Rosenthal. Here's another guy I don't like. AJ Przinsky opining about the firing. What mid-season there, AJ? I don't know if he's done a good job.
It's like, I don't agree with that. Like, I don't think he's done a good job.
He also
look at
didn't
the
fire.
pictures.
Also didn't fire Crane.
No.
Click.
I was getting confused. My bad. Yeah, he didn't fire Click mid-season.
No, he did not.
It was after the season.
But, like, Dana Brown is, again, he's not at all fault with what's gone wrong here, but he hasn't done a really good job either.
Yeah.
Yes, the farm system is in a better place.
Mhm.
Totally agree. But it's not, it is not in a better, like, the roster overall is not in a good place.
No, and they didn't. I mean, he didn't have the resources to get that. You can make arguments for Dana Brown that are valid and fair. My biggest content with Dana Brown, aside from just like the individual moves that you can nitpick, I've hated how they've gone into the season with an incomplete roster. I can't stand we're going to try this out, and then if it doesn't work out, we're going to get to the deadline, and then we're going to fix the problems we have. And then this year was a perfect example of why going into a season with that mindset is dangerous, because you get to the deadline, all you can acquire is Dalton Varsho for 3.5 years of Spencer Arrighetti, and maybe Spencer Arrighetti's not anything, but that's a pretty big gamble to make.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, each year it's been that way too. Where, like, you go into the season where you're only like 22 deep. It's like, maybe you should have another arm. Probably should have another bench piece. And, like, is Mauricio Dubon for Nick the Stick a big deal? No, it's not a big deal. But whenever you make that move 100 times, now it becomes a big deal. Like, these things at this level, professional sports are one on the margins. So when you're incrementally getting worse on every single move you make, you're over time, you do 10 of those moves, you're going to be a worse team than you were at the beginning of that series of incremental moves. And it's like, well, it was a salary dump. Cool, salary dumps happen. But if you don't spend that money wisely, then what's the point? Like, where did the money that you saved for Mauricio Dubon go to?
Dubon.
So would you rather have Mauricio Dubon and Nick Allen, or would you rather have Dubon or Allen and a few bucks?
Dubon.
What makes you a better team? Dubon. And if you could they use that money on Imai. Even worse. So I'm all for a salary dump. Salary dumps are needed. They're necessary. But if you don't use the money that you save in a salary dump wisely, then it's not a good move.
I mean, they even said when they dumped McCullers that was going to be money they would use at the deadline. It was
Didn't
$2.5 million that they saved. I don't know what the difference in Varsho's contract versus Arrighetti's is, so maybe technically they did use that money there.
Probably is a gap there.
But like, it's not. It's marginal. I mean, and Dana Brown has spent 3.5 years talking about his failures publicly, basically, of having to always admit that they need a left-handed bat. It's all he's talked about for 3 years. He's never gotten one. Like, go get one, dude. At some point, there's got to be a guy you can acquire in 3 seasons of a left-handed bat that this lineup needed, and he never did it.
A spot, I mean, sword in English. He should get sword soon, in my opinion. The team needs something different now. Apparently, he did, according to Nightingale. Sassy sneer, says someone. Ken Rosenthal, such an effeminate snake, signed Bill Barnwell. Bill Barnwell's a big fan of the show, I've learned. Sassy stare, you mean a Branham stare? Come on, bro, that's not nice. Ken sounds like he lost his Barbie. Josh, what is that?
I don't get it. It's funny.
Lost his Barbie. That's not nice. 713-780-ESPN. One more segment on Dana Brown, but we're gonna do it a little bit different. We're going to do what we're gonna miss about Dana Brown. Some of your favorite moments from Dana Brown. What are you gonna miss the most about not having Dana Brown in the city? What were some of your favorite moments as we remember the time of Dana Brown in our lives? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5. Dana Brown, no longer with us. A mutually parting of ways between the Houston Astros and the former general manager, one Dana Brown, who no longer is alive as the general manager of our city. So, new tradition starting today.
Okay.
When someone lose their sports life in our city, I think it is fair for us to take a moment /segment and remember those who have fallen, or that guy who just fell.
Yeah, the guy who fell.
We're not going to remember everybody who fell, just the most recent guy who fell.
Yes.
And in this case, it is one Dana Brown, who we had great times with Dana Brown. There was that one playoff appearance where they didn't win a game, but they got really close in game 2.
Yeah.
Jason Hayward hit that liner down the first base line that found a glove. That we were so close to having a memorable playoff victory with Dana Brown. Actually, I think Dana Brown had one the year before. I think he was with the team the year before, right? I believe that is correct.
Yeah, 20.
Yeah, he would have been there in the 23 season.
Where they lost. Yeah, they lost in the ALCS to the Rangers. So he had multiple. He was the general manager during the Jose Altuve home run.
He was.
At the other Minute Maid Park in Arlington. Great times, Dana Brown. I'm going to miss Joe. 713-780 ESPN. What are you going to miss about Dana Brown? As we honor that man who fell, who is no longer with us in the city professionally as the general manager of the Astros. I'm going to miss the way he talks to Astro fans after all of his interviews, where he's like, let's go get them, Astros. We're about to get hot. Stick with us, Houston. Good times are ahead. Stick with us, Astro fans. Let's go get them.
We're not down. The sun is up, and we're fighting.
I'm going to miss that most. In fact, that's where I got a lot of my inspiration, is whenever Dana Brown was on the flagship or on Astros radio, and he would end his interview saying, let's go get them.
Yeah.
I'm going to miss that.
For me, it's the start of a lot of those questions that he would be asked by the media. How he starts almost every single answer with, at the end of the day. There's a clip of all the times he said it. It's so funny.
Oh, there's a supercut?
Somebody, I saw it on Twitter. I forget the
I
guy's
was just trying
name.
to find it.
It's like
please send it to me.
T somebody.
It's like a minute long.
It's very good. At the end of the day.
At the end of the day, in every single interview he does.
That's nice.
He that's his crutch.
I'm a miss at the end of the day.
At the end of the day.
I'll start trying to work that in.
What are we going to miss from Dana Brown, who is no longer with us as the Astros general manager?
At the end of the day, I will miss him telling us Alex Bregman was going to be an Astro for life.
Oh, yeah.
Who's now played for 2 different Major League franchises since he was an Astro for life.
He also said that about Kyle Tucker.
He did.
He said Kyle Tucker's going to be an Astro. I'm not going to – well, we're talking about what we're going to miss. I'm going to miss his lies. I'm gonna miss loose-lipped Dana Brown that said whatever, whenever, that never became fruition.
Yeah.
I'm going to miss that deceit and those lies straight through the loose lips of one Dana Brown.
I'm going to miss his ability to find these schmucks that contribute to the team for like 2 weeks.
That's actually a sincere one.
It actually is.
The Cooper Hummels?
Cooper Hummels.
Oh, that's not one.
Ben Gamble.
Ben Gamble.
Jason
Taylor
Hayward.
Trammell.
Yes.
Peter Lambert.
Yes.
The Summer of George last year. How can we forget?
He finds these random
The
jabronis.
Summer of George! Redheaded Tom Glavine? Yeah. Redheaded Tom Glavine
who
last year?
Who eventually become bad at baseball.
Braden Shoemake?
But for one moment or two.
Raynel Delgado?
They were
Shoemake
good.
had a 9-game hit streak.
You're right.
Earlier this year.
What a guy.
What a guy.
Daniel De Los Santos up until recently.
He sucks now.
But that's the point, is that they're good at some point.
Brian King until recently.
And then they suck. So he
before Brian went from a king to a pawn.
Yeah. D-.
I don't know if we could pin this entirely on Dana Brown, but it feels like the word discomfort came into our lives when Dana Brown took over the reins as general manager of the Houston Astros.
What will you miss?
I'll miss hearing every injury being described as discomfort.
Yeah. A lot of imaging this year.
Yeah.
Dana Brown's no longer with us as the general manager of the Houston Astros. What are your favorite memories of Dana Brown in this very city? 713-780-3776. Junkie says, I'll miss that one time. He got Kendall Graven for like 3 weeks or so. It's not a bad one. Got Kendall Graven. That was the second time they got Graven.
It was.
Yeah, they got hurt, and then they had to sign Josh Hader. I'll remember the time that he signed Josh Hader. Was that him? Was it Crane? We'll never know. We'll never know.
But for this segment, it was him.
Josh from Seabrook. What I'll miss about Dana Brown, Jim Crane, and Jeff Bagwell making roster decisions. I don't get that one. Josh from Seabrook.
I think he's taking a shot.
I won't miss anything, but I'll remember the Tucker promise the most. Chase the fight, says a junkie. Not Dana's thing, but yeah, chase the fight.
Chase the fight.
I'll miss his injury reports, says the junkie. Heather says, favorite Dana Brown get? Josh Hader, according to him. He brought that option to Crane. Second favorite Dana get, Isaac Paredes. That will probably be the lasting image of Dana Brown
That's
as the
legit.
Astros
Yes.
general manager.
That's his kind of
Kyle
legacy.
Tucker trade.
Is the Kyle Tucker trade and the prospects that are in the system.
You got Isaac Paredes,
Mm-hmm.
got Hayden Wesneski. It was the only good from this Astros weekend. He was Nels on Friday. He's
true.
the savior of this starting rotation. And you got Cam Smith. That's not a bad one either. I'm gonna remember Dana Brown rushing up prospects and calling them up way too soon.
Yeah.
Way too soon, way before they're ready, and not only doing that, but already proclaiming that they're aircraft carriers before they ever do it.
Mm-hmm.
I will miss that from
I
Dana
will-
Brown.
I will
or at least
miss-
remember it.
When you make a trade that people don't like, that he promised another move was coming during spring training.
That's a good one.
I will miss that.
That's a great
we
one.
got multiple of those.
Yeah.
I'll miss letting Spencer Arrighetti stand in the way of not getting Dylan Cease.
Oh.
And then trading Spencer Arrighetti away for Dalton Varsho.
It's a good one.
I'm going to miss how many times you can acquire Joey Loperfido. How many times could Joey Loperfido be on the transaction log? Trade him for Kikuchi. Trade for him for Jesus Sanchez. Demoted, called up. Demoted, called up. How many times we're going to see Loperfido in the transaction log? This might be something we never see again.
If Dana Brown would have kept his job, he might have got traded again this offseason.
The Brian Abreu almost trade probably didn't happen when Craig had to veto it because a return to Stud Abreu would have been a ripoff. Resigning Carlos Correa.
He didn't resign.
More of a trade and
Yeah.
probably was the owner.
Yeah.
The owner called the owner like, what's it going to take to get it done? Let's talk numbers. In fact, the general manager traded for a third baseman that he didn't use the day before, and Ramon Urias. Remember Ramon Urias?
I had forgotten about him from Baltimore, right?
Yeah, traded for Ramon
That's
Urias
right.
the day before they traded for Carlos Correa, and now it's like, what are we going to do with Ramon Urias?
Nothing.
Enjoy the pine, Ramon.
Forgot about that
Urias,
guy.
Spanish for pine. Was Kikuchi under Dana? That was a plus move. That is one of his better moves. I look, that's one where I concede defeat. How dare I question the great Dana Brown? I didn't like that trade on the day. I recant. Dana was right. I was wrong.
I will miss hearing about left-handed bats.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, how are we going to know?
How could we not hear about more left-handed
Yeah,
bats?
how are we going to know what the Astros lineup needs?
Man, you're right.
Is the next GM going to tell us every press conference
We
that
need
they need a left-handed bat?
As he trades away left-handed bats.
Yeah.
I'll miss acquiring middle-aged infielders that are past their prime like Christian Walker.
Yeah.
That one might not stop.
It's probably a better one than the owner, though. Trading Dubon for Nick Allen. I will miss the pitchers coming back from injuries like a trade at the deadline.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a good that's a good pull.
That's a real good pull there. 713-780-ESPN. Dana Brown means Cancun in English. I'm going to miss assuming he was a white man. What? Why did you assume he was a white man? What a weird text. I shouldn't have read that. That's on me. I'm going to miss the Kikuchi. Maybe he'll write a book and tell everything that he pulled the plug on. That'll be about a page and a half long. That'd be awesome if he wrote a book about that. Branham giving more of a tribute to Dana Brown than he did to D-Day. I was hoping you forgot about that.
The day at the beach?
Good recall on that one. He didn't say Bregman would be an Astro for life. It was only Tucker.
That's not true.
I think he said it for both.
I'm going to miss when two guys are coming off the IL within 14 days of the deadline and Dana acting like they're trade acquisitions. Rest in peace, Dana, says Eric the Buyer. I'm going to miss whenever he would refuse to put players on the injured list because they might be back 2 days shorter than their actual injury list span. Well, we have a chance to get him back next week. So because we value him so much, and then, oh, by the way, Tucker had a broken leg. I'm going to miss the misdiagnosing x-rays from Dana Brown. I'm going to miss the left-handed bat that we'll get. I'm going to miss when two guys, everybody's sitting in the same ones now. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Willie, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What will you miss about Dana Brown as the general manager of our Houston Astros?
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. I'd like to say, first of all, I hate to see people get fired, but I wasn't mad about this one. I think it's 3 years too late, and the only other person that I was more happy that got fired was A.J. Hinch. And goodbye.
Is that the end of the call?
Thank you, Willie. See you
Willie,
Friday.
I like how you can – I like the foresight that you had in that call. AJ Hinch catching strays. Why is Hinch catching strays?
I don't know.
I won't miss anything. He was a bad word. Was he? Was Dana Brown a bad word? I don't think Dana Brown was a bad word.
Which bad word?
The A one.
Oh. Yeah, I wouldn't say he's that one.
Going to miss 60% injury healing status. Oh, yeah. Remember he would always talk about him in percentages? Yeah, we think he's 60% healthy.
Yeah, that was the thing with Jordan's
He had
hand,
a broken
right?
bone in his hand.
Yeah.
I'll miss his ability to read an x-ray. We'll be canceling SPHN in protest of Dana leaving. What is SPHN?
I think they typoed SCHN.
Dana said it would be tough looking out at third and not seeing his elite defense. If we're going to roast Dana, we got to be fair. I don't get that. What is that supposed to mean?
I don't know.
Why is they're talking short jokes about Dana? Dana's average height.
Joe?
I don't
Is Dana
remember.
average height?
I think he's taller than Joe Espada, so I think
he's average height.
Average height.
Junkie says not a darn thing. That's not the moment for this, Junkie. We're remembering the life as Astro General Manager of Dana Brown on this show. Why is Willie's voice so funny to you guys? Willie's voice isn't funny to me. I just laughed that AJ Hinch was catching a stray.
I did find his voice played over Taps to be kind
That's
of funny.
why I was kind of laughing.
Yeah. I think his voice is actually very fitting for Taps.
All right. It was good knowing you, Dana Brown.
R.I.P.
Appreciate everything you did for this city. Dana Brown no longer with us as Astro General Manager in the city of Houston. And with that, let's talk about Booty. The Texans traded
You know
for
what I really like,
Kayshon
though?
Booty. Booty is in town, baby. Booty is coming home. Kayshon Booty from New Iberia, Louisiana, who has a little Brendan Sorsby in him, is a Houston Texan. Like the move, what he means for the Texans, 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5. You know what you should take somebody? Whether it's a guy who just lost a job or whether it's a guy who's now in the city, employed in the city, you should take him to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. A lot of fishing you can do, which is good for either side. You can fish on the Two Creeks. You can fish in the catch and release pond in the middle of the property. Great way to learn how to fish. That would be a good time. And look, some people have more time on their hands than other people now. But escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Whether you just lost your job, it's only 90 minutes away. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Open green spaces, wildlife, beautiful, majestic trees, and some of the best fishing, as I alluded to just a moment ago, in the Lone Star State. You can't beat that. 90 minutes from Houston, you can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Hike on their 92 acres of property. That sounds fun. We mentioned the Two Creeks, talked about the fishing. What about kayaking on the Two Creeks? Put the boat right there in the creek and have a little fun. Pickleball courts, or you can just hang out by the pool to drink too. They also have Blue Bayou Bend. Blue Bayou Bend, the water park there, the Lazier River that goes around Blue Bayou Bend. It is awesome. It is a great time. Kids will love it. Your significant other is going to love it. You, most importantly, will love it as well. So get on out there. Enjoy all of the amenities that Two Creeks Crossing Resort has to offer. They have all the stays you could want to. You already have an RV. I hope that you do. RV hookup spot, but that's not necessary. They have a tree house you can stay in, waterfront cabins, which are right on the creek. That's really cool. And then glamping as well for you too. You're going to love it. Plus, they're always taking care of you at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. They got a little neon night float coming up this weekend. Local food trucks there are all the time. They got some live music at Two Creeks Crossing. What's better than that? You get out in the wilderness when the moon is out, you're drinking a cold beer, and you're listening to some live music. That sounds like a lot of fun. Labor Day weekend coming up next week. They're always doing things that you're going to enjoy. So take the family, get out there to Two Creeks Crossing Resort and have a really good time. Book your stay, twocreekscrossingresort.com. Do it now. twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Houston, what a day in Houston sports. Brian Esper is going to join us at 4:45. We're going to talk college football all week long. All week long, we're talking college football. We're going to talk to, what are we doing? We're doing a play-by-play, or not a play-by-play guy, a guest from every Power 4 school in the Lone Star State over the course of the whole week. Why did you do that with your eyes?
We didn't get all of them.
Who did we miss?
Rice?
I said Power 4.
Yeah.
Listening.
Joe, eject yourself.
Jeez Louise. Did we get every Power 4 school in the Lone Star State?
Yeah, we have TCU today, SMU, Baylor tomorrow, A&M and Tech on Wednesday, Texas on Thursday. We're booking a Cougs guest for Friday.
We can get McCarg on. We can talk a little. We can ask him a Rice question and then talk about big picture college football.
There you go.
Okay.
Because we owe it to them out of the respect.
The heart of Joe George, Rice's Power 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You never know these days.
The Power 4 in my heart.
You do.
If the Big Ten expands, they might take Rice.
Why would they do that?
Smart school.
I like my friends at Rice.
Rice at Northwestern. Come on.
I'm not saying bad things about Rice. I like people at Rice. 713-780-ESPN. So the Texans made a trade today. They got wide receiver 2. They traded for Kayshon Boutte.
You know what I really like though? Booty.
I do. And people are like, where'd that drop come from? It was actually about Kayshon Boutte. I think Kayshon Boutte is exactly what the Houston Texans need. Now, look, he's not a guy who's going to get great separation. He's very good making catches in traffic, though.
Mm-hmm.
Look at last year in the playoffs whenever he scored a touchdown on Derek Stingley. But he wanted out of New England, wasn't happy with the moves. They brought in A.J. Brown. They brought in Romeo Doubs. He made it very clear that he wanted out of New England. Personally, I didn't feel like they were going to trade Boutte, because why would they trade Boutte? Like, he's going to be one of your best 6 receivers. He's immediately your backup outside receiver for both of those guys. But apparently they needed safety help. Apparently they're thin at safety. So Nick Caserio puts Jalen Reed and a 2028 7th-round pick together. He sends it to New England, and the Houston Texans get Kayshon Boutte, who is their second best outside receiver.
I love it. I thought last week when they signed Sterling Shepard and Zay Jones, that was it. And they were just like, all right, we're just gonna figure it out, and we're gonna go from here. And this is who these guys plus Wayne and Hutchinson and everyone else, and Tank Dell, they're gonna compete for a roster spot, and we'll figure it out with Nico Collins. This is a legitimate move. This is a legitimate move to add to your wide receiver room, to help you right now, to help your quarterback. I think this is a very good trade. I was surprised it was Jalen Reed, because I thought they liked him.
Well, I think they had to include something that the Patriots were intrigued to, be moved by.
Yeah, even though it sounds like reports out of New England is that they've been calling teams and no one would give them what they wanted. So the only way, because
probably safety, I guess.
I think it was like earlier draft capital, and then the Texans also were not willing to give up that draft capital, so they included a player instead, which I'm fine with. Like, I trust the Texans. If they're trading away from their defense, they know they got other guys that are be just fine filling in for Reed.
And we saw Reed last year. He's a guy.
Yeah.
He's not anything that's moving the needle. I liked him too, but he's a guy. What was he, a 6th-round draft pick? He filled in whenever you needed because you were incredibly thin at the position, but you're not losing sleep over trading Jalen Reed.
No, not at all. But you needed wide receiver help. And they got it.
He's better than Xavier Hutchinson.
Absolutely.
Now, how quickly he gets implemented and learns the playbook and all that stuff. Now, I do think that the schemes are kind of similar. I don't think the Texans are 100% ERP like Josh McDaniels is running in New England, but I think there are a lot of similarities. So I don't think that the adjustment for Boutte in the Houston Texans offense will be that big. And once he learns it, he's the second best boundary receiver the Texans have. Now, where does Tank Dell come into the equation? I mean, every day that Tank Dell is not practicing is a day closer to him being on the IR to start the year.
Yeah, I think at this point, I'm not expecting to see Tank Dell until at least week 5.
I'm kind of cool with it.
Like, I'm fine with it too, and now you've added 3 wide receivers to your room, so if Jalen Knoll is also not available at some point, and he also has to start the year on the short-term IR or just be inactive for the first couple weeks or whatever it takes, that's fine too. Like, you've added depth to this room. You've added a bunch of veterans to it who, in theory, they could pick up the offense quickly, and then you have Boutte, who, I don't know, might as well just throw him out there. Like, I don't know if he blocks as well as Hutchinson or anything like that, but in terms of a pass catcher, he's better than Hutchinson.
Yeah.
I'd rather just let him go out there and play Sandlot a little bit.
I want him to know the scheme. I don't think you need to be in a hurry. It's a 17-game season. You don't have to be a hurry to he's going to be higher at the depth chart of Hutchinson. Now, I think this is bad news for Zay Jones and I'm blanking on the other
Shepard.
Yeah, Russell Shepard, Sterling Shepard.
Who's Russell Shepard?
Russell Shepard
Played
used to
at
be.
LSU.
Yeah, look at Brian interjecting, jumping in front of me so he can data dump before I gave you the information. Joe asked me who is Russell Shepard, and Brian doesn't move quicker than that at any point in his life. He jumps out to the edge of his seat. He played at LSU.
I wasn't sure if that was just
My
a slip
goodness.
or if you actually knew who he was.
Couldn't even get the word out.
Couldn't do it.
No, Russell Shepard played high school quarterback. I want to say at Jersey Village. I don't know for sure, but I remember it being a Cy-Fair school. That's where I knew of Russell Shepard. I saw him play quarterback there, I think even before he was committed to LSU. I want to say it was Jersey Village.
Cypress Ridge.
Okay. Purple school.
Sure.
Yes, in Cy-Fair ISD.
I wouldn't know that.
In Cy-Fair ISD.
Okay.
Maybe they play Jersey Village at Pridgeon Stadium. Maybe that's where I saw him play.
Maybe.
Yeah. But yeah, I went to LSU. I think they converted him to receiver there pretty quickly, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's where I remember that name. But yeah, Sterling Shepard. Bad news for Sterling Shepard and Zay Jones, for sure. But good trade. I mean, they give up nothing. Now, Booty is in the final year of his contract, so it's probably a rental, but who cares? Junkie say he's never even had – what did he say exactly? He's never had a 600-yard season. Should have went after Allen. Well, Keenan Allen was already signed. Keenan Allen was signed before Higgins tore his ACL, so the timeline there does not add up. And while you're technically correct, he's not had a 600-yard season. He had 33 catches, 551 yards last year. He had 43 catches the year prior, 589 yards. He has proven to be a red zone threat. 6 touchdown catches last year. Is he better than Xavier Hutchinson? Yes. Will he be higher than Xavier Hutchinson on the depth chart week 1 of the season? Probably not. But the good trade. They traded absolutely nothing. Nick Caserio, thumbs up. Job well done.
Yeah, especially comping this to trading for a wide receiver like Stephon Diggs in the past, when obviously Diggs was a much more, a bigger name and a much better player at the time, but you gave up a second-round pick for him, and then he left the team after the year. If Booty leaves at the end of this year, it doesn't matter. If you're comfortable in his, return for the 2027 season, then Booty's gone. And he gets the chance to prove himself in Houston this year, gets to play. There's nothing wrong with this trade. Also, 600 yards. He missed it by 11 yards one year and 49 yards the other year. So it's pretty close.
Text line's killing me for not knowing it was Cy Ridge. My bad, text line. My bad. It's a long time ago. Yeah, good trade. In Caserio, we trust as a junkie. Should have got AU. He's not going to play football this year.
No.
That guy is not going to play football this year. What a weird fall from grace that was. He was so good.
Yeah, and he's...
Will he ever play a snap in the NFL again?
I'm going to say no.
I don't think so either. Sorry you missed me last week, guys. Been on a Caribbean cruise. What a flex. I was on a Caribbean cruise. You guys had to work, and I was on a Caribbean cruise eating good and having great time. Hopefully a lot of drinks. And
awesome assumption that we missed him.
I like the Booty move, an LSU receiver, and you know how good those types are. Finger cross emoji. Ocho always likes to, level things out right. He doesn't like you to get too excited. This Booty acquisition is okay, but it doesn't fill the size and speed void left by Higgins. I would rather have Darius Slayton, who is taller and faster. I think Slayton's more of a slot guy. I remember Booty being pretty big. He's definitely not a burner. He's not somebody that you're like, oh, yeah, this guy's super fast. He's going to beat defenses downfield.
He's 5'11", 203.
I remember, he's wide.
Yeah.
He's not your height guy, but he's pretty big.
Yeah, it's
pretty good. Definitely a boundary receiver, though. He's not a slot.
Yeah, that's what they were looking for. They're looking for a boundary guy.
I hadn't realized this. Maybe this is my bad for not remembering. He was involved in a gambling scandal back in the day.
Yeah, I don't remember this at all.
According to his Wikipedia page, which you should always believe everything you read on the internet. January 25th, 2024, Booty was issued a warrant of arrest in connection to an online gambling investigation. Booty was alleged to have placed 8,900 wagers, our sweat of the day, while underage, including at least 6 on Tiger football games, LSU Tiger football games. All gambling charges against Booty were dropped, though. He wrote a piece in the Players Tribune in 2026, this year, where Booty admitted to being a problem gambler during some of his time at LSU. So he was like, he walked so Brendan Sorsby could run.
Yeah. And now he's a junkie.
And now he's one of us, which, by the way, I don't know. I haven't been looking at this. We do have 2 soccer bets today. We're on Chelsea to beat Fulham, however you say that, at -112. And then that's in the Premier League. That's in the Prim, they call it.
Yes.
And then I wasn't asking. I was telling.
They won.
Wasn't a question. There wasn't a question mark at the end of that. It was a period.
It sounded like there was a question mark.
And then they won?
Yeah.
3-2. Oh, that's a unit. That's a unit. We had a good week last week, by the way.
did.
We finished extremely strong.
We did.
I didn't even put the numbers together until this morning.
What was the other game we had today?
We're up just over 5 units on the year.
Good.
Yeah. We were on the soccer in La Liga. Malaga and Deportivo Caruna.
I do not know this, man.
We're on the draw. It hit?
Bang.
Yeah! Plus 195, baby.
Wow.
What a start.
Soccer's
That's
back.
nearly 3 units.
So are we.
We know soccer so
matters
well.
right here.
We know soccer so well.
It's true.
Who would have thunk it? we just stumbled into a nearly 3-unit victory today. Yeah. And if you're betting $1 million units, you'd be $3 million more.
Yeah.
Whatever here. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I wasn't even following because I was caught up in the Dana Brown news.
Dana Brown
How about
ruined
that? Apparently not.
Good vibes still.
Things are turning up aces ever since Dana Brown got fired. The Texans trade for their second best receiver, and we hit 2 sweats of the day.
That's a great
this
point.
is looking good.
Now the Astros are going to sweep the Yankees.
This is looking good. This might be what we needed to turn the tide in 2026 for the entire city.
Yeah, Dana Brown getting fired.
My goodness.
Well, this day in sports history when everything changed.
LSU loves them some booty. That's in Spanish. LSU fan. Nope. Reports are that Reed wanted $70 million. Ha ha ha. Booty is good, but I'd rather have Kenny Galladay. Is he on a team these days?
Stop.
Is he even? You know who that is? I bet you that's Keith.
Yeah.
Keith loves old receivers who are no longer in the NFL.
I bet you Kenny Galladay hasn't played in the NFL in at least 3 years.
I was just about to say, when was the last time he was relevant?
2022 is the last time he played in an NFL game. That's definitely Keith. Keith loves old receivers who haven't played in the NFL more than I love Keyshawn Booty. It's true.
He had 81 receiving yards this last year in the NFL.
My goodness. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's tip our cap. Who you tipping a cap to after this phenomenal week in sports? 713-780-ESPN. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Ocho says Slayton spent most 90% of his snaps on the perimeter. He's not a slot. I was reading this year he's a slot. I'm saying I read he's getting most of his work in its slot and could be the starting slot for the Giants this year. That's where I got that info. Who knows if that'll be true. All right, 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line. Who are you tipping a cap to? 713-780-3776. Joe, you want to do the honors?
Yeah, well, let's go to the golf course here. Tip my cap to Wyndham Clark.
It's just a new bit.
Damn it.
Just going with the golfers.
That was on
I
mine.
did with 3 straight birdies to win the BMW championship. I tipped my cap.
Wyndham Clark.
Yep.
It's good. Will the Thrill Clark.
Yeah, that's his name.
There you go. Yeah, that was not. I wasn't expecting you to go golf again right out of the gates. I also had Wyndham Clark on my list. Did I put my list in the wrong spot?
You can't find it. Want me to go again?
Is this where you? Is this where you? Did I put my list on the main rundown here?
I didn't see it.
Is this why you have?
No, it's not.
Still in my hat tips?
No.
I'll tip a cap to Lando Norris who won the Dutch Grand Prix. I'll just go off the dome.
I do not know this.
You don't
man.
know Lando Norris?
Never heard of them.
He won an F1 race this weekend.
How do you not know Lando Norris?
I love Petty Joe.
What? I'm not petty.
How do you not like Lando?
I like Lando Calrissian.
That's why I like him.
Who?
You are. Oh.
Who's that?
It's Star Wars.
Oh my goodness, nerds!
Yeah, we are.
Why would you like that?
Star Wars is great.
I did mostly that to trigger you.
All right, Lando Norris, tip a cap to Lando.
Never heard of him.
You need to watch sincerely. You should watch Drive to Survive.
Man, there's only so many hours in the day. I'll tip my cap to JJ Bleday for hitting for the cycle.
That's on my list.
I think I saw. I wish I remember the stat now, but cycle I believe is even more rare.
It's whenever
than a
you hit
no-hitter.
a single, a double, a triple, and a homer.
I believe it's even more rare than a no hitter. So tip of the cap to JJ Bleday.
I don't think it is anymore. I think historically it was, but now I think we haven't seen a no hitter from a single pitcher in 2 years.
How about from a?
There was one earlier this year.
Single.
Oh, from a single. Okay.
And then, but I think we've got like 3 or 4 cycles this year, so I think that's gonna.
It was tied
pass.
recently, right?
Yeah, I think it's gonna pass if it hasn't yet already. But
I always thought the cycle was overrated.
It's just so much fun.
It's fun. I think it's overrated.
If the triple is last, if the triple or the homer is last, that's when it's at its
I mean,
best.
it's fun, and obviously it's a great accomplishment. But I think it's a little overrated. I think it's a bit over. Like, would you rather have a cycle, or would you rather have a guy go 3 for 4 with 3 homers?
Oh, 3 for 4 with 3 homers.
Yeah, I think
sure.
I think that's why we overrate the cycle a bit. I think people hold the cycle at a higher pedestal than a 3-homer game. I don't think that's just.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's also
It's just
like if you
velocity.
really wanted the cycle, you could just hit a home run and then stop at third base and then run into the dugout.
Yeah, no one's going to do that. Now, if you get the home run,
which I think adds to my point. That's a
Now,
little overrated.
If you get the homer and the triple first, you
Zero
might stop
fun,
at
sir.
double.
Yeah.
You might stop at second.
Like if you're 3 for 3 with a homer, a double, and a single, and you hit a home run, is the guy going to round third and head to the plate and touch the plate, or is he going to run from third base straight to the dugout?
He's going to go all the way home.
There you go. He values the 2-home run game more than the cycle.
Yeah.
A little overrated.
Zero fun, sir.
It's a little overrated.
I will.
You know I'm right.
It's still fun. I will tip my cap to Sammy Coates,
Oh,
former
who
NFL
the
wide
f-
receiver.
that guy? Really?
What?
You don't know
Oh,
ball?
I actually stopped listening.
Come
for a
on,
second.
You know who
B-man.
Sammy Coates is?
Yeah, I do.
Columbia High School had lost 101 consecutive games. He is now their head coach. They got their first win in a very, very long time.
I saw him. I didn't watch the video, though. I knew something happened, but I was like, I'm not that interested.
Yeah, I just saw. I was like, wow, 101 straight losses is tough. I think they won
pretty
like
cool.
40 something to 14 too.
They probably scheduled the Sisters of the Poor.
But they're the Sisters of the Poor.
Yeah. Scheduled a bunch of willies. Cincinnati Open winner Coco Gauff. She made his money last week, and then she won the Cincinnati Open. I actually watched that because I was watching the baseball game. I was like, well, that sucks. They lost. What else is there to watch? And there was no other sports on. The golf was over. So I turned it on to the tennis channel and watched Coco Gauff win the Cincinnati Open in straight sets.
Nice.
You know what straight sets are?
2 in a row.
That's right. Or if it's a men's Grand Slam, it's 3 in a row.
Didn't know that. Now I know.
Brian.
I'll tip a cap to Joe and I's team, Man City. Got a 2-1 win over Bournemouth on
They
Sunday.
only won 2-1 over
Yeah,
Bournemouth?
no, it was actually pretty bad there for all. Bournemouth scored in the first half, and Man City trailed all the way until I believe it was the 84th minute. They equalized and they scored the go-ahead and winning goal in stoppage time.
Was it Holland? Did Holland do it?
No, Holland didn't have a goal. He had a near one. He should have hammered home.
I will say,
Man City really could have blown them out. They whiffed on a couple chances in the box.
Something about this haircut makes me
Yeah,
question.
it was a little weird.
Yeah.
It was a little weird.
You lost the hair?
No, it looks bad.
He shaved it off.
Shaved it off.
So he lost all his hair.
Yeah, Zlatan thought he lost the bet. That's how bad it looks.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it doesn't look good.
No, so it's making me question my loyalty.
Wrexham played to a draw against Watford.
Nice.
I
Congrats.
don't think it's good.
Oh.
Yeah, the 13th in the table. They've only played 2 matches, but the 13th in the table. It's your turn, Joe.
I'll tip my cap, because I'm a gentleman, to Randy Arozarena.
Damn it.
Became the second player in Major League Baseball history to hit 2 leadoff home runs and a walk-off home run in a 2-game span.
Always comes back to the Cubs because who did it right before him, Joe?
Pete Armstrong did it on Monday last week.
There you go. Always comes back.
It was against the Cubs. That's why I'm a gentleman.
I tip my cap to Houston Texan great Nick Chubb, who announced his retirement over the weekend. Storied NFL career. His peak was really good. 4 straight Pro Bowl seasons. He also was a former second-team All-Pro. Good, solid career for Nick Chubb.
I'll tip my cap because there's nothing else to tip their cap really to from the series, but the job Carlos Correa did on the broadcast on Sunday.
I didn't watch that. I heard it was good.
Yeah, I thought he was really good, and there was a point where when Altuve was at bat, there was a ball that was called a strike, probably a good inch off the plate, and he called it from the dugout. It's like, oh, challenge, and they challenged it, and he was right. So good eye from Correa. Good job on the broadcast.
There you go. Pretty good. Joe, you got any others?
Nope.
Yeah, me either. Tip of the cap to Jim Cranes as a junkie. Tip of the cap to Joe, Jeremy, and B-Mac for the entertainment, and Jeff Bagwell, sponsor, for killing the Astros. Give me the number of that sponsor. Brian could use them. Tip of the cap to Barcelona, 5-0 win over Elche yesterday to start off La Liga. I'm sure I'm not pronouncing that correctly. Ocho says tip of the cap to Summer Creek High School for surpassing the 4,000 mark in enrollment. Unfortunately, puts their football team in the D1 playoff bracket with North Shore. We might talk a little high school football this week. Happy Math Monday to Joe. Tip of the cap to Bagwell. Tip of the cap
Monday.
to...
I did math today. I did it right. Don't even notice.
I don't think I'm going to read that one.
What was it?
I did the math on Keyshawn Booty's 600 yards. That he was 19 and 41 yards away from 600-yard seasons.
Congratulations.
No one even
you
noticed.
can do
Tip of the cap
math.
to Joe George.
I did math and no one even cared.
That's how rudimentary it was. Tip of the cap to the Astros finally cutting ties with Dana Brown. Tip of the cap to my air conditioner. No joke. You know we're getting a cool front coming in this weekend.
That'd be nice.
For real?
When I say
So
cool front,
hot.
I mean the high of 89.
I'll take it.
That's a cool front.
Oh,
take it.
it's up to 90 now. No, there's supposed to be a little bit of rain at the end of the week, where Friday the high is 90.
Oof, it's been brutal recently. Even for Texas in August.
Yeah, up in my neck of the woods, it's going to be 88 on Friday.
Is it going to rain?
It's supposed to rain.
Not
It
at
won't
your
rain on
house.
my yard. My neighborhood put together the voluntary water restriction.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, what am I supposed to do? But the other thing is, or the HOA, if the grass turns brown, they send you a letter.
That's tough.
So, like, what do you want me to do? You want my brown to go grass and you send me a letter, or do you want me to stop using your water?
You want your what?
What'd I say?
Brown to go grass.
Did I say brown?
You said brown to go grass.
I've had a lot of caffeine. I'm working on a little.
Did you not
double.
eat again today?
No, I ate pretty good today, but I've had a lot of caffeine.
Mm.
Pot of coffee, 2 double espressos, and I've been sipping on this tea.
Yeah.
Sipping on this tea. All right, it's college football week. College football begins this week. You know, it's here. It is finally here. TCU plays football this week. TCU takes on Bill Belichick in North Carolina at home in Fort Worth. Actually, neutral location, but it's coming up Saturday. North Carolina, TCU Saturday. We're going to do a Lone Star preview. We're going to talk to a representative from every Power 4 school in the Lone Star State. We begin that with Brian Estridge, the play-by-play voice, the great play-by-play voice of TCU. Talk some Horned Frog football. What do you want to know about TCU? 713-780-ESPN. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5. Basketball season's fast approaching. We all love basketball. Basketball is very, very fun. Also, like, do you want your kids inside all day, messing around with the tablets, getting in your way? No, of course not. You want them outside, running around, doing some things that aren't going to bother you. That's why you need a goal from Pro Dunk. That's right. Pro Dunk Hoops, fantastic goals. They're the very, very best. They've been making the highest quality basketball goals since 1984. Don't waste your time in the big box stores. You're not going to get a good goal there. It's going to be weak. It's going to be fragile. It's going to break. It's no good. It's why you need a goal from Pro Dunk. Tempered glass backboard. It's got breakaway rim. You'll need to know a little bit more about that in a moment. Stainless steel hardware. It's rust proof, but you got to have that rust proof in our Houston humidity. Why do you need the breakaway rim? Because it's height adjustable. You can lower it down to 5 feet, raise it up to 10 feet. You can dunk, relive your glory days. If you have a kid, somebody working on their game, need to work on that jump shot, we'll raise it up to regulation. Raise it up to 10 feet, and you're good to go. Also, check out Thor. Thor has the lightning adjust feature. It is awesome. They got all the goals, all the goals there at Pro Dunk. They have the in-ground adjustable, portable, wall mount, roof mount. They can do it all. They can find a goal for exactly what you need. Their accessories, top-notch, LED light kits for night play, backstop nets, pole pad lettering, lots more. And also, if you mention ESPN 97.5, by the way, that lightning adjust feature, almost a $250 cost, free. So make sure that you mention ESPN whenever you get your goal. They can also install that goal for you. That's right. The pros at Pro Dunk professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. So go ahead and order now. ProDunk.com makes a great gift for the kids too. ProDunk.com and get your goal right now.
This is Jeremy and Joe,
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
We go straight out to the HRMP guest line, being joined by the great Brian Estridge, TCU play-by-play voice. College football is here. Week 0, and in fact, TCU opening up the season against North Carolina in Ireland. Brian, thanks for taking a few minutes. Really appreciate you doing this. When are you leaving? What's that trip going to look like?
Fellas, we head out Wednesday. I'm already gearing. I'm getting in some warm-up Guinness tonight because I want to make sure that by the time I get there, I'm in full-fledged, mode. That I'm up to speed, that I'm ready to go. So it's just warm-up Guinness tonight, and then we'll be ready to go come Wednesday.
Warm-up Guinness is always nice. Any Guinness is nice, as you know, but especially good warm-up Guinness. Give us a little bit of a look at TCU. What are the big storylines entering the season that, the big talking points that come up when you look at this Horned Frog football team?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is the change on offense. You brought in a new offense coordinator in Gordy Samus, who comes from UConn. Sonny Dykes made the tough decision to let Kendall Briles go. He ends up at South Carolina as the offensive coordinator. Gordy Samus comes in with an entire new system. They'll still throw the football, but it's going to be more of a run-first offense. His offense at UConn last year only turned the ball over 2 times, which was crazy important for Sonny. I mean, he said, you look at us over the years, 29-4, I think, when they win the turnover battle. He said we get to get back to that. So that's why he goes out and he hires Gordy. Gordy comes in, brings in a new quarterback, and Jaden Craig, who's a Harvard transfer, has a degree from Harvard. NFL scouts have him as a mid-round draft pick. He's a 6'3", 230-pound, good-looking quarterback who, from day one, it hasn't seemed too fast or too big for him here in Fort Worth, and we'll find out on Saturday against North Carolina if an Ivy League quarterback can make that jump to Power 4 football.
Yeah, it's so interesting with where college football is at right now. I'm looking at the RLAD's depth chart, and all I just see is transfer. It feels like all over this roster for TCU. How much has the program just changed over the last 2 or 3 years, and are they in a good place right now with where they should be heading right now under Coach Dykes?
Yeah, in fact, I would argue that the number of transfers on this roster is much lower than what you see in other schools in the Big 12. I mean, this is homegrown talent for a majority of it, a lot of it returning, as a matter of fact, this year. And I think, you look at the offensive line where they're now 10 deep, and Sonny Dykes talked about that this week, that it's been a slow burn there, that you've had to sort of build it over the last couple of years with high school talent. Now, there's two guys, maybe 3 that were transfers that have been thrown into that mix over the last couple of years on the offensive line. But you look around the country and you're seeing a whole offensive line flip over year in and year out. And I think that's what excites him, the fact that both on the offensive and defensive side, he's got homegrown talent, guys that have developed in this program, have had multiple years in it, and now get a chance to kind of showcase their wares on the international stage.
Brian Estridge joining us on the HR&P guest line. TCU opens up college football this Saturday against North Carolina in Ireland. Brian, when you look at the Big 12, I think it's such a competitive league. I think it's very deep. I think there's a lot of teams that can be bowl eligible, contend for the top of the conference as well. When you look at the Big 12 this year or in recent years in the past, what are things stick out to you about the league and how competitive it is?
Yeah, Jeremy, I think you're right. I mean, to me, what stands out is the depth in the league. There aren't any gimmies. We used to joke when TC was in the Mountain West is, hey, when's New Mexico on the schedule? Because you knew that was going to be one. That was going to be a W for it. There's no New Mexicos in this league. No matter what Saturday is. These guys are good. And, oh, by the way, New Mexico's a lot better now. I should say that. But, but you think about it. I mean, you're right. I mean, I think from top to bottom, it's hard to say that there's a better league in the country. There are some other leagues that are top-heavy with great teams, but after 5 or 6, 7 in a league, it gets pretty non-competitive, and that's not the case in the Big 12. I think the one thing for me that's got to happen is, we got to have some success in postseason. There's no question about that. The Frogs have been to the national championship game, didn't perform the way that they wanted to. Would love to have another crack at it. I think there are going to be other teams in this league that do that. And can I tell you guys that one thing I think is important is I think Colorado's got to be good. I mean, as much as nobody wants to talk about that, I think the league needs Dion in Colorado to be good because people would be talking. I mean, that's just a fact of life. And so I think those are just a couple of things that stand out. And, oh, by the way, I think Colorado's going to be a lot better this year. I really do. Somebody asked me the other day, who do you think is going to be one of the surprises in the league? I really think Colorado could be.
That'd be fun.
So, so we'll see.
So last year you guys opened up with North Carolina. It's kind of the Bill Belichick show, right? Everyone knows it's Bill Belichick, but then they get out to an early lead, and then TCU absolutely dominates North Carolina. Like, what are you expecting this weekend in another country against Bill Belichick once again?
Yeah, there's some other words that describe that show too in Chapel Hill last year. I don't know. It's, again, 50 new faces on the roster. A lot of new guys that have shown up for them. It's not laden with a bunch of 4-star talent, but that you wouldn't expect that out of Bill Belichick. He's going to go try and develop players himself. And so, it was funny. I was talking to a guy over the other day. They're going to start a quarterback who transferred from Maryland, and the quote was, "He's not the most talented, but he's the most experienced." And I was thinking, well, what does that mean? And so I think it's going to be interesting to see. I think they've still got some question marks along the offensive line. I think they'll be better offensively, though, just by the sheer fact that they got Bobby Petrino as the offensive coordinator. I mean, you know what this guy could do. I mean, everywhere he's been, their numbers have been huge, and I suspect that they'll be a lot better offensively. I think it's going to be a great challenge for TCU on Saturday, and one that I think I'm looking forward to. To be honest with you,
a lot of experience on that TCU coaching staff too. Sonny, I think, is a great coach. Over 100 wins. You look at the years, the fifth year at TCU, 13 wins. Of course, in his first year in 22, a little bit of a step back in 23, but then back-to-back 9-win seasons for TCU to be right back there where they were a year ago, 8-9. Maybe they get to double-digit wins. What are a few things that have to go right for them?
Yeah, I think they've got to be really good early. Just the way the schedule lays out, guys, I think this team needs to be 7-1. If they're 7-1 out of the block, I think this team has a chance for double-digit wins. Obviously, the math works, I know, but still, I just think that they've got to do that. I think they got to pick up some wins early on. You hope that builds confidence. They got to be able to run the football. They haven't been able to do that real well the last couple of years. That's something that Sonny really wants to do. I joked with him the other day because I asked him, I said, hey, is this going to be a 55-45 run pass? He goes, man, I'd love for it to be 80-20. And I'm thinking, this is air raid Sonny Dykes saying that, but he said, yeah, that just means you're whipping them. And I said, okay, I got you. And so I think he'd like to get to that point where this team is running the football a lot more, controlling the clock, controlling possessions, taking care of the football. I think those are the sort of things. There are a couple of questions on defense, at linebacker and at safety they got to work through. So I think if you can keep the offense on the field, that helps alleviate some of that.
What's Sonny Dykes like? Because I feel like this offseason he made waves a little bit with just a very honest assessment of Hoover when he transferred to Indiana. I think people were kind of taken aback. Like, you don't typically hear a coach talk that way about a former player, but I think he was just being honest. So you get to work with him a lot. What's he like?
Yeah, he's unbelievable. He is a black and white, tell it like it is guy. I mean, you've heard him talk about what's going on as far as NIL is concerned and how it affects things and who plays by the rules and who doesn't play by the rules. He knows what it's supposed to look like. He is a historian of college football. He grew up with it, obviously, with his dad. He wants this game to succeed, and he doesn't necessarily like where it sits right now. I mean, when you have guys who commit to you and shake your hand and then leave, that hacks him off. and it should, because one of the things that he talks about all the time is that we still have to be in the business of growing these guys up into men who will be leaders in the community. And the only way you can do that is to hold them accountable. And sometimes things aren't perfect. And so if you can always just duck out when things get rough, how does that prepare you for life? And so I think that's what he's worried about as far as the future of this game is concerned, and he's honest about it when he talks about it.
Yeah, he's a good old Texas boy, too. I'm sure he's closed a lot of deals with a handshake. So it's much different than, that style of philosophy that I'm sure that he's had over the course of his entire life, dating all the way back to his dad as well. Brian, we appreciate the time. Thank you so much for doing this. Safe travels and best of luck this weekend against the Tar Heels.
All right, sounds good, fellas. Oh, and Jeremy, I will do that whole Guinness Jameson shot thing for you in honor of you. I'll video it and I'll send it to you.
All right, very good. I look forward to it. We'll make sure we'll blast it on the internet. We'll make waves.
Yeah.
Brian Estridge, voice of TCU, one of the very best in the business. He's awesome. Love Brian Estridge, and we'll be rooting for them. I root for the league. You know this.
I know you love the league.
I root for the league in every single
Big 12.
I root for all the Big 12 brethren. I really do. I will every single non-conference game.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not going to lie to you. There's some Big 12 schools I like more than other Big 12 schools.
Sure.
But even the one that I like the least, I root for in non-conference games. I haven't really figured it out.
Okay.
Let's see.
This is a personal not like the least.
It's probably different based on the sport, if I'm being honest.
Okay.
And it's usually something to do with like personal experience. I don't know if I have any bad experiences. Oh, UCF, they heckled me once at UCF.
Oh, no.
There was only two things from Texas, steers and I didn't think that was very nice.
Beers?
Yeah, beers.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's only two things for Texas, steers and beers. I was like, that's not nice. Don't call me a beer.
Yeah.
So I would go UCF there.
Okay.
Let's see, basketball. Baylor wasn't very nice to me.
Mm.
Baylor was mad at me. I don't know why they were mad at me.
Bunch of,
The students sit like right in your lap there at Baylor.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're very close. They're very close.
But that can be nice.
No, I like it. It's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Can't wait, though. College football. When's the first it's not Saturday. Is there a Thursday game this week? Or a Friday game this week?
They're the first game, aren't they? Oh, no.
That's top 25.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's like a no. That is the first game.
Yeah, 11 a.m.
No, there's Thursday. UMass Rutgers. UCF plays on Thursday. There you go. Big 12.
Nope. Those are the September 3rd.
Oh, my bad. That's the first game.
First game is North
of the
Carolina
college football
TCU.
season. It's on ESPN.
Is that accurate?
Yeah.
It is now. Yeah, we
It
figured
is.
it out. TCU's favored in that game by 7.5.
They are.
What's it going to take for Belichick to keep his job?
9 wins?
Yeah, I don't think a bowl gets it
Maybe
done.
8?
Because there's so much chaos.
Worst case scenario, 8?
Honestly, I don't think it has anything to do with wins. The chaos has to calm. Like Lombardi probably just has to get fired. And like it just starts to resemble a normal college football program for him to keep his job.
It has to look normal.
That's how I feel about Dion.
Yeah.
Like getting subpoenaed at practice and not being letting the media film it. It's tough.
Yeah, we'll see what Brian thought highly of Colorado. See if he turns out to be right. Deshaun Watson's thought of highly in Cleveland.
Yeah,
they love Deshaun Watson in Cleveland. Now, Cleveland did get announced the starting quarterback for Todd Monken, which kind of funny after that whole press conference and performance that he had in the preseason game. But let's get to some of that stuff that's happened around the NFL. Ashton Ginty tore his ACL for like 2 minutes, and then they found out they had a sprained ankle. We'll get to that as well. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN at 97.5. He's Joe, last real good guy. Brian's the brain. I'm the Huntington Bank bad boy, 713-780-ESPN. Bill Barnwell still listening to the show. I get called a beer all the time. That's funny. Joey Magnolia, is there a new season of the Beer Eye for the straight guy? Asking for a friend. Yeah, sure you are. Not that there's anything wrong with that. 2026. If there's anything wrong with that. 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener. So Deshaun Watson had a weekend.
Yeah, he did.
A lot of people that had a weekend. Deshaun Watson was one of them. It continues to be so out of touch. Now, he was announced the starter today.
Mm-hmm.
There's some thought, the Cleveland Browns' first 2 games of the season are on the road. So there's some thought that played into the equation. That
So
would
he
be
can't get booed?
sad. That'd be sad if that's the case, but it might be the case. But Deshaun Watson, preseason game. Shadur Sanders played the first half. Deshaun played in the second half. Shadur outplayed him, but it's preseason football. They were talking about the whole body of work. They go with Deshaun Watson. He makes a lot of money. But Cleveland was booing Deshaun Watson, which they boo him all the time. They booed him when he tore up his knee. They booed him in the preseason game. And Deshaun, who said he doesn't care, sure sounds like he cares. There you go. He doesn't care, but he cares.
He very much cares.
He's
And
very,
he's
very sad
also
about it.
incredibly naive. He just doesn't, does he still just not get it?
Oh, he's out of touch.
Like, he thinks
completely
because
out of
he
touch.
settled all these lawsuits that people think he's a good person?
It goes away.
Like, what?
I think it's more ego than it is naivety.
I think it's both.
Yeah.
But what's his ego, though? Like, he just thinks, he's a great quarterback?
Yeah.
Thinks he's above it. Thinks he's more. Yeah. Thinks he's a great quarterback.
Really? You think he thinks he's a great quarterback? I'm not saying you're wrong. I just don't know how he believes it. I'm not saying that you're wrong and that is his belief that he believes it. I just don't know how one could believe it. I guess it's narcissism.
I think he probably in his own mind blamed the injuries.
Yeah. He would say it's the injuries that cost me.
Although he was playing poorly before him.
So do you think he thinks he's great currently?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or he has a reason because he's not great? Which of the two?
I think he thinks he's great still.
I think he thinks he's great, and the stats are poor because he was injured.
Interesting.
And he's in Cleveland.
Yeah, it's going to be I don't love my over 6.5 wins or whatever.
I wouldn't either.
Under for me.
Now, Deshaun does throw to receivers, it's good news if you own KC Concepcion and Denzel Boston. If you are owners of those 2 fantasy football players, you wanted Deshaun Watson to win the quarterback job because Deshaun throws to receivers, whereas Shadur Sanders does not. He throws to tight ends. He throws to running backs. Now, if you have Harold Fannin, you are rooting for Shadur Sanders in this quarterback competition.
Mm-hmm.
So Deshaun was booed. He's not happy about it. I don't care, but then tells you all the reasons why he cares and how unacceptable it is and how pathetic it is. Now, he was asked if playing better will lead to a better crowd reaction. There you go. There's a bitter rivalry between Deshaun and the city of Cleveland.
Yeah. Were you surprised by the reaction from, felt like the Cleveland media, national media was like, all right, this is, before he was announced the starter today, it was like, this is for sure he's not going to be named the starter.
Who?
I saw it all over Twitter.
Orlovsky had that take this morning
That
before
he
it was
wasn't going to be
announced.
the starter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I was leaning he was going to be the starter.
Because of the press conference, he was going to basically lose his job.
Because of the presser.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I wonder if them starting their first 2 games on the road played a part.
And then if he's just bad for 2 games, then they go to Shador when he comes home.
Maybe. Which would be a terrible look for a professional.
Yeah, but he'll get Shador.
So they could say they tried Watson?
Yeah.
My hope, a lot of reasons because I have the 6.5, whatever the over-under is. The over on the over-under. I actually hope that he plays well in his first 2 games. That way when he comes back to Cleveland, I want to see what the reaction's like. Like let's just say he plays above average, and they split the 2 road games. I don't even know who they play. Let's say they go 1-1 in their first 2 games. He plays above average. Does he get booed when they return to Cleveland, or does he get a heroic reaction?
I think he still gets booed.
I think you'll hear more cheers. I mean, it's Jacksonville and Tampa.
Okay, so 1-1 there would be a good result.
Yeah. They're going to be 0-2.
I don't know. I don't love Tampa this year.
fair, but if Deshaun Watson's their quarterback, I don't think they're winning many football games this year.
I think Deshaun's better than Shador.
I don't disagree with that because I just think they have the worst quarterback room in the NFL.
They have some decent skill guys, too. Like Concepcion, Denzel Boston are the rookies, and they got to prove it. But Fanta was really good as a rookie last year. I like Judkins. I think Sampson's a decent third-down running back. Like, their offensive line, I think, is all right. Their defense, I don't really know much about their defense. Where if they can get a quarterback in there, which when has Cleveland ever had a quarterback? I get it. But if they can get a quarterback in there, I think they have a chance.
Yeah, they can. If they flop this year and they get an Arch.
Arch will stay at Texas before playing in Cleveland.
Dante Moore, like kind of guy, then yeah, they can be good very quickly. I do kind of hope he's the quarterback. I wish they played the Texans here. I wish it was a road game for the Browns to hear their fan reaction again from our crowd because they would boo him like crazy.
He might get booed more in Cleveland.
That's very possible. He might.
I wonder what's the over-under on how long he keeps the job. I think he gets a home start, even if he plays poorly in the
I think
first
it's probably like 5.5 games.
I was thinking 4.
Yeah.
He's going to shock y'all. Deshaun Watson's going to shock. He's been shocking people his whole life. Michael Jordan. Texans drafted Michael Jordan. Junkie says nobody's calling Robert Kraft naive double standard. We call Robert Kraft naive all the time. We think he's an idiot. We're about to rip Jed York. I don't know what you're talking about. There's so many people in higher positions that do what Watson did. Yeah, they're all terrible human beings. Yeah, allegedly.
I don't
allegedly.
Understand.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand the gaslight of like, oh, well, it's fine that Watson did it because somebody else that makes more money than him did it too. No, they're both terrible scumbags of people. 71370 Espn. That's BS. Who still really cares what Watson did? No one. Probably the people who were abused allegedly in their family would be my guess. I'd start there. If my daughter got sexually abused by Deshaun Watson, I would probably still care.
Yes.
Allegedly.
It's kind of an admission to guilt to settle. So.
Not always. Sometimes it's better to,
he said he was going to fight it till the bitter end. He didn't.
Some big corporations will settle just to keep it out of the news cycle, and even if they're not guilty, it's like, we'll just pay for it to go away. It's better if it just goes away.
Yeah, that's true.
So, yeah, I don't know if that's the case you were Deshaun. We'll never know.
I mean,
these are all
he said he was
going to
tell his side of the story. He hasn't done that yet. That was the first thing he said in Cleveland.
He didn't settle to keep it out of the news because it was very much all in the news at the time he settled.
Yeah, it's true. When the Browns crashed, we need to trade for KC. They're not trading KC. He's a rookie. He looks good, though.
No, they're built up to be a solid football team when they get a legitimate quarterback.
I kind of like KC.
Like even the trade they made this offseason, I love that trade for them.
Yeah, they get a lot of picks. I thought it was a win-win.
You get Verse, you get picks. Yeah. Like that's a good trade for the Browns. Verse is really good. He's not Myles Garrett good, but to replace that guy with someone of that quality, that's hard to do in the NFL.
I do like Todd Monken. I'm a big fan of Todd Monken. Here's Todd Monken's response to how it feels to get booed. I love this guy. I love him. Play good. Part of what we do.
Do you think he ever has his voice fully?
So that's part of the reason I like him.
Okay.
I think that good football coach, I think you can tell a good football coach if they always sound half horse. Like if they're permanently half horse, I think they win lots of football games.
Okay.
I think it's part of the reason that drew me towards Todd Monken.
Just because he's just yelling all the time.
Yeah, he's just permanently hoarse now, which I think is an attribute of a winning football coach.
BS flag.
Willie
Bill
Fritz,
Belichick never sounded hoarse.
Willie Fritz, rest my case. You lose the BS flag. Brian's out of BS flags for the rest of the show.
I've watched 3 episodes of Hard Knocks. Michael McDonald.
I didn't say all good coaches. I didn't say that every single great coach has to be hoarse. I'm saying if you're a football coach and you're hoarse, you're going to be a good coach. You lost your BS flag, Brian. I believe. So. Joe Judge, you can roll on it if you choose.
I don't feel like I have enough for a ruling here.
What do you mean?
I need a larger sample size. He hasn't coached any games as a head coach.
I gave you Willie.
Monken hasn't coached any games as a head coach.
That has nothing to do with it. We're talking about guys with hoarse voices that win lots of football games.
Well, he hasn't.
We're not.
Willie has.
There's not even a sample size in the NFL that we know of.
Oh.
Approved for Willie. Monken, I don't know.
Okay, we'll see.
We'll see.
I like hoarse voiced coaches. They're for me.
You got to type.
They're from. I do. I think I've been proven to be right in this stuff before. Booty, Kayshawn.
Took a while, but you got there.
He was good last year. What do you mean? Caught 6 touchdowns. He
Yeah.
burned Derek Stingley in the playoffs.
He did. I was
what are
watching
we
that
talking
clip
about
again.
here? He's a good football player. Maybe he bet a little bit in college football. That's okay. It's all right. Who doesn't dabble in the
he's all right.
books?
Yeah. Who doesn't?
Bookies, not books.
Brendan Sorsby.
Yeah.
Lots of guys.
Jeremy Booth, former Major League Baseball scout, knows baseball better than most Jeremys do. Also CEO of the New Balance Future Star Series, doing some great stuff with the youth baseball. He's also an analyst at KHOU. He's going to join us next, talk about everything you need to know with this Dana Brown firing. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5.
St. Arnold, a beer for everyone, a place for everyone. They got it all over at St. Arnold. And honestly, I cannot wait for Friday, the listener appreciation party. It's going to be inside the beer hall. They've got events for spaces for people of 20 to 300 people. Their Investors Pub, which is about 20 to 100 people. Really cool spot to have one. There's going to be a party in there on Friday night at the same time as us at the beer hall. So you could. It's not like a buy one, get one, but everything's available for you. They have audio-visual capabilities, projector screens. They've got it all. Full in-house catering menu prepared by the St. Arnold chef. Appetizer table to a full-on feast. Whatever you want. They got the beer for your event, fresh from the source of St. Arnold. Wine, cider, root beer, which I know the root beer is apparently excellent. I have to have some this year. I missed out. So you can book your event now, especially those holiday parties, to get prime dates, whether it's a daytime rental or evening event, weekday or weekend. And since you're a listener of this fine station, mention ESPN or my name, Joe George, and you'll receive a free full-hour bar package for your event. That's a free full-hour bar package. And all you got to do is mention ESPN or my name, Joe George. Get started today at starnold.com. Click on private events. That's starnold.com. Click on private events.
Did she say anything?
No, it's time to play Great Call. Or Grade the Call. I can't do a British accent.
Grade the call. 7-1. What did he say? Couldn't do what?
He couldn't do a British accent.
I can't do a British accent.
I can't do a British
Can you try again? I couldn't hear you.
No, I can't.
Oh.
Off the air, maybe.
Soft. Super soft.
It's
Jeremy
time
Booth.
to play Great to Call.
That's not bad. Jeremy Booth in 11 minutes. We'll talk to Jeremy Booth in 11 minutes. Grade the call. Astros ruined our good, bad, ugly today, so we couldn't do it. Or it didn't make sense to do because who cares what happened in the games? They literally fired their general manager, which I had nothing. All my goods were Ginny Kavnar.
Okay.
So repurpose it on the fly. Grade the call. Will a bits. The great Ginny Kavnar was in town, who is easily the best. Sorry, TK. The best play-by-play person in all of baseball. Ginny Kavnar
Man,
is
when he gets a
fantastic.
hold of on, he sends it
Sends it
a long ways.
Sends it a long way. So we got some Ginny Kavnar today to grade her call. 713-780-ESPN. You can grade the call alongside of us. So we begin. I don't see whether these are listed, Brian. I don't even know.
They're in the audio section.
It doesn't look like it. Do you see these anywhere? Oh, here they are. My bad. That's on me. So there's 3 home runs Ginny Kavnar called over the weekend. We begin with the Max Muncy homer. I put the A's ahead yesterday. Astros blew a 6-0 lead, which you know the last time the Astros blew a 6-0 lead at home? 15 years ago. Had to roll today. But great, it's neither here nor there. We're talking about the great Ginny Kavnar now. The Max Muncy homer. Grade that call, Joe.
6.7.
Wow. I see what you did there. Yeah, I see what you did there.
Yeah.
I'm going to give her a good 9.3. Ginny Kavnar. The only reason that I didn't give her a higher grade was because Dallas Braden, that D-bag, ruined her call. Did you hear Dallas Braden? Yeah. Shut up and let the woman talk. That was some male toxicity if I've ever heard it. He couldn't get out of the way of the woman talk. We're pro-women sports on this
we
show.
are.
We're the most pro-women sports show in the entire city of Houston. Get out of the way, Dallas. Let the great Ginny Kavnar have the moment. So 9.3 for me on the Max Muncy. Brian, you gave her a 10?
10, yeah.
All right, give her a 10. Here was Dan Servin's, I don't know if that's his first name, but it's funny. Servin's 3-run shot earlier in this series. Little. There you go. That was from yesterday's game. That was a home run off Javier. They cut the Astros lead in half. Where you at on this one?
3.8.
What?
I'm with Joe.
The great Ginny Kavnar got I'm going to give her a 9-1. Wasn't her best call?
No.
Wasn't her best call. If you want to play it again, she says the count.
Yeah.
After the crack of the bat.
Kind of strange.
And she also seems a little unsure if the ball is going to leave the yard.
It took her a long time to make the determination if it was a home run.
And then she's also, instead of like, this one's got a chance, she just kind of goes quiet. Which, I mean, TV, let the video tell the picture. But again, listen to the crack of the bat, and then listen to when she says the count.
That's weird.
It's a little late. Unsure. Still unsure. Now we know. Still a great call. But she gets dinged a few points because of the lateness and the uncertainty.
Yeah.
Still a 9-1. I mean, still a lead. Still a lead from the best TV play-by-play guy going. Girl going.
Yeah.
So you gave her a 3.
3.8.
That's why do you hate women?
No, I'm fair. The count as the pitch has already been thrown.
I feel like if that was TK in the exact call, I feel like you would have given him at least an 8.
I think TK would also know when it's a home.
That's why I said if it was the exact call, you would have given him an 8-8.
Well, he wouldn't have that call.
I feel like you're grading on a little bit of a bias here.
Disagree.
A little bit of a bias. Here was Walton's home run Saturday. That was go to work, Walt. What did Dallas Braden? Go to work, Walt.
What a drop in there from Braden.
Go to work, Walt.
What did she start with?
It was Doggy in the Park Day. She was talking about a dog.
She said there's a bunch of good boys in the stands today.
10. Play it again. Good boys. Actually, it's even better. It's even better that she said it after the crack of the bat. I didn't notice that the first time.
Are we sure she was here?
Yeah, she was here.
Because her timing seems like it's off.
You couldn't feel her aura?
No.
You couldn't fill her presents at the
She's
dike?
talking about Good Boys, so 10.
The timing of it was funny. I didn't notice it the first time, but the crack of the bat, it goes, Good Boys.
Maybe she was calling Walton a good boy.
Yeah, she was talking. Yeah,
Good
she knew it was
boy.
gone off the bat. Good boy. Give the Astros the Athletics their first run in Houston.
Yeah,
that's a 10.
It was a pretty good call. The great Jenny Cavnar. Who doesn't love Jenny Cavnar?
Good Boys at the ballpark.
I don't understand. All right, 713-780 ESPN. The great Jenny Cavnar. It's sad, though, that we're not going to get any more Jenny Cavnar this season. They don't play the A's again, I don't think.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay, that call was great. Good Boys at the ballpark. YouTube Keith, she sounds like the ghost of Milo Hamilton. That's not nice. Her calls are boring AF, and it's a long way, not long ways. Who says that? Peter K. The great Jenny Cavnar says that.
We get 4 more.
4 more A's games.
Final 4 games of the season.
I hope she's on the call.
On the West Coast.
I might just have to start watching their broadcast. Who says the count after the ball is hit? I agree with Joe. She sucks, Peter K. Joe didn't say she sucked. You're putting words in Joe's mouth.
I give her a 3.8.
They're putting words in Joe's mouth. Props to J-Bone for calling out toxic masculinity when he sees it. Yeah, I was noticing it right now. I'm not saying that 3955, nice try. Here are some horse voices. Not Jenny Cavnar. Here are horse football coaches. Horse football coach voices. Junkie says in Bill Cowher.
Yep.
Bobby Knight.
Okay.
Phil Jackson.
Sure.
Vince Lombardi.
Sure.
Bill Parcells. Coach K. Boom, Jeremy Branham's right.
Is Vince Lombardi horse?
Boom. Yeah, you weren't around for that.
None of us were. That's what
Boom,
I'm
Jeremy
asking.
Branham is right.
That's a good argument.
The coaches who have hoarse voices have a higher chance of success than normal voiced coaches.
There's a lot of championships there.
Lots of titles.
So there's no horse coaches that were complete bums. If we were to do that research,
Can you name one?
Yeah, you had someone else do the research for you.
I gave you one. I gave you more than you've given me.
Someone brought up Coach O. That's a good pull.
Coach O. Go
Was he
Tigers.
horse or just Cajun?
He would get.
I think
horse,
just Cajun.
man. No, he would get horse sometimes.
Go Tigers. Oh yeah, I think there was one interview where he couldn't talk.
Yeah.
Who was the other person that couldn't talk recently in an interview? They tried to interview him off the field or something.
Are you talking about the striker for England?
Maybe.
When he lost
Harry
his
Kane?
voice?
Yeah, maybe it was Harry Kane.
Yeah, Harry Kane, yeah.
Remember they interviewed Harry Kane?
Right after the match in Mexico. Yeah.
That was so funny. Somebody says Art Briles was hoarse whenever he coached.
Yeah, good coach, bad person.
Great
but good coach.
What makes him a bad person?
Why he got let go at Baylor?
What did he do?
Looked the other way when. Well, I don't know how much of this is proven in court, so I don't want to be careful here. But we all know the story.
He's coaching again.
Yeah.
What's he coaching?
He's coaching college football.
Oh, really? He's done with like the Italy's and high school stuff.
It's like a D3 or something. I know they're AD actually. Let me look.
Eastern New Mexico.
Yeah. I know the AD at Eastern New Mexico that hired Art Briles.
What a flex.
Yeah, I know. We can get him on. Maybe we can add him to the college football preview. I wonder if Art would do radio.
Probably not.
Probably not.
We'd probably have to agree to not ask him about Baylor.
Then, yeah.
Probably wouldn't do that. Who's down bad more? Deshaun or the 49ers? The 49ers are currently, for sure.
Yeah, Sean wasn't in a trailer park.
Daniel Horgerson was hoarse. Yeah, he was hoarse sometimes.
Good coach.
He won a lot of games.
He did.
Won a lot of games. He's in Nebraska right now.
He's their OC, right?
Doc Rivers horse won. Must be something to it. I'm not making this up.
Yeah, but Doc is.
I don't know if Doc is a point in your favor.
He has a title, doesn't he?
Yeah,
he got carried by the trio.
You haven't named one horse coach who's
No,
bad.
Brian has.
You're poo-pooing on all the horse coaches who got
Do
blamed.
the research. Horse NFL coaches.
Horse coaches. Any coaches.
Closed. Brian loses.
That's right.
Oh, that's worst judge in the game.
Is it?
You've had 12 minutes.
We
to
have
look.
10 horse coaches with tons of
the
titles.
booth interview so you could look.
Right?
And you didn't
That's
find
not what
anything.
happened.
We have 10 horse coaches that have won championships. You can't name me one non-horse coach who hadn't.
I will reopen the case tomorrow if you come with a list. Double jeopardy.
You haven't given me one
That's
horse
not what
coach
double
who was
jeopardy
bad at
means.
what they were.
That's not what double jeopardy means.
Yeah, it is.
Terrible judge.
Tom Coughlin.
I ruled in Jeremy's favor.
This
I'm
is-
opening the case back up
This
tomorrow.
isn't even an opinion. It's a fact.
301 tomorrow. I need your list.
Horse
Start
coaches
I would like
win.
Joe to define double jeopardy.
Rudy T.
Good point.
Horse coaches win.
Case closed.
Samson can get a horse from time to time. That's right. Look at that, man. I like
Samson
winners.
does get horse.
I like winners. I like horse coaches. Not Jenny Kavnar. 713-780-ESPN. Here's what we're going to do. We have a pair of tickets to give away to the ESPN 97.5 Listener Appreciation Party. It's on Friday, of course. 6:30, St. Arnold Brewing Beer Hall. Food provided by Ninfa's, Ducky McSweeney's, Tiff's Treats, Texadelphia, Terry's Black Barbecue, Terry Black's Barbecue. Put the S in the wrong spot. OMG Barbecue, or OMG Burgers, and Republic Boot Company. Here's the list again. We'll fix it in post. Ninfa's, Ducky McSweeney's, Tiff's Treats, Texadelphia, Terry Black's Barbecue, OMG Burgers, and the Republic Boot Company. They're not going to feed you, but they're going to be there having a good old time. They're always great to have Republic Boot Company around as well. They're great people over there. So here's what we're going to do. I forgot the. Do you remember what it was?
Yes.
Go ahead, say it.
Which host said great question
Oh, yeah.
to their question?
Yeah, one of us earlier asked a question and said that was a great question in reference to the own question that they brought up.
Yeah.
Who did that earlier?
Whom did that?
Who did that? 713-780-3776. Caller number 5 with the right answer. You're headed to the ESPN 97.5 Listener Appreciation Party on Friday. Jeremy and Joe, Jeremy Booth joining us next on ESPN 97.5.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5. Joining us, most Jeremys know ball. All Jeremys know ball. Maybe the most knowing ball Jeremy is Jeremy Booth. And he's joining us now on the HR&P guest line. CEO, New Balance Future Star Series. You can catch him on Channel 11 all the time. Baseball analyst there. He knows ball. And, Jeremy, when you saw the reaction to Dana Brown, or we saw the news, I guess, to the Dana Brown mutually parting ways, I think we can kind of come to conclusions there. What was your initial reaction to that?
Well, the first thing is I do think it was actually mutual. I saw, I was at the ballpark Saturday, and I was kind of getting the vibe and feeling what was going on there. There's sort of frustration on all the way around. I don't think Dana was very happy with some of the constraints, and he didn't say this, but just my vibe. He wasn't happy with some of the constraints that had gone on here, and loved the city, loved the people, and wanted to do things a little bit different. And Jim had his own way of doing it. And I don't think it was a meeting of the minds at all, and it was just time. So, it was for the organization as a whole, this is probably the right move going forward. Making it now is surprising, I think, to anybody who's watching the division and the race. But Jim Crane does Jim Crane things, and this is definitely in that category.
Where do you think they go from here? Like, I guess do you think we see where Jim Crane backs off a little bit and Bagwell and they get less involved, or do you think the next GM is still going to have some of the constraints that Dana Brown and even James Click had with this organization?
So, I think the last thing you said is pretty important. This is an owner now who has fired a World Series winning general manager and somebody who had won here with a very weird dynamic that none of the other previous GMs had. At least not the immediate predecessors, right? With the exception of even going back to maybe Ed Wade and Bobby Heck, who had great McClain years. It's just an odd moving ship, if you will. And so my first answer is sideways. I don't know where they go in the immediate. I think there's a lot of questions in the industry. I think that they have Jim and Jeff. They're making the decisions. They've been making the decisions for a while. I had some executive text me today that, that Jim Crane's been making the decisions here since 2011, whether anybody really knows that or not. So I think I don't know that it's a straight line forward. I know they got to try to navigate a division. I know this division's been historically bad. I can't remember a time when you've had 3 general manager chairs in any division open at one time during the season. And so it's going to be an interesting movement. Still there's to win. But right now, I think it's in-house, and going forward, I'd be shocked if it's not in-house where Jim and Jeff maintain that say. That's the optics as of this moment.
See, I have a tough time pointing fingers at Dana Brown specifically. Not that I think that the Astros have been, ran well in the years that Dana Brown's been here, but I don't know if that's entirely his fault because of the meddling that goes on, whether it's Jim Crane meddling or, Bagwell looking over his shoulder. I believe, Jeremy, that the Astros just need to completely reshuffle the structure of their front office where, okay, let's go get a general manager who knows baseball, and then we get out of the baseball stuff. Crane and Bagwell go golf together and let the general manager do the general manager stuff. Is that what the Astros need? Is an owner who just hires a baseball guy and they let him go to work?
It's funny when you say that because it almost sounds like you're describing a championship major league organization. Is that what you're looking for? Because,
yes.
In a scenario, if you're trying to do that, that's exactly what should happen. It should have been happening by now. And I think that if you look at the GMs that he's fired, again, I'm going to go back to James Click with this because it's an excellent precursor to what happened with Dana. He entered this scenario here in Houston with a big league club with a very short-term contract, won a World Series, steadied his ship at a time that was very tough for Houston, the Houston organization and the city, especially how it was perceived around the country and in the sport, and did that with a peace and a calm that led them into situations to win and kept them to the next phase. And that still wasn't good enough. And so if you enter in with Dana, who is obviously Greg Biggio's, former teammate at Seton Hall and a very accomplished executive who had never done this job before, you're looking at Jim hiring first-time GMs, Luno included. You're looking at Jim hiring guys who are looking for different opportunities, and you're looking for him hiring somebody that he can keep his thumb on. It should happen that way. I don't know that it does happen that way. I think Jeff Bagwell, with all due respect to the type of player he was, I remember Jeff as a hitting coach with this organization as the big leagues, and was just couldn't handle that. And I think Jeff needs to, with all due respect to everything he's done, which is a nice way of saying the next line's not a good one, he needs to step away entirely from what this is doing besides being a special instructor, get out on the field in player development, and help them that way learn how to be good baseball players to win games. And that's not putting together a roster, and that's not being part of the scouting or drafting, which is an art form in itself, especially today with the smaller rounds and the numbers that are available. It's nowhere near the same draft it was 10 years ago, let alone when Jeff came through. So you have to be able to navigate all that, and neither Jim or Jeff has really any feel for it. They need somebody else entirely, and they need to do exactly that. Go play golf and his golf tournaments, or run through shipping logistics and show up and have final say on financial decisions, but leave the baseball to the guys who know what they're doing.
Okay, so obviously we all know it's hard to tell whose move is what, right? Like Tatsi Imai, some people think Jim Crane made that move because everyone from Daikin is there at the introductory press conference. Dana Brown hasn't made a ton of, super positive moves, I would say, outside the Kyle Tucker trade. But, how would you evaluate how he did with this job as a member of the Astros? Is this organization in a better place in any way because of what Dana Brown did when he got hired?
Yeah, and most of that's in the system, and you can't see it yet. Yep. It's nowhere near as epic as what Bobby Heck did when he was scouting director. And you guys know I'm a huge Bobby fan and have been, screaming his name for years. But I mean, there's what Bobby did was generational drafting. He just did. And you look back on it at the time, and when Jim let him go, it wasn't anywhere near the thought process that he had what he had. And then 15 years later, man, it was pretty good, right? And so when you turn around and look at what Dana did, well, I'm not saying it's that type of run. It's not here yet. It just hasn't borne any fruit. And so you'll have to see where that shows up as we go on. On Imai, I'm firmly in that's the Jim Crane camp. I was fortunate enough to speak to Jim in the off, just when wasn't private, but it wasn't exactly overly public conversation about how Daikin got the naming rights from Intimate and what the connection was to Daikin with Jim Crane and his other companies and the offices here in Houston and all those fun things that go together. And the reality is that I'd be blown away if Imai was not his guy. He said, hey, we got to sign this guy because they're doing all these different things. This is a guy, who do we like? We're not going to go overpay for this guy. This guy isn't ready yet. Let's do this. And, right away, any kind of real scouting and understanding of Imai would have said he's not a fit here. He doesn't handle it mentally. He's not ready to step into a situation and compete. He certainly isn't Kikuchi from a couple of years ago when, that was a little bit of a criticized trade, right? And he comes in, he helps them win and get into the postseason. So, that's it. To me, that's a Jim Crane deal. And I think, when you're talking about the GM, the only mark that Dana's going to have had is the win-loss record, which ultimately he's going to live with no matter what, right? He had to manage a very tough financial situation with an owner that did not want to go over the tax threshold at all. We all know that. Didn't want to do it. Has openly said it. I'm running it like a business. I'm not doing that. And so the impact you'll see from Dana is going to be felt 5 years from now. It's not here yet.
Jeremy Booth joining us on the HR&P guest line. Let's make the claim, the hypothetical. Jim Crane realizes the error in his ways, and he stops meddling, and he lets a baseball guy do a baseball things. Are there names out there that you would like as the Astros GM?
Yeah, but I need to go ahead and get firmly entrench myself in the new exhibit at Disneyland that you just gave us called Fantasy World. And so with that in mind, a couple guys right away off the top, Ray Montgomery, who's a former Astros big leaguer, who was with the Angels as a manager and then back in the front office, has done amazing things in the draft with both Milwaukee and Arizona, and of course in Anaheim he's had different constraints, which is a much tougher job than even Houston is in Anaheim. So Ray's a candidate. I would say I take a look at some of the younger Giants executives that are there that are a little bit starting to emerge. Michael Holmes is an example of somebody who they should talk to. I think there's Mark Tremuta is the Blue Jays, the guy I would talk to. I would start talking to people in Seattle. I talked to Justin Hollander to see if he wants to be like a Poto-like position, to see if that's a fit. So there's guys around that I think know the club. You notice I didn't mention anybody in Milwaukee, and I'm saying that because I don't think they come here. I don't think Cleveland leaves Cleveland. There's people I don't think do that. I think those guys stay where they are because when you're looking for something here, even if it's a first-time GM, it's got to be a baseball guy who, number one, is going to get paid. And this job historically doesn't pay real well for Jim. He's going to want to be paid. He's got to want to approve a lot of things to leave secure situations. And all those situations are secured. The Brewers ain't going anywhere. I was a Brewer as a scout. You can be a Brewer for life. You ain't going anywhere. And when it comes to the Guardians, it's the same thing. Guys, the only guys that have really left there that haven't been fired have been Shapiro and Atkins, and they went to Toronto, and they've been there a decade. So I don't really see guys like that taking off and heading over. I don't see Tampa Bay letting anybody come here again after James Cook's situation. So, some of the model organizations that fit what Jim's looking for, I think we'll have a hard time, personnel there have a hard time coming this direction. But the guys I mentioned, that are a little more gunslinging, that have track records in draft and evaluation, that have been on the development side, that have done those different things. I mean, right now, if I'm a guy, if I'm putting a list together, Ray Montgomery's at the top of the list because he's done literally all of it.
He interviewed for the manager job, didn't he?
He did a while back, but he would be the GM for me here, and he should be the GM. He was he knows the city, lived here. Was an Astro big leaguer, Northeast guy, knows Biggio real well, played with Bagwell. He's got a lot of arrows in his direction from what his big league resume has been, what his amateur scouting resume has been multiple places, and the fact that he's been on the field in the uniform to understand how to connect it. To me, he's on a very short list. It's not a broad list of candidates these guys will have. Yeah. And, with the names I mentioned, he would even there separate himself quite a bit.
Just before we let you go, I mean, it's been kind of a back and forth day on the reporting on Joe Espada that at first it was, he was told he's also being let go, but chose to stay. That's been kind of retracted a little bit. What do you think Joe Espada's future is? And if letting him go ultimately is a decision, is that the right one?
Well, I think the reporting is accurate. And I think that I have not been a big Joe Espada supporter, as both of you are aware, and I think many people in the Houston landscape and listeners and viewers are aware. I'm not a big Joe Espada guy, not because he's a bad baseball person, and not because he's a bad human being. I don't think he manages stars real well. And the Astros are in a position where they have stars, and if Jim Crane wants to win, I believe the quote is, "The window's open as long as I'm in control," right, or whatever that was.
Yep.
If that's the comment, Joe's not the right guy. And I think Joe was told he was going to let go. I find it very interesting, as I'm sure both of you have picked up, that as much as we want everything to be okay, and I certainly wish that he's fine and his family's okay, that a family emergency hasn't been reported in the media beyond he had a family emergency. None of this stuff stays quiet that long. Everybody finds something out. And as much as we hope and I pray, and we all do, that everything's okay with him and his family, it's weird timing that he was just not around. I think he took a day to decide what he wanted to do. And I think he's been an Astro for a long time, was probably heartbroken. And once they figured out he was going to stay, that reporting needed to come out of the media, which is why Nightingale, Bob Nightingale took it out of his report, last I looked anyway. It was in and then out, so that Joe can manage the rest of the season trying to get in the postseason. I do think he's gone. I think it's the next move, and I think that if you're having a new general manager, handing off a manager to that GM is a bad idea. You got to have somebody else that guy's got to pick his own guy.
Jeremy, great stuff. Appreciate your insight. Always enjoy talking ball with you, and I'm sure we'll catch up down the road.
All right, boys. Thanks for having me.
Jeremy Booth, CEO, Future Star Series, doing great work with the New Balance Future Star Series. You can catch him all the time with Bristol, KHOU Channel 11, formerly in the Major League Baseball business as well. Some interesting comments there.
Very.
Jeremy Booth. Yep.
I like the names he pulled.
Yep.
Or at least they're interesting.
I don't
names
love
to think
and it's not anything that I'm not disagreeing with his opinion. I don't love the fact that the Clevelands, the Milwaukees, and the Tampas of the world wouldn't want to come here, because those would be the organizations that I would look at first. But yeah, it's gonna be an interesting offseason for that 1 month of the offseason that we have in Major League Baseball.
They could hire a GM while there's a lockout.
I know. All right, Junkie of the Day, 713-780-3776. Who is your Junkie of the Day? It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5. 713-780-ESPN, Junkie of the Day. So here's the deal. Fantasy League, we're going to do the draft on the app Sleeper Wednesday at 6:30. All of our leagues, all 4 of them. Come on out, hang out with us. Nick's Place will be doing the show there Wednesday. We can do the draft while we're there through the app. Astros play baseball that day, so we can watch that. Currently, we have 60 seconds on the clock. You want to keep it that way?
For now. I want to think about it.
60 seconds is 4 hours if we max every pick.
I don't want to do 4 hours.
30 seconds is 2 hours.
That sounds better.
I kind of want to do 60 seconds for the first 10 rounds.
So half?
That'd be 3 hours.
So people can get a hang of it.
I would say maybe 5 rounds.
I'm fine with that.
Same.
I'm fine with that.
So 60 seconds first 5 rounds, 30 seconds in the final 10 rounds.
Yeah.
And then you can show me how to do that.
Or just do 30.
I don't mind the first five.
Okay.
What happens whenever you're not in the app? Like if you're not in the app, say like 3 of the teams aren't in the app, it's going to auto draft for them. But does it use the whole allotment of the clock?
No, it does not. Well, it will.
Whenever the clock gets changed, it'll reset to the full 30. Because you will basically, I guess we could.
But let's say somebody doesn't show up in the draft, they're going to get autoed in the first round and the second round.
So in the first round, it'll count the whole 60.
Yeah.
Once it doesn't make the pick, they're on auto.
So it goes on pilot.
And then so if you're in the league and you get autoed on a pick, you have to go in. You have to turn your auto off.
Okay.
For it to not be a thing anymore. But yeah, it just keeps you on auto, and it's just.
I think you just go into the draft and it'll take you off auto.
Okay, so it's not. So if somebody's not there, they're not going to be sitting there maxing the clock in every single round.
No,
there's
there's a
the
setting.
first time.
I believe there's a setting that we have to set, but we could talk about that at the show.
Yeah, I think we should go a minute in the first 5 rounds and then 30 seconds in the final 15.
And what we could do to be fair is just pause it at the end of the 5th round quickly. The 3 of us could go in, change the settings, then resume. So everyone's got
I have multiple leagues, so that might be a little trickier, but
yeah.
I think it's to be all right. So my 2 leagues are full. Joe has 1 left.
Yeah.
And then Brian still has 3. So we do have some names on the reserve list that we'll be sending emails out to here shortly. It might go to your spam. Joe sending it from a Gal account. Brian sending it from a Gmail account. So be on the lookout for that.
And it's got my name in the email.
Either a Brian McDonald Gmail or a Joe George Gal Media.
Yep.
So what do you have that for?
I don't know. I just felt like playing with it.
So here in a little bit, you're going to get if you're already on the reserve email list, we're going to send you an email shortly. These are going to be first come, first serve for the final few spots we have left. So look for an email. It's going to be coming up between, I don't know, whenever y'all do it, shortly. First come, first serve for those final few spots. 1 more in Joe's league, 3 more in Brian's league. First come, first serve. So we're opening it up. First come, first serve. If you're on the reserve list, or if you want to join the reserve list, 713-780-3776, we're going to open up a 5th league. But if it doesn't fill, we're deleting the league.
Yes.
So reserve list, send in your email address now. We're going to get you in Joe's league, Brian's league, and then whatever is left after that, we're going to create a 5th league. And if it doesn't fill, then that's tough luck. You'll have to wait till next year.
Yes.
Okay, we're all clear?
Yes.
Everything good?
Clear.
Check your spam if it might be in there. All right, here's your junkie of the day.
I think this is a compliment to this person. Maybe it's a junkie of the day for his parents. I don't think this is his actual name. But I just got a shout out to this high school quarterback whose name is Fat Boy.
I like it.
I love it.
That's his first name, Fat Boy?
How do you spell it?
F-A-T-B-O-Y.
No, it's I-T.
What?
Nothing. Cattell Marte for me. Cattell Marte was at the casino while he was on leave of Arizona. Although this was the C.J. Abrams thing, and he's hit like 30 home runs this year. Jed York also, 49er owner, who was arrested in Ohio. He's like prostituting stuff in a trailer park in Ohio.
$140 for a prostitute in a trailer
He's
park.
the owner of the 49er.
Like,
it might be that power
doesn't cost
plant.
enough.
It might be the power plant, you know?
Yeah. Maybe.
What do you
Maybe
got,
it's the
Brian?
power plant. I'll nominate myself for being late on an injection drop.
Oh,
I think that was the first hour of the show. I'll nominate Joe for great questioning his own question.
I forgot about that.
And then I'll nominate all the but texters that texted in trying to defend Watson for some reason by pointing out other people who also did things wrong.
That might be the winner. Jed York.
Yeah, probably Jed York.
Probably Jed York. Yeah, Jed York.
Watson in him.
Yeah, Jed York, you're the winner. All right, it's going to do it for us. Get those emails in if you want to be in the league. 713-780-3776. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Houston, ESPN National coming up right now.
What I really like, though, booty.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
We're taking a break.
Okay. That's cool. John Granado here with Robin Orlando